Regarding the Game of Thrones, Daenerys was raised by me from childhood. Su Qin traverses back to 6 years prior to the War of Usurpers, diligently nurturing her. Ultimately, during the conflict, she saves a group of individuals destined for demise and takes Daenerys as her disciple. However, as Daenerys grows, she seems indifferent to the impending demise of Robert Baratheon and shows little interest in claiming the Iron Throne. With tears in his eyes, Su Qin urges her, "Disciple, how can you lack interest in the Iron Throne?" Reluctantly, Daenerys ascends the throne, and whenever she meets Su Qin, she begins her classic recitation. Su Qin, the Hercules before you sits the Stormborn witness, Su Qin leading the charge against dragons and deities, ultimately unveiling the mysteries of Valyria and the pantheon of the world. Chapter 1. Refugees. This narrative diverges significantly from the original text within these pages. You shall encounter numerous fictional characters surrounding the principal figures. The story encompasses elements of magic, dragons, exotic races, and deities, among other fantastical components. The author has preemptively altered aspects of the historical backdrop. Feel free to chastise me, yet I shall continue to write in this manner. I extend my apologies to the purists of the original work. This tale unfolds slowly and features a harem theme. Proceed with caution if this does not appeal to you. In the Kingdom of Valleys, at Seagull Town, the pungent odor stirred Su Qin from his slumber in a dilapidated stable. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the damp, moldy wood above him. Evidently, the stable's technology was akin to that of slave society. Yet, the reality is that Westeros has entered a feudal dynasty, with the Targaryen family having ostensibly gained recognition from the various houses of Westeros 3 centuries prior, successfully claiming the Iron Throne in King's Landing. In Westeros, commoners are devoid of surnames. Identified only by titles when encountering nobility, one must address them as my lord or sir. Gazing at the scattered dung and fodder, Su Qin sighed inwardly. Who would have thought I would end up as a refugee? Rising, he brushed the hay from his garments and donned his grass sandals. As he opened the door, he encountered Uncle Fawn and his younger son, Luke, toiling together, loading wooden barrels onto a cart. Su Qin immediately approached, lending his strength to assist Uncle Fawn in hoisting a redwood barrel, reinforced with iron, onto the cart, greeting them with a smile. "Good morning, Uncle Fawn, Luke." Uncle Fawn dusted off his hands and chuckled. "Ah, you little rascal, I thought you might have fled the stable today." Su Qin offered an awkward smile. "Only you would grant me shelter in the stable for free. If I were to leave, I would certainly inform you and Luke." With determination, Su Qin joined Luke in lifting a tall, heavy barrel crafted from redwood, standing a meter high. Luke, a youthful lad, appeared somewhat more tender than Su Qin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luke exclaimed, "Su Qin, I have delightful news. I heard that the Lord of the Earl has caught a rare crystal shark in Blackwater Bay. It is said that the purple crystal on its dorsal fin glows and is highly coveted by the nobleman, worth a fortune. The fleet has returned with a substantial catch. Father shall earn quite a profit once more." Upon hearing this, Fawn chuckled and said, "You rascal, I'm saving up rose gold for you. Work hard, and when you marry, ensure you bring forth a healthy baby boy." He patted the tightly bound ropes, assuring that the wooden barrel would not fall. Upon hearing this, Luke fell silent. After a teasing remark from Su Qin directed at Luke, the conversation swiftly shifted. Having little knowledge of amethyst, he inquired, "Luke, please enlighten me about what amethyst is." Before Luke could respond, the elderly gentleman boomed, "You rascals, get on the carriage. If you perform well tonight, I shall prepare lamb soup for you." Su Qin and Luke promptly boarded the cart, taking a seat at the rear. The cart was equipped with standing panels on either side, while the back remained open, securing a 1-meter-high wooden barrel with ropes to prevent it from tumbling. The 4-wheeled cart, though cumbersome in turns, provided a steady ride. As they exited the gate, they entered the main thoroughfare of Seagull Town, specifically the Outer Ring area. Uncle Fawn's residence was located on North Boulevard, surrounded by numerous narrow alleyways, which everyone preferred to avoid due to their dismal conditions. Upon leaving, a few other cargo carriers like Uncle Fawn were seen, and he drove the cart to greet them, exchanging pleasantries. Their discussions were varied, ranging from who was getting married, to noble gossip, and the exorbitant value of amethyst, as they gradually made their way southward toward the docks. As usual, Luke remained silent despite not having shared information about amethyst with Su Qin. He refrained from speaking in the presence of many. Seated in the cart, Su Qin observed passers-by clad in yellow robes along the main road, lost in thought. What kind of world is this? And why have I come to be in it? Surely, it cannot be merely a random crossing. Having arrived approximately a month ago, Su Qin reminisced about his journey from wandering in Runestone City to his fortuitous encounter with the uncle. The uncle, intrigued by Su Qin's eastern features, took him in, and he began assisting around Seagull Town, managing to survive. Snapping back to reality, Su Qin glanced at the streets flanking them. Most establishments were selling crafts, or food vendors of crafts simply spread a cloth on the ground to set up shop, while those selling food employed more elaborate setups. There were also merchants offering fabrics and garments, primarily in shades of yellow and gray, with linen being predominant, while larger stores sold woolen cloth. This quaint town serves as the administrative center of the Seagull domain, with Seagull Manor being the Lord's residence. Seagull Town is rather small, housing a mere 3,000 inhabitants, with the other 3 neighboring towns hosting fewer than 1,000 residents each. The cart continued its slow journey southward. Seagull Town, situated near Crab Bay, enjoys a temperate maritime climate, making it suitable for habitation year-round. Records indicate that the longest-lasting winter has never reached Blackwater Bay. As Su Qin's memories gradually returned to Blue Star, he began to comprehend the feeling of homesickness. As Su Qin and Luke remained in silence, an abrupt and thunderous sound erupted ahead, resembling the neighing of war horses, jolting Su Qin back to reality. He glanced at Luke and exclaimed, "Luke, it seems something has gone awry." Without hesitation, Luke grasped a harpoon from the cart, and Su Qin followed suit, seizing another harpoon. Upon dismounting the cart, they beheld a fierce battle unfolding in the distance. A throng of individuals, their heads shrouded in black cloth and clad in leather armor, wielding axes and shields, poured forth from a narrow alleyway. The assailants suddenly fanned out, revealing a squad of armored soldiers breaking through the crowd, their armor smeared with blood. Meanwhile, in the surrounding alleys, spectators peered from the second floors of houses, covertly observing the fray. Such turmoil typically spared innocent bystanders, yet the flames of conflict were rapidly encroaching upon Su Qin and Luke's cart. Realizing the imminent danger, they swiftly pulled Uncle Fawn away from the main thoroughfare, seeking refuge in the alley. Just as they reached the sanctuary of the alley, Uncle Fawn regained his senses, shouting, "My horse! I left it behind." The robust figure, standing around 6 feet tall, immediately turned around. In that moment, he witnessed several armored soldiers severing the reins of the cart's horses, aiding knights adorned with silver-feathered helmets, one of which bore a golden plume as they mounted their steeds. The black-clad soldiers, having spotted their target attempting to flee, began their pursuit. A voice resonated from somewhere, declaring, "Target is escaping. Failure to complete the mission will result in a level 3 penalty. Successful completion brings a level 2 reward for each. Reserve team, engage." Su Qin glanced over, noting the voice emanated from a second-floor window flanking the street, where a mass of soldiers clashed with the armored troops. Seeing his horse gradually encircled by a contingent of black-clad soldiers approaching from behind, Uncle Fawn attempted to rush forward. That horse was his lifeblood more precious than anything else. Su Qin and Luke strained to restrain Uncle Fawn, pulling him deeper into the alley. "Father, a horse can be replaced, but a life cannot." Sui netted. "Uncle, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Trust me, worst case, the 3 of us will toil day and night at the docks, and we will procure you another fine steed." Yet, they could not hold him back. Years of labor had endowed Uncle Fawn with tremendous strength. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Turning to see Luke, holding the harpoon aloft, staring blankly at him, confusion etched across his face. Uncle Fawn sensed warmth trickling down his neck. He touched it with his right index finger and tasted the metallic tang of blood. Then, he gradually collapsed, leaving Su Qin in shock, staring at Luke. "Oh, my filial son," he thought. Luke tilted his head, a wry smile forming as he remarked, "Father's mind seems muddled. I shall assist in remedying that." Without a word, Su Qin swiftly lifted Uncle Fawn's legs. Observing this, Luke placed the harpoon against the wall, wrapped his arms around Uncle Fawn's waist, while Su Qin hoisted his feet, and together, they slowly made their way deeper into the alley. Chapter 2, Awakening. Once Su Qin and Luke had transported Uncle Fawn to the innermost recess of the alley, they arrived at a tavern, where Luke promptly rapped on the door. A voice called out from within, "Who goes there?" Luke quickly replied, "Uncle Fawn, it is Luke. My father has been injured, and we seek a place to recuperate. That the lad from the Fane family? Coming quickly." A voice emanated from within, and soon the door swung open, revealing a short, red-haired man with a flushed face, as if he had indulged in too much drink. As soon as the trio entered, Faken peered outside for a moment before promptly shutting the grand mahogany door and securing the inner lock. He then inquired, "Luke, what on earth is happening outside?" "It's quite the chaos." That mob suddenly emerged from the refugee group. Fortunately, I acted swiftly to close the door, otherwise, we might have encountered the god of forging. Turning his gaze towards Su Qin, Faken remarked, "Is this the Eastern individual your father mentioned?" "His name is, if I recall correctly, Su Qin." Luke seized a bottle from the nearby table and took a hearty swig. "Indeed, it is Su Qin. By the way, uncle, do you have any healing potions? My father is bleeding." Faken ran his fingers through his red hair. In my haste to observe the outsiders, I completely forgot about my old friend. "Just a moment, I'll call Nak to fetch some medicinal wine." He called out to the second floor, "Nak, bring out the medicinal wine and bandages from the bedside drawer in my room and place them on the table." A voice from upstairs responded, "All right, father." Faken turned back with a smile. "Let's carry this old fellow to the bedroom upstairs." He led Su Qin and Luke in lifting Fane up the stairs. The tavern's ground floor comprised the kitchen, front desk, and seating, while the second floor housed 2 guest rooms and a master bedroom, with the restroom located in the outer corner. The two followed Faken, placing Fane on the bed in the master bedroom. Upon entering, they noticed a chubby lad of about 17 or 18 busily organizing items at a table: tweezers, bandages, and medicinal wine. Nak snapped back to reality, spotting Luke. "Shy Luke, what brings you to the tavern today?" Faken shot a glare at Nak. "And you dare to speak? At least he has a girl who fancies him. Look at you, I wager, even if I prepared a bouquet of rose gold, no girl would be interested. If you sneak over to the opposite courtyard again, I shall break your legs. Come now, help settle your Uncle Fane on the bed." Luke flashed a smile at Nak, as if to convey, "I take pride in having a girlfriend." Su Qin chuckled. The scene was indeed amusing. Nak hurried over to assist in adjusting Fane's position and then handed Faken the medicinal wine and cloth. Turning to Su Qin, he asked, "You are the Eastern individual, Su Qin?" Su Qin felt a twinge of amusement and thought, "Is being Eastern so peculiar?" After ensuring Fane was comfortably arranged, he sat at the bedside and replied, "You will become well acquainted with Easterners in due time." Nak scratched his head. "Hello, Su Qin," he continued. "I've heard that Easterners possess remarkable skills. What is your most impressive ability, Su Qin?" Su Qin pondered for a moment. "What could be my most remarkable skill?" He shook his head and replied, "Nak, that's just baseless chatter. I am just an ordinary person, much like you." Indeed, Su Qin is just like us. You have no idea how difficult it was for him in Shifeng City. "Let me tell you, Nak, Su Qin. Young men, it appears that this wound was inflicted by a wooden stick. Do those assailants wield such crude weapons?" Suddenly, Faken lifted his head and spoke, slowly wrapping up Fane's injury. Faken observed Su Qin and Luke as they exchanged glances. He understood the unspoken tension between them. "The horse is lost, isn't it?" came a low voice. Luke bowed his head, glancing at his father, and replied, "Uncle Faken, it seems we are in grave peril." With a sigh, Faken remarked, "You must exert yourselves more in the future. A nag is worth 5 gold coins, and it would take nearly a year to save that amount." Luke nodded, saying, "I plan to go to the docks to carry goods. I can earn 10 copper coins a day. With my father's savings of 6 silver coins a month, we should manage in about a year." Faken shook his head. In these times, horses held value, yet were scarce in the market. Nak crouched by the second-floor window, observing the bustling street outside, where a group of women gathered at the opposite window. Across the way was the Zine courtyard. Witnessing the unfolding scene was not bound by race, gender, or nationality. Suddenly, Nak closed the window, drawing the attention of the others. He spoke anxiously, "I saw a group pursuing 3 individuals who are running this way. There's another contingent of cloaked figures at the other end of the alley. They are about to be surrounded. There are hundreds of them." The red-haired Uncle Faken immediately whispered, "Nak, quickly fetch the iron spikes I concealed in the kitchen." Nak nodded and quietly descended the stairs. Uncle Faken turned back, his expression grave. "You two must remain silent and act wisely." Su Qin and Luke exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The 3 crouched by the wall beneath the window, straining their ears against the surface. In the alley, the 3 individuals noticed the throng of cloaked pursuers closing in and halted, positioning themselves back-to-back in the space between the tavern and the Zine courtyard, directly beneath Su Qin and his companions. The assailants, clad in black cloth and leather armor, brandished axes, striking their shields with a resounding clang. A masked figure emerged from the throng. Su Qin and the others held their breath, hearing the ominous sound of axes striking shields. A seasoned voice bellowed, "Damn you, Soli Juque. Do not think that your mask can conceal your identity from me. Fakin's expression darkened upon hearing the name. Soli Zuke's complexion turned ashen. Upon Nak's arrival, Fakin signaled for him to distribute the iron spikes among the others, then turned to the three young men, his expression tinged with bittersweet nostalgia. Ha ha, old man, I am curious how you deduce my identity. Speak, and I shall grant you a merciful end. Another voice chimed in, lacking the gravity of the first. Your ring betrayed you. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts, Marquis Honglei. Do you think you are worthy? Ha ha ha. Old man, what does it matter if you know it's me? How is it that your little iron can compare to the Lady Marquis? The little girl must be so frightened upon seeing us that she will hide within the castle and cover her eyes when we drop our trousers. A chorus of laughter erupted around them, imbued with palpable scorn. Do you truly believe, old man, that she can uphold the stronghold of Eagle's Nest? Curse that usurper. John Aaron, he is not the rightful heir. The church and the king will never acknowledge his legitimacy. Old man, it is futile to converse with you further. Today you shall meet the great sea god. First and second guards, advance. The one who claims a head shall receive a bounty of 100 gold pieces. To the rest, scour these 4 alleys, leave no trace. Upon hearing this, Su Qin and his companions felt a shiver run through them. Su Qin lamented his ill fortune, realizing that barely 2 months had passed, and he was already facing peril. The 4 of them, in tacit agreement, took hold of their makeshift hammers and cautiously positioned themselves at either side of the door, their gazes fixed upon the wooden barrier. Uncle Fakin remarked, "Little ones, it appears fortune has abandoned us today. It seems we are destined to encounter the god of forging. When they burst in, strike with all your might. Injuring one will suffice, but slaying one will yield rich rewards." Su Qin and his companions exchanged bittersweet smiles, resigned to their impending fate. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Qin's mind. System loading complete. Host has reached adulthood. Please select initial hereditary talent. Suin?
Chapter 3, Breaking Through. The system. Without delay, Su Qin immediately delved into the system information within his mind. Selectable talent 1, Red, Genius, First Generation. Any experience gained is increased by 50. Politics 5, Intelligence 5, Charisma 5. Selectable talent 2, Red, Hercules, First Generation, Strength 20. Weapon experience 50, Control of Vital Energy, Proficient in various combat techniques. Selectable talent 3, Red, Enchanting Beauty, First Generation, Charisma 20, Innate Nobility. All members of the opposite sex will be infatuated. The system, Hercules. Without hesitation, Su Qin chose Hercules. Suddenly, he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his body. His face flushing with energy. Su Qin gradually controlled his breathing, calming himself by regulating his vital energy. His unusual demeanor did not escape the gaze of the 4 onlookers. From the adjacent courtyard, cries for help echoed. "Oh, help! Please, I am willing to give you everything. My body is quite alluring. Is it not, noble knight? I implore you, kind sir." Unfortunately, the only response was the sound of anguished screams. Luke and the others exchanged glances, their faces etched with fear and determination, while Su Qin remained unafraid. He felt as if he possessed the strength to punch through the very earth itself. The sounds of the door being battered grew louder, and with a resounding crash, the sturdy mahogany door was breached. Su Qin swiftly pushed past the burly Uncle Fakin and opened the door, just as a group of assailants ascended the staircase. They were quite swift, eager to meet their demise. The attackers hesitated upon seeing Su Qin wielding a sledgehammer, their expressions wavering. They had never encountered such an aggressive civilian before. Su Qin glared fiercely at them, and they exchanged glances before raising their axes to strike. The staircase was neither too narrow nor too wide, capable of accommodating 4 individuals side by side. Su Qin observed the first assailant charging back toward him, his skill with the hammer evident. As the enemy's axe descended, Su Qin swung the sledgehammer with all his might, sending the axe flying, and followed up with a powerful kick, launching the assailant into the air. The man collided with the 5 or 6 individuals behind him, crashing into the stone wall, and then lay motionless on the ground. Su Qin swiftly picked up a long-handled axe from the floor, as bludgeoning weapons were ineffective against armored foes. He mercilessly brought the axe down upon the heads of the fallen adversaries. Oh no, the scene was too brutal to describe in detail. Afterward, Su Qin slowly descended the staircase, leaving the 3 who had just peeked out of the room in a state of shock, gazing at Su Qin in disbelief. Su Qin is this powerful? Not merely powerful, he was utterly monstrous. In less than a minute, the remaining dozen or so individuals downstairs, brandishing their long axes, wore expressions of sheer terror. Su Qing gradually descended the stairs, while the remaining assailants slowly retreated towards the entrance. Outside, the alleyway, scarcely wide enough for a single vehicle, was strewn with corpses before the tavern, and of the 3 feathered knights, only the golden feather knight remained. A crowd had gathered around, yet none dared to advance. A masked man shouted, "This old fool is at his last gasp. Attack from behind while the front holds back." Count Fusher began to turn in circles, defending himself and urging those around to step back, resembling a lion amidst a pack of hunting dogs. Suddenly, a voice bellowed, and the surrounding crowd surged forward like a frenzy. Count Fusher, wielding his great sword with both hands, began to swing it. Unfortunately, as the first axe struck his armor, the frequency of hits only intensified. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted from within the tavern. A figure flew out the main door, knocking down a cluster of people at the entrance, rendering them motionless. Emerging from the tavern like a deity of death, Su Qing was not immediately concerned with the chaotic assailants around him, but rather with the steel greatsword that lay abandoned on the ground. Was no one to retrieve it? Surely, if they did, it would have to be surrendered. With remarkable speed, he rode and seized the greatsword, and upon grasping it, he marveled at its lightness. This broken hammer was not heavy, nor was this great sword. His physical prowess had evidently reached an astonishing level. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed that the assailants were already closing in from behind, while those in front were eyeing him menacingly. Without hesitation, Su Qing rose, wielding his sword with a single hand, and swiftly severed the heads of those who encircled him with breathtaking speed. Ultimate strength translates into ultimate speed. Now was not the time for hesitation. Faltering would invite the onslaught of ravenous wolves. As the attackers fell, blood sprayed from their necks like small fountains. In that moment, Su Qing resembled a demon arisen from hell, drenched in blood, with crimson streaks adorning his face and dripping from his hair, a terrifying sight indeed. He instilled fear in the hearts of the surrounding assailants. Who had ever witnessed such a gruesome spectacle? Though unarmored, Su Qing's agility was remarkable. He swiftly turned to sever the axes of the 4 assailants who had approached from behind, then lifted his right leg. He must not allow them to encircle him. Thud! 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 The 4 men were struck in their midsections, their bodies propelled backward in a conical trajectory. With that kick, he shattered their spines, sending them hurtling away, where they collided with a group of 5 meters behind, rolling on the ground while clutching their abdomens in agony. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, the assailant lurking in the left alley began to tremble slightly, hesitating to advance further towards Su Qing. The terror emanating from Su Qing's gaze was akin to that of a malevolent dragon. He pressed on towards Count Fusher's direction with urgency. Given that Su Qing's martial prowess had reached an extraordinary level of 20, he possessed the strength of 200 grown men, rendering him nearly invincible. However, assailants still sought to press their attack from behind. With a fierce swing, Su Qing seized an axe and, with a powerful throw of his left hand, shattered the skull of the foremost attacker, splattering brain matter across the ground. He swiftly grabbed another axe and dispatched the second assailant with a similar fate. Seizing the moment, Su Qing bellowed, "Those who advance shall perish." His voice thundered like a lion's roar, echoing through the air without respite. He continued to take 2 more axes, obliterating the heads of 2 more foes. The attackers on the left faltered, their leader trembling with fear. Someone cried out, "A demon! Flee!" In an instant, the remaining assailants scattered in panic, their morale shattered. Such is the nature of battle. Morale is paramount. Once one person flees, a second and a third soon follow. Turning his attention forward, Su Qing pressed the attack. The assailants caught in the middle, intimidated by Su Qing, retreated immediately. Su Qing soon caught sight of Count Fusher's silhouette. Despite having sustained several wounds, his armor prevented him from succumbing to blood loss. He was 10 meters away from Su Qing, surrounded by a dozen conflicted attackers, who were equally fearful of the Count and of Su Qing. Thus, they all retreated to the right. However, the leader of the assault, Soli Jushue, sensed something amiss in the right alley. His subordinates, faces etched with terror, began to withdraw behind him. In that moment of distraction, Count Fusher seized the opportunity, plunging his great sword into Soli's chest. The sound of a steady voice emanated from the iron mask. "Soli, your greatest arrogance lies in your willingness to challenge the Golden Knight of the Fusher family for the sake of honor." With a swift motion, Count Fusher withdrew his sword, leaving Soli's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open in shock. Just as Count Fuchsia relaxed, a gleaming steel sword whizzed past him. Chapter 4. The Oath. In a fleeting moment of relaxation, Count Fuchsia was suddenly confronted by a great sword, its blade shimmering with light, that swept past him, splattering his face with blood. It turned out that Su Qing had severed the heads of 2 assailants who had attempted to strike at the Count's neck. The knight stood still, aware that his neck and shoulders were vulnerable. Count Fuchsia gazed in astonishment at the short-haired youth before him, a young man with black hair and dark eyes, unmistakably of Eastern descent. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Later that evening, Su Qing found himself seated in the tavern's first floor, quietly sipping on inferior barley wine. A group of maids busily carried buckets of hot water up to the second floor, while bloodied cups were being replaced one after another. Surrounding him were soldiers clad in leather armor, their faces reflecting a sense of melancholy as they gazed toward the upper level. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a scholar's robe appeared at the staircase, emerging from the second floor. With a white beard and snow-white hair, his gaze was gentle. He surveyed the room and, upon spotting Su Qing, called out, "Young man of the East, please come up." All eyes turned toward Su Qing. He nodded slightly, setting down his cup, rising to his feet, and retrieving his great sword before ascending the stairs. Inside the room, Uncle Feng had long since disappeared, having awakened to join Uncle Faken and the others to check on his horse. In his place stood Count Fuchsia, looking haggard yet with a piercing gaze. By his bedside stood 5 nobles dressed in fine attire, alongside a young girl and 2 boys. They regarded Su Qing with expressions of admiration, surprise, envy, and scrutiny as he entered. Su Qing approached the bedside, where Count Fuchsia nodded toward the girl and the 2 boys. The girl, clutching her dress, approached Su Qing and performed a noble courtesy, while the boys placed their hands over their hearts and bowed slightly. Their eyes glistened with tears, filled with gratitude and perhaps something more profound. Su Qing acknowledged the girl with a slight nod and gently ruffled the hair of the 2 boys, allowing them to depart. As the girl brushed past him, her long black hair intentionally grazed his arm. All this was observed by the onlookers, and Count Fuchsia regarded the girl, then turned his gaze back to Su Qing, his sharp eyes lost in thought. His right index finger tapped lightly on the bed's edge, catching the attention of one of the nobles, whose expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. The scholar followed Su Qing to the bedside, where Count Fuchsia instructed Su Qing to stand beside him. He then surveyed the room and spoke, "Everyone, please take a seat. As for barren feet, you shall remain standing." Thus, 4 nobles, 1 scholar, and Su Qing formed a circle around the window, with one still standing. Count Fuchsia closed his eyes, gradually reopening them as he turned to barren feet and said slowly, "Feet, do you recognize your error?" A middle-aged nobleman at the foot of the bed immediately stood up, while another nobleman beside him delivered a swift kick, causing Fed to collapse to the ground. Fed lay prostrate, his head slightly raised, his eyes filled with desperation. He uttered, "My lord, I never anticipated they would hide among the refugees." "Silence!" barked the fierce nobleman nearby. Count Fuchsia cast a sidelong glance to the right before returning his gaze to Su Qing, then turned to Fed and said, "Fed Grafson, tell me, how did those Polaxes arrive in Seagull Town? Were your guards blind? Are they mere buffoons?" Fed attempted to respond, but Count Fuchsia interjected, "Enough. You are no longer a nobleman. Fed Doli, I hereby strip you of your status as a knight and baron of the Fuchsia family. Leave at once. Tomorrow, the Seagull Town Guard will be disbanded. You and your brother must depart from the Fuchsia territory. If I see you after tomorrow, you may find yourself heading to the Black Castle in the north." Fed, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed several times, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Slowly, he rose, retrieving from his cloak a piece of sheepskin, a silver feather, and a white silver brooch shaped like a seagull, placing them gently on the ground before retreating from the room. Once he had exited, Count Fuchsia erupted in laughter, glancing at the remaining individuals. He took Su Qing's hand and addressed the assembled nobles, "Young man, please introduce yourself to everyone. Which family do you hail from? Who is your mentor? What brings you to the Valley Kingdom?" All eyes turned to Su Qing, who nodded in acknowledgement. Looking into their expectant gazes, he began, "My lord, my name is..." Before he could finish, Count Fuchsia interrupted him with a smile, "I am Alan Fuchsia. You may call me Lord Alan. By the way, scholar Dan possesses a truth gem, so do try to speak truthfully. I am quite curious as to why someone from the East would know the common tongue of Westeros. Where does your power originate?" Su Qing glanced at the scholar, pondering, "A magical artifact. This world seems quite complex." After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well. Lord Alan, given my remarkable abilities, I recognize the need for decorum among these nobles. He paused, then stated, my name is Su Qing. I found myself in Fushur City upon opening my eyes, and I have yet to comprehend why I understand the common tongue. I am but a wandering refugee without a mentor, and my strength is merely an innate talent. Count Fushur regarded the scholar, who nodded in affirmation. Alan then inquired, Su Qing, have you ever committed any legal transgressions? Su Qing tilted his head, pondering the notion of legal offenses. He mused internally. Does watching videos late at night count as breaking the law? Is stealing a lollipop from a child in the park considered bullying? Engaging in online disputes and insulting others? Is that a crime? Su Qing gazed humbly at the scholar and said, My lord Yolan, I have committed no crime. The scholar paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Yolan cast a comforting glance at Su Qing and remarked with a smile, Then you are indeed the most innocent among us. He then turned to the fierce-looking nobleman and inquired, Sir Tor, have you not engaged in the slave trade and thus committed a crime? The imposing nobleman, visibly embarrassed, glanced at Su Qing and replied with a slight chuckle, My lord Yolan, I was once caught by the Duke for trading a considerable number of common slaves, which led to the revocation of my title. Were it not for your ransom, I would have long been sent to the Black Castle. Yolan chuckled lightly and then pointed to the refined nobleman, saying, Baron Kevin, have you ever committed a crime? Kevin, equally embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile and confessed, My lord, I once violated a man and was confined by the clergy to study ethics for 3 years. The crowd nodded in a nonchalant manner, clearly aware of the incident. Kevin grimaced, wishing the subject had not been brought up. Su Qing's eyes widened in surprise. He had not known of such matters. His expression successfully captured the attention of the gathering, eliciting a wave of suppressed laughter. Yolan surveyed the room and chuckled, All right, everyone, let us cease our laughter. He then turned to Su Qing and asked, Do you know why I inquired about your past crimes? Looking into Yolan's piercing eyes, Su Qing shook his head and replied, My lord, I do not know. Yolan nodded thoughtfully and began, Su Qing, whether noble or commoner, there are certain crimes in Westeros that one must never commit. The first is kinslaying, the gravest crime against the kingdom and the seven. The second is the violation of sworn oaths, a serious transgression against both the kingdom and the seven. The third is the worship of false gods, the most egregious offense against the seven. With his dark hair cascading beside his face, Yolan earnestly advised Su Qing, Remember, these 3 transgressions are those you must avoid. Su Qing met Yolan's gaze and affirmed, My lord, I shall remember. Yolan nodded and then posed a question, Are you willing to become my knight and swear fealty to me? I shall grant you the title of Baron of Seagull. The town of Seagull will henceforth be yours, and you will oversee the livelihood of the inhabitants of the 4 towns within the Seagull domain. Yolan fixed his gaze upon Su Qing. His eyes filled with hope and a hint of pleading. Su Qing's expression wavered in uncertainty when suddenly, a voice from the system declared, Ownership of territory can unlock the territory system. He was taken aback, for he understood the arduous path to nobility. An ordinary individual without lineage must navigate the ranks from squire to knight to noble. However, the crux of the matter lay in the necessity of owning land. Only with land and noble title can one possess substantial claims. Land is the lifeblood of nobility, a personal estate that is not easily relinquished to outsiders. As local nobility typically occupies such territories, sacred and inviolable, it is typically challenging to seize, unless the lord dies without an heir. Moreover, although the reasons behind the system's decision to transport Su Qing remain a mystery, he must strive for what benefits him. This olive branch must be grasped, for its acceptance would furnish him with the means to establish his place in the world. Suddenly, Su Qing rose promptly, kneeling on one knee, his right hand resting upon his chest. Count Alan, I wish to become your knight, he declared. As Su Qing lifted his gaze, he observed Alan nodding with approval. Alan beckoned to the right, and a knight approached, presenting a sword. Alan slowly rose, placing the sword upon Su Qing's shoulder. Su Qing, I will recite a line, and you shall pledge your oath in response. To possess such a valiant knight is indeed my honor. Very well, my lord, Count Alan exclaimed, filled with immense joy. Chapter 5. Establishing authority. Farn and Faken gazed with pride and satisfaction at the figure upon the elevated platform. Though Farn's horse was lost, he had acquired a new one today. Su Qing stood in the center square of Seagull Town, flanked by a regiment of 20 soldiers, the elite spear guards under the command of Alan. Although unfamiliar with Su Qing, they had certainly heard whispers of his ferocity. Nevertheless, they now stood as his personal guards. Surveying the bustling crowd below, Su Qing nodded to his side, prompting 2 of his guards to approach the bell. With a mighty pull of the rope, they rang the bell resoundingly for a full minute, gradually silencing the throng. Among the crowd were farmers, merchants, craftsmen, children, vagabonds, and fishermen. Su Qing observed the sea of faces, along with the 300 or so spear guards encircling the square. Some soldiers had gone to the Kiln fortress to guard against candle caves. Count Alan had yet to depart. He watched from a distance. But today, Su Qing was the focal point of Seagull Town. Raising his voice and gesturing for silence, Su Qing declared, "Allow me to introduce myself." His gaze fell upon Alan's group, and Alan nodded in acknowledgement. Standing atop the platform, he proclaimed, "I am Su Qing, hailing from the east. Yesterday, I had the honor of fighting for Count Alan of the Runestone, vanquishing 47 assailants and safeguarding Seagull Town." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "What? He slew 47 attackers? How formidable!" A group of youths began to whisper. Not only did he slay 47 assailants, but he also saved the Count's life. Moreover, he rescued the owner of the Redstone Tavern and some of the maidens from the inn. Came a response from another. "Lord Su Qing is truly impressive. I especially adore the inexpensive Redstone Ale," exclaimed one enthusiast. Suddenly, a companion tugged at his sleeve, and upon looking up, he was met with Su Qing's piercing gaze, which sent a chill through the crowd, silencing their chatter. Outside the square, Count Alan turned to the nearby sir and remarked, "What do you think, Baron Boris? This lad possesses quite the presence, does he not?" Boris nodded slowly, acknowledging the unyielding authority exuded by Su Qing. He found it intriguing. Su Qing, using his gaze to command silence once more, continued, "As a knight of Count Alan and the master of Seagull Town, I now issue 3 edicts to you all." He scanned the crowd, ensuring everyone listened intently, for these decrees pertained to each individual present. Pointing to a row of tables and chairs, he stated, "First, residents of Seagull Town who own property or businesses must register their family information. Those who complete this registration accurately will receive 30 pounds of grain after verification by my appointed officials. In these times, 30 pounds of grain could sustain 2 individuals for months." The crowd gasped in delight, many covering their mouths in joyful astonishment. Who wouldn't relish such a boon? Suddenly, a young man seated on the ground spoke up, "Lord Su Qing, can we, the refugees, also register?" Su Qing cast a glance at the ragged commoner, a twinge of melancholy stirring within him. He gestured towards the refugee area and proclaimed, "Refugees shall register as families, each receiving a meager allotment of 30 pounds of grain. Though this quantity is scant, I seek merely a formality. It is imperative that the refugees endeavor to secure employment opportunities for themselves. Once the provisions are distributed, they will not live as cohesive families, as there are no bonds to unite them. However, I simply wish to conduct a preliminary investigation into the conditions of the residents." After a moment's hesitation, Su Qing continued, "It is mandated that each family must consist of 5 individuals to be registered as one unit. Those without a family or unaccompanied minors must voluntarily register. I shall randomly group you, and each unit will still receive 30 pounds of grain." He surveyed the crowd below and asked, "What objections do you have to this initial decree?" The assemblage murmured in excitement, and someone shouted, "Lord Su Qing." This incited a chorus of cheers, "Lord Su Qing! Lord Su Qing!" Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Qing felt a sense of assurance. He could afford the grain. He then bellowed, "Silence, please." The crowd fell instantly quiet. He added, "I must also express my gratitude to my lord, Lord Yolen, the Master of Runes. He has generously provided me with funds and is willing to offer compensation to all of you. Furthermore, under the guidance of Count Yolen, I shall introduce a series of policies beneficial to everyone." The crowd erupted in cheers for the Count. In these times, the common folk's applause was an invocation of his name. Once the clamor subsided, Su Qing cast a glance towards Yolen, who nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qing pressed on, "Yet, among us lurks a faction intent on harming Lord Yolen. Therefore, I hereby issue a second decree. Anyone who reports suspicious activities or households harboring dubious individuals will be rewarded with 30 pounds of grain and 1 silver coin for each report. I shall investigate each allegation thoroughly, and those who falsely accuse will face consequences." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out, "Lord Su Qing, I wish to report the timber merchant, Callan. A few days ago, he led a group into the lumberyard, armed with axes, claiming they were going to fell trees in the rosewood forest. However, I saw them sneak into an alley early yesterday morning. My parents and I can attest to this, as we needed to rise early to fish. A commoner standing at the forefront pointed at one of the merchants in the group. Turning his gaze, Su Qing noted that the merchants surrounding Callan hastily distanced themselves from him, effectively isolating him. Panic gripped Callan's face as he realized he had been reported. He donned a hat and attempted to blend into the crowd, but the merchants pushed him back. 2 armed guards promptly advanced, apprehending him. In a state of fear, Callan pointed accusingly at several merchants behind him, exclaiming, "You were complicit. I want to report Mark and Donna. They were involved too. Do not let me bear the burden alone." Su Qing smirked, unexpectedly revealing his intentions. The guards seized 2 individuals pushed forward by the merchant group just in time. He directed them to bring all 3 to him, lifting Callan with a menacing glare towards the crowd. Given that Callan did not confess, he shall redeem himself. I spare him the death penalty but confiscate his assets in Seagull Town. He then pointed at the other 2. However, these 2 have committed the heinous crime of plotting against Sir Alan and have refused to confess. Their offenses are egregious. I beseech Sir Alan to allow me to execute them publicly. From a distance, Sir Alan spoke, "Act according to Sir Su Qing's wishes." Su Qing nodded, instructing the guards to restrain Mark and Donna, positioning them at the execution platform, which was merely a few meters away from him. Suddenly, the 2 men hurriedly exclaimed, "My lord, I wish to report, I wish to report." Su Qing callously threw Callan to the ground, disregarding their pleas. One was sufficient, and the need to establish authority was paramount. With a command, 2 heads rolled onto the ground. The crowd initially gazed at Su Qing in terror before erupting in cheers. For he continued, "Those who report will come forth to receive a silver coin. As for the grain I have acknowledged, it shall be distributed to all in due course." Su Qing shot a warning glare at Callan. This was a signal. Callan, trembling, lay prostrate on the ground, fixated on the severed heads and the blood pooling around them. His face a mask of fear intermingled with a glimmer of hope. Su Qing had achieved his objective. He turned back to the podium and addressed Callan. "Callan, lead your guards to apprehend your accomplices. The better you perform, the more favorable your situation will be, perhaps even absolving you of your sins." A grand promise indeed. Soon, Callan, accompanied by a contingent of Alan's personal guards, commenced the hunt among the crowd, with residents instinctively parting to allow passage, though chaos ensued momentarily. However, it was swiftly quelled, as a surrounding ring of several hundred regular troops ensured order. The populace took it upon themselves to assist in capturing the traitors. Mindful that these individuals sought to massacre their kin, an abhorrence that stirred their animosity. Before long, 34 individuals were dragged from the throng by the civilians, and Su Qing ordered his subordinates to escort them to the Lord's castle dungeon awaiting their fateful day of reckoning. The day of judgment required a display of bloodshed. Yet it must not be excessive, lest it terrify the populace. Meanwhile, beside the square, Alan joyfully remarked to Boris, "Boris, what do you think of Su Qing?" Boris, gazing in Su Qing's direction, replied calmly, "A masterful display of intimidation and authority. My lord, you may have struck gold. He is likely to unearth many conspirators." Boris served as Alan's Minister of Finance. Upon hearing this, Alan laughed heartily, signaling several surrounding lords to depart with him. His presence was no longer required here. That evening, he would leave Seagull Town, needing to return to Gemstone City to investigate certain matters. He did not believe there were no traitors within Gemstone City. Chapter 6. The castle. Following the clamor surrounding the second decree, Su Qing promulgated the third decree. Seagull Town shall enjoy a year of tax exemption. Furthermore, I require the enlistment of 100 soldiers, each to receive a monthly stipend of 3 silver coins. Currently, refugees need not apply. You may return to inform your families and friends. Please come to the square to register this afternoon. He uttered this simple statement and departed with resolute clarity. Under the protection of 20 loyal guards, Su Qing left the crowd and boarded a carriage, making his way to the Lord's castle estate. He still needed to organize the possessions of the former lord. Naturally, there were no hard currencies like gold coins. Who would ever refuse gold? A few civil officials remained in the square, as it was unnecessary for him to handle every matter personally. Luke and Nak flanked the carriage, having already become Su Qing's nightly attendants. Meanwhile, the throng in Seagull Square, comprising merchants, commoners, and minor landowners, erupted in cheers. For Su Qing had promised a year without taxes. This was an unprecedented promise among the nobility. For the aristocrats, the residents were mere private property, and a 60 tax rate was considered lenient. Notably, the public tax rate in Seagull Town was ostensibly 40, from which 40 was paid to the noble lord. A 1-year tax reprieve could save countless lives. Consequently, Su Qing's name spread throughout Seagull Town and even reached Eagle's Nest City and the King of Veloc's direct territorial. An amusing anecdote circulated. In the Valley Kingdom, a small town within the territory of the Runestone, a baron had granted a year of tax exemption. For the nobility, it was a jest, but for the commoners, it was a lifeline. In these times, gold coins sometimes held less value than a good reputation. As Su Qing sat in the carriage, he summoned the system. System, open the territory panel. Before him appeared a screen visible only to him, displaying a large map along with several menus. Among the options were World Map, Summon, Shop, Faith, Warehouse. He first opened the World Map. Within the map, Seagull Town was merely marked as a castle, representing a habitation. To the south lay Crab Bay, to the east, Runestone City, while the rest was shrouded in mist. Curiously, he clicked on Seagull Territory, and immediately information about Seagull Town materialized. Seagull Territory, Level 1 Town, Jurisdiction, Seagull Town, Augustus Castle, Keel Castle, H Castle, Lord, Su Qing. Family Emblem, Undetermined, Family Population, 1, Population, within the protection of the 4 castles, 5,000 individuals, approximately 3,000 adults, around 1,000 children, and 500 elderly, with 500 being vagrants. Resources, redwood forest, blacksmith shop, fishing port. Farm, tax revenue, 4,025, gold months, resident tax of Lord's Industries, grain income, 2,000,3600 units year, tax estate output, technology, Seagull Territory's technology is at the late Middle Ages. Early Renaissance, Seagull Territory culture, Westerosi Undo culture, convertible culture, Han. With the transformation comes abundant benefits. The Han civilization offers an opportunity to recruit the Red, Epic, civilization. Contingent upon the people's cultural acceptance of Chinese characters and their faith in the Dragon God. The military consists of 20 gunmen and armored guards, with 2 attendants. As the system shut down, Su Qing began to ponder his next steps. Westeros. That name sounded vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Westeros. Game of Thrones. Su Qing's body trembled as he recalled a multitude of names and families. The Targaryens, Starks, Baratheons, and Lannisters, those 4 great houses vying for supremacy. The Tyrells, Highgarden, and Sunspear. The 4 major families of the Iron Islands. The Aryans, the shadowy power behind the scenes. The Cold God. The 7 gods. The Lord of Light. The Many-Faced God. A plethora of deities from whom he needed to gather more information. After a moment of deep contemplation, Su Qing inquired, Nak. Are you familiar with the title of the Duke of the Vale? The slightly overweight Nak, having recognized Su Qing as their lord, promptly replied, Of course, my lord. I have often heard in the tavern that the Duke of the Vale is Lord Targaryen. Targaryen? I have not heard of him, Su Qing murmured, before continuing. How many princes and princesses does Duke Gedda have? Nak responded, Lord Su Qing, Lord Gedda has 1 prince and 1 princess. The prince is named Slout Arryn, and the princess is called Ishel Arryn. Unfortunately, Prince Slout was snatched away by a giant eagle during a hunt in his youth, leaving no trace behind. Currently, Lord Gedda has only Princess Ishel, who is the Iron Oak's Baroness. A wave of concern washed over Su Qing. It seemed he had traversed into an era where he was entirely unfamiliar with the figures. Suddenly recalling something, he urgently asked, Nak. Is there a prince named John Arryn in the Vale? Nak pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Ah, John Arryn is the Baron of the Eyrie. A nephew of Duke Gedda, located just northwest of our territory. Su Qing stood in stunned silence, muttering to himself, This is dire. John Arryn is the primary male heir. And I have never heard of Ishel Arryn. Then, a thought struck him. Although Westeros practiced male preference primogeniture, queens had indeed existed in the past. Crucially, Ishel possessed a domain. Generally, princesses do not command territories, but possessing one conferred a formidable claim over the Vale. It appeared that John and Ishel would be contending for control over the Vale. As for the Earl of Stones, it seemed he sided with Ishel. A wry smile crossed Su Qing's face as he discerned the likely outcome. John would likely prevail. Would he find himself on a sinking ship? Nevertheless, since he was here, he would adapt. Having a system might still turn the tide in his favor. Then Su Qing opened his attribute panel. Su Qing, inheritance of Huaxiu culture, 5 dimensions, command 10, politics 10, intelligence 10, charm 10, valor 20, hereditary bloodline, Walong, awakening pending. Hercules, associated deities, dragon god, specific belief system to be unlocked upon cultural transformation of the territory into Han, lifespan 24,120. Su Qing was somewhat astonished. Not by his attributes, but by the associated deities and the Huanglong bloodline. This indicated the existence of gods in this world. The presence of gods meant that religious conflicts were inevitable, and possibly quite fierce. Moreover, he needed to find a way to summon some talents and see how to apply them in the real world. Lost in thought, Su Qing sat in the carriage and soon arrived at Seagull Castle Manor. Upon entering, he was greeted by the expansive Seagull Garden, which was vast. Surrounded by 4-meter-high city walls, the inner side featured aerial towers, and the passageways were rather spacious, resembling a small fortress. Passing through the garden led to the stables, the soldiers' quarters, and the training grounds. Beyond that, a large open area housed the Lord's residence, a castle towering over 40 meters, providing a panoramic view of the entire estate. Moss scattered atop the castle indicated its long history. At the castle entrance, several individuals stood flanking the grand door, with a middle-aged woman positioned in the center. As Su Qing approached, the crowd immediately bent at the waist and bowed, greeting him with, "Greetings, Lord." The chorus of female voices was quite pleasant. Su Qing counted 11 individuals, all women, 2 middle-aged and 9 young maidens whose appearances were rather unremarkable, as the more attractive ones had long been taken by the former lord. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qing instructed, "Please rise and attend to your duties. Head maid, lead me to the study." The maid team entered the castle to manage cleaning, laundry, and other chores. Subsequently, Su Qing, accompanied by Nak and Luke, followed the head maid into the castle. Upon entering, they encountered a small plaza adorned with several wells and decorative items, with houses surrounding it. The lord's residence was directly ahead in the main keep. Su Qing, guided by the head maid, slowly walked inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by lavish decorations, sturdy stone columns, enormous glass windows, and an array of sofas, chairs, and a fireplace with bookshelves. Numerous rooms flanked both sides, with the northern side housing the dining room, armory, training room, and more. With just the living room spanning several thousand square meters. The head maid led the three to the second floor, which was even more spacious, featuring a corridor wide enough for 4 people. On either side of the corridor were large glass windows and sturdy mahogany doors. As Su Qing passed through, he marveled at the castle, exclaiming, "This is true wealth." Luke and Nak occasionally tilted their heads, admiring the oil paintings on the walls and the flower pots on the floor. Suddenly, the head maid halted and turned, saying, "My lord, we have arrived at the study." Su Qing glanced at her and instructed, "You and Luke remain outside the door. You may take turns familiarizing yourselves with the first and second floors. I need to go inside to retrieve some items." The head maid nodded and departed with Nak, leaving Luke stationed outside the room as a guard. Su Qing took out a key, unlocked the door, and stepped into the study, heading straight for the bookshelves. Chapter 7. The Summoning. As Su Qing stepped through the threshold, he was greeted by rows of bookshelves encircling the room. Fortunately, it was daytime, and there was no need to light candles. The shelves were firmly pressed against the walls, with only the window side left unadorned by books. 2 long benches faced each other beside the windows, while a substantial table occupied the center, capable of seating 4 or 5 individuals. The room also housed 2 single beds, discreetly positioned behind the benches, exuding a simplicity that was both functional and unpretentious. Recalling the words of the previous owner, Su Qing remembered how he had expressed unwavering loyalty towards Yolun, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding his capabilities. The contract of servitude was likely concealed behind the dark wall of one of the bookshelves. After a brief search, he finally located the hidden switch. Upon opening the door, he discovered a stack of servitude contracts within. Taking a seat by the window, he meticulously unfolded the stack, scrutinizing each document with care. After nearly an hour, Su Qing concluded his examination of the contracts belonging to all the residents of the estate. Rubbing his eyes, he mused that the majority left behind were likely those who had fallen out of favor. With such a vast estate and fields, it was astonishing that only a little over 100 individuals remained. Slowly rising, he returned the contracts to their hiding place, closed the secret door, repositioned the bookshelf, and settled at the desk. Su Qing began to contemplate his current predicament. Indeed, he did not feel secure. In this moment, both the Mad King and Riga were still at large, the 4 great duchies had yet to rebel, and Tywin lurked like a venomous serpent, coveting the lands of King S Landing. The world's trajectory had altered, leaving uncertainty about whether the Night King in the north had also changed. All was shrouded in mystery, which signified peril and dread. Furthermore, the conflict over the inheritance of the Vale between Isho Arryn and Jon Arryn had embroiled him in the struggle. After rubbing his eyes once more, Su Qing glanced at the time, realizing it was afternoon. He reclined on the bed in the study and drifted into slumber. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. Waking gradually, Su Qing lay in bed and accessed the exchange system. The exchange system displayed a mere 10 items for trade: corn seeds. Exchange price: 1,000 gold coins per set, too expensive. Next. Chili seeds, exchange price: 5,000 gold coins per set, beyond my means. Next. Steel forging technique: 5,000 gold coins. Next. Yin-yang dragon crystal. Next. Next. Having perused the list, Su Qing stared at the ceiling, feeling like a hapless wretch. It dawned on him that he was decidedly impoverished, with only 50 gold coins to his name, funded by the Earl. 1,000 copper, 10 silver. 1 gold. The treasures within the shop were all beyond his reach. He could only afford a single set of antibiotics. Antibiotics, 10 gold coins per set. 10 capsules. He cast a final glance. Refresh time, first day of every month. After thoughtful consideration, Su Qing exchanged for the antibiotics. The capsules were a valuable commodity in this era, and he tucked them away into his cloak. His gaze then shifted to the summoning menu, summoning, prior to the cultural transition of the main territory. It is possible to selectively summon souls of blue and white tier individuals to enhance the qualities of those in the real world. At present, the character template belongs to the Han Empire of China prior to the year 280 AD. There exists a possibility of summoning figures from other dynasties. However, due to specific reasons, characters from the Ming dynasty and beyond cannot be summoned. Su Qing abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "This is truly extraordinary." After contemplating, he inquired, "System, if I summon Elbu and give him to someone in reality, will they inherit his personality and memories?" The system replied, "No. The inheritance ability operates on a cumulative basis, only increasing and never decreasing. Each investment yields returns, altering abilities without changing memories." Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued, "Can I specify a dynasty or an army for the summoning?" "Yes," came the response. Without hesitation, Su Qing activated the summoning button, and a series of options immediately appeared: dynasty, civil officials, military generals, military, political culture, stunning individuals. There were indeed numerous choices. After some consideration, Su Qing set the dynasty to the Three Kingdoms, a period renowned for its abundance of talent, and decided to test the waters. He clicked the button, and the system presented him with an option: would you like to spend 50 gold coins to randomly summon a blue character or 10 gold coins to summon a white character? Su Qing began to ponder whether to summon. Spending 50 gold coins was out of the question. But could a white character summoned for 10 gold coins be of any use? He hesitated briefly before decisively clicking yes. He then selected the character type as civil official and the dynasty as the Han dynasty. Suddenly, a burst of white light filled the screen, indicating a successful summoning. Upon reviewing the summoned character's attributes, Su Qing immediately straightened up. County clerk, increases original character's political skill by 3, intelligence by 2. Loyalty must reach 90 for utilization. Note, in the real world, one person has only one opportunity for use. The increase was indeed substantial. After examining his own martial attributes, Su Qing comprehended the significance of each point. For instance, a political attribute of 1 signifies a person's capacity to manage affairs, while intelligence reflects their ability to handle events adeptly and establish an information network. Su Qing's template is quite impressive. Su Qing's attributes: Command 10, Politics 10, Intelligence 10. Charisma 10, Martial 20. He is currently capable of commanding a troop of 1,000 individuals, managing the administrative affairs of a level 10 city, devising strategies, and potentially forming an effective intelligence network. His martial prowess, particularly in strength, is equivalent to that of 200 ordinary militiamen, while others may possess skill in martial arts. Su Qing's martial ability largely relies on sheer strength. If this template were to be directly given to Elbu, the attributes would be immediately applicable. However, considering that one person has only one opportunity, caution is warranted. For now, Su Qing would refrain from using it on him. He intends to cultivate them into trusted confidants for greater benefit. Moreover, Su Qing recalled the city-state levels and flipped through the system's explanation regarding those tiers. Level 1 town, 1,000 official residence. Level 2, 2,000 official residence. Level 5, 5,000 residence. Level 6, 10,000 residence. Level 10 比100, 000 residence. Once a count's territory reaches 100,000 residents, The Lord's location will officially become a city. The city boasts an additional faith bonus, with each household comprising at least 3 individuals. The seagull territory spans over 600 square kilometers, and if developed properly, it could transform into a formidable city. Such a city could muster tens of thousands of soldiers, which is rather terrifying for this world. Su Qing took another glance at the shop, which was rather peculiar. This time, there were only about 10 types of goods available. Yet they included modern pharmaceuticals like antibiotics, as well as magical items such as yin-yang dragon crystals. He felt a twinge of anxiety about how the inventory would refresh next month. The system brought him some apprehension, reminding him that matters were rarely straightforward. Once organized, Su Qing stepped out of his room, finding Luke alone on guard. He briefly surveyed Luke's panel information. Luke, command, 0, politics, 0, intelligence, 1, charisma, 1, valor, 1, loyalty, 92, faithful service. After a quick glance, he promptly closed it. Luke required further nurturing. Nevertheless, his loyalty was sufficient, indicating that as long as he did not engage in excessively reckless actions, he would not betray Su Qing. Upon seeing Su Qing emerge, Luke immediately greeted, "My lord." "Good evening." His identity had irrevocably changed. Su Qing patted Luke's shoulder and said, "Luke, come, accompany me for dinner." Under Luke's guidance, Su Qing slowly descended the stairs. Inquiring along the way, where did Ned go? With a spear in hand, Luke reflected on how his former comrade had now become his lord, wielding the power of life and death over all the inhabitants of the territory. Not daring to delay, Luke quickly replied, "My lord. Ned has gone to assist the head maid with meal preparations. This afternoon, we took turns familiarizing ourselves with the Lord's castle under the maid's guidance." Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall, a spacious room featuring a table extending 7 to 8 meters in length and over a meter in width. Laden with an abundance of food, 2 slightly elegant maids stood inside the door, gently calling out to Su Qing, "My lord." The bureaucrats responsible for registering and distributing rewards and provisions have returned. Su Qing nodded and, surveying the long dining table, instructed the maid beside him, "Bring them over to dine with us." These bureaucrats were originally the former lord's officials, not his own, but it was not the right time to replace them. Instead, he needed to cultivate their allegiance and discern which could be turned into allies and which would need to be replaced. Chapter 8. The banquet in the dining hall on the ground floor of the castle. This was not the dining room of the lord's family, but rather the place where the civil and military officials dined when visiting the castle. The dining quarters for the lord were of a far superior arrangement. The table was laden with steaming dishes, lamb soup, bread, sausages, vegetable salad, fruit, and roasted lamb. Seated at the eastern side of the long table was Su Qing, flanked by Luke and Nak, who were engaged in conversation about the happenings within the castle. "My lord, there are an abundance of rooms in the castle. It is quite overwhelming," Nak remarked enviously. Su Qing smiled and replied, "Theoretically, this castle should accommodate quite a number of people, but currently, only the ground floor seems to have a semblance of liveliness. You may each find 2 rooms to settle in for the time being. The ground floor is primarily designated for guests and officials who cannot return home." After a moment's reflection, Su Qing turned to Nak and inquired, "By the way, Nak, do you believe you are suited for the position of provisions officer?" With a thump on his chest, Nak confidently declared, "I believe I am well suited for this role. My lord. Today as meals were prepared by myself and some of the remaining servants. We ensured that each dish was tasted by the cook before serving, and I sampled the flavors. Everything is satisfactory." Su Qing nodded, reassured that entrusting him with the logistics would pose no issues, especially considering his loyalty exceeded 90, signifying unwavering fidelity. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the door swung open, and a throng of individuals filed in, most bearing weary expressions, likely worn from the afternoon's registration duties. Su Qing immediately gestured for attention. Once he officially announced the commencement of the banquet, the guests began to wield their knives and forks, some initially whispering among themselves. But upon noticing Su Qing's indifference, they began to converse boisterously about various matters. Some spoke of the recent sightings of peculiar creatures in Pentos, while others discussed matrimonial proposals for their daughters, a cacophony of topics. Su Qing surveyed the dignitaries and officials seated at the long table with satisfaction. Turning to his left, he addressed the newly appointed Minister of Internal Affairs, Trung. "Was your work today smooth? Did you encounter any difficulties?" In a discreet check of his primary attributes, Trung Augustus, politics 2, intelligence 2, loyalty 75, he mused quietly, "Not bad. A loyalty exceeding 50 indicates he would not easily betray. The elder Chang regarded the newly appointed seagull baron with utmost seriousness, not daring to exhibit any negligence, for Su Qing had eliminated many. And his reputation and methods had instilled both fear and respect among these lesser nobles. Gradually, Chang spoke, "My lord, today as work proceeded quite smoothly. However, the number of individuals requiring registration was substantial. We successfully completed the registration of formal residents, totaling to 131 individuals across approximately 500 households. Detailed addresses and populations have been recorded, and I have instructed the refugees to form groups for registration tomorrow." Su Qing nodded appreciatively, responding, "You have worked hard, well done." "My lord, it is my honor to pledge my loyalty to you," Chang replied. Su Qing then turned his attention to his right, addressing the captain of the guard, Ella. "How is the recruitment of the personal guard progressing?" Su Qing spoke with a tone of earnestness. "Military matters are paramount." Ella, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, acknowledged the lord with utmost seriousness, for he was akin to a fearsome tyrant. Ella promptly replied, "My lord, today I successfully recruited 100 individuals from the local residents of Seagull Town. However, there is a question regarding when the weapons will be distributed." Su Qing nodded and remarked, "The weapons will be distributed once they are prepared. For now, let everyone train with wooden spears." Ella acknowledged with a nod and reminded Su Qing, "My lord, the warriors require weapons." With a smile, Su Qing responded, "I shall inspect the training grounds tomorrow afternoon. Please ensure everyone is ready with their wooden spears by morning." After a brief inquiry, Su Qing chose not to ask further, instead listening to the amusing conversations at the table. That evening, following the banquet, Su Qing perused a book from this world. He understood the language of Westeros and could read the script, though he was unable to write. He retired to bed early thereafter. The next morning, while it was still dark, Su Qing rose and dressed himself. After getting up, he naturally intended to wash his face. Upon opening the door, he noticed Luke sprawled on the ground at the entrance. Su Qing chuckled softly, quietly stepping over his legs and making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he observed 2 soldiers stationed at the staircase, who were indeed awake. As Su Qing approached, the 2 guards straightened up. A flicker of apprehension in their hearts had they been caught slacking. Upon reaching them, Su Qing inquired, "How many shifts do you take during the night?" The 2 men exhaled in relief, exchanging glances. One of them responded, "My lord, we rotate 6 individuals each night, with each serving 3 sand glasses." Su Qing ran his hand over their garments, noting they were not thin, and asked, "Do you feel cold at night?" "My lord, our clothing is lined with wool. In the stone room territory, we do not feel the chill." Su Qing scrutinized the sturdy young man and further questioned, "Are you both married?" The 2 exchanged glances. The one on the left appeared slightly bashful, while the other maintained a composed expression. The latter replied, "My lord, I am married, but Luke is still single." Su Qing nodded and said, "I am awake now, you may go rest." They exchanged a glance, responding, "Yes, my lord." Soon after, Su Qing descended the stairs. He noticed a maid drawing water from the well, illuminated by the torch near the well's post, and slowly made his way over. Ira was drawing water to prepare for breakfast. As the least favored maid, she was assigned such tasks early in the morning. Last night, she had overheard the other maids discussing how the newly arrived Baron of Seagull seemed rather pleasant. The lord had even glanced her way yesterday, which brought her some joy. Due to her unappealing appearance, marked by blemishes, she had been scorned by the previous lord and ostracized by the other maids. Just as she was straining to pull up a bucket of water from the well, she suddenly felt the load lighten and turned to find the lord efficiently assisting her in hoisting the water. To her astonishment, she realized it was indeed the new Baron of Seagull. How could he be awake at such an early hour? Ira observed the lord pouring water from a bucket into a basin, seemingly preparing to wash his face. Quietly, she approached, awaiting instructions, as washing one's face required some assistance. Su Qing deftly hoisted a bucket of water and then emptied it into the basin, placing it on the nearby washstand. Noticing the maid's agility, he inquired while washing, "What is your name?" Upon hearing the lord's voice, Ira immediately straightened her posture and replied, "I am called Ira, my lord." Su Qing meticulously scrubbed his hands and face, lacking soap or similar amenities, which rendered the washing experience rather inadequate. He then asked, "What time is it now?" Ira glanced at the lord and then toward the east, pondering for a moment before estimating that it would be about an hour until sunrise, as a sand glass roughly measures 1 hour. and there are 24 sand glasses in a day in Westeros. After finishing his face wash, Su Qin extended his hand, requesting a towel. Iroh promptly approached and selected a towel from the washstand, handing it to him. As Su Qin wiped his face, he met Iroh's gaze, prompting her to immediately lower her head. Amused, Su Qin noted the inherent fear a servant had of their lord, and thus spoke, "Lift your head. Do you not wish to glance at the one from the east?" Upon hearing this, Iroh raised her head, only to be surprised by the short-haired, dark-eyed lord before her, who possessed a certain charm, yet she quickly looked down again. Su Qin caught a glimpse of the maid's visage. While not conventionally beautiful, she was not entirely unappealing. However, the details remained elusive. Nonetheless, her voice was pleasant. Once he finished drying his face, Su Qin declared, "From now on, you shall be responsible for my garments, linens, and personal care. You will also taste and assess my food. During the day, remain by my side, awaiting my call. Inform the head maid that this is my command." With that, Su Qin departed, intending to organize a few matters before breakfast. Left standing nearby, the maid stood in a daze for a moment before hastily returning to the West Wing maid's quarters to change into a fresh outfit. She could scarcely believe that the Lord would designate her as his personal maid, responsible for his daily life. This was a position of genuine authority. Chapter 9, Inspection Soon. Su Qin settled himself in the room, taking a seat beside the table. He extracted a sheet of paper from the drawer, its quality quite commendable, and picked up a quill, dipping it into the ink before beginning to inscribe upon the paper. March financial advance, principal, 50 gold coins, 40 from Yolen's sponsorship, 10 gold coins, income from Lord's assets, military quota, minus 3,010 gold coins, 100 new recruits, 20 personal guards, civil officials, minus 5 gold coins, 10 individuals, salary of the finance minister and captain of the guards, minus 2 gold coins reward for reporting traitors, minus 5 gold coins daily castle expenditure, minus 5 gold coins card draw, minus 10 gold coins redemption items, antibiotics, minus 10 gold coins total, 13 gold coins. The characters were meticulously inscribed, each stroke precise, with Arabic numerals complementing the Chinese characters as effective carriers of information. After completing the writing, Su Qin sat at the table and mused, "System. Display the personal assets of the Lord of Seagull Town." In an instant, the system revealed the information before Su Qin's eyes. Visible solely to him, personal assets of the Lord providing income, agriculture Seagull Manor, 3,600 units of grain year industry, redwood forest, 20 gold coins month blacksmith shop, 20 gold coins months. It appeared that the previous owner had taken many possessions, leaving the territory impoverished. Thus, Su Qin pondered further on ways to generate income when suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing the persistent knocking, he permitted the visitor to enter, revealing it to be Elora. She stepped in gracefully and addressed Su Qin, "My lord, breakfast is ready. Would you prefer to dine in the first or second floor dining room?" After a moment's reflection, Su Qin replied, "I shall dine on the first floor." In the first floor dining room, only a few individuals were present. After exchanging greetings with them, Su Qin enjoyed his breakfast and sipped a glass of water. Following the meal, he summoned the head maid and instructed her briefly, promoting Elora to become his personal maidservant. Given that certain domestic matters were beyond his capacity, it was prudent to cultivate alliances while also considering the dismissal of some individuals for his own safety. Once breakfast concluded, Su Qin exited the castle gates accompanied by 2 personal guards, traversing past the training camp, the barracks, and the stables before entering the storeroom. He remained inside for an extended period before emerging. Subsequently, he called forth 2 additional personal guards from the training grounds, thus amassing a total of 4 guards. Meanwhile, the new recruits on the training field were diligently crafting wooden spears under the guidance of other guards. Redwood, being both resilient and water-resistant, is indeed suitable for confronting unarmored foes. Upon exiting the manor's grand gates, one is greeted by a broad avenue that extends towards the east, west, and south. This thoroughfare constitutes the principal street of Seagull Town. As the lord, it is imperative to survey one's domain. In the context of medieval Western society, the inhabitants of a lord's territory were, in theory, considered the private property of the nobility. Thus, a lord could, without consequence, act upon the common folk within their own lands. However, the fickleness of human sentiment could lead to dire repercussions. The trust and affection of the populace often play a crucial role in governance, as fostering goodwill can significantly diminish the costs of ruling. The common people are inherently at odds with the nobility, hence the foremost duty of a lord is to delicately balance the interests of both factions. Naturally, a typical noble's allegiance leans towards their own class. Su Qing harbored no intentions of establishing a utopia or constructing a capitalist or communist society. Such aspirations were impractical given the current state of productivity. To invoke any ideology without the necessary foundation would be a perilous endeavor. Nonetheless, Su Qing was determined to effectuate certain changes within this world. As he traversed the street, Su Qing and his entourage were indeed a conspicuous presence. With a great sword slung across his back, Su Qing's keen gaze swept over the passers-by. Some individuals, including vendors, fishermen, and artisans, ventured to greet him. The first to approach him with tentative cordiality was a mother cradling her child, who looked upon Su Qing with gratitude. Her family belonged to the agricultural class and was traditionally required to pay a substantial agricultural tax of 70 to the lord. However, Su Qing had graciously exempted them from taxation for a year, affording them a reprieve that would extend their respite for 3 years, even when taxes resumed. This decision was not made lightly. It stemmed from careful contemplation. To gain the genuine recognition of the residents of Seagull Town, Su Qing understood that sacrifices were necessary. As he focused on the subjects before him, the woman, her head covered in a black scarf, smiled as she greeted him. "Good day, my lord." Upon hearing her words, Su Qing paused. His 4 bodyguards fanned out around him, vigilant with their halberds at the ready. He gently touched the seagull brooch on his cloak, responding in a soothing tone, "Greetings," before stepping closer to observe the child in her arms, unable to discern the gender. He then asked, "Madam, may I hold your child?" With cautious reverence, the woman replied, "My lord, it is a girl. Would you like to hold her?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled. "I have a fondness for girls." The woman, slightly shorter than Su Qing and with sun-kissed skin, carefully extended the swaddled infant towards him. Su Qing slowly raised his hands, taking care not to exert any force. In his arms, the girl revealed her dark hair and blue eyes, plump and cherubic, beaming up at him and cooing delightfully. Su Qing's heart swelled with joy as he remarked, "She shall surely grow to be a beauty." Cautiously, he returned it, waved his hand, and said to the lady, "Goodbye. I must inspect other areas." The woman took the child and carefully stepped out of the circle surrounded by the guards, while Su Qing continued on his way. Behind him, the mother was encircled by a group of women, all eager to hold the little beauty, while they frequently glanced at Su Qing as retreating figure, engaging in lively conversation about him. As this unfolded, a few men and women along the road began to greet Su Qing. At first, curiosity prompted him to respond to each one individually, but as the commotion grew tiresome, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qing had a specific purpose for venturing out this morning. He intended to visit the blacksmith shop, a property belonging to the lord. The deed to the blacksmith shop resided in his study, marking it as his personal estate. Surrounding the Seagull Manor were plots of farmland, which also belonged to the estate and, by extension, to him. Before long, Su Qing arrived at his destination, the Seagull blacksmith shop, located beside South Street. It was the only official large blacksmith shop in Seagull Town, primarily catering to passing knights or lords by crafting weapons and shields, while agricultural tools were produced by smaller blacksmiths. Of course, armor was also included. However, Su Qing preferred not to don armor for daily activities, finding it rather cumbersome. Soon, Su Qing reached the entrance of the shop. He instructed his 4 guards, "You shall stand watch at the door while I go inside for a moment." "Yes, my lord," the guards replied earnestly, holding their spears, and took their positions on either side of the entrance. Thus, Su Qing slowly stepped through the doorway. Chapter 10. The blacksmith. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by the warmth of the forge. The blacksmith shop is remarkably spacious, with 2 artisans working diligently, bare-chested, hammering the glowing iron upon the anvil. To the left and right, an array of weaponry is displayed: great swords, long spears, and shields, though the selection is rather sparse. One craftsman diligently manipulates a nearly formed iron piece with tongs, while the other relentlessly pounds it with a hammer. Su Qing's gaze swept across the room, landing on the pair of craftsmen who were in the midst of fashioning spearheads. As he approached, they both raised their heads. Despite their bare torsos, they instantly recognized Su Qing as their lord. They hastily set down their tools and greeted him. "Greetings, my lord." Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "What are your names?" Both men, with their dark hair and blue eyes, sporting robust physiques and notable beards, responded promptly. One introduced himself, "My lord, I am Reed. And beside me is my brother, Kender. How may we serve you?" With a smile, Su Qing nodded and gradually shifted his attention to the spearheads on the anvil, asking, "How many long spears can you forge in a day?" Reed scratched his head and replied, "My lord, we can produce 1 long spear per day. Su Qing felt a twinge of astonishment at this. He slowly wandered to the weapon racks on either side, picked up a long spear, and weighed it in his hands before thrusting it forcefully into the ground. To his surprise, the spear shattered the stone tiles and embedded itself into the earth beneath. The brothers exchanged glances, releasing a breath of awe. After withdrawing the spear, Su Qing examined the spearhead for any signs of wear and found it to be of decent quality. He then remarked to the brothers, "Your craftsmanship is commendable." Kender immediately responded with a grin, "Indeed, my lord, I have been blacksmithing for over a decade." Reed shot an admonishing glance at Kender. Su Qing chuckled. "No need to be formal. I appreciate your relaxed manner of communication." The brothers visibly relaxed. After returning the spear to its place, Su Qing pondered for a moment before asking, "Could you enlighten me on the process of crafting a long spear?" "Of course, my lord," Reed promptly replied, explaining the steps involved in forging a long spear. "First, we must smelt the iron. Once it is molten, we pour it into a mold for initial shaping, after which we commence hammering it into foam. Once shaped, Kender will sharpen the spearhead while I prepare the spear shaft." "Hold on," Su Qing interjected. "How long does this entire process take?" Reed contemplated before responding. "It requires 3 sand timers for shaping and 2 for sharpening." "So, the entire afternoon is dedicated to crafting the spear shaft?" Su Qing pressed. "Indeed, my lord," Kender affirmed, but Reed continued, "However, my lord, crafting the spear shaft is no simple task. We must meticulously plane the cut square redwood into a round shape, as redwood is exceptionally hard, my lord. Furthermore, we must constantly measure the diameter. Subsequently, the wooden sticks must be immersed in an anti-insect solution for a duration akin to a sandglass. Following this, one wraps the grip area with wool fabric and secures it tightly with slender woolen twine, trimming away any excess. Once the assembly of the gun barrel and stock is complete, night falls. After meticulously articulating the process, Reed observes as Su Qing nods, gazing towards the nearby weapon rack. Su Qing inquires, "If you were to solely focus on crafting the gun heads, could you complete 2 in a single day?" Reed and Kent exchanged glances, affirming, "Absolutely, sir. With a bit more effort, we could potentially finish 3 gun heads in a day." Su Qing waves his hand, fixing his gaze upon the two. "Reed, Kent, would you be willing to take on apprentices?" The two share a thoughtful glance before gradually nodding. However, they express concerns about the challenges of mentoring without the Lord's explicit consent, as it pertains to the Lord's private property. After concluding the inspection, Su Qing exits, feeling a sense of relief. He requests that Reed and Kent each take on an apprentice, as there are several menial tasks that do not necessitate their direct involvement. Nevertheless, the production of a spear per day remains a priority, and the quality of the spears is commendable, comparable to the wooden spears of the Dorn Kingdom. This is attributed to the unique specialty of the territory, namely mahogany. This wood is both durable and resilient, rivaling the ironwood of the Dorn Kingdom. Naturally, the price is substantial. A mahogany spear retails for 1 gold coin, and weapon prices are remarkably high in this region. Primarily, Su Qing seeks to verify the accuracy of the system's reported income against actual figures, and it appears there are no significant discrepancies. The blacksmith shop generates approximately 30 gold coins monthly. However, after deducting labor costs, specifically the blacksmith's wage, 1 gold coin, alongside the daily expenses for iron ingots and other materials, the shop's net revenue hovers around 20 gold coins per month. After assessing this asset, Su Qing departs from South Street, glancing at the sky still sometime before noon. He makes his way to West Street in Seagull Town, where he intends to meet with a certain individual, Callan, the timber merchant. As the Lord, Su Qing has confiscated Callan's and his associates' assets. Theoretically, he now holds ownership of the 3 enterprises. While Su Qing has released Callan, he remains confined within the timber mill. It has come to Su Qing's attention that the 3 timber mills are aligned neatly in proximity. The task of managing the confiscated assets typically falls to Tran, the Minister of Internal Affairs, also known as the Chancellor of Finance. However, he is currently preoccupied with registration duties and will also need to organize the distribution of provisions tomorrow. The warehouse still contains a substantial stock of rye and buckwheat flour, sufficient to sustain nearly 1,000 individuals for a year. In Westeros, the preservation of grain is paramount. This stockpile is one of the remnants left behind by the former lord, representing Su Qing's true wealth at present. Before leaving, Fate took with him the gold coins he had amassed and provided Su Qing with essential information and contracts, demonstrating his loyalty to the Count. Yet, a mistake is a mistake, Otherwise, the Countess' journeys would be perilously fraught with danger. Previously, Su Qing distributed some provisions to the residents. A small gesture of goodwill towards the 500 local households and refugees in Seagull Town. While it also serves to support the refugees, direct distribution of food is not feasible. They must earn it through labor. For the elderly Chancellor of Finance, Tran, the tasks of inventory and food distribution will keep him occupied for a considerable time. Certainly, Su Qing would subsequently arrange for individuals to conduct covert investigations to prevent deception and corruption. It was imperative not to allow Chang to wield excessive power. Thus, a trusted official was to be appointed for internal governance. Soon, Su Qing visited Karen, where the workers were still toiling, now under Su Qing's authority. Karen and his family resided in a lumber yard. During a conversation in Karen's bedroom, Su Qing decided to take Karen's youngest son with him upon his departure. He instructed Karen to consolidate 3 lumber mills and hire workers to fell some rosewood. This type of wood was greatly favored by the nobles of Westeros. Yet its supply was controlled by the aristocracy of the Seagull Peninsula. The rosewood could only be found on the Seagull Peninsula, and the lumberjacks were required to possess felling contracts granted by the Lord. Before leaving, Su Qing entrusted Karen with a task to develop a network of 10 informants, each unaware of the other's identities. The initial assignment was to oversee the distribution of grain by the Minister of Finance to ensure its proper allocation. Su Qing compelled Karen to swear loyalty to him before the 7 gods, thereby appointing him as his Minister of Intelligence. Su Qing promised Karen a monthly salary of 1 gold coin, with the assurance of greater rewards should he perform well. Although Karen had once been a subordinate of the Earl of Candle Hollow, Su Qing felt no trepidation regarding potential rebellion. Karen had already apprehended over 40 traitors, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. After gathering sufficient evidence against these traitors, Su Qing executed them without hesitation. For Karen, having no escape route translated into unwavering loyalty. His fidelity was already at an impressive level, and Su Qing believed that, with time, rewards would further incentivize him. Su Qing took Karen's 8-year-old son, Kree, intending to nurture him closely as a means of control. According to the law, all resources within the territory belonged to the Lord as private property. A rosewood tree takes 10 years to mature. The precise number of mature rosewood trees within Su Qing's forest in the Seagull Mountains remained indeterminate. The entire realm of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, as originally depicted, spans an area comparable to that of Brazil, 85 million square kilometers. The Valley Kingdom alone covers 600,000 square kilometers, while the Seagull Peninsula encompasses at least 10,000 square kilometers. The Seagull and the Runestone territories are considered equal in rank as earldoms. However, due to unique historical circumstances, the Seagull territory differs from its original state and is now a barony under the jurisdiction of Runestone City. How expansive is the Seagull territory? It currently occupies approximately 30 of the Runestone territory, amounting to over 3,600 square kilometers, a rather modest size. Half of the Seagull town's domain consists of the mountainous Seagull Range, rich in various minerals, and is home to formidable beasts such as eagles, tigers, coyotes, and black bears, with legends suggesting the existence of magical creatures. Beneath the Seagull Mountains lies an extensive rosewood forest and the Seagull River, which flows directly into the Crab Bay of the Narrow Sea. The rosewood forest that Su Qing possesses is vast and challenging to manage, leading to the presence of numerous unscrupulous merchants and illegal lumberjacks. Karen's lumber mill proved to be quite profitable, with 60 to 70 workers capable of felling over 200 trees each month. Each rosewood tree sold for 3 silver coins, and after deducting labor and transportation costs, the pure profit amounted to 100 copper coins. Thus, 1 silver coin can yield an income of approximately 20 gold coins each month. Primarily constrained by road conditions and population issues, the supply of rosewood is undoubtedly far less than its growth. Additionally, some other merchant nobles in Seagull Town possess logging rights, allocated by the former lord, essentially rendering it a small fiefdom. These bureaucrats each own a section of rosewood forest. Su Qing refrained from encroaching upon these fiefs, as he himself occupies the vast majority of the rosewood forests, and he does not mind sharing a portion with them, despite their holdings not even amounting to a fraction of what he possesses. Seagull territory is further divided into 4 smaller domains: Seagull Town, Augustus Castle, Peel Fortress, and 8 Castle. This territory holds considerable potential, capable of sustaining hundreds of thousands. However, the overall population of Seagull territory currently stands at fewer than 10,000. Technology, healthcare, and productivity severely hinder population growth. The snowball effect is indeed the most terrifying aspect. The living conditions for commoners are dire, with human waste carelessly discarded, rats scurrying about, and illnesses proliferating easily. Once sickness strikes, it can lead to plague, claiming many lives. Even minor wounds, if infected, can lead to death, especially in regions where the groundwater is brackish. Consequently, the overall population of Westeros is relatively low. In Su Qing's past life, he encountered conjectures suggesting that Westeros harbors around 20 million inhabitants, the majority of whom are concentrated in the southern regions. In reality, very few nobles are concerned about the population. They require only a life of indulgence. A noble who can maintain their wealth is deemed quite fortunate. Furthermore, Westeros remains a feudal civilization, where the slave trade exists, and the buying and selling of people is a grim reality. Here, the lives of common folk hold little value. Upon returning, Su Qing discovered an additional 40 gold coins in his system's repository, having appropriated the earnings from the blacksmith shop and lumberyard. This income constitutes the current lord's industrial private property and serves as Su Qing's source of economic sustenance. Chapter 11. Training. After successfully inspecting the private properties of two lords in the morning, Su Qing returned to the castle. Dressed in attire befitting Ira, he enjoyed a leisurely lunch followed by a brief nap. In the afternoon, he summoned Luke to the study. Currently, Su Qing resided in the study, seeking to enrich his knowledge through reading. Within the study, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Su Qing set down his quill, jotting down notes on parchment. At that moment, his loyal confidant Luke arrived. Observing Luke, clad in leather armor and standing upright, Su Qing noted a certain air of guard about him. Seated in his chair, Su Qing closed his book and addressed Luke, who had just entered. Luke, there is no need for you to keep watch at night. You should be training at the estate as training grounds instead. You need not worry about my safety in the evening. I trust that my experienced guards can easily protect such a modest study. After Su Qing finished speaking, Luke replied, My lord, I understand. Noticing Luke's stiffness, Su Qing chuckled, rising to pat him on the shoulder. Leaning closer, he whispered, I will grant you a monthly salary of 1 gold coin. The same as my ministers. But do not mention this to that lad. Also, I require you to return each afternoon to study the letters of Westeros. This is your lord's first command. In our private conversations, there is no need for formality. You may sit across from me and speak freely. We are friends, Luke. 1 gold coin a month is quite substantial. After all, rye flour costs only 5 copper coins per pound. A monthly salary of 1 gold coin equates to 10 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. This is among the highest in Seagull Town. With 5 gold coins, one could purchase a sturdy horse within 6 months. Luke gazed at Su Qing's departing figure, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the system relayed a message. Luke, loyalty free, 95. Becomes a staunch ally, with an extremely low chance of betrayal. Upon hearing this, Su Qing mused, loyalty can fluctuate based on a lord's actions. Attaining a perfect score of 100 may be difficult, as even the most loyal harbor small thoughts. However, a loyalty of 95 is undoubtedly worthy of significant trust. Turning back to the still stunned Luke, Su Qing smiled and said, Come, let us visit the training grounds. With that, he left Luke with only his retreating silhouette, which, though slender, felt both familiar and intimidating to Luke. The intimidation stemmed from having witnessed Su Qing wielding an axe in the tavern, brutally dispatching an assailant. It was a sight too savage to forget. He promptly followed suit. Outside the room, Ira, standing guard, approached the desk after Su Qing's departure, carefully closing and locking the open window. After meticulously surveying the study, she exited the room, ensuring the door was securely shut. Her duty was to attend to Su Qing's daily needs. However, at night, she need not concern herself with him. She dared not think further. Her appearance was unremarkable, and the disparity in their statuses loomed like a chasm. All she hoped for was to catch a glimpse of Su Qing each day. Moreover, several maids had gathered beside her, consisting of those who usually exhibited commendable behavior. She could not forget the words spoken by Su Qing, Ira. Please assess which maids and servants are suitable for my needs. Su Qing required her to provide a list within 3 days. Believing that this former outsider could effectively assist him in eliminating certain unstable elements, time swiftly passed into the afternoon, necessitating a review of the training conditions. In the training grounds, a group of young men and older gentlemen were engaged in practice with wooden spears. Luke was also present, and Su Qing first summoned him, leading him towards the captain of the guard, Ella. At this moment, it was the height of summer, the sun shone brightly, yet the town of Seagull remained pleasantly cool. The temperate maritime climate, in proximity to the sea, ensured that the highest temperatures throughout the year did not exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Upon noticing Su Qing approaching with his iron sword and Luke wielding a long spear, Ella offered a brief instruction to the nearby guards before making her way towards Su Qing. As Su Qing awaited Ella's arrival, he stood firm on the ground, while Luke remained motionless, holding his spear upright behind him. When Ella drew near, she smiled gently at Luke before addressing Su Qing, saying, "My Lord Baron, the militia has completed the wooden spears and are currently practicing. Would you like to observe?" After she finished speaking, Su Qing nodded and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain of the Guards." He then glanced at Luke and continued, "By the way, I have found your mentor. Would you be willing to train him?" He gestured towards Luke with his head. Upon hearing this, Ella first scrutinized Luke's face, then approached and gave his shoulder a hearty pat, causing Luke to flinch slightly. She then turned to his rear and playfully kicked his calf with the sole of her foot, prompting Luke to stumble forward and fall to the ground. As soon as Luke lifted his head, he saw Ella lifting him up. With a nod, she affirmed, "Not bad, I shall take on this apprentice." Su Qing, observing the somewhat embarrassed Luke, said, "Luke, I have found you a fine mentor. You are to learn and train under her guidance. You must rise earlier and retire later than she does, and do not hesitate to ask questions whenever you are unsure. Understood?" Aware of his own limitations and the need for diligent study, Luke responded, "Yes, my lord," and moved to stand beside Ella. Soon after, Su Qing commenced his inspection of the training conditions, as many of the temporarily appointed guards were instructing the trainees. "Your reactions are too slow. You. Thrust with the spear, harder. Do not be afraid, the spearhead is wrapped in cloth, just avoid stabbing above the neck." At that moment, only 5 guards were present in the training area, each overseeing a group of 20 trainees, neither more nor less. The remaining guards were stationed at the watchtower of the estate or patrolling within the castle, as the current manpower was evidently insufficient for the expensive estate. Various eclectic structures such as storage buildings, farmers, gardeners, and garden ponds collectively amount to quite a number. Su Qing wandered among the 5 training squads, occasionally nodding in approval and at other times shaking his head in disapproval. Currently, he was alone, as Ella had joined Luke and his apprentice for training. Observing these squads, Su Qing mused to himself, "This method of training is woefully antiquated. The essence of the military lies in strict discipline and obedience. Such a crucial aspect seems to have been entirely overlooked from the very beginning." Little did Su Qing know that the martial arts of this world are ignited by a combination of innate talent and rigorous training. Some individuals can shoot arrows with perfect accuracy from a young age, while others may never even grasp the fundamentals of combat. It is through prolonged instinctual training that noble knights achieve mastery in their martial skills, whether it be minor or even significant accomplishments. Speaking of talent, some can ascend to become top assassins in mere months, while others may train for years only to falter against a girl who has trained for just a few years. This refers to you, the senior sister of Valyria. Consequently, the ordinary conscripted armies in this realm possess limited combat prowess, with a single armored soldier being worth several, if not dozens, of conscripts. After spending some time assessing the situation, Su Qing returned to the castle study. Sitting in a chair, he contemplated for a while before retrieving a yellow piece of paper filled with impurities from the drawer, on which he began to inscribe his thoughts. Chapter 12. The meeting in the evening. The maids were diligently preparing the conference room, situated on the first floor. The head maid was directing the other maids alongside Ira. Having received a private message from Su Qing that she would be resigning in a month. As compensation, she had secured a promise from Su Qing, a tailor's workshop would be established on the estate, with her appointed as its overseer and a monthly salary of 1 gold coin. The head maid cast an envious glance at Ira. Aware that Ira was to be her successor, the new head maid, the authority of a head maid within the Lord's manor is quite significant. The maids who were overlooked by Ira would have to join her at the tailor's workshop, which was not without its merits. For they would receive wages and the prospect of marriage. Opposite the conference room was a balcony facing south, adorned with numerous tables and goblets along the southern wall. Various potted plants, their identities unknown, decorated the corners, while the flagstone floor was meticulously cleaned. Within the conference room, candle sconces were strategically hung, suspended by chains to illuminate the evening meeting. At the center stood a large redwood table, positioned east-west, with the Lord seated at the easternmost side. The Lord's chair was intricately carved with a silver seagull, its image crafted with silver threads embedded into the wood. To the right of the Lord were 3 chairs, and to the left, another 3, all arranged neatly. Present were Su Qing's ministers, the Minister of Finance, Tran, the Captain of the Guards, Ella, and the Minister of Intelligence, Cran. Ella instructed the maids to reposition the potted plants and tidy up the corners, then began directing the cleaning of the tables and chairs. Soon, evening arrived, and the ministers were summoned by the guards for a lord's meeting. They all presented themselves with utmost solemnity. Tran donned a new ministerial robe. Ella wore a new leather armor, and Cran carefully had his wife pin a silver seagull knight's brooch onto his attire. Su Qing was clad in a white woolen inner robe, with an outer garment featuring silver thread embroidery, signifying his status as lord. His right hand bore a silver seagull ring, an essential mark of identity. The back of his robe was embroidered with a seagull pattern in silver, and he sported a baroness brooch on his chest. Entering through the eastern door, he was accompanied by Luke, who also wore new leather armor. Upon reaching the lord's chair, Su Qing sat down slowly, while Luke took his position nearby, standing guard. Su Qing's gaze was fixed intently upon the grand redwood door to the west, as if deep in thought. Before long, the door swung open, and the Minister of Finance, Tran, the Captain of the Guards, Ella, and the Minister of Intelligence, Cran, entered in succession. Observing their arrival, Su Qing rose gradually and spoke with measured clarity. Ella, take a seat to my left. Cran, you shall sit to my right. Tran, your place is the second seat on the right. A simple statement, yet it unmistakably conveyed the nuances of favor. The three ministers exchanged knowing glances before proceeding to their respective positions. As Su Qing settled back into his seat, Luke positioned himself at the inner entrance, safeguarding the eastern door behind Su Qing. Once the three ministers were seated, Su Qing placed his hands upon the table and, with a steady voice, declared, "The Lord's meeting for the 4th week of March is now in session." After glancing at Karen beside him, Su Qing said, "Karen, please take note of the important points from this meeting. The paper and pen are on the table to the north." Upon hearing this, Karen immediately stood up and retrieved the writing materials. Once everything was prepared, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Su Qing continued. "The first order of business is personnel changes." A pang of anxiety gripped Tran's heart. He feared he might be the target. Su Qing noticed his expression and offered him a reassuring smile, prompting Tran to steady his nerves. It seemed they were not the intended targets after all. Ella was formally appointed as the commander of the Seagull Guard. Tran was designated as the Minister of Finance, now responsible for household registration and the civil administration of the 4 subordinate territories. Any unresolved disputes should be brought to me. Tran let out a sigh of relief. He had been quite anxious these past few days. Initially, he was merely a deputy finance officer, and his own fief was located in Augustus Castle, which housed only a little over 100 households in a small village. He had chosen to remain out of reluctance to leave, but unexpectedly, Su Qing directly appointed him as the Minister of Finance, overseeing the existing financial staff. His greatest fear had been that Su Qing would dismiss him outright. But to his surprise, Su Qing had opted not to replace him with someone else. Su Qing nodded and turned to Karen, saying, "I appoint Karen as the Minister of Intelligence. Do you have any objections?" Ella and Tran exchanged glances with the former prisoner from a few days prior. Although they felt some discontent, they remained silent. Thus, Karen became the new Minister of Intelligence. After making this announcement, Su Qing instructed Nak and Luke to pour some wine for everyone while waiting for Karen to finish writing. Once Karen completed his notes, he handed the document to Su Qing for review. After examining it for a moment, Su Qing nodded and returned the paper. Proceeding to address the second matter, the second order of business is salaries. The three men immediately raised their heads, attentively listening to Su Qing. For this was of great significance. Su Qing smiled and announced, "Each of you ministers will receive a monthly salary of 1 gold coin." The three ministers exchanged knowing nods. It was uncertain whether a small village could even generate 10 gold coins in a year. They were merely local families, with most of their subjects being relatives. Seeing no objections from the ministers, Su Qing continued, "The subordinates of the Minister of Finance will receive 5 silver coins each month." The Minister of Finance nodded. This was quite favorable, as ordinary subordinates typically earned around 3 silver coins, and during poor harvests in harsh winters, it could drop to 1 silver coin. The members of the Seagull Guard would each receive a monthly salary of 5 silver coins, while the militia would earn 3 silver coins each. The captain of the Seagull Guard nodded, pleased, as this was 1 silver coin more than he had received as an earl. He was astonished to learn that the militia would also earn 3 silver coins. This amount held significant value, considering one could survive on just 1 silver coin a month. Observing Ella's satisfied expression, Su Qing nodded, slowly rising to pour himself a glass of wine before taking a seat. He glanced at Karen and said, Karen, I will allocate 5 gold coins to you each month. You should recruit 10 individuals to establish a foundational intelligence network. Is 5 gold coins sufficient? Karen lifted his head. The direct allocation of funds was a sign of trust. He hurriedly replied, Baron, that will be more than enough. I shall cultivate a cadre of intelligence operatives for you, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. After the records were duly noted, Su Qing contemplated the number of individuals present and whether it would be prudent to investigate their household registrations. Thus, he addressed Trent once more, Minister of Finance, please provide me with a report on the residents of Seagull Town, for the locals possess the most intricate knowledge. Very well, my lord, Trent responded, and began his report. That night, the meeting extended into the 22nd hour of the day, and Trent's loyalty had risen to approximately 60. A loyalty rating above 60 signified that he was barely reliable. Excessive demands might prove detrimental to governance. Concurrently, Su Qing distributed the gold coins that Island had generously provided, along with a portion of the March income from the local lords. The ministers departed, each laden with gold. However, at this moment, Su Qing's own purse contained a mere 15 gold coins. After allocating some to the chief made the following day, he would be left with a scant 10 gold coins for the month. Is this a substantial amount? Not at all. While it may seem considerable to the common folk, to the great nobles, Su Qing was the king to the most destitute among the impoverished. The annual income of Island Valley would be enough to astonish the current Su Qing. The wealth of the great nobility is beyond comprehension. When Robert passed away, he left debts of millions in gold to the Iron Bank and various aristocrats. This is a staggering sum. How much does the emperor require annually? Common nobles dare not even fathom such figures, let alone Su Qing, an outsider without his own estate. Due to the past devastation inflicted by dragons on the Seagull Thief, the original port lay in ruins, with the remnants of the former Seagull port still standing 30 kilometers away in a natural harbor. Over the span of more than a century, the population of Seagull Town had to be rebuilt, particularly with the establishment of a new port, which demands vast financial resources. Generations have passed, yet development has stagnated, leaving it far inferior to its former glory. The growth of a city is akin to that of a premier earldom, while the population of the 4 Seagull Thieves remains but a fraction of that. Historically, Seagull Port was one of the most significant ports in Westeros, yet now it has become a shadow of its former self, akin to a setting sun. Chapter 13. The story in this realm. Sundays are typically designated as a day of prayer, a sacred respite dedicated to the divine. On this particular Sunday, Su Qing found himself engaged in a plethora of fulfilling activities. He explored numerous fascinating locales, such as the 600 acres of rye fields within the estate, extending his condolences to the private serfs of the estate's several lords. He also conducted an inspection of the granary, which held a substantial reserve of barley, approximately 600 units, sufficient to sustain a modest populace. Each unit weighs 30 pounds, and an individual requires around 12 units of sustenance annually. Beyond the lord's personal holdings, the farmers of Seagull Town cultivate roughly 10,000 units of grain each year, with fish yielding several thousand units monthly, though their preservation is fleeting. The 3 other territories, currently regarded as the fiefdoms of local families, have yet to be formally recognized by the church and the kingdom. Logically, Su Qing could reclaim direct authority over these lands, yet, considering the formidable capabilities of the local power brokers, he resolved to proceed with caution. The grain stored under Su Qing's care is capable of sustaining 800 individuals for an entire year, representing his most significant wealth, valued at 500 gold coins. He found himself somewhat apprehensive. Having seized Seagull Town from Fleet, he encountered no resistance or plundering of assets. He had even designated locations for critical contracts. Perhaps Fleet was indeed loyal, yet circumstances had unfolded that necessitated accountability. The assassination of the Count and the death of his eldest son while attempting to protect him demanded retribution against those responsible. Even if the Count recognized his loyalty, action was imperative. Fleet, alongside the Grasson family, departed Seagull Town with a sense of propriety, journeying to Yuin. This was no insignificant family, and under legal statutes, noble thieves should not be stripped from them. Yet, they departed openly. What could be the rationale behind this? In addition to inspecting farmlands, Su Qing ventured to various locales, including markets, docks, taverns, inns, private blacksmith shops, and lumberyards, even visiting several brothels to assess the economic conditions of the territory. The situation was far from ideal. The environment was deplorable, lacking proper sanitation facilities, with alleys strewn with filth conditions that could not be tolerated. As night fell, the stars of the 7-star district shimmered brilliantly under the glow of the 7 morning stars. Su Qing stood atop the highest platform of the castle. Situated above a tower, reveling in the splendor of the nightscape, the tower stands as the most significant watchtower of the castle. And Su Qing decided to bestow upon this place the name, Moonwatch Platform. The Moonwatch Platform itself is modest in size, encompassing merely a dozen square meters. Encircled by stone walls half a meter in height, a dome crowns it, providing shelter from the rain, primarily serving the soldiers on inclement days. At this moment, a table adorned with food and goblets rests atop the Moonwatch Platform, while several torch pillars are positioned at the corners, supporting a circular dome that, from a distance, resembles a flame, whispering of the Lord's presence in the deep of night. Ira sits beside Su Qing, periodically pouring him more wine. Su Qing gazes toward the northern mountains and the crescent moon, then glances at Ira. Since he intends to regard her as a confidant, it is only natural to seek an understanding of her background. Thus, Su Qing inquires, Ira, how did you come to be a maid? Is it convenient to share? Upon hearing this, Ira momentarily falls silent, continuing to pour wine for Su Qing. As she fills the goblet, she speaks, My lord, my father, while hunting in my childhood, encountered a band from the mountain tribes. He was brutally slain by them with a long axe, and his remains were discovered during a lord's campaign against the mountain tribes. That wolf-tooth necklace was a gift I crafted for him, found by my mother when she claimed his belongings. She wept bitterly, and soon after fell ill. Su Qing drains his goblet of wine, and Ira proceeds to refill it for him. Tell me about your mother, he prompts, lowering his gaze to the towering mountains. The crescent moon above, once beautiful, now seems less so, and the distant Seagull mountains appear shrouded in darkness. Ira's hand trembles slightly, and Su Qing steals a glance before swiftly averting his gaze. After my mother fell ill, our household had little income. Then, strange men began to enter our home. Every time someone arrived, my mother would send me away, and I always obediently complied. Later. Su Qing's attention shifts to her imperfect visage, now streaked with tears. He rises immediately, using his black woolen cloak to wipe away her tears. Do not speak of it. Ira. No. My lord, I must speak. Ira declares, her gaze locked with Su Qing's in a defiant stare. He slowly resumes his seat and replies. Continue pouring the wine. Eventually, a nobleman came to our home. My mother, as usual, instructed me to leave, but that vile nobleman seized my hand, preventing me from exiting. My mother instantly sensed something amiss and grappled with him. In the chaos, I slipped outside, and when I returned stealthily that night, I found our home surrounded by a throng of people. I pushed through the crowd only to discover my mother lying in a pool of foul blood. I wept as I held her close. Subsequently, I was recommended by a neighbor to the head maid, entering the lord's estate, and I have not stepped outside since. Su Qing listened in silence. Do you recall the name of that nobleman? He asked. I remember, my lord. On the evening of your first day, at that banquet, I glimpsed the man as he followed Cheng into the dining room. Su Qing remained silent, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Ira. I should not have allowed him into the castle. Do you recall that day? Ira, sensing her lord's warmth, smiled softly. It is nothing, my lord. I have survived. You need not feel guilty. Su Qing gazed at Ira, setting down his wine glass to refill it with a generous pour of red wine, extending it towards her. Ira glanced into Su Qing's eyes, lifted the glass, and slowly savored the wine. Su Qing fixed his gaze on her, inquiring, How does it taste? Is it sour or sweet? For several moments, Ira locked her eyes onto Su Qing's, and after an interval of silence, she declared, My lord, it is sweet. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips as he continued to meet her gaze. Tomorrow, I will ask Cheng and Ira to visit. I wish for you to escort them around the estate. I hope you can personally drive a spear into his chest. Can you manage that? Ira stared intently at Su Qing's face, affirming, My lord, I can do it. After enjoying the night view from the moon viewing platform, Su Qing, slightly intoxicated, descended the stairs with Ira closely following. Transforming the aristocratic demeanor through policy changes would require time, but vengeance would not be delayed. Su Qing had acquired vital information. There were mountain clans in the Seagull Mountains. He must expand his forces and establish outposts. Upon returning to the third-floor bedroom in a somewhat dazed state, Su Qing allowed Ira to leave first before entering his lordly chamber. The room was spacious, featuring a grand bed adorned with bear and wolf pelts as blankets, crafted from wool and cotton. This was Su Qing's inaugural stay in such a setting. Upon entering, he noted the pristine condition throughout, indicative of daily upkeep. Approaching the desk by the window, Su Qing retrieved a sheet of paper from the drawer and began to write. Revising repeatedly, he occasionally lifted his gaze to the outside, seeking inspiration, continuing his work until deep into the night. It was not until midnight that he set down his quill, secured the green glass window. The glass was crafted but still bore many impurities, lacking clarity. From his pocket, he produced 2 small bells, hanging one on the window and the other on the locked doorknob. These bells were specially made. They would ring instantly upon any disturbance. The following day dawned with the chimes of the clock echoing in the central square of Seagull Town. Su Qing dressed promptly and opened the door, only to find an AK clad in a yellow woolen cloak, addressing him, "My lord. The envoy from Count Alan has arrived and is awaiting you in the reception hall on the 1st floor. Please attend to him at your earliest convenience." Su Qing felt a surge of surprise at the mention of the envoy. Chapter 14. The Mutation After a Modest Breakfast. Su Qing promptly made his way to the reception room on the 1st floor. Upon opening the grand door, he was greeted by a man clad in black armor, who immediately turned his head and set down the wine glass in his hand. Behind him stood 2 attendants dressed in dark attire. Su Qing approached and extended his hand, greeting the envoy. "Good day, Sir Envoy. May I inquire your name?" The envoy, with long black hair and a visage marked by the passage of time, rose to his feet, and the 2 men clasped hands. "My Lord Baron, I am Pukin Sheik, a knight serving Lord Alan." After their handshake, Su Qing seated himself across from Pukin, pouring him a glass of wine while casting a brief glance at the 2 figures standing behind. "Is your visit to Seagull Town at the behest of the Count, Sir Envoy?" Su Qing began to probe for the purpose of the visit. Pukin smiled, retrieving a cage from beside him and placing it on the small table between them. Inside was a black raven, bobbing its head. "My Lord Baron, this is a messenger raven. It knows the route from Seagull Town to Rune City, and you may use it to convey messages to Lord Count in the future." He glanced at the attendants and continued, "This is my servant Crow-3, who previously followed Scholar Dan 1 and is primarily responsible for training and caring for the raven. He is mute." Su Qing took a sip of wine and regarded the young man in black who had stepped closer. The youth appeared quite refined, dressed in a dark robe, suggesting that the scholar treated him well. Pukin pointed to him and said, "My Lord Baron, Crow-3 can adeptly care for Scholar Dan's third raven. You may appoint him as your servant." Su Qing scrutinized Crow-3, who stood motionless, his expression tranquil, and found him satisfactory. "Crow-3, come to my side. I shall oversee your provisions and accommodations. Your sole duty is to care for the raven," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Crow-3 promptly lifted the raven's cage and positioned himself behind Su Qing's sofa, now having a new master. Pukin took a sip of wine and regarded Su Qing. "My Lord Baron, the second matter is that you must prepare your family crest, flag, lineage language, and noble seal within 7 days. I shall return to Rune City with you in a few days." Surprised, Su Qing inquired, "Why must I go to Rune City?" His curiosity piqued, he pressed further, "Knight Pukin, I would like to understand the reason for my journey to Rune City." Setting down his cup, Pukin replied calmly, "In 7 days, the Count's eldest son, Put, Rune, will hold a sea burial ceremony. The Count has invited you to attend." At that moment, Su Qing recalled that the Count's eldest son had perished while protecting his father. "I shall attend. Is there anything else, Knight Pukin?" Pukin shook his head. "No. Those are the 3 matters. Tonight, a welcome banquet will be prepared for you in the dining hall on the 1st floor, as you are a guest. And it seems you are indeed a noble of Sheik." Upon hearing this, Knight Pukin chuckled, saying, "Ha ha ha, then I thank you, my Lord Baron." He gazed at Su Qing and expressed his heartfelt sentiments. "You appear somewhat different from other nobles." "How so?" Su Qing asked with intrigue. Pukin smiled. "You simply do not present yourself as a noble. Where else would one find a noble treating those of lower status with such familiarity?" Su Qing tilted his head slightly, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward, and spoke, "Perhaps it is merely due to my previous status as a destitute Eastern refugee." The 2 parties erupted into hearty laughter, settling down to savor exquisite wine, while sharing amusing anecdotes about the realm of runestones. Before long, noon arrived, and Sir Pukin departed with his 4 knightly attendants. Su Qing assigned Yusen a room on the 1st floor, informing him of the locations for bathing, dining, and using the restroom. He also provided him with 1 silver coin to procure essential supplies before returning to his study. The head maid, Yela, had already set out with Ella and Fate, as she had business to attend to. Within the study, Su Qing began to contemplate the design of his family crest, envisioning the emblem that would adorn his banner. For instance, House Stark is represented by the dire wolf, House Baratheon by the crown stag, and House Arryn by the soaring eagle over the crescent moon. However, Su Qing found himself in a quandary, struggling to conceive a satisfactory design. 5 yellow stars on a red background. That seemed ill-suited for this world. Perhaps a silver seagull? No, that would be a disgrace to Huaxia. One must incorporate elements of Huaxia into this foreign realm. Just as Su Qing was lost in thought, he suddenly received a notification from the system. It is recommended that the host choose the yellow dragon as their family crest. Su Qing was taken aback. Could it be that the system possessed autonomous intelligence? Yet, he found this revelation somewhat abrupt and suppressed his thoughts, inquiring within his mind, "System, why the yellow dragon?" Because the host possesses the bloodline of the yellow dragon. What is the yellow dragon bloodline? The time has not yet come. What? The time has not yet come. Su Qing's mind raced, and suddenly he had a notion. He thought to the system, "Do you believe I could produce something substantial tomorrow, have a servant place it in a golden box, and name it the relic of the system?" A playful threat, indeed. Please remain calm, host. I am currently organizing the information that can be disclosed. But be cautious not to mention the origin of the family crest to any sorcerers from Asia. Humph, you are quite astute. Please listen carefully. Su Qing nodded. The dragon god has 7 sons. The first is Zhu Long, the second is Jin Long, the third is Yin Long, the fourth is Huang Long. The fifth is Mo Long, the sixth is Hei Long, and the seventh is Lin Long. The host is the only individual in the contemporary Blue Star who possesses the complete source bloodline of the yellow dragon. Is that all? Su Qing had expected something more profound. He then inquired again, "Is there anything else?" "That is all that can be disclosed." "System, do tell more." Suddenly, a white cloth woven with images of the yellow dragon appeared from the air, revealing a relatively large family seal. As the cloth descended gracefully, Su Qing caught it, appreciating the system's thoughtfulness. At that moment, Su Qing sensed a gaze fixed upon him, a feeling that was undeniably real. He immediately shouted into the empty air, "Who is there? Step forward." His gaze locked onto the vacant space. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted, leaving a dark imprint upon the ground. The gaze vanished instantly. Once Su Qing could no longer sense it, he lowered his head, contemplating the dark mark on the ground for a while. Suddenly, something struck him, and he raised his head, slowly articulating, "The three-eyed crow, Bran Stark." Ultimately, a deduction formed in his mind. Someone was shielding me from the gaze of the three-eyed crow. At that moment, the system emitted a voice. "Host, please promptly convert the faith of Seagull Town. This is the image of the dragon god. It can be worshipped in the divine court. The effects will be self-discovered. The system's consciousness will enter a period of dormancy. The host should explore the subsequent functionalities independently. The shop and other features will remain operational." A flash of light crossed the sky, and a colossal image of a divine dragon unfolded in the air. The upper half of the dragon was black, while the lower half was white. Its eyes and horns were also a contrasting black and white, creating an eerie effect. The neatly folded fabric descended onto the table, astonishingly thick, measuring several dozen centimeters. However, the material was quite ordinary, merely wool, albeit impressively large. Su Qing's heart remained unsettled for a long time, but he soon regained his composure. Yesterday had become history, and tomorrow remained uncertain. The only moment one could grasp was today. Thus, Su Qing resolved to dwell no further on his thoughts. Simultaneously, he recalled his clan's motto. A simple 4-character phrase, self-reliance and perseverance. These 4 words resonate throughout the entirety of Chinese history, holding their own against phrases like fervent ambition and endless resilience. Yet, this world had surnames, and he should take the opportunity to adopt a surname from Westeros. Su Qing pondered for a moment, and the notion emerged. Henceforth, he would be known as Su Qing Heidilis, and his family would be called the Heidilis House. In the Westerosi tongue, Heidilis signifies hero, and Su Qing considered himself a budding genius. After deliberating on serious matters, Su Qing rose slowly, descended the castle, and entrusted the family banner to an AK, who resided on the first floor. He instructed an AK to seek out the finest tailor to expedite the crafting of hundreds of yellow dragon banners. After relaying his instructions, Su Qing gradually exited the castle, intending to inspect the docks. Chapter 15. The dock at the harbor. Numerous individuals toil relentlessly for their survival, predominantly comprising young men and the elderly. One individual is engaged in collecting ship insurance premiums. Every person embarking on a perilous voyage seeks out these agents to secure their financial safety. Should misfortune befall them, their families would be entitled to a considerable payout as stipulated in the contract. Essentially, this practice resembles the insurance industry, albeit with some desperate souls willingly paying for maritime insurance, representing the most rudimentary form of such enterprise. The populace of this era is largely ignorant and devoid of rights to safeguard their own lives. In a noble's domain, the lives of ordinary peasants are nearly valueless. The Lord wields an almost obsessive power over the lives of the majority within his territory. Su Qin sat in a carriage, accompanied by 4 competent militia members, who were originally part of Baron Fett's disbanded army. Among the newly recruited 100, several were former subordinates of the previous lord who chose not to follow Fett. Su Qin instructed them to return home at the end of the month, ensuring they would not only bring back 3 silver coins as wages but also a unit of grain each, successfully winning their allegiance. A unit of grain is valued at 1.5 silver coins, which they greatly appreciated. In truth, the newly appointed lord is not tyrannical, and the villagers gradually become accustomed to the presence of this eastern lord, as it has minimal impact on their lives, especially with the added benefit of tax exemption. In fact, the loyalty of the militia is commendably high, hovering around 70. This indicates that the soldiers are unlikely to betray easily, only swayed by substantial incentives to do so. Su Qin can indeed exploit certain functionalities of the accompanying system, such as assessing loyalty levels, which feels almost like a glitch. He can effortlessly distinguish between friend and foe. However, the system requires payment for inquiries about certain individuals, a circumstance he has yet to encounter. Su Qin also examined some serfs within the estate, discovering many with low, even negative loyalty levels. He understands their sentiments. They likely harbor an innate disdain for the nobility. Nonetheless, he provided each of them with several units of grain, returned their contracts, and expelled them from the estate. While he may empathize with their plight, he refuses to leave any potential threats within his domain. The loyalty of those residing in the estate must exceed 70, while that of the castle's inhabitants should surpass 80. This is a fundamental principle. Beside the carriage, Su Qin sat with his soldiers, making their way southward. They held wooden spears, the silver tips glinting in the sunlight. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. "Sir, we have arrived at the dock," one soldier announced. Su Qin lowered the carriage curtain, withdrawing his gaze from the outside world, and slowly alighted from the carriage, jumping down with determination. He glanced back at the aged driver, acknowledging his skillful handling of the vehicle. However, Su Qin resolved to seek an opportunity to construct his own specialized carriage. The driver cracked his whip and smiled. "Sir, our family has been driving carriages for 3 generations. Upon hearing this, Su Qin nodded, rummaging through the folds of his lordly robe before approaching the old driver, producing 10 copper coins. "Is this sufficient, dear driver?" The old cart driver widened his eyes, having never expected such generosity from the lord regarding the fare. 10 copper coins, which could procure 2 pounds of grain. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Su Qin and said, "My lord, I cannot accept this." Observing the cart driver's fearful yet longing gaze fixed on the silver coins, Su Qin reached out, took his left hand, and placed the copper coins into it, then smiled. "Driver, I hope to encounter you again on my next journey." With that, he turned and waved his hand behind him, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Guards, follow me." The 5 of them then proceeded towards the bustling dock. The cart driver watched Su Qin's retreating figure for a while before tucking the coins safely into his bosom. He resolved to meander down North Street whenever he had the chance. At the dock, 3 large ships were moored at their designated berths, each vessel stretching several dozen meters in length and towering over 10 meters high. Chains secured the ships to the stone pillars on the shore, with anchors submerged in the water. A throng of workers was diligently lifting planks of redwood, each measuring several meters in length, onto the ships. In truth, these vessels were specifically designed for timber transportation, equipped with unique ballast and cargo arrangements to ensure that, in a certain sense, the people of this era ingeniously avoided the sinking of cargo ships due to excessive weight. This was a testament to their ingenuity. Several merchants supervising the laborers spotted Su Qin and his entourage from a distance. As Su Qin approached, they promptly made their way over with their assistants. These men were the owners of the 3 ships. Su Qin, accompanied by the militia guards, halted at an appropriate position, Watching as they approached this was essential. The leading merchant, upon noticing Su Qing extending his hand for a handshake, reciprocated the gesture. They began to scrutinize one another. Merchants were particularly sensitive to changes in the titles of the lords of trading areas, and they had already gathered some intelligence about Su Qing. After a brief handshake, the leading merchant immediately spoke. Honorable Lord, it is our privilege to encounter you here. Su Qing nodded and began to inquire. May I ask your names and where you hail from? The merchants promptly responded, astonished that the Lord addressed them with such respect. The leading merchant introduced himself in succession. My name is Banli. I am Ku Yang. I am Moktai. Su Qing nodded, but suddenly, Ku Yang, standing behind Banli, began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. A servant immediately offered him a woolen handkerchief, and when the coughing subsided, the handkerchief was removed, revealing blood. Banli quickly grasped the situation, casting a sharp glance at Ku Yang, who understood and retreated to a distance. Su Qing silently observed Ku Yang from afar and addressed Banli. Does he suffer from an ailment? Banli offered an awkward smile and replied, a few years ago, while transporting goods at Blackwater Bay, we encountered a storm, and he unfortunately fell into the sea. By the grace of the sea god, we found him on a nearby island. Since then, he has developed a cough, and his health has progressively deteriorated, worsening to its current state. By the way, my lord, we hail from the royal territory of Yulin and are tasked with transporting enchanted redwood for a certain lord. In the classroom, the topic was being redirected, and Su Qing withdrew his contemplative gaze from Ku Yang, his eyes sparkling as he smiled and said, Yulin, have you ever encountered an eastern individual like me? Would my presence be met with disdain by the people of King's Landing? Upon hearing this, Banli pondered briefly before responding with a smile, my lord. You are a vassal of the esteemed Count. Your authority does not extend to the realm of King's Landing. Moreover, you are speaking in the tongue of Westeros. Are you not? He understood Su Qing's inquiry about whether the king would reject outsiders. Su Qing chuckled heartily, expressing his desire to hear Banli's suggestions and insights regarding Seagull Port. Banli, would you be interested in accompanying me to the tavern by the docks for discussion? Without hesitation, Banli agreed. Inside the tavern, Su Qing arranged for a private booth and began to drink with Banli, while their guards stood vigil around them. Gradually, Su Qing steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Banli, what are your thoughts on the port? After sipping his wine and reflecting for a moment, Banli replied, my lord, I find the dock to be quite chaotic. Chaotic? Su Qing mused, pondering the nature of this disarray. Banli chuckled lightly, taking his time to articulate his thoughts. My lord, the merchant ships and fishing boats are haphazardly docked. The fishermen's stalls in Seagull Town are mixed with various shops and inns, compounded by the refugees congregating at the docks in search of work. The ground is strewn with filth and debris. Is this not chaotic enough? My lord, take a look at the architectural layout outside. As the second largest port south of the Valley Kingdom, do you not see the disorder in Seagull Town as harbor? To my knowledge, every day, refugees perish at the port. We merchants cannot venture out without a handful of guards for fear of being robbed. Is this not chaotic enough? Banli took another sip of wine and continued, my lord, I have heard tales of your recent exploits, and I greatly admire your prowess. Your reputation has reached my ears through the laborers. It is precisely because you inquired that I felt compelled to share my thoughts on this matter. Su Qing gazed intently out at the port, nodding slowly in response. Mr. Banli, I sincerely appreciate your insights. I shall consider how to address these issues. Banli smiled, observing Su Qing as somewhat melancholic demeanor. After a moment as thought, he remarked, my lord, allow me to share an amusing tidbit. Prince Rhaegar of King's Landing is soon to be betrothed to Princess Elia Martell of Dawn. Su Qing immediately seized upon this information, realizing the significance of Rhaegar Targaryen's impending engagement. Although he was uncertain of the timeline, he was well aware of the key figures involved and promptly inquired, Mr. Banli, when is the wedding set to take place? Banli understood Su Qing's apparent interest and replied, in 6 months, my lord, during November, there will be a tournament, and all the great nobles of Westeros will attend. Recalling Su Qing's feat of single-handedly challenging 40 adversaries, Banli added, I look forward to witnessing your presence in King's Landing. Su Qing smiled, raising his glass. Banli, it is truly fortunate to have encountered you today. I will certainly be there. Afterward, the two began to indulge in wine, engaging in discussions about the notable deeds of the feathered prince in the city of Jinling. This conversation held significant importance for Su Qing, as he lacked intelligence personnel capable of reaching Jinling, let alone the more distant regions of Cayenne or Duan. Before departing, Su Qing presented a capsule to the incessantly coughing Ku Yang as a token of goodwill, suggesting it might alleviate his ailment upon persuasion. Ku Yang, though somewhat skeptical, accepted the capsule. Chapter 16. The Banquet. On a fateful night, Su Qing, acting as the envoy for Count Yuan, prepared a sumptuous feast for Sir Pugin. Attended by all the ministers, and even arranged for a roasted whole lamb, valued at 3 gold coins. After the revelry, Su Qing was carried back to the Lord's chamber on the 3rd floor by Ira and Luke. Ira discreetly dismissed Luke and instructed 2 maidservants to fetch a basin of warm water. Before the bed, with a slight blush gracing her cheeks, Ira tenderly wiped Su Qing's hands with a warm towel, occasionally glancing at his lower garments, which she had already removed. Su Qing's imposing figure radiated strength. Suddenly, she heard him murmur, "Ira, did you kill that man? Have you avenged your mother?" Upon hearing this, Ira looked into Su Qing's closed eyes. Sensing merely his awareness of her presence, her eyes glistened with tears, her heart swelling with emotion. Su Qing's face, flushed from intoxication, captivated Ira's gaze, and she softly replied, "My lord, I took his life with my own hands, piercing him 37 times with a spear, leaving his belly a gaping wound. His blood flowed more profusely than my mother's, and though his children harbor hatred towards me, I understand their pain, yet I still seek vengeance." Su Qing offered no response, instead turning his head and adjusting himself into a more comfortable position, which elicited a knowing smile from Ira. After meticulously tending to his hands and face, she straightened his body, tucked him under the covers, and secured the door. Then, clutching Su Qing as outer garments, Ira descended the stairs, where 2 loyal guards awaited outside. The castle currently housed 20 loyal guards, each with a loyalty rating of approximately 85, a testament to Su Qing's careful alliances. Su Qing had arranged for the 20 guards under Count Yuan's command to reside in a multi-story building east of the Lord's castle, originally intended for the numerous mistresses of the former Lord, Fate. Given the layout of the castle, it was evident that many servants required accommodation. The living conditions were splendid. The 1st floor boasted 20 rooms, the 2nd 15, the 3rd 5, and the 4th a single room. The higher the floor, the more luxurious and spacious the quarters became. The abundance of rooms hinted at the considerable number of Fate's mistresses, a thought that sent shivers down Su Qing's spine. He could hardly fathom the beauty of those who once occupied the 4th floor, now the residence of the commander of the guard, Ella. Su Qing intended to allocate the remaining rooms to his loyal guards, each room featuring 3 bedrooms, with a generous area of at least 80 square meters. The guards residing beside the castle were specifically chosen for their unwavering loyalty. The following day, Su Qing arose early and first instructed the guards at the corridor to return to their rest. He then entered the study on the 2nd floor, dedicating his mornings to acquiring knowledge, familiarizing himself with the languages and heraldry of significant noble families, as well as various records of objects, biographies, and amusing anecdotes. He sought clues regarding the deities of this world. After a sand glass had elapsed, Ira entered with breakfast, consisting of rye bread, a jug of goat's milk, and several eggs, quite a delightful spread. After finishing his meal, Su Qing glanced at Ira, who was tidying up. "Ira, how many new maidservants do you think the castle should recruit to meet your needs?" Ira paused for a moment, contemplating before responding, "My lord, I believe the number of maids is around 40. Su Qing nodded, reminiscing about the former head maid, and continued to inquire, "Thank you for your hard work, Ira. By the way, how are the head maid and several other maids faring at the tailor's house I arranged for them?" "They are quite well, my lord. The few maids who left the castle with the head maid are quite happy. They can come and go from the manor as they please. And they receive 1 silver coin each month, which is far more enjoyable than staying within the castle." Ira, unable to meet Su Qing's gaze, lowered her head. From this, it seemed that Ira harbored a hint of envy. Noticing her downcast eyes, Su Qing sighed. Ira was wonderful in every respect, save for a few imperfections on her face. For instance, her facial structure was admirable, with her long, straight black hair cascading down. Her figure was equally striking, so much so that her feet were barely visible. "Perhaps we could grant the maids a day off, allowing them to venture outside once a week," Su Qing suggested with a smile. Ira shook her head. "My lord, the outside world is too perilous, and the maid's interactions with outsiders might pose a threat to you. It would be best to refrain from such ideas." After a moment's reflection, Su Qing conceded, returning to his book. Presently, he was engrossed in a text concerning the god of 1,000 faces, one of the 7 deities, titled "All Mortals Must Die." The book seductively urged mortals to worship the God of 1,000 faces, proclaiming him the true deity among the divine manifestations. It chronicled the deeds of the god's followers, essentially recounting tales of assassins, imbued with a strong religious fervor. Suddenly, a series of knocks disrupted his reading. Su Qin glanced at the hourglass. It was 10 in the morning. He slowly set the book aside as the door swung open, revealing Ireton. My lord, we have a visitor at the castle awaiting your summons. A visitor? Su Qin queried, puzzled. Besides Pukin, who else could it be? What name does he go by? He claims his name is Kuyan. Kuyan. The name stirred a memory for Su Qin, and he nodded, recalling the timber merchant. Bring him to the garden pavilion and prepare some refreshments. Also, instruct the maids to maintain their distance from him. Understood, my lord. Ireton exited the room. And Su Qin returned. All mortals must die to the shelf. After adjusting his attire, he stepped out of his chamber, where 2 loyal guards stood vigil outside his door. In the Seagull garden pavilion, surrounded by a myriad of flowers, Ireton often took the opportunity to learn literacy from the head maid. After all, how could the Baron's personal maid remain illiterate? At that moment, seated at the table in the pavilion, Kuyan was admiring the beautiful blossoms that had been impeccably maintained. Suddenly, he sensed someone sit beside him and turned to find Baron Seagull himself. Kuyan promptly stood, exclaiming, My lord, the medicine you provided me with yesterday worked wonders. My coughing has decreased by half today. I am deeply grateful for your generosity. His eyes flickered slightly, as if concealing something. Su Qin settled into his seat, while Ira gestured for the maid to set down the refreshments. A smile graced Su Qin's lips, for he was pleased to be of assistance. In his mind, he pondered the purpose behind Ku Yan's visit today. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. Observing Ku Yan's hesitance, Su Qin remarked, Mr. Ku Yang, feel free to speak your mind. Ku Yang offered an awkward smile, then turned to his armored knight escort, instructing him to bring forth a small cloth pouch. Upon entering the estate, the knights outside had to relinquish their weapons. The pouch slowly opened to reveal a small pile of gold coins, each the size of a thumb's fingernail. My lord, Ku Yang said, this is 50 gold coins, a token of gratitude for your generosity yesterday. I have come to inquire whether you possess any more of that medicine. I am willing to pay a premium for it. Su Qin glanced at the coins before shifting his gaze back to Ku Yang. It appeared the bait had been taken. Indeed, Su Qin was in need of funds. Thus, he replied, Ku Yang, I have 4 capsules remaining. If you consume them, your condition may improve significantly, and with some care, you should regain your health. The antibiotic is quite effective. While it may not be a specific cure for typhoid, it still yields considerable results. However, this medication was brought from my homeland. Each capsule is of great value to me. Su Qin added, revealing his necessity, which signaled a clear demand in their negotiation. Internally, Su Qin mused, indeed, they are worth a great deal, 1 gold coin each. Yet, how could he express that? In the realm of commerce, mutual willingness is paramount. Why not ask for more? Ku Yang pondered for a moment before proposing a price of 50 gold coins per capsule. Su Qin fixed his gaze upon him, shaking his head. After a brief contemplation, Ku Yang adjusted his offer to 75 gold coins each. Su Qin remained silent, prompting Ku Yang to grit his teeth and declare, 150 gold coins per capsule. Agreed. It is a pleasure to trade with you. Here are the 4 capsules, valued at 600 gold coins. Please accept them. Su Qin readily acquiesced. This was sufficient. 600 gold coins would allow him to begin implementing some of his plans. Truly, Ku Yang was a benefactor. He had struck it rich. Unfamiliar with such wealth, Su Qin found the sum staggering. The annual revenue of Island Valley could not compare. Ku Yang, clad in silk garments and accompanied by 4 armored knights, gradually exited the Seagull estate. The militia at the estate's entrance returned their weapons, and as they distanced themselves, Ku Yan's face broke into a smile. Holding a wooden box, he opened it to reveal 4 silver containers, into which he placed the 4 capsules. He felt he had struck a great bargain. In truth, the capsules were highly effective. Just 1 more might lead to complete recovery. Everything within the estate had been a mere fade. Today, he had brought with him a total of 2,000 gold coins, half of his fortune, yet well worth it. The remaining 3 capsules could easily fetch several thousand gold coins from the noble class, who were well aware of his ailment, a living testament to medical marvel. Upon reselling, even at the Iron Vault auction house, profits could multiply 3 or 4-fold, effortlessly reclaiming 3,000 gold coins. Su Qing had suffered a significant loss. He failed to recognize the vast wealth possessed by certain merchants and nobles, and his lack of trading experience led him to be deceived in the valley. However, trade is fundamentally about mutual benefit and willingness. Lacking exposure to the world, one finds themselves in such a predicament. Without insight and unable to identify suitable traders, one often struggles to sell valuable items at a fair price. Chapter 17. The Blueprints in the afternoon. Within the study, Su Qing unwrapped a parcel on the table, revealing a dazzling array of gold coins. Yila gazed at the coins in astonishment. 600 in total. Su Qing bit one of the coins, confirming its authenticity. Witnessing Su Qing's joy, Yila felt a surge of happiness herself. Although the coins on the table represented a fortune she might never possess, her focus remained on the person before her. With a flourish of his hands, Su Qing transferred the coins into the system's repository. After deducting his recent expenditures, he still had 605 coins remaining. Yila stared in disbelief at the now barren table, and Su Qing smiled at her, saying, "A form of spatial magic. You may encounter it in the future." Yila nodded, resolving to keep this secret close to her heart, and then inquired, "My lord, what kind of deity is the dragon god?" After taking a sip of water, Su Qing turned to face Yila, who stood attentively beside him. "An ordinary god," he replied succinctly. Seeing that Su Qing was reluctant to elaborate, Yila refrained from pressing further, and shortly thereafter, she was asked to leave. Seated at the desk, Su Qing slowly accessed the system interface, his curiosity piqued about what had been refreshed in April. The page transformed, revealing an option, April Refresh Store. Please select a category. Available categories include seeds, books, blueprint designs. Each category will yield free random blue or lower tier items. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Qing declared, "System, select blueprints." A flash of white light swept across the interface, unveiling 3 blueprints. Level 2 farm blueprint, a commendable farm featuring stone walls, housing, wells, toilets, a large bathroom, and a warehouse. The advanced architectural design covers an area of 600 square meters, accommodating 5 households. Redemption price, 50 gold. Impressive. Let's see the next one, he said. Level 1 lumberyard blueprint, a respectable camp with housing, a material storage facility, wells, and wooden walls. It spans 600 square meters, balancing planting and logging. It can house 10 lumberjacks. Redemption price, 10 gold. Shaking his head slightly, he found it somewhat underwhelming yet still usable. Level 2 blacksmith shop, a commendable artisan building featuring housing, a storeroom, a craftsman's room, and toilets. The advanced structure occupies 600 square meters and can accommodate 20 blacksmiths. Redemption price, 100 gold. Without hesitation, Su Qing waved his hand, redeeming and saving all the blueprints. Gold minus 160. Later that evening, in the castle's first floor council chamber, Nak laid several large yellow dragon flags on the massive table, and Su Qing approached to examine them one by one. "Very good, the black-eyed embroidery is exquisite," he remarked. Moving to the next flag. "This one is splendid, the scales are exceptionally well ordered." Suddenly, Nak interjected, "My lord, what creature is this? I have never heard of it in Westeros." Su Qing smiled, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Nak, this is a chilin, one of the totems of my homeland. I wish to bring it to Westeros." "My lord, I apologize," Nak replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice, "for leaving one's homeland is indeed a melancholic affair." Su Qing chuckled lightly, saying, "No matter, you have done excellently. What price are the tailors offering for this piece?" Nak immediately replied, "My lord, I have found the finest tailors in Seagull Town. They are charging 50 copper coins for each piece. They mentioned that while wool fabric is readily available, the yellow silk thread is quite expensive. Each piece requires 3 individuals to embroider for 3 days and nights. These few pieces were completed by them through sleepless nights. Each yellow dragon flag measures over 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. The flag features a yellow dragon gracefully coiling in the center, soaring towards the pointed tip of the inverted triangle at its edge. This family banner is intended to be hung on the wall to signify status and authority. Naturally, it cannot be a military flag, as the wool fabric is too heavy to flutter. In battle, if it were to droop, the soldiers might flee." Su Qing nodded at Nak, acknowledging that the craftsmanship and pricing were acceptable. He instructed him to recruit additional tailors and, if necessary, to seek out those among the refugees. "I require 100 chilling flags within a month. Let them come to the manor weekly to collect their wages." "Yes, my lord. It amounts to only 50 gold coins." Su Qing observed the slightly plump neck, contemplating whether it was prudent to entrust him with this task. He decided it would be more appropriate to appoint a logistics minister, thereby nurturing a trusted confidant. Having resolved the issue of the family banners, Su Qing slowly exited the conference room through the eastern gate while Nick carefully stored the yellow dragon flag and instructed the maid to secure the room. Returning to his study, he opened the system interface and contemplated the summoning options. He pondered aloud, system, is it possible to summon figures from the 100 schools of thought? After all, the issue of craftsmen needed resolution. The air fell silent for a moment before the system responded, affirmative. But you must pay double the price for a directed summoning. Su Qing exhaled deeply. System, I choose to summon craftsmen from the Mahist school of the Warring States period. With a quality rating of blue. The cost is 100 gold coins per summoning. Do you accept? I accept. As the interface glowed with a blue light, a blue figure materialized. Junior Mahist craftsman enhanced skills, carpenter level 2, blacksmith level 2, mason level 2, tiler, and other crafting skills at level 2. Effective attributes, intelligence soar. Valor in. Materials can be used by those with loyalty above 90. Su Qing nodded in approval and proceeded to summon several more craftsman templates. Below the junior craftsmen are apprentices, whose crafting profession is at level 1. Nevertheless, this suffices, as Su Qing currently only requires them to forge weapons. Ultimately, he summoned 2 blue Mahist craftsmen and 10 white craftsmen. A large blacksmith shop can accommodate 20 individuals, so he did not fully summon them. Having summoned talent, only 100 gold coins remained in Su Qing's pocket. Money flowed like water, but he remained unfazed, confident that every investment would yield returns. The immediate priority was to construct 2 blacksmith shops. Heavy industry is always the cornerstone of importance. The following day, Su Qing formulated a plan to visit Seagull Square. Soon, the bells of the town square rang out, signaling his arrival. Su Qing's purpose was to select 10 young individuals with loyalty exceeding 90, intending to discreetly distribute materials under the guise of miraculous deeds. Before long, a gathering of people amassed in the square, surrounded by 100 armed militia. Wielding sharpened wooden sticks, Su Qing stood upon the podium, nodding towards a squad of militia guards beside him. The guards began to strike the ground rhythmically with their wooden spears, and then, in unison, they shouted 3 times, silence. The crowd promptly fell silent. Su Qing surveyed the surroundings and commenced his speech. Greetings, everyone. I trust you are all aware that the newly appointed Baron Seagull is an Eastern man. And that is I. The audience listened intently, as news had spread that the new lord had exempted them from taxes for a year. Recently, refugees had been arriving by boat from Yulin to Seagull Town. Su Qing nodded and continued, I am now recruiting the first batch of maids, servants, and craftsmen for Seagull Manor. A ripple of surprise coursed through the crowd. They had initially believed Su Qing would select only the strongest and most beautiful individuals, like other nobles. However, his subsequent words caused many to shift in their seats. I pledge to the old gods and the 7 gods, struck out, Dragon God, that every individual who enters Seagull Manor will receive exceptional care. I shall not strike or harm you arbitrarily. The male servants may return home once a week, and I will provide each servant and maid with a monthly wage of 1 silver coin, with all meals and lodging included. You may choose to take your silver coin home. I do not require you to possess extraordinary strength, advanced skills, or exquisite beauty. I need only one thing. Su Qing raised his gaze, briefly scanning the faces of the crowd, who appeared solemn and earnest. With satisfaction, he declared, I only require your loyalty. For this initial recruitment, he sought 40 maids and 60 male servants. He welcomed refugees and residents of Seagull Town to sign up. Su Qing pondered for a moment, stating, I will not force the maids to serve my bed. Should a maid choose to do so one day, I assure you it will be of her own volition. For those who work for me until the age of 25 and wish to leave the manor, I promise them a substantial sum, providing them with the means to marry. The same applied to the male servants. He specified that the age for recruitment was between 16 and 20 years, and that appearance was of no consequence, as long as they were not disabled. Those who successfully registered would receive a month's salary upfront, as a gift from me to you. Now, those who wish to sign up, please step forward, Su Qing announced. No sooner had he finished speaking than a boy, clad in tattered clothing, eagerly responded, My lord, I am willing. The boy was small in stature, around 1.6 meters tall, and he gazed at Su Qing's face. He desperately needed the money to ensure his sister's survival. He had heard of the lord's deeds and held great admiration for him. The Lord had single-handedly defeated 47 men, leaving his enemies in a pitiful state. His father had perished in that assault. Thus, upon hearing of this opportunity, he hurriedly stepped forward to register. Chapter 18. Miracle. Su Qin undoubtedly held a fondness for this young lad, primarily due to his unwavering loyalty. Before long, Su Qin had recruited 100 servants. In truth, many had been rejected, specifically those whose loyalty fell below 80, whom he dismissed without hesitation. Although he duly compensated them with silver coins, one must not underestimate the value of such small gestures, for those who are homeless and endure a wretched existence. Every coin is a treasure. All those whom Su Qin accepted exhibited loyalty exceeding 80. He firmly believed that, through subsequent efforts to win their allegiance, these individuals would remain steadfastly devoted to him, especially with the assistance of the system that provided clarity in distinguishing friend from foe. Among the applicants, some displayed a negative loyalty score. Su Qin discreetly marked ans next to their names, intending to instruct his intelligence minister, Karen, to conduct a thorough investigation into the identities of these potential spies. Having first distributed funds to the qualified individuals to allow them to return home and prepare, he instructed them to report to the estate in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the 100 newly appointed servants entered the estate. The male servants were assigned to dormitories located outside the castle, 2 per room. The majority were refugees, eager for a new life. Su Qin initially instructed the head maid, Yila, to allow them to bathe in the pool. He also arranged accommodations for them, even providing a separate wooden cabin for couples. Naturally, he ensured that male and female servants were segregated, particularly the youth, to avert potential complications. At present, the male servants lacked a leader, so he appointed an AK to address this matter, as he was more accustomed to dealing with people in taverns and should handle it adeptly. As evening fell, Su Qin sat in the training room on the first floor. The spacious training facility was primarily designated for the Lord's King to engage in martial practice. Impervious to inclement weather, opposite him stood 12 individuals. Su Qin intended to conduct a remarkable ceremony for these men, the first batch selected being young males, as physical labor was not suited for women. Standing atop the platform, Su Qin surveyed the 12 individuals brought before him, slowly nodding in approval. Their loyalty scores were satisfactory. Clad in a black and silver patterned seagull robe, his countenance grave, he began to speak. The reason I have summoned you here for a private conversation is that I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Rising slowly, he walked deliberately among the 2 rows of men, who fixed their gaze upon him. You are all refugees, destitute and homeless. However, my reason for seeking you out is not rooted in pity. I possess a rare magical gemstone, and I know of your unwavering loyalty. This is the very reason for my choice. At this revelation, the 12 exchanged astonished glances. Su Qin continued, I do not worship the 7 gods or the old gods. Some began to tremble in fear, for such a declaration implied that their oaths would be rendered void. Yet, I revere the dragon god. The oaths I speak today shall remain valid. Recognizing that they might find it difficult to trust him, he declared, now, I shall demonstrate my sincerity. With that, Su Qin reached into his bosom and produced 12 gold coins. Nothing conveys sincerity quite like gold. Su Qin sought their unwavering loyalty, for they would gain access to his secrets. One by one, he gradually raised their right hands and placed a gold coin into each palm. The refugees trembled, feeling the warmth of their lord at hand for the very first time, beginning to sense that he was unlike any other lord they had encountered. As they gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar coins in their hands, Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. Now, I implore you to pledge your eternal allegiance to the dragon god. I shall bestow upon you the finest treatment across the entire continent. Remember, it is forever. Those willing to swear, please raise your hands. Su Qin surveyed the crowd. Immediately, a young boy raised his hand. My lord, I am willing. It was the same youth who had been the first to volunteer that morning. Su Qin acknowledged him with a nod, pleased with the crowd's willingness. I, too, am willing, declared another individual, raising his hand. The remaining attendees exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. My lord, we all wish to swear allegiance to the dragon god, forever loyal to you. Su Qin smiled contentedly and returned to his seat. With a wave of his hand, a colossal image of the dragon god descended behind him. The upper and lower halves of the dragon were starkly defined in black and white, its eyes contrasting in color, glimmering scales fixated on the crowd below, radiating divinity. Ira summoned 2 maids with loyalty ratings above 90 to step forth from either side, accompanied by Neck and Luke, Su Qin as trusted aides. As the dragon god image fell, the crowd was awestruck. Though crafted from woolen fabric, this depiction was undoubtedly a wondrous religious artifact, as the dragon's eyes appeared alive. Su Qing nodded at Ira, who smiled and guided several individuals back to the front of the assembly to explain the rituals of the swearing-in ceremony. Soon, before the dragon god image, a dozen individuals knelt on the ground while Su Qing sat in a position of authority, commencing the oath. A group began to gaze at Su Qing, reciting the oath in unison. I, Maid Ira, hereby swear allegiance to the great dragon god, pledging eternal loyalty to Su Qing Hercules. I, servant Luke, shall be eternally loyal to Su Qing Hercules. I, loyal. Once all had completed their oaths in succession, Su Qing rose slowly, proclaiming, "You may rise." The dozen individuals gradually stood, their eyes fixed on Su Qing. Hearts ablaze with fervor, a true embodiment of loyalty, steeped in the sense of a religious ceremony. Su Qing regarded them with a stoic expression. Eventually speaking, the deity you revere is neither a false god nor a malevolent spirit. He requires no sacrifice of your souls in servitude. I will not compel you to offer any material tribute to the dragon god. All that is required is that during your leisure, you remember having once paid homage to such a divine being. That alone shall please him. The dragon god seeks not your gold, but values your spiritual state. Now, let the miracles commence. As Su Qing turned his body and knelt on one knee, the others promptly followed suit. From the eye of the yin-yang dragon, 12 beams of light emanated. 2 blue and 10 white spheres slowly entered the bodies of the newly arrived 12 servants. Their eyes fluttered open and closed, their faith in the dragon god deepening. Within their memories, a multitude of skills emerged: blacksmithing, carpentry, architecture, and metallurgy, among others. Remarkably, they also recalled Chinese characters. Yet, their experiences and memories remained intact, as if their souls were gently infused with sweet honey, providing a sense of comfort. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, this connection would later sow the seeds of discord between him and them. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, Su Qing entrusted the second-tier blueprints to a young man, assigning him 2 blue enhanced materials, one for him and another for the second individual who pledged loyalty to him. The remaining individuals received white templates. Su Qing promptly appointed the 2 of them as craftsmen officials, and they would reside with the 12 artisans in the guest quarters on the first floor of the castle. The chief craftsman was a 16-year-old boy named Gri, and his deputy was a middle-aged man named Tendon. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing instructed them to commence the study and familiarization of the construction techniques for the second-tier blacksmith shop, as well as the essential architectural principles. After attending a funeral a few days later, Su Qing prepared to embark on the large-scale production of weapons, for one could never predict what might transpire in this world. John Arryn had yet to ascend the throne of Eagle's Nest, and with a rival, Aishel Arryn, emerging, it was prudent to arm himself promptly. Days had passed, and considering the distance, Su Qing planned to depart for Stonetown the following day to attend the funeral of the Earl's eldest son. Stonetown lay nearly 100 kilometers from Seagull Town, necessitating an early start. On that day, Su Qing arranged a large blacksmithing site for the artisans, situated in the southeast of the castle. That evening, while bathing, Su Qing was attended to by Ilya and 2 maids, who meticulously dried his back. Ilya gazed tenderly at Su Qing, only summoning the courage to look at him when he was not facing her. She felt fortunate to be a peripheral figure, having had little opportunity to encounter the Lord directly. Thus, she remained unscathed by the misfortunes that befell many beautiful maids at the hands of their lords, a common yet unfortunate reality among the nobility. Fortunately, families such as Stark, Martell, Tyrell, and Dane were known for their commendable character, with no scandalous tales regarding the mistreatment of maids. Ilya looked at Su Qing and inquired, "My lord, you will set off for Stonetown tomorrow with Sir Pugin. Do you require my presence to attend to you?" Her melodious voice brought a wave of joy to Su Qing's heart. Leaning against the edge of the tub, Su Qing replied with a smile, "There is no need, Ilya. Please encourage the artisans to thoroughly comprehend the architectural blueprints. That would suffice to satisfy me." "Very well, my lord. I have a question to ask you," she said, a hint of hesitation in her voice. "What is it?" Su Qing inquired, slightly puzzled. The 2 maids beside Ilya nudged her, prompting her to continue. "My lord, why has the dragon god not bestowed upon us and Luke greater miracles? Are we not devout enough?" Su Qing chuckled softly upon hearing this. "I am preparing to grant you and Luke even greater miracles, but you must wait a little longer. It may take several years. Splendid miracles are not easily summoned." Upon hearing this, Ilya felt a sense of relief, realizing the truth of the matter. She then replied, "Very well, my lord, we shall prepare your luggage for tonight." Her voice was melodious, akin to that of a lark. Moreover, her figure was striking, and Su Qing took note of her at first glance. It is indeed in a man's nature to notice a woman's physique. After all, 9 out of 10 men are inclined towards such things, with the remaining one being merely reserved. Su Qing nodded, acknowledging the fact that nobles truly know how to indulge, addressing each other with the term my lord. Chapter 19. Fair time swiftly approached the moment of departure for the city of rune stones. By the 7th hour of the morning, the servants of Seagull Manor had already commenced their labors. The male servants were tasked with sweeping, moving items, and assisting the craftsmen, while the female servants attended to washing curtains and clothing, cooking, and maintaining cleanliness. Currently, the manor employed over 200 individuals, including serfs, male and female servants, and a dozen seamstresses. Additionally, there were 21 personal guards and 100 militia soldiers. Not to be overlooked were the 12 craftsmen skilled in mosey techniques, who had risen early to explore new wall structures. Outside Seagull Manor, Su Qing mounted his horse as ministers and notable figures gathered to bid him farewell. This journey required only his presence, for Su Qing had unwavering confidence in his valor. After bidding farewell to the captain of his personal guard, Ella, and the head maid, Isla, Su Qing followed Pugin onto the eastern road. He had generously allocated 50 gold coins for the craftsman's research, believing that one must not be stingy with funds dedicated to innovation. However, he also conveyed a stern message: upon my return, I expect to witness tangible results. Failure to do so shall result in deprivation of sustenance. Essentially, the craftsmen required were of the second-tier level, and Su Qing was certain that under the guidance of Gree and Tendon, they would accomplish their objectives. He entrusted the remaining 40 gold coins to Isla, granting her full authority over the manor's logistical affairs, while he set forth with the remaining 10 gold coins. The solitary route from Seagull Town to the city of Runestones was the Stony Path, which led directly to the four-way junction of Augustus Fortress, traversing the Seagull River. The Seagull River flowed in a north-south direction, coursing through the heart of Seagull Town. Above it stood an ancient stone bridge, the Seagull Bridge, spanning the river formed by the Seagull Mountains. This river, a confluence of oceanic monsoon rains and the cool air from the mountains, was about 50 meters wide, with its deepest sections reaching 20 meters, capable of accommodating medium-sized cargo vessels. Surrounding the riverbanks were pastoralists tending to sheep and cattle, benefiting from the lush waters and grasses. Beyond them lay various small villages, where the inhabitants relied on farming for their livelihood. These villagers were subjects of the Seagull Lord, bound to pay a grain tax, a significant source of sustenance for the townsfolk. However, this year, due to a tax exemption, they were faring quite well. In fortunate summers, they could reap 2 harvests in a year, with June marking the first month of bounty. As for the rationale behind the tax exemption, aside from alleviating local resentment towards the Lord and winning the hearts of the people, Su Qing harbored other intentions. Presently, the granary within the territory held 10,000 units of grain, sufficient to sustain Su Qing's castle of fewer than 300 individuals for nearly 2.5 years. The Lord's private 600 acres of farmland could also yield a substantial amount of grain, producing 7,200 units annually through double cropping, enough to feed 600 people for an entire year. In terms of provisions, Su Qing remained entirely unperturbed. 10 li northwest of Augustus Fort, he had specifically come to inspect the border area adjacent to the Seagull mountain range. Clad in leather armor and burdened with his belongings, he surveyed the surroundings, wielding a spear upon his back and a great sword at his side. This was a vast plain, from which he could discern numerous small villages at a glance. Pujin accompanied him with several attendants, both observing the condition of the roads. Suddenly, Su Qing spotted a flickering light in the distance, accompanied by thick smoke visible several kilometers away. This was certainly not the smoke of ordinary cooking. He could see houses ablaze, a clear sign of enemy activity. As Su Qing was about to crack his whip and gallop towards the scene, Pujin called out to him, attempting to dissuade him from advancing. Pujin gazed at Su Qing. "My lord, it is imperative we continue our journey. Darkness approaches, and we must reach the next fortress swiftly." Su Qing glanced at Pujin, fully aware of the unfolding situation, yet he refused to relent. Pujin silently shook his head, suggesting that Su Qing refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. What was there to protect at the borders? Su Qing, incensed, retorted, "Is this how you safeguard your own people?" With that, he shouted fiercely, and with a resounding neigh, he charged his steed towards the distant village. Within the village, a band of around 70 mountain clansmen was engaged in pillaging, mercilessly slaughtering men and seizing women and livestock. The ground was soaked in blood. Women were herded like cattle into enclosures, some subjected to violence on the spot. Their screams echoed. But despair washed over them as they realized no one would come to their rescue. The soldiers in the fortress never intervened. The mountain clansmen seemed to have an unspoken agreement with the nobility, exclusively raiding remote villages. After one village was plundered, another would inevitably spring up, creating an endless cycle of refugees. Outside the village, sharpened wooden stakes, each 10 centimeters wide, were driven into the ground, with captured children brutally impaled upon them. Their garments were drenched in blood, staining the earth. Boys and girls alike, their eyes wide with terror, seemed to plead with the heavens for justice against their cruel fate. One maniacally laughing clansman was about to impale a child, whose hands were bound and legs thrashing in desperation. She was engulfed in fear and hopelessness. Xu Qing, galloping furiously on his warhorse, approached and beheld the horrific scene. Rage surged from the depths of his heart, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury as he spotted the savage. He swiftly drew his spear from his back, aimed with precision, and hurled it forward. The wild man, caught in a fit of laughter, suddenly felt darkness envelop him as the spear pierced through his skull, nailing him to the ground. Xu Qing's spear struck true, splattering blood and brain matter in its wake. Riding past the stakes, he retrieved his spear without a glance at the fallen child and, crouched low upon his steed, charged down the village road with fervor. On the village road, the mountain tribesmen continued to seize valuables, when suddenly, some of the wild men heard the neighing of the warhorse. As they turned, they were met with the sight of Xu Qing charging towards them. Instantly, they raised their axes and shields in defense. They presumed that Xu Qing would halt as he approached, yet the closer he drew, the swifter he charged. Seemingly unperturbed by their presence, Xu Qing accelerated, and with 3 resounding thuds, he breached the front line of defense, impaling a mountain clan warrior upon his 2-meter spear. Others were sent sprawling to the ground. Upon breaking through the defenses, he beheld a figure ensconced at the center, adorned with a bone necklace, surrounded by a throng of barbarians, evidently a person of considerable stature. A spark ignited within Xu Qing, and he surged forward, skewering 2 of the barbarians. The spear pierced their abdomens, leaving them suspended upon its length. With a single hand, he hefted the spear, casting the lifeless bodies before the leader, who recoiled in terror. Suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of an archer atop a nearby structure, drawing back their bowstring aimed at him. Without hesitation, he pivoted and hurled the spear, which pierced through the archer's arm and plunged into their chest. Xu Qing's valor was akin to that of 20 men. He surmised that his strength alone rivaled that of 20, attributing much of his prowess to sheer physical power. With his might exceeding 10, each increment represented a significant milestone. Some ascended through skill, while others harnessed innate talents. Noticing the leader's attempt to flee, Xu Qing swiftly turned, unsheathed his sword, dismounted, and charged at the fleeing barbarian chief. The leader frantically commanded his kin to obstruct Xu Qing's advance while he himself retreated. However, he was no match for Hercules. It was said that with a single hand, he could lift 1,000 pounds. Thus, Xu Qing cleaved through several wooden shields of the barbarians, dispatching a few, and then bellowed like a lion, causing the barbarians to retreat in fear. In combat, it is the momentum that prevails. Once a person is afraid, death is not far behind. With rapid precision, Xu Qing surged forward, his sharp sword slicing through the air at an astonishing pace, fixated on the leader. Ultimately, he effortlessly caught up to the fleeing chief and severed his head. Returning with the barbarian leader's head in hand, he found the village streets devoid of any remaining foes. He proceeded to scour the village, methodically eliminating any unsuspecting barbarians engaged in acts of violence. In this battle, Xu Qing single-handedly faced a multitude, claiming the life of a chief and 35 barbarians. Yet, despite his formidable prowess, this confrontation was, in essence, a resounding failure. The flames, the thick smoke, the blood, and the despair that lingered in the village mocked Xu Qing's impotence. Behold, no matter how powerful one may be, one's gaze can only ever behold the seagulls, remaining blind to the suffering and despair of the distant lands. At that moment, Xu Qing found himself utterly powerless, resigned to seek a way to confront the clans within the Seagull Mountains in the future. Chapter 20. Education. As night fell, bonfires blazed throughout the village. Xu Qing, his body smeared with blood, sat on the ground, slowly consuming a rye cake. Surrounding him were clusters of women and children, all fixated on the flames. Some gnawed on the remnants of dry cakes, while others clutched the belongings of their deceased husbands, relatives, and children. Xu Qing's gaze fell upon a girl nestled in a mother's arms. She was the very child he had rescued. Her face bore streaks of tears as she stared blankly at the fire, her profile motionless. Rising to his feet, Su Qing retrieved a right kick from his cloak and approached her, placing it gently on her lap. Turning away, he suddenly felt an object strike the back of his seagull cloak. He instinctively knew what it was and slowly turned to see a black-haired girl standing defiantly. I hate you all. I hate every one of you. My father is dead. My sister is dead. Grandma Li is dead. I hate you all. No one truly cares about us, no one. Su Qing listened in silence. Her words resonated with undeniable truth. He turned back, quietly picked up the right kick from the ground, brushed it off, and returned it to his cloak. Upon raising his eyes, he noticed a mother clad in coarse fabric gazing at him with pleading eyes, accompanied by a group of women who watched him intently. Sir. She is just a child, please spare her. They assumed that Su Qing, a nobleman, would punish the girl in his fury. Nodding, Su Qing approached, crouched down, and embraced the little girl. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his ear as the child bit him. She immediately released her grip. Su Qing touched his ear, finding it stained with blood. He glanced at the girl, then swiftly delivered a light slap to her face, enough to send her sprawling to the ground. Calmly, he regarded the child as she lay there, casting a sideways glance filled with animosity. Child, the first lesson I impart to you today is to never blame others for your own cowardice. If you possess courage, then train diligently. Always remember to recognize who your true enemies are. After retracting his hand, he beckoned, come with me, child as mother. The surrounding women hurriedly restrained the mother, who looked at Su Qing's figure, shook her head, and slowly rose to follow him beneath the old tree. Su Qing touched his ear, relieved it was still intact. The child had shown restraint. Taking a sip of wine, the mother of the child suddenly knelt before him. Thank you, sir, for sparing Alice's life. Su Qing took another sip, responding, rise, it is of no concern. Soon after, he conversed with her for a while, primarily to gather information regarding the raids from the mountainous clans and to understand the village's living conditions. After a brief discussion, he departed, ensuring no harm to the mother's reputation. The following morning, Su Qing bid farewell to the group. He instructed the mother to lead them to Seagull Manor to seek out the head maid, Aylar, assuring her that accommodations and means of livelihood would be arranged for them. As Su Qing rode away on his solitary steed, the mother, clutching 1,000 copper coins, slowly turned her gaze towards the southwest. The women, wielding the long axes left behind by the barbarian tribes, watched her intently. The corners of her lips twitched as she proclaimed, let us head to Seagull Town. Alice frequently glanced back at Su Qing's receding figure, as if she grasped some unspoken truth, yearning to convey something to him, yet the distance between them grew ever wider. The mother recalled Su Qing's last words, upon reaching Seagull Town, ensure that child nourishes her body well, and impart to her the principles of humanity. Do not hesitate to discipline her. That was her downfall. On the plains leading to Fusha City, Su Qing marveled at the endless expanse before him, his eyes drawn to the distant city walls. The road bustled with freight wagons, while small traders navigated their carts towards the city. Su Qing swiftly mounted his horse and approached, only to be intercepted by the guards at the city gate. The guards scrutinized him briefly, inquiring, who are you, and what brings you to Fusha City? Noticing the bloodstains adorning Su Qing's attire, they regarded him with suspicion. Su Qing spoke slowly, I am the newly appointed Baron of Seagull Town, Su Qing Hegalis. I encountered a band of mountain clansmen on my journey and dispatched them. The guard accepted the feathered insignia, examining the emblem of the Fusha family, a vassal of the Royce family. He promptly returned the insignia to Su Qing, saying, my apologies. Me lord, Fusha City is under tight control at present. Nodding appreciatively, Su Qing received the insignia and entered the city, leading his horse through the cobblestone streets. He noted that the thoroughfares here were superior to those in Seagull Town. Flanked by 3-story stone houses, the architectural style was markedly distinct from that of Seagull Town. Su Qing eventually arrived at the gates of the Lord's manor. After verification, a knight welcomed him into the estate, where he encountered Count Alan in the Lord's study. Alan regarded Su Qing with admiration, exclaiming, Su Qing, it appears you have emerged victorious once more. I hear you have adopted the surname Hegalis, truly fitting. Su Qing smiled, feeling a genuine fondness for this angelic investor. My lord, it is an honor to be in your presence. Your glory is my glory. Alan laughed heartily, announcing, tonight, we shall host a welcoming feast in your honor. You may reside on the 2nd floor of the castle. Take a moment to refresh yourself. The white seagull has turned into a sea of blood. Su Qing performed a formal knightly salute. Yes, my lord. Following this, Alan resumed his work. while Su Qing followed a servant to the bedroom prepared for him by the Lord, situated conveniently on the second floor, just one level below the Lord's family. In his chamber, Su Qing removed his blood-stained leather armor and inner robe, instructing the servant to fetch a bucket of hot water. The servant promptly departed to fulfill the request. After cleansing himself, Su Qing donned his inner robe and retrieved a book from the shelf, immersing himself in its pages with great enjoyment. Before long, he was interrupted. As a series of knocks echoed, Su Qing called out, "Come in." The door is open. The individual entered, and upon lifting his gaze, Su Qing was astonished to find it was the Count's daughter. "Miss Delia, what brings you here?" Delia smiled as she observed Su Qing engrossed in his reading, presenting a tailored baron suit with both hands. "Sir Su Qing, I have prepared a new seagull baron outfit for you. Would you care to try it on?" Su Qing met Delia's gaze, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she maintained her soft smile. Within himself, Su Qing thought, "Oh no, I fear I have caught her eye." He then noticed the remnants of a needle mark on the young lady's hand and pondered, sighing, "Miss Delia, I must confess that I do not yet harbor any feelings for you. We are still strangers. How could I feel anything? It would be rather presumptuous to declare affection simply because one is beautiful." Upon hearing this, Delia felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. She promptly set down the seagull suit, her eyes reddening as she exited the room. Shaking his head, Su Qing glanced at the seagull outfit on the bed, slowly unfolding it. The black silk was adorned with golden threads forming intricate rose patterns, embellishing the cuffs and neckline with blooming roses. Turning it over, he beheld a lifelike seagull, crafted in gold thread, soaring majestically, its eyes represented by 2 silver roses. Su Qing sat on the bed, lost in thought, letting out a sigh. That evening, as Su Qing's welcome banquet was about to commence, he was notably absent. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the merriment of Count Fusher's vassals and servants as they reveled in the feast. Suddenly, a maid called out from the entrance, "The seagull baron has arrived." The grand doors swung open, and the gaze of the assembled nobility turned towards the entrance, all admiring the valiant knight who had just entered. Behind a decorative screen, a lovely young lady immediately stood up, peering through the ornate stone wall with rapt attention fixed on the doorway. Clad in the golden-threaded rose seagull attire, Su Qing approached Alan, performing a knightly salute. Alan surveyed Su Qing's gallant appearance and nodded. "This attire suits you well, my knight." "Indeed, I also believe it compliments me," Su Qing replied, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Truth be told, it was quite challenging to refuse the daughter of a count, particularly as she was from his superior's household. Lacking a solid foundation, he was susceptible to others' intentions and required some external support. Affection must be cultivated gradually. The Count's daughter was meticulous and beautiful, and he did not harbor any aversion towards her, especially those captivating violet eyes. The young lady behind the stone screen beamed with joy upon seeing Su Qing donned in the garments she had lovingly crafted. Her mother, noticing her daughter's smile, remarked, "Delia, come join your brothers for dinner. Why are you just standing there?" "I'm coming, mother." Chapter 21. The gift as night enveloped the world. Su Qing lay motionless upon his bed, lost in contemplation. Today marked the moment he had disclosed his intentions to Yolan. Only the timing of their engagement remained unresolved. A profound sense of melancholy filled Su Qing's heart, for it seemed that the majority of men harbored aspirations of taking multiple wives. Such selfishness felt almost instinctual. He found himself quite fond of both Longma and Xiaomei. "Host, why not choose to have them all?" Startled, Su Qing exclaimed, "System, you have returned?" Reminding the host, "You can only unite with one woman to bear a single child. And what does that have to do with my desire to have them all? That implies your offspring will be few, which would be a catastrophic blow for the future. And for the past, it too would be devastating. Can you speak plainly? The time is not yet ripe. Do you not also admire that woman's voice? Why not courageously admit your desire to possess them all? Are you still influenced by the modern thoughts of Blue Star? Are you foolish, host? I truly cannot fathom why the Yellow Dragon, who values the harmony of yin and yang and the legacy of offspring, would reject his own nature. Host, remember, you are the emperor. An emperor takes only one wife and showers his affection upon but one. The world would perish otherwise. That is all." Silence filled the air as Su Qing pondered throughout the night, eventually succumbing to slumber. The following day, Su Qing received an invitation to the military camp, where he was to engage in combat with numerous knights and soldiers. Unsurprisingly, he emerged victorious against them all. The crowd soon recognized the truth behind the rumors. After single-handedly challenging groups of foes on 2 occasions, the people bestowed upon him a folk nickname, Lion Su Qing. Su Qing felt a sense of resignation. Was not the lion in conflict with the Lannister family? Nevertheless, the moniker was fitting and quickly spread among the nobility. Such unofficial titles, of course, would not be recorded in the annals of history. That evening, Su Qing entrusted the family crest, the yellow dragon flag, and the noble seal to Yolen. The crest and seal swiftly found their way into the hands of the scholar Dan Wen, and soon thereafter, they were meticulously transcribed and recorded in King S Landing and the Citadel. The name of Su Qing, Hercules, began to be inscribed in the chronicles of civilization. Meanwhile, the family crest, the yellow dragon flag, lay within the splendid sewing chamber of a young maiden. In the purple-draped workshop, Delia scrutinized the flag adorned with the yellow dragon. The craftsmanship of the Chilean's eyes and scales was alarmingly crude, resembling a hastily crafted piece. The horns of this Chilean appeared so awkward. How could such a majestic creature be represented so poorly, inferior even to the loathsome stag of House Baratheon? This simply would not do. The family banner was a disgrace to their dignity and honor. Delia called out to the door, "Maid, summon my chief seamstresses at once. I require their presence. And ensure they all come. This night, as the moon shone brightly, let us seize the moment while the world remains awake." The funeral had been arranged for Monday morning, a day dedicated to the sea god. However, as descendants of the ancients, the people of the runestone should uphold the faith in the old gods. Yet perhaps due to their prolonged dealings with the sea over millennia, many had shifted their beliefs to the sea god or, by another name, the drowning god. Nobility had the privilege to arrange their funerals according to their own beliefs. However, they still needed to consider the faith of the common folk, which remained a significant matter in this era. On this day, everyone donned black attire, silently observing as the priest scattered the ashes of the count's eldest son into the sea, accompanied by a choir of musicians singing mournful hymns. The ancient cult believed that ashes bore the soul, and allowing them to drift into the ocean would enable the spirit to return to the realm of the divine, a belief held sacred. The ceremony was conducted under stringent protection, with the lady of the manor weeping profusely, mourning her most cherished and proud son. He was valiant and dignified, displaying unparalleled kindness towards his subjects. He was the heir nurtured by the count himself, yet he was brought to ruin by the Candlewick family. Conversely, the most accomplished son of the Candlewick family also met his demise. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged. The precious amethyst, initially hunted with great effort, ultimately found its destined place. The amethyst served as the vital source of magical energy sustaining the Great Wall's enchantment, a covenant upheld by the Gemstone family for millennia. Each year, they were tasked with capturing a crystal shark and transporting it to the northern stronghold of the Black Castle. This was their honor and prestige. In truth, many families adhered to this ancient pact. Some were renowned, while others remained obscure. A few families even took the initiative to hunt additional crystal sharks, earning both glory and gold, while simultaneously protecting the people residing beyond the wall. Following the funeral, the young lords gradually began returning to their fiefs, including Su Qing. 2 days later, clad in a golden-threaded seagull attire, Su Qing mounted his steed and prepared to depart from the gates of Gemstone Fortress. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out, "Su Qing. Sir Hercules, wait." Turning around, Su Qing found himself face to face with the count's daughter, Delia Royce. The Gemstone family, synonymous with the Royce lineage, could be referred to by their territory or their surname. For instance, the Count of Gemstone referred to Aelon Royce, while the Baron of Seagull was Su Qing Hercules. Naturally, the patriarch of the Royce family bore a moniker, Aelon the Bronze, which was the Count's nickname. As Su Qing gazed upon the Count's daughter, Delia, clad in a black silk noble gown, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with long, lustrous hair and striking beauty, he dismounted to await her farewell. Delia approached, accompanied by 2 maids and a retinue, and as she reached Su Qing, she gently smoothed the creases from his attire. When Su Qing lifted his gaze, he met Delia's enchanting violet eyes fixed upon him. "I have prepared a gift for you," she declared, clapping her hands. One of her maids stepped forward, unfurling a family banner depicting a majestic golden dragon, vibrant and lifelike. "I am quite fond of the Kirin banner. It has inspired me to dream of your homeland." With another clap, a maid placed a package on the ground, slowly unveiling a pile of gold coins. "This is the gold I acquired by sewing garments for the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. I understand your pressing need for it, otherwise you would not have sold such a precious remedy to merchants at such a meager price. Do you realize that this particular potion fetched an astonishing 2,000 gold coins at the Pentos auction? I sense your skepticism, yet astute minds can easily deduce that the concoction originated from your hands." Fortunately, The initiative lies with us. Su Qing continued to gaze at Delia, who appeared somewhat taken aback. With a gentle smile, she presented him with 1,000 gold coins as a token of gratitude for rescuing her father, expressing her sincere feelings for him direct and effective. Su Qing, moved by the young lady before him, felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. As she approached slowly, tilting her head with her eyes half closed, Su Qing wrapped his arms around Delia's waist, and they shared a tender kiss. On the city wall, Count Alan observed the affectionate pair below and exchanged a knowing smile with the countess beside him. This lad, in his foolishness, has rushed into the midst of the barbarian horde to save a mere villager. I cannot think of anyone more suited for such a task. The countess, with her striking blue eyes, nodded in agreement. I believe my father would also extend his blessings to them. However, he must temper his fervor. I do not wish for my beautiful and virtuous daughter to languish in loneliness. I shall admonish him. With that, Alan and the countess strolled away. Su Qing returned to Seagull Town bearing 3 gifts. The first, a yellow dragon flag to be displayed in the Lord's conference room, which remarkably achieved blue quality and would enhance prestige. The second, a sum of ling gold coins. And the third, seemingly his fiancée, with an engagement date to be determined soon. Chapter 22, Organization. On the rugged path, Su Qing engaged in leisurely conversation with 2 silver knights escorting him home. These knights were sworn to the daughter of the count, serving her exclusively. Notably, the countess revered one of the 7 gods, the crone, symbolizing wisdom and foresight. Diverging from her family's allegiance to the old gods, she commanded her own intelligence network and a cadre of knights loyal solely to her, exemplifying her sagacity. Her influence extended to the Pentos route. As they conversed, Su Qing sought to understand the distribution of the mountain clans in the vicinity, a matter of significant concern to him. One of the knights remarked, "Sir, I find it perplexing that you are so invested in the mountain clans. Why is that?" The knight regarded Su Qing with skepticism, unable to fathom how one man could best another in combat. As anyone familiar with brawls would know that even defeating 3 foes is a feat worthy of a monster. The mountain clans roamed the fringes of the territory. Their tribes nestled deep within the forests. Should one attempt to root them out, they would retreat into their hideaways. Conversely, if left unchallenged, they would only launch sporadic raids on nearby villages. They were not devoid of intelligence, refraining from assaulting cities. For to confront the mountain clans would require considerable resources from the nobility, yielding little in return. We admire your concern for the common folk, as it reflects a noble knightly spirit. However, do not approach the barbarians with arrogance. Such pride can exact a bloody toll, the knight cautioned, speaking on behalf of Delia. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that he may have overestimated his own strength. "Thank you for sharing your insights, knight," he replied appreciatively. The knight continued, "This is also the count's wish." Realizing that the count feared his impetuousness might lead him into perilous depths of the mountains, Su Qing responded with a smile, "Understood. I shall approach the mountain clans with caution and prepare thoroughly before seeking to eliminate them." With the task accomplished, the knight nodded in affirmation, and the group quickly resumed their journey. Su Qing returned to Seagull Town with ease. After bidding farewell to the 2 knights, he entered the Seagull Manor. Located on the western bank of the Seagull River, Seagull Town lay to the south of the manor. The Seagull Mountain Range nurtured both rivers and underground streams that flowed through Seagull Town, Stone Rune City, and Iron Oak Territory, providing precious water resources to the inhabitants. The Seagull Mountains soared to impressive heights, possibly exceeding 10,000 meters, their peaks often clothed in snow, rendering them a no-man's land. The confluence of evaporating seawater and frigid winters resulted in abundant snowfall and rainfall in those regions, sustaining all forms of life. Upon his return, Su Qing first inspected the training grounds. After a week of rigorous training, the troops had become notably more cohesive, with some even achieving a valor ranking of 1. Su Qing felt quite satisfied as he entered the artisans' courtyard, eager to observe their research on the walls. However, he was informed that Gri and his team were conducting experiments outside the estate. Thus, Su Qing altered his course and soon spotted Gri, who was directing several individuals wielding large hammers to strike the wall, indeed, the stone brick wall he had constructed himself. "Gri!" Su Qing called out, and Gri slowly turned his head. "Smash it with all your might. I wish to see just how much this stone wall can endure." "Yes, that's right. Strike hard." Suddenly, Gri sensed the Lord's voice behind him and turned to find Su Qing had returned. He promptly approached Su Qing and bowed. "My lord, I am testing the strength of the mortar, yet the results have been rather unsatisfactory." Su Qing smiled. "No worries, continue your work. I shall merely observe. Do not let me disrupt your research. Yes, my lord. As Grey turned back, Su Qing accessed the young man's panel in the system. Grey's effective attributes: intelligence, 7. It was notable that Su Qing's own intelligence was only 10, a product of prolonged modern education. He was somewhat astonished to see that Grey had actually gained the point. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing realized that just as one becomes more adept at solving mathematical problems through practice, humanity can derive wisdom from experience and knowledge. Attributes can indeed increase over time. Through reading and practice, this was quite natural. Perhaps the ancients possessed greater wisdom, yet they lacked access to such knowledge and the means to refine their practices. Having come to this understanding, Su Qing followed closely behind Grey to observe more intently, as Grey appeared deep in thought. Grey, Su Qing inquired, have you encountered any difficulties? I might be able to offer some suggestions. Grey looked up, my lord, I have been trying to determine the ratio of soil to lime, but the results remain unsatisfactory. The Red Keep is so tall, and the wall-building techniques of Westerosi culture are quite advanced. Su Qing nodded, contemplating for a moment. Do you only use soil and lime? Yes, my lord. Su Qing joined in the contemplation, and after a while, he suddenly recalled something. Try mixing in some sand. There is plenty by the river. Just be mindful of the ratio. After saying this, Su Qing departed, intending to inform the servants to notify the ministers about the upcoming meeting regarding the first week of April. Upon receiving the suggestion, Grey promptly resumed his experiments. Later that evening, in the Lord's meeting chamber on the first floor, Su Qing, clad in an expensive golden robe, sat quietly in the Lord's chair on the eastern side. Behind him stood Luke and the secretary, Cree, who was stationed straight at the inner door. At that moment, only the three of them occupied the meeting room. Cree was the youngest son of Minister Cran, having been brought back by Su Qing on his first day to meet Cran. Over the past few days, Su Qing had left him in the library to learn how to record the minutes of meetings. At such a young age, he ought to read more. In fact, he had been doing quite well. Today, he was brought along to write the meeting summary for his father. Suddenly, the large door swung open, and a throng of ministers filed in one after another. Once everyone was seated, Su Qing began to speak. Karen glanced at his son behind Su Qing and smiled at him. His son reciprocated the gesture. The fact that his son was valued by the Lord signified the stability of his power. After surveying the people on either side, Su Qing announced, all right, everyone is present. Let us commence. Today's attendees include Captain of the Guards, Ella, Right Minister of Finance, Trent, Minister of Intelligence, Karen, and the Craftsman Officer, Grey. There are both young and old among us, but that is of little consequence. Ability is what truly matters. The meeting for the first week of April is now in session. Today, Clay will record the minutes. Su Qing cast a glance at the Minister of Intelligence, who wore a look of astonishment. Clay, seated just behind Su Qing, noticed his father's surprised expression and smiled. Indeed, my lord. He had been preparing for this week, diligently writing the minutes every day in the library, and now he finally had the opportunity to put his preparation into practice. He quickly took out pen and paper and settled at the desk Su Qing had specially prepared for him, not far from Su Qing's left side. Su Qing promptly began to preside over the meeting. Minister of Finance, I require an account of the current population of Seagull Town, excluding the small villages. How is your assessment progressing? Trent immediately rose and handed a sheet of paper to Su Qing. My lord, we have not only delved into various small refugee congregations, but have also dispatched individuals to gather the population figures of all the small villages in Seagull Town, compiled by household. Su Qing took the statistics and examined them. The work was thorough, and he was impressed that the statistics for the small villages had already been gathered in advance. He nodded approvingly. Well done. Each administrative officer will receive a gold coin as a reward, to be collected after the meeting. Thank you, my lord. Trent returned to his seat, his face aglow with happiness. After briefly reviewing the recorded information, Su Qing nodded slowly. He then turned to the ministers, stating, Seagull Town comprises approximately 500 households of commoners and around 600 households of refugees. Furthermore, H Fort, Augustus Fort, and Kiel Fort collectively house about 3,000 individuals. Of course, I have yet to gain full direct jurisdiction over the 4 subdivisions. I am confident that during the year in which I enact the tax exemption decree, Seagull Town will attract more refugees from the Feather Forest, the Valley Kingdom, and even Pentos. My lord, I am concerned that other lords may oppose your actions. Karen cautioned. Su Qing regarded Karen thoughtfully, understanding the rationale behind the warning. The issue of subjects fleeing was serious or trivial depending on the nobility themselves. He inquired, "Are there many illegal immigrants among the refugees?" Karen nodded. "Most of them are." Su Qing contemplated this and remarked, "No matter, if the common folk wish to come, let them. Should their lords raise objections, I will handle it. At worst, we shall engage in a trial by combat. I fear not in this regard." Karen nodded. Having reported the matter, he left the resolution to the Lord. "My lord, the newly arrived refugees require a substantial amount of food, and job positions are becoming exceedingly scarce. Some refugees have begun to cause disturbances," Tran continued, offering further caution to Su Qing. Su Qing pondered this, recognizing its significance. Considering that some of the refugees might include children, he inquired, "How many of the refugees are homeless orphans?" "My lord, orphans come infrequently. Most arrive with their families." "Approximately 100 orphans." "What is the age of the youngest?" 6 years old, my lord." Su Qing inhaled deeply. 6 years old. These are children who know nothing and require immediate education and guidance. After contemplating, Su Qing resolved to gather them at Seagull Manor. "In the future, any orphans under the age of 10 should be brought to me. I shall care for them. Announce that the Lord wishes to recruit a multitude of workers to construct houses, assuring them that job opportunities will gradually increase." "Yes, my lord." Ella and Greg looked at Su Qing with admiration, yet Su Qing wore a troubled expression. "Children are the most challenging to manage. I shall also resolve the issues of food and employment. After the bountiful harvest in June, I will impose no taxes but will purchase grain at a fair price. The circulation of grain in the market will increase, and you are forbidden from excessively hoarding it, understood? There are many other fields, but they are not the Lord's private property." Su Qing cast a cold, steely gaze over all the ministers, his demeanor chilling. In truth, Su Qing was intimidating. Instilling fear in both the new and old nobility, it was imperative that they respect him. "I trust you comprehend my meaning. This is my bottom line. It implies that only I shall purchase, and you are prohibited from buying in excess." The nobles exchanged glances before responding in unison, "Yes, my lord." Su Qing nodded. Concluding the first matter. Once Clerk Cree had finished recording, Su Qing continued, "Let us commence the second matter." Glancing at the intelligence minister, Cran, Su Qing inquired, "How goes the recruitment of intelligence personnel?" Cran nodded, indicating a positive development. He replied, "I have successfully established an intelligence agency, which is currently in its developmental stage, with over 50 informants." Su Qing nodded slowly. "How much funding is required for maintenance each month?" 25 gold coins, my lord. Come by later to collect. I shall provide you with 50 gold coins, ensuring that they remain loyal." "Yes, my lord." After the records were completed, Su Qing sipped a glass of wine. "Very well, the tasks assigned in the first meeting were accomplished satisfactorily. I shall now outline the tasks for the coming week." Su Qing regarded his sternly observant bodyguard, Ella, and addressed the Minister of Finance, "Select militia from among the refugees, and recruit an additional 100 individuals." Tran, "Does each refugee household contain an adult male?" "My lord, it is difficult to ascertain. Households among the refugees are assigned at random, and they do not concern themselves with such matters," Tran wisely reminded. Su Qing nodded, as this was expected. Some refugees lack familial ties, making it challenging to consider them as a family. After further contemplation, Su Qing turned to the Minister of Finance, Tran Augustus. "The task for the finance minister next week is to facilitate marriage pairings among the refugees. The principle is to allow them to meet and converse at Seagull Square. Those with children may engage with others who have children, while those without children should connect with others of similar age, ensuring that all parties are above 18 years of age before marriage. Upon registration of mutual attraction, I shall provide them with temporary accommodations, informing them that once arrangements are made, they shall be assigned housing, contingent upon their commitment to work for me without remuneration for 3 years, during which I shall supply their sustenance and shelter." Trump gazed at Su Qing, inexplicably feeling a sense of trepidation towards him, perhaps due to the brutal manner in which Su Qing made his entrance. He promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." Su Qing nodded and addressed the captain of the personal guard. "Ella, instruct the militia to maintain order." "Yes, my lord." Ella readily replied, having served the Royce family during their era, and thus remained fiercely loyal to Su Qing. Chapter 23. Contemplation. After a considerable passage of time, the discussions within the meeting had evidently turned to Minister of Intelligence Curran. Su Qin cast another glance at Minister Curran and instructed, activate the intelligence network. We must judiciously employ the informants lurking within the dungeons. I possess a list of individuals who are problematic. You shall retrieve it from me shortly. Ensure those individuals are marked and kept under close surveillance. Yes, my lord. Su Qin then regarded the youngest craftsman, Gri. Gri, what is the estimated budget and timeline for the establishment of the large blacksmith shop? My lord. I have yet to perform the calculations. The mud is still being mixed. Su Qin nodded. Once you have the figures, come to me separately. Yes, my lord. Is there anything else to report? If not, I shall address the final matter. No, my lord, came the unified response. All soldiers and ordinary administrative staff shall receive a doubling of their wages. You four. Su Qin exchanged glances with the 4 individuals present. Will each receive 10 gold coins per month. This is the final matter. One could sustain a comfortable life on merely 1 silver coin per month. Naturally, a monthly wage of 120 gold coins must be disbursed. Yet, the current income consists solely of the meager earnings from passing nights sparring and the sale of long spears to weapon merchants, amounting to only 20 gold coins. Alongside Curran's monthly income of another 20 gold coins from logging redwood. The primary concern lies in the limited safety zones, where the presence of marauding tribes has deterred lumberjacks. Compounded by population constraints that hinder the robust expansion of the timber industry, rendering sustenance scarce. After the ministers noted their respective tasks, they gradually departed through the western exit of the meeting room, leaving only Curran behind to guide his son in drafting the minutes. As night fell upon the highest platform of the castle, known as Seagull Peak, Su Qin sat at the edge of a table, admiring the bustling activity of the docks several miles away. Ira continued to refill Su Qin's cup. My lord, would you like me to arrange for some individuals to promote the dragon god cult among the populace? Su Qin shook his head. IRA, in due time. The dragon god cult shall publicly proclaim itself as the Qilin cult, representing a religion from the east. Currently, there are too few loyal adherents. We shall act once the numbers swell. Yes, my lord. In Westeros, no legal stipulations dictate adherence to a particular faith. Although traditional religions have deeply permeated the hearts of the nobility, the common folk tend to follow the beliefs of their local lords, as their primary concern lies in mere survival. At present, the religious landscape of Westeros lacks any religious military forces, perhaps due to the 7 gods not manifesting divine miracles. Indeed, the 7 gods embody commendable ideals. The father represents judgment, the warrior, strength, the smith, craftsmanship, the mother, love and nurturing, the maiden, innocence and beauty, the crone, experience and wisdom, and the stranger, death. Compared to the old gods and other deities, such as the drowned god, the god of light, and the god of winter, the 7 gods, with their 7-pointed star Bible, appear more conventional. However, as time has passed, the church has strayed from its original purpose. The clergy have become corrupted in darkness, and it has become disturbingly common for male priests to harbor peculiar predilections for young boys. Nonetheless, religion remains a crucial force for maintaining order, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the nobility. Su Qin drank cup after cup, contemplating how to spread the teachings of the sect. After finishing, he stared blankly at the various regions, perplexed by the motivations of the faceless god and the god of light in their desire to propagate their faith in Westeros. He pondered why the cold god repeatedly unleashed the long night, provoking the invasion of the White Walkers. It was evident that these ancient deities and the outer gods were vying for something, perhaps faith. That seemed too simplistic. There must be something that particularly stirs their hearts. Su Qin pondered late into the night, yet found no clues. However, the system had revealed much to him. The 3-eyed raven and Bran Stark's voyeurism had been countered by the system. This indicated that, from the system's perspective, the 3-eyed raven was not a benevolent entity. Early the next morning, Su Qin began mapping out the distribution of level 2 farms in his study. Although construction had yet to commence, he was determined to meticulously plan this crucial agricultural region. He focused on the wall map, realizing that the area where the Seagull River flowed into Crab Bay was unsuitable due to its status as a natural port and commercial hub. The region 10 miles south of the vast redwood forest was unsafe and ill-suited for farming. The areas to the west were too distant to provide adequate protection. Thus, the most suitable region was to the east, while the narrow area to the west would be set aside for now. A 5-kilometer radius around the estuary would be reserved for a new city, and a 1-kilometer stretch along the riverbank would be allocated for grazing. In the Seagull territory of 3,000 square kilometers, approximately 400 square kilometers were truly arable land. In Westeros, 1 acre equals 1,000 square meters, translating to about 400,000 acres of land, or 8,000 level 2 farms, which could support around 30,000 farmers. How many people could that sustain? Perhaps 100,000? No. With the future cultivation of high-yield crops, combined with industry and commerce, it could support 1 million. Could a late medieval city sustain a population of 1 million? Perhaps. But certainly not many. The more people there were, the more complications arose. Su Qin continued to muse. Seagull Town has a solid foundation trade, a seaport, industry, agriculture, and animal husbandry. It was no wonder it could become one of the 5 great cities of Westeros. He found it hard to believe that the Seagull Mountains lacked mineral resources. Even the stone city of Alon did not possess such favorable conditions. Just as Su Qin was deep in thought, a series of knocks echoed at the door. He replied, "Come in, the door is open." The visitor entered. And upon a glance, Su Qin recognized it was Gree. "Is there something you need, Gree?" Su Qin inquired. Gree produced a piece of paper inscribed with the cost of constructing a blacksmith shop, as they preferred to communicate in Chinese characters, which conveyed much information with few strokes. They had even developed an obsession with the script. "My lord, the cement from yesterday was excellent. My double-layer stone brick walls withstood thousands of hammer strikes without issue. I tested it in the dead of night. Upon returning, I immediately calculated the quote for a large blacksmith shop, which requires various facilities and materials. Excluding labor, it will cost 50 gold coins. With 100 workers, it can be completed in a week." Su Qin noted Gree's dark circles, surmising he had not slept all night. "You have worked hard, Gree. Your salary is increased to 20 gold coins a month. Do not mention this to the other lords. Now, go rest." "Yes, my lord." Su Qin glanced at the pricing chart, noting that the cost of the stone bricks was rather exorbitant. He murmured to himself. One special feldspar brick costs 1 copper coin. With 40,000 bricks, that amounts to 40 gold coins. The other materials total 10 gold coins, which is acceptable. The labor can be rendered without charge. Alas! How exorbitant! Money flows like water. He felt a wave of gratitude towards the countess's daughter for her timely gift, which had alleviated his predicament. It is indeed rare in this era to encounter such a remarkable woman. Noble ladies often lead tumultuous private lives. A battle between restraint and desire, akin to a song of ice and fire. It also bears another name, the song of slaughter and passion. In the study, Su Qin caressed the silk fabric, a warmth enveloping his heart. He must prepare an exquisite gift for her. A jeweled necklace. 2 commonplace, elegant garments. She likely possesses a plethora of exquisite designs of her own. He would consider further, seeking the opportunity to select a gift that truly conveys his sentiments. Careful deliberation is essential. Chapter 24. Silent reflections. Soon after, the matter of financial expenditure occupied Su Qin's thoughts. He resolved to reserve 500 gold coins for wages, as this was paramount. This month, the primary focus was on the recruitment of soldiers for the territory, with an expectation to enlist 300 militia. Of course, the soldiers' salaries would amount to 180 gold coins. Fortunately, the several free trade city-states along the eastern coast of the Straits of Haya required arms, and the operation of large blacksmith shops would help alleviate some fiscal shortfalls. Nevertheless, exquisite crafted weapons would certainly not be exported. After finishing his meal, Su Qin departed from Seagull Manor with 4 loyal guards, primarily to attend the first round of the matchmaking event, where half of the attendees were single and it was essential to observe the outcomes. The town center buzzed with activity. Numerous refugees were introducing themselves, with the men appearing notably more proactive. Su Qin stepped down from the old coachman's cart, handed him a silver coin, and, accompanied by his guards, approached Seagull Square at a leisurely pace. In the heart of the square, 10 administrative officials were busily engaged. Despite one having been slain by Eiler, though swiftly replaced. Surrounding the square were the matchmaking refugees. A young man was presenting himself. "Beautiful maiden, behold my well-developed muscles. I can protect you." He showcased his physique. No, dear lady, look at me. I was once a minor noble, but my homeland was ravaged by the Iron Men of the Iron Isles. I am truly worthy of you." The young noble awkwardly performed a bow. The maiden hesitated for a long moment before ultimately choosing the robust suitor. "Sir, I prefer this strong man. I believe he can safeguard our home." The maiden followed the muscular man to register. Su Qin smiled from the sidelines, while the young noble sighed in despair. Curse those iron men. Were it not for you, I could have captured that lovely maiden's heart. A bystander gently nudged him from behind, and upon looking up, he found the Lord of Seagull gazing at him with amusement. My lord, please forgive my crude words. Su Qin chuckled. You might consider trying your luck with other maidens. There are plenty of good girls around. He patted the young man's shoulder and continued his stroll with his 4 steadfast guards, responding mildly to greetings and subtly assessing loyalty, which remained above 70 quite commendable. His efforts were beginning to bear fruit as he continued his perambulation. He observed a widower finding a new wife while accompanied by his child, and a mother, bereft of her husband and seeking support, rediscovering her strength. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. As long as it was consensual, they could part ways if life became untenable. Yet, such separations often led to disputes over property. But that would be dealt with in due course. For now, the focus must remain on stabilizing and developing. After all, every issue is fundamentally a matter of progress. Certainly, there are individuals who are unfortunate and physically challenged, unable to find new families. However, Su Qin has yet to devise new solutions for them. Nonetheless, engaging them in simple leatherworking tasks is feasible. Consequently, certain processes involved in crafting leather armor have been specifically imparted to these individuals with disabilities, along with a modest monetary compensation to ensure their sustenance. Surviving is significantly better than their previous circumstances. In the future, Su Qin intends to secure a suitable place for them, such as a religious sanctuary, known as the Divine Court. In fact, many of these imperfect individuals possess commendable willpower. As long as they continue to live, they can discover the meaning of life. If they have yet to find it, they can take their time. They ought not to exist like mere shells. They require guidance. In the Seagull Plaza, Su Qin observed that 10 administrative officials appeared somewhat overwhelmed. After contemplating from a distance, it became evident that he needed to recruit new subordinates for tramp. Subsequently, Su Qin, accompanied by his loyal armed guards, inspected the port and encountered some petty criminals, primarily thieves. While he could apprehend these offenders, the primary issues lay elsewhere. Every situation has its priorities, and domestic matters must take a back seat for now. First, one must ensure sustenance. Later in the afternoon, he returned to the manor with his soldiers and noticed the orphans assisting the maids in washing the soldiers' soiled training garments in the pool outside the barracks. Su Qin felt a sense of satisfaction, for the community had a better outlook than before. In the evening, Su Qin finalized the location for a large blacksmith shop within the estate. The manor boasts ample open space, encompassing several thousand acres, with walls extending 2,000 meters, essentially resembling a miniature city. Numerous wooden houses and substantial structures are scattered throughout, providing housing and daily necessities, with the Seagull Castle at its heart. It can accommodate a considerable population, allowing civilians to seek refuge during attacks. If food supplies are sufficient, they can withstand a lengthy siege. This encapsulates the essence of the estate. A certain fortress in the northern territories once withstood enemy assaults and sieges for 3 years, ultimately emerging victorious. The expansive blacksmith shop, designated for the industrial zone, is strategically placed in the southern section of the estate, adjacent to the entrance, facilitating resource exchange with the residents of Seagull Town. Covering an area of 3,600 square meters, it is indeed substantial. However, within the manor, it occupies merely 1/4% of the total area. As Seagull Manor is exceedingly vast. Seated in a chair, Su Qin continued to ponder, gradually incorporating new structures into the estate, ensuring that the loyal followers of the Dragon God faith remain segregated from the outside world. He also planned to establish the primary street layout within the manor, ensuring it is situated at a considerable distance from the castle, leaving the 1-mile radius around the city free of other constructions as a reserved area. He was sketching some renovation plans for the estate. Additionally, some dry toilets needed to be constructed initially. 3 circular avenues were outlined, the first wing designated for housing military families, which Su Qin illustrated, the second wing for logistical personnel's residences, which he also depicted. As a civil engineer, witnessing his design areas gradually transform brought him considerable joy. It was indeed a pleasurable endeavor. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door interrupted, "My lord, the 24th hourglass has elapsed. It is time for you to retire." Su Qin, hearing this, slowly set down his pen and replied, "Understood, Ayla. You should also take your rest." They were communicating in Chinese, and to his astonishment, Ayla was learning the language. Who had taught her? Who knows? Even craftsmen can learn it, just hire one, and they can master it. Of course, when one is in high spirits, sleep is the last thing on their mind. He glanced once more at the blueprint, considering the drainage system that needed a passageway. The seagulls heralded the monsoon, and the rainy season was approaching. If it rains and the estate floods, it would be quite amusing. Suddenly, Su Qin shook his head. Indeed, from mid-April to mid-May is the rainy season. He looked out the window at the sky and thought, with abundant rainfall and the narrow alleys of Seagull Town, if the refugees have nowhere to stay, coupled with the filth on the ground, illness could easily ensue. If I do not allocate households in advance and care for the children, many lives could be lost. He exhaled deeply, relieved that in just a few days, most people would have shelter from the rain. There were plenty of vacant houses within the estate. Su Qin began contemplating strategies to defend against the impending rainy season. My lord, the first hourglass has elapsed. It is time for you to sleep. Isla's voice echoed from outside the door. Very well, Isla, you should go rest. But of course, he had no intention of sleeping. Tomorrow, he needed to arrange for the maids to assess how many vacant wooden houses remained. Oh, right. Wasn't I pondering the drainage system? How did I divert to the rainy season preparations? Su Qin resumed sketching on the parchment, meticulously outlining the drainage system's locations and its discharge points. It was rather troublesome. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I shall leave the professional matters to the experts. Why am I overburdening myself with such thoughts? Abruptly, the door swung open with a forceful motion, interrupting Su Qin's contemplation. Isla entered, taking the parchment and quill from him. She cast a fleeting glance at Su Qin before quickly averting her gaze. How audacious of her to compel the lord to sleep. Yet, what could Su Qin do? Isla had discerned his temperament and formed her own opinions. It was indeed a case of the subordinate overcoming the superior. The door closed behind her, leaving Su Qin in stunned silence, staring at her retreating figure. As Isla walked away, she did not forget to add, My lord, the second hourglass has elapsed. Sleep! Su Qin thought to himself. Had it been another noble, such a maid would have been executed by now. However, as the master is, so too are the servants. There was nothing left to do but acquiesce and retire for the night. Chapter 25. Construction. Su Qin rose from his slumber under the attentive service of Isha, donned his silver seagull attire, and after finishing his meal, instructed Ila to inventory the vacant houses. As for Su Qin, he proceeded directly to Seagull Square accompanied by his guards, for he had pressing matters to address. At Seagull Square, Su Qin gathered a contingent of soldiers to prepare for the tolling of the bell. As the resonant chimes echoed, the crowd of suitors paused, evidently engaged in the unprecedented large-scale matchmaking event. Su Qin awaited the congregation of the populace, and as they amassed, he commenced his address. Before the elevated platform, the throng stood still. Su Qin surveyed the assembly and nodded slightly. It was time to tackle the employment issues at hand. Greetings, everyone. Today, I aim to address the employment concerns of the refugees. Those who are not refugees may depart at their discretion. It is crucial to identify the right individuals. A portion of them will leave, as they are locals. The finance minister will announce the decree on my behalf. There is no need for me to take the stage every time, as it may diminish my prestige. Let those who ought to speak take the stage. Su Qin instructed the finance minister, Trond Augustus, to commence his preparations. Trond cleared his throat, brimming with excitement, as the demeanor of the crowd had shifted from before. It was evident from their expressions. The people appeared hopeful, suggesting a gradual improvement in public sentiment. Su Qin nodded, directing his gaze toward Trond as he began to speak. Greetings, I am the Knight of the Lord, the Right Minister of Finance, and the head of the Augustus family, Trond Augustus. He relished the attention of the populace. Today marks the commencement of the Seagull Lord's first phase of the labor for relief policy. Before he could finish, a voice from the crowd inquired, My lord, what does labor for relief entail? Trond responded, It is a method wherein the Lord provides work opportunities, allowing everyone to earn compensation through their own labor. The questioner nodded, clearly understanding the explanation. However, this was not merely a straightforward employment relationship, for the Lord intended to construct farmlands for the residents of Seagull Town. Once established, the residents would be required to work for the Lord without compensation for 3 years, after which they would obtain property rights to the houses. Naturally, thereafter, the products generated and the ensuing benefits would be distributed uniformly by the Lord. The Seagull Lord guaranteed that everyone would be adequately fed, and each household would receive a certain sum of funds. The assembly buzzed with discussions, and many exchanged nods, recognizing the advantages for the homeless. While the farms needed to be built, the use of hired laborers or a serfdom system would not foster long-term stability and unity. For the sake of his reputation and the goodwill of the people, Su Qin had to make compromises. The public's reaction was positive, seated nearby to bolster morale. Su Qin nodded in agreement. As development progressed, the system would gradually shift towards individual household production. For now, collective labor was suitable for initial capital accumulation. Suddenly, the Minister of Intelligence, Karen, ascended the platform and whispered something into Su Qin's ear, indicating that an incident had transpired. Su Qin's expression shifted, and he commanded loudly, "Bring them forth." Upon hearing the commotion, Trump immediately interrupted his speech, intrigued by the unfolding events. The crowd soon erupted with cries of "Make way, make way." As Karen appeared, leading several bound individuals through the throng, their faces twisted in menace, clearly a band of desperados. Curiosity rippled through the spectators, and Karen ascended the stage, proclaiming, "The proprietor of the Seagull Inn has reported these assassins plotting to murder the Lord. They were apprehended atop the roof today, with 3 longbows confiscated." The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. What? An attempt on the Lord's life? Surely this group had premeditated intentions. Let us not forget the Count's misfortune. These attackers have slain numerous innocents. Someone shouted. Instantly, the crowd united in their outrage. The lingering consequences of the assassination attempt on the Count were evidently still felt. The 3 assailants in the crowd were swiftly besieged by the people's fists and feet, emerging bruised and battered by the time they reached the stage, barely clinging to life. They resembled beaten dogs, typically subjects for interrogation. Yet, given their treachery, Su Qin found no inclination to question them. The masterminds were already apparent, requiring no guesswork. With a wave of his hand, he decreed, "Let it be done. Keeping them alive serves no purpose." Directing his finger towards the guillotine, the 3 were promptly ushered forth. One slightly more lucid assassin cried out, "My lord, I surrender. I can provide information about those who sought to assassinate you." The intelligence minister glanced at Su Qin, who shook his head. Such clemency could not be granted lightly, otherwise, anyone would dare to attempt an assassination. It was imperative to demonstrate the cost of such treachery. Receiving Su Qin's directive, Karen turned and ordered the execution. The executioner commenced the grim task, a duty typically reserved for a noble like Su Qin to command personally. However, the task was too unsavory for him, better left to the executioner, especially as he held no faith in the 7 gods. 3 heads rolled to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Those spies who remained at large gasped in horror, fearful of the implications. They realized a grim truth: since Su Qin took power, the residents of Seagull Town had become as resolute as iron. Any hint of weakness resulted in immediate denunciation, leading the intelligence minister and his guards to make swift arrests. 7 had already been captured out of a mere 10 who had come. Such a toll was unsustainable. In truth, the remaining 3, having just set sail from Seagull Town that very night, were seized by Karen and his guards. Su Qin had long marked certain names, and through coercive questioning, he had traced the spies with clarity. In the aftermath, the refugees wholeheartedly endorsed this method, envisioning a future where they could earn a home in 3 years of guaranteed investment. They remained oblivious to the fact that land prices were low in this era, and the cost of building was minimal. Su Qin artfully bound them to his own wheel of fortune, engaging in a mutually beneficial exchange. He required labor, while they sought shelter. Neither party suffered loss. Certainly, priority should be given to those who have successfully found partners or already possess families when allocating housing, as marriage signifies stability. Meanwhile, the refugees, accompanied by their families, successfully received temporary housing within the estate before the onset of the rainy season, with plans to relocate to the farm once it is completed. Consequently, the loyalty among the populace has markedly increased. Each individual within the estate undergoes a thorough assessment by Su Qin, revealing that loyalty levels have risen above 70, which is a commendable outcome. Those with low loyalty are barred from entering the estate. Each month, Su Qin stands on the platform in the estate square, surveying the surroundings to eliminate any unstable elements, both enemy and otherwise, with clarity. Soon, the refugees temporarily residing in the estate began learning basic construction techniques under the guidance of 12 craftsmen. Materials such as stone bricks, lime, deer glue, and tools had already been procured from merchants. A few days after Su Qin's return, the formal construction of the blacksmith shop commenced, and labor began to mobilize. Before long, the Lord's meeting in the second week of April commenced, and the progress made by everyone was commendable. The blacksmith shop was completed, accommodating 20 craftsmen, which was an ideal arrangement. The craftsmen expressed their satisfaction, and others, including Su Qing, felt a tinge of envy. The bathing facilities, while requiring water to be heated and fetched for personal use, were rudimentary yet effective. Additionally, the sanitation system, albeit primitive, featured a dry toilet constructed from concave ceramic tiles, which was relatively advanced for the time. This system directed human waste through a sloped mechanism into a lower double-layered stone cesspit, providing a container that would not allow seepage into the ground. Another age-old concern remains the matter of personal hygiene, particularly regarding how to clean oneself after use. This issue is indeed crucial, as health is significantly affected by it. Historically, individuals lacked the means to wash their hands and eliminate bacteria, resulting in common ailments such as stomach pains. Nobles had the privilege of using hot water for sterilization, but for commoners, firewood was a luxury, and mere sustenance was paramount. These compounded factors contributed to a considerably lower life expectancy. Currently, Su Qing utilizes a palm-sized wool cloth, which is boiled in water for disinfection before being thoroughly rinsed multiple times. Though soap is absent, lime powder serves as an effective disinfectant, proving to be quite functional. It appears that the servants have begun to adopt this practice as well. This highlights the often overlooked sanitation issues of the medieval era. Speaking of the large blacksmith shop, the craftsmen have become a fortunate group within this era, enjoying a relatively improved living environment. After all, having access to bathing facilities and dedicated washrooms places them in a better position than many others. Simultaneously, refugees within the estate whose loyalty has reached 85, along with servants, personal guards, and ministers, are being gradually ushered into training rooms. They are inquired about their adherence to the Lord as faith, with a few individuals choosing not to follow the dragon god. Su Qing respects their beliefs, allowing their families or individuals to depart from the estate. While I honor your faith, it is of no concern to me. It is imperative to take decisive action to ensure safety. In truth, the act of proselytizing is quite public, and the common folk exhibit a keen interest in the religious practices of this Eastern Lord. Each day, numerous villagers approach the estate, requesting to pray beneath the image of the dragon deity. The doctrine of the dragon cult has yet to be established, as the system advises that such matters require a degree of caution. Naturally, given that the dragon cult is associated with dragons, one must remain vigilant against the malicious speculations of certain sects and nobles of this era. Therefore, it has been publicly declared as the Qilin cult, with the prayer idol represented by the image of the Qilin. Due to the absence of a divine temple for the faithful to worship, Su Qing instructed the soldiers to hang the image of the dragon deity on the wall of the judgment hall, laying down a simple carpet along with tables and stools beneath it to create a modest environment conducive to prayer. By mid-April, the rainy season arrived, causing the water levels of the Seagull River to rise significantly. Su Qing dispatched individuals to monitor the situation daily, and the water levels remained within a safe range. Fortunately, the majority of the populace had found refuge from the rains. However, Su Qing's food supplies dwindled to 7,000 units, with a considerable number of refugees necessitating a temporary financial loss to sustain them. Remarkably, this strategy yielded positive results, as the loyalty of the populace quickly surged above 85. As the work progressed, the census was successfully completed. In the Seagull territory, which comprises 4 town-level domains, there are a total of 1,200 households and over 5,000 residents. Among these, Seagull Town is home to approximately 500 farming households and 200 fishing households. Aside from these, the remaining households in Seagull Town are composed of around 400 refugee families, which seems quite substantial. Nonetheless, the estate still possesses numerous unoccupied buildings that can be utilized for several months to come. Chapter 26, Weapons. In mid-May, the rainy season concluded, heralding the imminent arrival of the harvest months. Moreover, the system store had refreshed. Su Qing sat in his study, activating the system interface. System, open the marketplace. The marketplace interface soon materialized before him. Due to Seagull Town stabilizing its population to 1,000 households, it has officially ascended to a level 1 town, accompanied by a special reward of religious items. The host may choose the refresh direction, books, weapons, blueprints, religion, with a 1 occurrence rate. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, select religion. Blueprint for religious exclusive building, usable in the territory of a baron. Possessing uniqueness, primary divine court, blue, occupies a flat area. It comprises a prayer room, cathedral, healing room, herbal chamber, divine court library, large dining hall, bathing facility, and divine court guardhouse, among other living and defensive amenities. It accommodates 3 main priest positions: the high priest, judgment; the left priest, knowledge, magic, and preaching; and the right priest, divine guard, all of which are magical units. Most importantly, it features the crystal nurturing pool. Exchange price, 500 gold coins. Taking a deep breath, he lamented, "I cannot afford this." His pupils dilated. Magical units. Did Westeros possess magical units? It seemed so, albeit in limited quantities. The scholars of Old Town had, for centuries, been delving into the arcane arts. There were rumors that the scholars of Old Town wielded magic to thwart the Targaryen family's attempts to hatch dragons. Furthermore, amethyst was indeed a type of magical crystal. Continuing to peruse the offerings, he discovered religious exclusive book, Blue, comprehensive case studies, containing common cases and herbal formulas. Exchange price, 100 gold coins. Quite commendable. Magical item, golden dragon necklace, Blue, capable of foreseeing and alerting to hostility within a 10-meter radius, both magical and physical. Containing a one-time defensive spell that can form a magical shield to withstand one physical or magical attack. Exchange price, 100 gold coins. Impressive. Religious exclusive artifact, priest's dragon staff, blue magic, a sacred instrument for the high priest, capable of healing spiritual wounds and possessing special effects against heretical beings. After actively slaying more than 7 mortals, it shatters. Exchange price, 200 gold coins. Note, it is strictly forbidden for religious personnel to use magic to harm mortals. Consequences are to be borne by the offender. Exclusive. It seemed that religious artifacts and magic could not be employed to slay mortals, but that was acceptable. The essence of religion was not to inflict harm upon the physical body. The true purpose of religion lies in guiding the perpetual elevation of the soul. Human nature is inherently flawed. Upon birth, the soul is chaotic, tumultuous, and requires guidance to learn restraint. Regardless of age, the soul seeks a place of belonging. Seated in his chair, Su Qing contemplated. System, what are the conditions for the cultural transformation of Han civilization? First, 90% of the population within the territory must adhere to the teachings of the Dragon God religion and embrace its doctrines. Second, 90% of the population must accept Chinese characters. The faith system can only be activated under the conditions of cultural transformation. Moreover, cultural transformation beckons the breakthrough from blue to red, paving the way for divine miracles for trusted individuals. However, the cost is likely to be substantial. Are these the only 2? What about the cultural connotations? Host, the people of Westeros possess their own culture. You merely need to encapsulate it using Chinese characters. Do not hastily disseminate your own cultural customs among the masses, as that could prove perilous. The system regards textual acceptance as a crucial evaluative criterion. I cannot shake the feeling that this bears a striking resemblance to a certain game. Nevertheless, the emergence of magical entities has shrouded the future in even greater uncertainty. On this day, Su Qing pondered for an extended period. In the evening, Su Qing contemplated further and, with a grand gesture, conjured 3 items before him. After a brief examination, he stored them in the system's repository. Of course, Su Qing's little treasury had already amassed 350 gold, and his spending was visibly extravagant. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the 3rd week of May, Su Qing, brimming with anticipation, led Captain Ella of the personal guard into the blacksmith's shop. According to Ella, the first batch of weapons had already been crafted by the artisans, and indeed, only one of each type of weapon and armor was created as a reference. In the spacious blacksmith's storage, as the iron lock was unlatched, Su Qing, accompanied by 20 summoned craftsmen, in preparation for the rainy season, and Captain Ella, was greeted by rows of mahogany weapon racks, meticulously arranged on either side. As Su Qing approached and counted, he found a total of 64 towering mahogany racks. The outer side could accommodate long weapons such as spears and staffs, while the inner platforms were suitable for softer armors like leather and could also house smaller weapons like swords, hammers, and bows. Su Qing counted each rack, measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, capable of holding 40 long spears on both sides. With 64 weapon racks, a total of 600 long spears could be stored. Gazing at the immaculate stone walls, the grey stone floor, and the strategically placed torch racks surrounding him, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. Gree, you have done exceptionally well. Gree smiled. The divine miracles of the Dragon God have allowed me to explore the joys within this knowledge. Although I am a Westerosi, I find greater pleasure in speaking Chinese characters, for a single character can convey myriad meanings. My lord, I am truly grateful that I was the first to step forward that day. Only those who accept the miracles can recognize it as the divine dragon. To the outside world, it is uniformly referred to as the Chilean sect. Su Qin chuckled. It was never my intention to make you all appreciate Chinese characters more. But as long as you embrace it, that suffices. The loyalty of everyone present surpassed 95, all staunchly devoted. Except for Ella, who stood at 89, yet remained trustworthy. Su Qin glanced at Gree and the others. Take me to see the weapons and armor you have crafted. Yes, my lord. Soon. The assembled weapons before the eyes of the crowd included 2 long weapons, 3 short weapons, 2 ranged weapons, and 1 iron armor. System, display the attributes. Mahogany spear, white, a long spear forged with the mastery of 100 smelting techniques, its shaft crafted from mahogany. Measuring 1.5 meters in length and weighing 3 catis, this weapon is exceptionally well suited for ordinary infantry lacking in valor. The blue forged iron spear, crafted entirely from high-quality iron, boasts a length of 2 meters and a weight of 10 catis, making it ideal for individuals possessing a modicum of strength, valor greater than 3. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. Ella, what do you think? Ella nodded in return. Experimenting with both spears. After a brief demonstration, she turned to the gathered crowd and smiled, saying, My lord, this iron spear has an excellent balance compared to the wooden spear. I am quite fond of it. I believe this forging technique surpasses even those found in Yangji City and Cayenne City. Yangji City is the royal territory of the Dornish kingdom, while Cayenne City is the domain of the Lannister family. Both are renowned in Westeros for their heavy and light infantry. Each of these nations is a grand duchy, and their offspring could rightfully be called princes and princesses. However, the titles of king and queen belong to but one pair. The children of grand dukes are referred to as princes and princesses in private, given that Westeros originally comprised 7 kingdoms. As for the newly crafted weaponry, upon hearing Ella's expert evaluation, Su Qin and the craftsman shared a chuckle. Su Qin patted Ella on the shoulder and remarked, I believe your martial prowess exceeds that of the captain of the Prince of Dorne as personal guard. My lord, you flatter me. Ella's loyalty rating stood at 90, indicating her steadfast allegiance. Su Qin was somewhat astonished. So this young lady holds such a fondness for these weapons. And yet, she considers my praise excessive. Very well. I shall bring you to King's Landing one day, where the populace can extol your virtues, and you may well ascend to the heavens. Ella's attributes are noteworthy. Leadership, 10. Valor, 10. Indeed, these are impressive statistics. As one ascends the ranks, enhancing attributes becomes increasingly challenging, particularly beyond the threshold of 10, where each increment represents a significant difference. Ella's combat prowess, single-handedly clad in armor, rivals that of 50 ordinary individuals. The steps between 5, 10, 15, and 20 in valor are monumental. For any common person to achieve a score of 5 in any attribute is already quite remarkable. Su Qin and the others set down their long weapons, and he turned to the group. Let us now examine the short weapons. The craftsman guided them to the section of short weapons, where the attributes were quite commendable. Blue forged greatsword. The blade measures 70 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, weighing 6 kilograms. It inflicts effective damage against leather armor and possesses the power to breach iron armor. Suitable for those with a fair degree of strength, valor greater than 3. Blue forged mace. The handle measures half a meter, with the iron chain and spiked hammer also measuring half a meter, weighing 5 kilograms. Effective against iron armor, valor greater than 3. Blue forged piercing axe. The handle is 70 centimeters long, with the front being a spike and the back a hammer. Designed to effectively breach armor, weighing 5 kilograms, requiring valor greater than 3. Su Qin took a moment to test these weapons and found them quite satisfactory. He felt it was only fitting to commend the craftsman. Gree, everyone has done remarkably well. Of course, the fruits of your labor must be realized. I shall increase your wages. Thank you, my lord. The standard wage for ordinary craftsmen is 1 gold coin per month, which includes food and lodging, a considerable sum indeed. However, for Su Qin, the trivial matter of a drizzle pales in comparison to the vast wealth held by the great aristocrats. The funds he desperately needed were but a mere breath to them. Ultimately, it was about crossbows and armor. Qin light crossbow, white, a single-shot long crossbow, crafted from mahogany, with a sinew string capable of launching 40 centimeter short arrows, effective for a direct shot up to 50 meters. The maximum draw weight is insufficient for penetrating armor. Suitable for individuals with average strength, requiring a firm stance to draw the string. a formidable city defense weapon. It can also effectively target unarmored foes or projectiles up to approximately 100 meters. Mahogany longbow, white, a masterful fusion of Westerosi craftsmanship and the Han civilization's composite bowmaking techniques. The bow is constructed from laminated mahogany, with multiple strands of sinew as the string. A certain degree of strength is necessary to draw it, strength greater than 3, weighing 1 kilograms. With a direct range of 200 meters. A projectile range of 400 meters. Within 50 meters, the armor-piercing effect is directly correlated to strength and arrowhead quality. Archers are not the trivial units that can be mastered in mere days, as depicted in some games. Throughout history, those who served as archers were always elite forces. Not only must they possess physical prowess, but also endure extensive training. An ordinary person cannot simply step into the role of a powerful archer from the outset. 100 forged armor, blue, a nice armor forged from 100 forged iron, emulating the techniques of Westeros, providing full body protection. The helmet allows for ventilation, weighing 20 kilograms in total. And when paired with chainmail, offers commendable defense against arrow strikes. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. These are indeed fine items. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "We cannot divulge the manufacturing techniques, so be cautious." In truth, the craftsmen produce excellent goods. The 100 forged iron technique is likely superior to local methods. Although it is not steel, it surpasses the capabilities of many noble blacksmiths. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Discretion is paramount. In reality, the most vital 100 forged iron techniques reside with these craftsmen, and the enemy cannot replicate them at present. The craft of blacksmithing has always been passed down privately. Now, the primary focus is on production. We must prioritize equipping ordinary soldiers with weapons. Looking at Gree, he inquired, "Gree, how many mahogany spears can we produce in a day?" Gree glanced at Su Qin and replied, "My lord, if we have 20 craftsmen, I and 10 Dong can lead 10 in forging spear tips, while the other 10 can handle the shaping of the spear shafts and other processes. We can produce 30 spears daily. Generally, we do not work at night. In the dark, the people here tend to sleep quite early." Su Qin pondered for a moment, then asked, "What would be the cost?" "My lord, including sinew, mahogany, iron ingots, and labor costs, each spear amounts to 50 copper. Nodding, Su Qin stroked his chin in contemplation. "That is quite reasonable." He retrieved 50 gold coins from his pocket, handed them to Gree, and instructed the workers to construct a large forge. With the technology in hand, it is essential to expand production capacity. Talent is not a concern. In this era, arms are still a lucrative market, especially in regions plagued by iron shortages and chaos, where weapons command high prices. Even a slight sale of common weapons can yield substantial gold. Chapter 27. The robbers. The following day, Su Qin bid farewell once more to the ministers and the headmaid outside the estate. As the Earl of Fushire had informed him of the engagement ceremony set to take place in a few days, gazing at Trang, he reiterated the importance of addressing the refugee situation. "Minister of Finance, it is imperative that you arrange for attendants to receive the refugees at various locations in Seagull Town. With the harvest approaching, I authorize you to mobilize 100 militiamen to maintain order and patrol the surrounding villages." As the local power broker, Trump dared not be negligent and promptly replied, "Yes, milord." Despite it being the rainy season, Seagull Town had witnessed the arrival of several hundred people over the past months. Naturally, families were prioritized for formation. After glancing at Ella, he nodded in her direction and immediately summoned 10 armed bodyguards. They mounted their steeds and galloped northeast. These war horses were far from the finest, they were merely the inferior steeds that had been left behind. The disparity between a war horse and a common horse is immeasurable. The speed and burden-bearing capacity are at least twice as different, and the price reflects that distinction. Only Su Qin's war horse could be deemed satisfactory. Horses are categorized: inferior, common, war horses, and fine horses. Below these are pack animals such as donkeys, mules, oxen, and stags, all capable of carrying riders. The best war horses hail from the northern regions, the valleys, and the western territories. Fine horses, however, are rare commodities. With his 10 bodyguards, Su Qin rode for 10 miles before taking his customary rest. Sitting upon the ground, he unfurled a map and observed the sun. Fushire City lay over 70 kilometers from Seagull Town, necessitating a night's rest along the journey. Most travelers would opt to rest at the Crossroads Fortress, as camping in the wilderness during the night remained perilous. In the wild, one might encounter brigands, mercenaries, or rebellious knights, all of whom could plunder merchant caravans and raid villages. For ordinary folk, venturing out posed considerable danger. Although the Fusher domain boasted a fortress along the stubborn stone road, its purpose was not to safeguard the villagers but to provide protection and deterrence along vital trade routes. To reach Fusher city from Seagull town, one must first head north, then turn east at the crossroads. To the south of the crossroads fortress lies Seagull town, while to the north is the domain of Ite fortress, and to the east lies Fusher city. After allowing the personnel and steeds to rest adequately, Su Qin signaled for his loyal guards to mount up. The time was just past noon, and there remained half a day before nightfall. They were already near Augustus fortress. Su Qin, riding his warhorse, wielded a 100-forged iron spear weighing 10 kilograms. Although not a flying horse, it could still achieve a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Su Qin carried on his back redwood hornbow, white, with 4 quivers on either side of the horse, each containing 30 arrows. The maximum range of the redwood hornbow is 150 meters, yet the effective killing distance is ideally around 75 meters. Coupled with his full-plate armor, Su Qin bore a weight of approximately 30 kilograms, though he had yet to reach his limit. According to my own tests, the physical weight limit should be around 500 kilograms. However, there is currently nothing that can enable Su Qin to bear such a weight. This is truly astonishing. Su Qin, accompanied by his loyal guards, rode forth on horseback towards the first stronghold, Augustus fortress. Augustus fortress is one of the 4 territories of the Seagull domain and is the fief of the treasurer, Trent Augustus. Generally speaking, lords cannot arbitrarily strip vassals of their lands. The political structure of Westeros is fundamentally based on familial units. If a lord wishes to revoke a title and fief, they must provide a justification. Without a valid reason, revoking a fief could incite rebellion, especially if the vassal possesses significant power. Such unwarranted revocation of titles is unlawful. Will larger lords intervene in such rebellions? Most likely, they will not. In fact, some may even welcome such insurrections, as they can weaken the power of the vassals. Lords are in a constant state of mutual restraint and suspicion, unless through matrimonial alliances. Marriage is the most effective means of forging alliances. This stands in stark contrast to the political structure of Huaxia. A vassal's vassal is not my vassal, thus providing ample room for maneuvering and political intrigue, resulting in an exceedingly complex struggle for power. As Su Qin and his loyal guards proceeded, they moved intermittently. This was primarily due to the inferior quality of their steeds, which, though better than pack horses, could not sustain long distances without periodic rest. To ensure that they retained strength for unforeseen circumstances, it was necessary to allow the war horses to pause at intervals. On either side of the road, dense thickets stretched for dozens of meters, while several hundred meters away, redwoods towered. Just after rounding a bend, Su Qin spotted a group of individuals several hundred meters ahead, encircling a number of ox carts and engaging in combat with another faction. The ox carts bore the yellow scale banner of a merchant guild, unmistakably indicating their affiliation. A band of robbers was assaulting the merchants, wielding short axes and wooden shields, clad in leather armor, as they clashed with a dozen or so merchant guards. The loyal guards immediately formed a scaled formation, casting glances at Su Qin, awaiting the lord's orders. They were likely aware of his temperament. This confrontation was inevitable, especially occurring just 3 kilometers from Augustus fortress. Could Su Qin tolerate such brazen acts of banditry? If allowed to grow in strength, the consequences would be dire. Before long, the lookout among the robbers spotted Su Qin's contingent approaching. Particularly upon seeing the silver seagull emblazoned on Su Qin's steed, they hastily sounded the horn, preparing to retreat. Su Qin quickly counted the number of robbers, estimating around 30, while his steed still possessed considerable stamina. After a brief consideration of the power dynamics, Su Qin drew his hornbow and instructed the 2 captains, Lake and Air, to each lead 5 men in a flanking maneuver from either side. They were to ascertain whether the enemy would form a battle line in resistance. Should the adversaries indeed form ranks, they were to maintain a distance of 50 meters and refrain from charging into the fray. Light cavalry, clad in leather armor, were more suited for reconnaissance and pursuit rather than direct engagement. Charging into a formation with light cavalry would inevitably result in casualties. However, these troops were all elite soldiers with valor ratings above 3, and Su Qin held them in high regard. Su Qin withdrew an arrow from his quiver, the shaft measuring 50 centimeters in length, crafted from bamboo. Within the verdant expanse of the redwood forest in Seagull town, a plethora of flora and fauna thrived. Should the adversaries scatter in disarray, the corners of Su Qin's mouth would gradually curl into a sinister smile, signaling the commencement of a slaughter. Light cavalry excelled at pursuing unarmored infantry. Drawing back the bowstring, Su Qing let fly an arrow with remarkable swiftness, striking the calf of a bandit who was sounding a horn. The bandit wore leather armor and carried merely a round shield. Yet, the capabilities of their commanding officer remained uncertain. Soon enough, the bandit leader noticed Su Qing deftly mounted, firing arrows with precision, toppling one foe after another. Glancing at the 10 guards flanking him, who were maneuvering in a convoluted fashion, he began to feel the weight of encirclement and trepidation seep into his heart. Nevertheless, he issued commands. Greenstone Brigade, form up. In a state of panic, the bandits hurriedly assembled their ranks. Forward-facing cavalry necessitated a cohesive formation. The alignment must not falter. They hastily interlocked several layers of shields to protect their flanks and front, yet gaps remained. The imposing presence of Su Qing, clad in full armor, exerted substantial pressure upon them. His armor suggested at least the stature of a silver knight, with a valor rating exceeding 5. Adding to his noble bearing was the yellow dragon banner emblazoned on the leather behind his steed, indicating a title of baron or above. But could the bandits retreat? It was uncertain. At this juncture, Su Qing stood before them, flanked by his loyal guards, while merchant escorts guarded the rear. Suddenly, one bandit discarded his shield and weapons, sprinting towards Su Qing in a gesture of surrender. The bandit leader found himself at a loss, uncertain of Su Qing's temperament, and whether the surrendering bandit would meet a fatal end. All eyes turned towards the surrendering bandit. This was a crucial moment regarding the possibility of capitulation. Su Qing surveyed the battle lines of the bandits, casting a glance towards the merchant guards, who had formed 2 rows in opposition. However, they refrained from advancing further. 4 noble reinforcements were on their way. Charging forward now would be folly. As he regarded the approaching bandit seeking mercy, Su Qing pondered briefly before swiftly knocking another arrow. With a single shot, he struck the surrendering bandit in the head. The bandit collapsed, rendered motionless, a visage of disbelief etched upon his face. Was it not said that the Lord of Seagull was merciful? He had heard tales of this. Su Qing slowly lowered his bow. To speak of kindness to bandits. Absurd. He stowed his bow and retrieved a spear hanging at his side, gripping it firmly in his right hand. Positioning himself 30 meters away, he gathered his strength. Encased in heavy armor and with his steed clad in protective leather, he was poised to charge, for the enemy was few. Once ready, a resonant neigh echoed as his steed, broken swan, surged forward towards the bandit formation. The horse displayed no fear, knowing its master was formidable. With 10 kilograms of iron spear in hand, Su Qing accelerated, gaining speed with each passing moment. The faces of the bandits reflected disbelief and terror, for they sensed that this knight bore no fear. Su Qing charged towards their ranks with breathtaking velocity. In the fleeting moment of engagement, with utmost strength, I thrust the long spear forward, my right hand firmly gripping it, and pierced through the ranks of the assailants. Within mere seconds, their formation shattered, and bodies lay strewn across the ground. The blood flowed from the 2 robbers I had impaled upon my spear. All eyes were fixed upon me, Su Qing, as I deftly flicked the spear, casting the 2 corpses aside, causing them to tumble and stir up dust. After breaking through, I advanced another dozen meters towards the merchant convoy, where the guards stood in stunned disbelief at the sight of my iron dragon helmet and leather armor. I glanced at the guards beneath my steed, slowly turning to tighten my grip on the iron spear once more. My horse, Duanhong, pawed at the ground, awaiting my command. Once the steed regained its momentum, I squeezed my legs, signaling Duanhong to charge forward. With a resounding neigh, we once again shattered the enemy formation, claiming 3 more lives. The fallen rose again, while the leader of the robbers trembled at the sight of blood pooling around him. After breaking their ranks, I turned around 30 meters away, waiting for Duanhong to catch up. This was the strategy for confronting a smaller number of foes on horseback. When faced with a multitude of infantry, cavalry would not recklessly charge into battle. Even heavy cavalry would not foolishly rush in. They would disrupt the enemy's flanks, first launching arrows before executing coordinated strikes, avoiding prolonged engagements. This cycle would continue until the horses grew weary or the enemy's formation collapsed. At that point, the light cavalry would emerge to pursue. Faced with my extraordinary valor, the robbers were presented with a dilemma: should they continue to hold their ground or scatter in flight? My guards awaited at the periphery, ready to capitalize on the enemy's faltering morale. The robbers hesitated, knowing that the 1-meter-high thickets flanking the road offered a potential refuge. Yet the vigilant guards stood ready to strike. Would I relent? Certainly not. Each robber had taken a life and must pay the price. As I prepared for a third charge, the robbers began to flee at the sight of my advance. I effortlessly dispatched one more as they retreated. But I chose not to pursue further, burdened as I was. The weight on me was akin to that of a heavy cavalryman. The poised guards then surged forth to chase down the fleeing stragglers. With my spear, measuring 1.5 meters in length, I always held the advantage. The outcome was a resounding victory, with only a handful of robbers managing to escape into the dense forest. Of course, some of the horses sustained injuries, but axes proved ineffective against leather armor. A brief respite with herbal remedies and strong spirits would ensure a swift recovery. The robbers' defeat was inevitable. Their weaponry was ill-suited for the task at hand. Against leather-armored steeds, sabers or spears exceeding 2 meters were far more effective. Axes were not but just far too short. In direct confrontation, one would always be at a disadvantage, and from the flanks, they could inflict no damage. In this battle, Su Qing, suffering no casualties, eliminated over 20 bandits. His personal guards pursued them for several hundred meters, but upon the entrance of several bandits into the mahogany forest, they returned. The dense woodland proved to be quite inhospitable for cavalry. Typically, cavalry refrains from venturing into thick forests lightly. Chapter 28, Inheritance. After waiting for the personal guards to return from a brief pursuit, Su Qing found himself engaged in conversation with a merchant. The merchant, clad in a woolen robe, could be considered a moderately affluent trader, specifically a seller of white salt. Speaking of salt, one cannot overlook the coarse sea salt of Westeros. Renowned for its purity and substantial grains. While it appeared notably white, its flavor was akin to that of ordinary table salt, and tales of salt poisoning seemed non-existent. Thus, the salting techniques of Westeros were likely commendable. Su Qing regarded the merchant, whose face radiated gratitude. The man fumbled in his cloak and produced a small pouch. "My Lord Baron, here are 50 gold coins. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today." Su Qing nodded at his guards, instructing them to accept the payment. Even ordinary mercenaries could reap rewards from escort missions. He had no qualms about allowing each of the 10 guards accompanying him to receive 5 gold coins. Observing the merchant, who appeared quite refined, Su Qing inquired, "Colonel, I would like to know the source of your salt." Given that table salt was a strategic commodity in this era, Su Qing harbored significant interest in such matters. Colonel hesitated briefly, for it was not a secret, and he began to elaborate on the origins of the salt. Through their discussion, Su Qing learned that most salt was harvested from the sea and then subjected to a filtration process developed by scholars. The largest salt-producing region in all of Westeros was Dorne, aptly named the Salt Coast, where the climate favored the highest yield of sea salt. Salt was Dorne's primary resource and source of wealth. Though the region was largely desert and faced food shortages, it was abundant in salt and minerals. Other salt-producing areas yielded far less. After gaining insight into the salt's origins, Su Qing turned his attention to the nearby bandit groups. No one understood the nature of banditry better than merchants. These brigands, along with rebellious knightly orders and thieves, often took advantage of villages with weak defenses. Due to the pressure from powerful lords, these outlaws refrained from outright destruction and pillaging. However, it was highly probable that women would suffer, and property could be seized. In this era, peasant women did not hold their chastity in such high regard, and some villages even welcomed these raiders. As payment could be seen as a source of income, closely tied to the scarcity of productivity and survival resources. Su Qing slowly unfurled the sheepskin map he carried, asking Curl to mark the largest bandit strongholds within the Stone Territory. Although the bandits exhibited a degree of restraint, caution was still warranted, as they might pose a future threat that needed to be eradicated. Curl pointed to the location of Seagull Port and looked up at Su Qing. "My lord, the Stone Territory is home to 2 major mercenary groups and 2 significant bandit factions. One of these, the Seagull Brigade, is organized by local nobility to undertake tasks assigned by merchants in the Seagull Territory. The leader is the eldest son of your financial chancellor." Su Qing nodded, acknowledging his awareness of this group, which he often encountered at the port taverns. "I am familiar with this mercenary company of about 100 men. The leader is known as Red-Haired John. I have met him. The young man possesses quite commendable attributes." "Indeed, my good sir, I speak of the Red-Haired John." Kerr spoke of 2 notorious brigand factions. Kerr nodded. "The first band of robbers is known as the White-Toothed Gang, led by the fearsome Bale. They sustain themselves by extorting protection fees from itinerant timber merchants, operating primarily from the western outskirts of Seagull Port." Su Qing nodded, noting that their practice of solely targeting foreign merchants for protection fees suggests an unofficial endorsement by the authorities. This arrangement carries both advantages and disadvantages. The downside lies in the restriction of trade, while the upside may encourage local merchants to export valuable rosewood elsewhere, mitigating the profit margins of outsiders. The second faction is the Greenstone Gang, comprising roughly 100 individuals, led by the renegade knight, the Limping Byron. They typically prey upon merchants like ourselves, dealing in salt, iron ingots, ceramics, and other mid-tier goods. Su Qing inquired about their stronghold. Kerr sketched on the map, indicating the abandoned harbor of Seagull Port. Situated 40 kilometers northeast of Seagull Town, this natural harbor, once bustling, now lies desolate due to the destruction of its grand castle and surrounding structures, akin to Herrenberg, leaving it devoid of inhabitants. Logically, such locations would be cleared and rebuilt. However, the Royce family may have deemed the endeavor too resource-intensive to undertake. The pressing question remains, why does Alan permit the existence of these brigands? Given the military prowess of the Royce family, deploying 5,000 regular troops would pose no challenge. Yet, they abstain from eradication. The most plausible explanation is that this gang serves as the eyes and ears of a more prominent family, embedded within the territory of the runestones. Thus, they remain untouched. Any action taken could signal hostility, potentially leading to conflict and war. Now, if I were to confront the Greenstone Gang, would it exert pressure on the Royce family? Might it ignite a catalyst for some significant event? This question must be set aside to observe the reaction of the other party. After bidding farewell to the merchants, Su Qing continued towards the Fork Fortress, planning to rest for the night before journeying to Runestone City. They set off at dawn the following day. In the morning, within Runestone City, a woman clad in black entered the castle. This woman, possessing a voluptuous figure and adorned with a patterned mask, carried a bundle in her hands. After the castle guards verified her identity, she made her way inside. Delia was engrossed in organizing intelligence materials in the spacious sewing room, which housed numerous tailors. A knock at the door went unnoticed as Delia continued to pore over the information, which contained various details requiring careful scrutiny. There was even a possibility of misinformation. The notion of a Caesar rebellion was not entirely out of the question. Upon realizing someone was at the door, Delia glanced at the hourglass, noting it was 10 in the morning. "Come in," she called. The woman in the silver mask approached Delia, kneeling on one knee to present a letter and open a box revealing a handful of gold coins. Delia accepted the letter, casting a brief glance at the box of coins and examining the wax seal, which bore the emblem of a red butterfly, the signature of the Golden Tailor. "You may leave now," she instructed. As she gradually unfolded the letter, its contents came into view. "Dear Sir, Geda Eiling has designated John Eiling as the heir to the Vale. John Eiling shall assume his role as heir in 1 month's time. And the ravens inviting the nobles of each territory to swear fealty will depart in 3 days. Signed, the Goldsmith." Delia cast the letter into the flames and pondered deeply for a moment. After coming to a realization, she sighed slightly, acknowledging the brilliance of the move. The old duke was indeed cunning. "John Eiling, you who have committed the heinous act of wife-killing, do you truly believe yourself worthy? John, your clandestine maneuvers are well known. Uniting the wolves, deer, and eagles, do you dare to rebel?" The Fish family, ever adept at playing both sides, had yet to stake their claim with John. Delia meticulously gathered the gold coins and placed them within the silver box beneath her bed. Thus, the Iron Oak Countess would have to retreat, while the Targaryens continued their gradual decline. Surely, a faction within the Vale's dragon party would be watching and ready to defect. A tumultuous season indeed. King's Landing. What are you doing? It was likely that they too regretted their long-standing alliance with House Eiling, which now seemed futile. The first man had been driven from the Moon Mountains, while to the west, there were forces restraining House Eiling, and to the east, caution was still warranted. Delia sipped her wine, reminding herself to caution Prince Rhaegar about the Lannister family. Tywin's subtle machinations were becoming too frequent. Intelligence indicated that the dragon factions within the various principalities were being reshuffled. In the twilight of the dynasty, insufficient suppression of the separatist forces would only breed rebellion. Moments later, outside the tailor's room, there came a series of knocks. "Miss, Baron Seagull is 1 kilometer from Stone Obelisk City. Su Qing has arrived for the betrothal ceremony." At this time, no significant nobles had been invited to the engagement due to Su Qing's lower rank. A simple affair would suffice. As for why the Count's family acted in such a manner, who could say? The Royce family was not insignificant. A marriage alliance should ideally consider those of marquis rank, who generally possess claims to a principality. Delia adjusted her appearance in the mirror, gazing into her violet eyes, arranging her hair neatly before heading out of the city to greet her guests. Chapter 29. Secret Revelations from a Considerable Distance. Su Qing discerned the figure of the Count's daughter standing outside the city gates, her gaze filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he galloped toward her. As Delia caught sight of Su Qing, she noted the bloodstains adorning his armor, a sudden jolt of concern rising within her. As he approached, Su Qing dismounted his steed with a measured grace and embraced Delia. Although he could not fathom why she held such affection for him, the undeniable loyalty reflected in her eyes spoke volumes. The Count's family may harbor ulterior motives regarding his presence, yet after careful consideration, he resolved to accept the prospect of their union. Regardless of their intentions, loyalty was a testament to everything that mattered. Name: Delia Royce, publicly known as House of Runes. Attributes: Command, 10, Politics, 20, Intelligence, 25, Charisma, 22, Valor, 2 hereditary bloodlines, Targaryen. Talent: Royce, Valyrian, Mormont. Stark loyalty, 94. This was the most politically astute individual Su Qing had ever encountered, particularly due to the formidable power of her bloodline. Just how many noble houses does the Royce family have ties with? Delia gazed at Su Qing with her ethereal purple eyes, their lips barely brushing before parting. Baron of Seagull, welcome to Rune City, she said, taking a step back after their embrace. Su Qing pressed a gentle kiss upon the back of her right hand. A gesture of etiquette. I have procured a delightful trinket for you, he declared, watching as her eyes widened with intrigue upon hearing of his gift. What kind of gift? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Turn around and close your eyes, he instructed. Without hesitation, Delia complied, and Su Qing delicately parted her long, dark hair to reveal her alabaster neck. From within his attire, he retrieved a necklace. Magical item, golden dragon necklace, blue. Capable of foreseeing and alerting hostility within a 10-meter radius, heats up, contains 1 active passive defense spell. Capable of forming a magical shield to withstand physical and magical attacks once. Exchange price, 100 gold coins. He had already exchanged it from the system, deeming it the perfect gift for her. Gently, he adorned her neck with the necklace. You may open your eyes now, he said, stepping before her. As Delia opened her eyes, she was met with Su Qing's tender gaze. Slowly, she lifted the necklace, marveling at its beauty. If it heats up, it indicates that someone nearby intends to harm you, he explained. Delia lowered her gaze to admire the exquisite piece. The necklace, meticulously crafted from gold, featured a dragon whose eyes glimmered with dark gemstones, shining brilliantly as they shifted. The dragon's visage exuded both majesty and life, an awe-inspiring sight. Delia gradually raised her head and spoke to Su Qing. Such craftsmanship is unparalleled throughout all of Westeros. The eyes of the two remained locked in an unwavering gaze. After a considerable time, Su Qing exchanged a smile with Delia, who returned the gesture, concealing a myriad of inquiries and answers known only to them. They had mutually withheld crucial information. Delia grasped Su Qing's hand and led her into the carriage, which gradually made its way towards the castle of Fusher. Upon disembarking at the castle, Delia remarked, I shall take you to a splendid place. They arrived at a breathtaking garden. At its heart stood the fish beam tree, engraved with faces of blooded figures. Beneath its boughs lay a crystalline pond, and the tree's robust roots provided an ideal resting spot. Su Qing cast aside her armor by the water's edge as the two shared a passionate kiss beneath the fish beam tree. Su Qing, be gentle, that hurts. Before long, the two stood beneath the tree, their attire disheveled, with Su Qing's face adorned with floral marks. Delia was similarly adorned, with delicate roses gracing her face and neck, yet she stood there trembling beneath the majestic tree. The Countess, her hair intricately styled, brandished a willow switch, circling the two before her. Their secret rendezvous had been uncovered. The Countess glanced at Su Qing, who lowered her head, then at Delia, who also averted her gaze. Look at you both, daring to engage in such disgraceful acts beneath the old god's glory before even holding your betrothal ceremony. Sir Hercules Su Qing, do you truly think our little princess is easily deceived? Su Qing immediately bowed her head, scarcely daring to acknowledge the truth, though indeed, she was rather charming. The willow switch landed sharply on the exposed skin of Su Qing's arms, serving as a ceremonial warning. The Countess then turned her gaze to Delia. Look at your face and neck. What will the maids think upon seeing you? How will this be perceived if word gets out? Ah! The Count's daughter engaging in premarital indiscretions. It would be more acceptable if this spread after your betrothal. Raising the switch, she initially aimed for Delia's arm, but hesitated upon noticing her daughter's expression, ultimately delivering a stinging blow to her backside instead. Quickly return and freshen up. The Countess regarded Su Qing, a mixture of irritation and amusement flickering across her face. After a moment's contemplation, she said, The Count has arranged your betrothal ceremony for 4 days hence, to be held publicly before all the nobility. You both must exercise restraint. And you, Delia, are forbidden from losing your virtue before marriage. The two exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. The following morning, Su Qing was summoned by Count Fusher. She found herself seated opposite him as he attended to numerous documents, his responsibilities weighing heavily upon him. The territory of Fusher, minus the 3,000 square kilometers of land relinquished from Seagull Town, primarily consisted of plains and hills across 7,000 square kilometers, abundant in groundwater resources. Thus, the region had always been a bastion of agricultural sustenance, while also possessing ample industrial resources. In this era, due to issues of productivity, food is tied to the value of silver coins, while gold remains exceedingly precious. A single gold coin is no larger than a thumb as a nail, with a thickness of merely a millimeter. Count Fashishi glanced at Su Qing and declared, I shall attend the oath-taking ceremony of John Arryn in 7 days, prepared to pledge my allegiance to him. Su Qing, somewhat perplexed, was unaware that the old duke had already made his final decision, casting aside the Targaryen-blooded Alysanne Arryn in favor of John Arryn. Aelin regarded him thoughtfully, noting that as one of the ancient bloodlines, the Fashishi family, also known as the Royce family, has historically been among the most prominent families in the Vale. Our stance towards John is of great significance. After careful consideration, I resolved to swear fealty to John, a decision reached collectively by the Royce, Stark, Mormont, and Targaryen families. The Targaryens are waning in power and must yield to regional factions. Has your curiosity been satisfied, my esteemed Sir Su Qing Hegalis? Su Qing nodded, sensing that numerous compromises lay beneath the surface. Another thought crossed his mind. Given John's inclination towards rebellion, would he resort to underhanded tactics? He inquired whether John might directly confront the Dragon Party during the oath-taking ceremony. Su Qing phrased his question in a more politically astute manner. Aelin chuckled, the Dragon Party. It seems your political instincts are rather sharp. If he were to boldly strike against the Dragon Party nobles, it would signify an open declaration of war against the Targaryens. Currently, John lacks the arms, armor, weaponry, and the trust of allies to act with such reckless abandon. Aelin rose and moved to the windowsill, observing, at present, the publicly recognized leader of the Dragon Party in the Vale is the Iron Oak Marchioness. Her grandmother is a Targaryen, making her bloodline more favored by the royal family. However, after John adopted Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon, the royal family and the Dragon Party became aware that certain families could no longer suppress their ambitions and were beginning to plot rebellion. Of course, in a few days, the Marchioness will be compelled to swear loyalty to John Arryn, who possesses a complete Undoe bloodline. Aelin smiled as he watched Su Qing attentively absorbing the information. Su Qing continued, Then why is the Count's daughter betrothed to me? I do not believe that saving your life alone merits my elevation to a noble with lands. Moreover, my title is too low. Would her marrying me not tarnish the dignity and honor of the Royce family? Upon hearing this, Aelin turned to Su Qing with a smile. It is not our decision, but rather that of your betrothed, dear Royce. The moment she laid eyes on you in the tavern, she approached me to whisper her desire to have you elevated to the Baron of Seagull Town. She expressed her interest in uniting with you. Su Qing was taken aback, continuing to gaze at the Count in astonishment. Many of my political maneuvers are often guided by my daughter's insights, Count Fashishi replied with a resigned smile. Indeed, that was my voluntary choice. I concede that my daughter surpasses me in merit. Su Qing was astonished, realizing that the true decision-maker in Fashishi City was not Count Fashishi himself, but rather his betrothed. Does Su Qing qualify as a man living off the affections of others? While there are distinctions, the essence appears rather similar. In truth, your performance has been commendable. Upon reflection, we, the old aristocrats, perceive that contemporary ideologies are excessively harsh towards the populace. We seek a new path. Though we align ourselves with the royal faction, we also possess our own unique nuances. The Count continued. Su Qing felt a mixture of astonishment and confusion at the mention of a new path. Today's information feels rather overwhelming. Aelin approached and gently patted Su Qing on the shoulder, stating that he would refrain from overwhelming him with details. The noble families of the North Stark, Karstark, Mormont are steadfast political allies we can trust. Waving his hand dismissively, he remarked that you and my eldest son share certain similarities. Both possess a deep love for the people, though you surpass him in intellect and martial prowess. As a father, I take pride in his courageous dedication to protect his father. He is the pride of the Royce family. Come, let us share a couple of drinks. Aelin led Su Qing to the table. where they began to indulge in wine. Alan recounted tales from his youth, including his escapades in brothels and the exploits of his eldest son. In return, Su Qin shared some adapted stories or local myths, and the two men engaged in light-hearted banter. What do men discuss, if not battles and power, women and fine wine? Such pursuits are both reasonable and in accordance with human nature, and some enlightened women are inclined towards them as well. Chapter 30. Engagement on a serene night at the lofty terrace of the Fusher Castle. Su Qin cradled Delia in his arms as they gazed upon the luminous moon. Delia, feeling the warmth of Su Qin behind her, slowly began to speak. Sir Seagull, do you know that I once had a beautiful and gentle aunt who adored me during my childhood? She gifted me a purple crystal. Struck from the sea by a giant crossbow she wielded herself. That precious gem was worth a fortune. Scholars from the old town were fervently engaged in the study of magic, and purple crystals were intimately connected to it. I was so young then that I can hardly recall my aunt's visage now. Su Qin glanced at the moonlit Delia, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. It was likely that such fond memories were overshadowed by tragedy. A truly cherished relative, he thought. Delia continued, look at the moon tonight, it is so full. Yet, my aunt met her demise at the hands of her husband. I have always believed it was deliberate. He refused to share a bed with her, publicly claiming she was barren. What a vile and malicious man he was. Ironically, the nobility considered him to be a figure of authority and chivalry. Even the North and the Storm Kingdom were willing to entrust their children to his care. Su Qin tenderly wiped away her tears. She devoted all her love to Duke of the Vale, God Island's nephew, John Island. Yet, due to years without offspring, John intended to send her to a convent. He had no desire to share a bed with her, fearing the bloodline of the Royce family might rekindle ties with Eagle's Nest. My aunt endured 5 years of living as a widow. Sometimes, I cannot fathom why he refused to be with her. She was more beautiful than I, with many suitors, including a marquis. She even bore the blood of House Stark. My grandmother was the youngest daughter of the Duke of the North in those days. This engagement was negotiated between John's father and my grandfather, when my father could not oppose my grandfather. In these times, sending a woman to a convent is a cruel fate, especially for a beautiful one. Once the convent doors close, it is a realm of darkness, inhabited by male monks and bishops. Su Qin paused. Surely, he will face the wrath of the dragon god. Delia looked at Su Qin. So, you are finally willing to reveal that your family crest is that of a dragon? Su Qin, with one arm wrapped around her, kissed her hair, knowing he must retain some secrets from the world. Delia glanced at Su Qin and touched the hand resting on her waist. What did John gain in exchange for your aunt? Delia fell silent. He used deceit to accuse my aunt of committing adultery with his brother, publicly branding her a harlot. In her desperation to prove her innocence, my aunt leapt from the moon gate. She was so foolish. Her death left too many questions unanswered. John's brother, facing a duel with him, was cast down from the moon gate by John's hired knights, leaving him in pieces. At that time, the direct male lineage of the Vale Island was left with but one survivor himself. The only other was the Iron Lady Marquis, who possessed Targaryen blood. The eldest son of Dead Island was rumored to have been abducted by a giant eagle while hunting on the mountainside at the tender age of 9. Who knows how he vanished from the cliff? At that moment, only John and he were present. Thus, he became the sole male heir of the valley. The Targaryens and the Island family were embroiled in conflict, and my aunt became a tragic casualty. Delia turned away, resting her head in Su Qin's embrace, tears streaming down her face. My father was profoundly affected at that time, even contemplating an alliance with certain nobles to incite a rebellion. However, he was dissuaded by the Targaryens and the Stark family. For several years, my father was consumed by despair and refrained from managing affairs. During that time, I took charge of the family's enterprises and intelligence network, continuing the struggle against the rival factions' intelligence agencies. Later, my brother was born, nurturing a deep affection for the people, and he became beloved by both the nobles and commoners of the territory. My father found his sense of self again through him. After a period of reflection, my father concluded that the current system was antiquated. He believed that a parliamentary system akin to that of brothels was the way forward. We resolved to pursue this path, at least to contribute something meaningful to future development. Our family began seeking alliances, aiming to unite with others to embark on this journey. Yet, we currently lack the genuine support of any significant noble houses. Establishing a republican parliamentary system is far from simple. Wasn't ancient Rome governed by such a system? Westeros is ill-suited for republicanism, It is more aligned with a separation of powers and constitutional monarchy. Westeros has evolved over the course of more than 10,000 years. Its technology has advanced commendably, with glass cups and windows now in existence. However, intellectual thought remains monopolized by the scholarly nobility and the elites in power. The first step is a renaissance and an enlightenment of ideas, yet they are firmly locked within the citadel of learning. Scholars are often the second sons of noble families. It is challenging, yet not insurmountable. Su Qing remained silent, holding her tighter. I have some thoughts that you will come to appreciate in time. Delia smiled faintly. Being able to voice her long-held resentment today was already a significant relief. Binding Su Qing to her chariot was inspired by a dream in which she had seen him. Surrounded by 3 women, one with golden hair, another with silver, and the last with black. However, after he rescued her riding a dragon, he ran off with those 3 women, disregarding her entirely. From the moment Delia first laid eyes on Su Qing, the thought of a union had taken root in her heart. She believed herself no less worthy than the others. With this thought, her life's trajectory in dreams became increasingly legendary, intertwining more and more with Su Qing as fate. Utilizing her own Targaryen Dreamwalker, Red, talent, she endeavored to win him over. Yet, Su Qing remained oblivious, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Upon seeing the loyalty gauge, he weighed the pros and cons before deciding to wed the Count's daughter. The intricacies of their feelings were profoundly complex. Su Qing also needed the strength of the Royce family. For the system had grand ambitions. Every beginning is arduous, and the Royce family had aided him immensely, particularly with the Count's daughter, whose presence allowed Su Qing to develop with peace of mind. Amidst such convoluted emotions, the two shared a tender kiss beneath the moonlight. After a while, the two slowly released their embrace. Delia gazed at Su Qing, feeling a sense of triumph at having ensnared him so effortlessly. She thought to herself, I am not inferior to any of you. Looking at Su Qing, she remarked, I merely wished to vent my resentment to avoid making erroneous political decisions. For my choices could affect the lives of countless individuals. I must bide my time. Su Qing, captivated by the allure of her violet eyes, was momentarily entranced. Early in the morning, on the 2nd floor, 2 boys quietly unlocked Su Qing's door with a key, while the guards patrolling the corridor remained oblivious. One was taller, around 35 meters, with slightly wavy hair, while the younger stood less than a meter tall, his hair straight. They stealthily approached Su Qing's bedside, admiring his finely crafted iron spear. Rob, I told you my brother-in-law's weapon is remarkable. Just look at this intricate pattern. It weighs far more than your wretched wooden spear. The younger boy lifted the spear slightly before gently placing it back down. Weimer, don't touch brother-in-law's iron spear. Our purpose here is to see his armor. It's stunning. The black scales are even more exquisite than father's. And this sword rumor has it he slew 47 assailants in Seagull Town to save father. I wish to have a sword too, but alas, I am not yet 10, and father forbids me from touching one. Weimer pouted. Well, I could gift you a fine sword when you turn 10. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted them. The 2 boys sprang to their feet and turned to see Su Qing's serious countenance. You little rascals, refrain from carelessly handling sharp weapons. You might injure yourselves. Su Qing chuckled, beckoning them closer. Come here, let me see if our little rascals have grown taller. The boys laughed as they stood by Su Qing's bedside. Rob Royce. Weimer Royce. 3 days later, in the fields. With a swift whoosh, a long arrow struck a wild hare that was about to pilfer some rye. The 2 boys immediately dashed over to lift the 40-centimeter hare. Brother-in-law, your archery skills are the finest I have ever witnessed. Even better than father's. Su Qing smiled, acknowledging his modest proficiency in archery within a 50-meter range. In fact, he had already dispatched 3 hares. He grinned, with diligent practice, you 2 can become sharpshooters. Suddenly, Su Qing heard someone calling his name. He turned to see a knight clad in black armor, wielding a knightly sword, who was shouting in his direction. Sir Seagull, the engagement ceremony will commence in 4 sand glasses. The Countess requests your return. Recognizing the voice of the Count's treasurer, Boris, Su Qing called back, understood, Sir Boris. He then turned to his 2 young brothers-in-law, boys, let us return. There is a banquet this evening. Su Qing assisted them onto their horses, then leaped onto his own, cradling the 2 boys as he shouted to a nearby group of 20 light cavalrymen, regroup and return to the city. On the night at the Grand Hall of the Stone Castle, the invited nobles engaged in lively conversations, some discussing matters of marriage alliances. while others deliberated on the recent unrest caused by the flagless brotherhood in the region. Discussions also revolved around the fiefdoms. The Count and Countess continuously hosted their guests, while Robb and Weimer savored roasted lamb. Various topics were exchanged. It was rumored that the flagless brotherhood had caused considerable turmoil, inciting fear among many nobles who remained hidden within the castle. The taxation in the region was excessively burdensome, with reports indicating a staggering 70 tax rate, leaving the farmers in dire straits. The generous Count of Stone collected 40 taxes from both nobility and commoners, and this year appeared to be a bountiful harvest season, allowing farmers to sell some grain. By the way, what was the minimum purchase price set by the Count? It seemed to be 3 copper coins per pound. After collecting the grains from their respective territories, there could be substantial profits, especially since it was said that the region was in desperate need of food, with grain prices soaring to 7 copper coins per pound. Suddenly, a loud commotion arose as the Count's daughter, Delia Royce, and Lord Suchin Hagrid arrived. Conversation ceased, and the orchestra perched at either side commenced playing the engagement melody. Nobles from across the Stone Fief gazed upon the elegantly dressed couple as they entered hand in hand, accompanied by Suchin's attendants and officials from Seagull Town, summoned to witness the future Baroness. There were also vessels and officials from the Stone Domain present. Suchin held Delia's left hand with his right. The couple waved to the gathered nobles, and before long, someone initiated applause, leading to a chorus of cheers and congratulations. Suchin guided Delia forward, first bowing to Count Alan Royce and Countess Beatrice Mormont, then to the scholar Duncan, the officiant of the event. Lastly, he turned to the assembled nobles, performing a standard knightly salute and a lady's courtesy. Scholar Duncan nodded and began to preside over the ceremony. Today marks an important and joyous occasion, primarily to witness the engagement of our new couple. Without further ado, you may find your dance partners, and after the dance, exchange your engagement tokens. Following this, the 2 young lovers would be formally engaged, leading to a celebration filled with fine wine and exquisite food, a day truly worth commemorating. Now, let the couple don their floral crowns. They exchanged a glance and a smile before adorning themselves with the crowns in succession. They then danced, of course, stepping on Delia's toes a few times. The engagement rings were exchanged, followed by revelry and hearty drinking, with the feast consuming dozens of sheep, creating a lively atmosphere that lasted deep into the night. This couple had officially met the nobles of the entire Stone Fief, becoming recognized as engaged partners. Volume 1, Anchored. The Curtain Falls. Chapter 1, The Lord's Council Aerie, year 275 AC, 6 years prior to Robert's rebellion. At the end of May, Aerie stands as the most formidable fortress in the Vale, having been conquered only once during the distant age of Aegon by the Targaryens and their dragons. To access Aerie from the King's Road, one must first traverse the Bloodgate Castle, a narrow gorge flanked by towering cliffs that rise dozens of meters high, easily defended by a handful of archers. Beyond this lies a verdant basin where rivers meander and forests flourish, known as the Vale of Arryn. This land was once the domain of House Royce, a legacy that dates back to the ancient invasions of the Undos when they clashed with the First Men and the Children of the Forest. Today, few common folk are aware of House Royce's ancient lineage, which boasts the blood of the First Men. The nobility, however, understand the latent power inherent in this bloodline. Upon reaching adulthood, the scions of House Royce exhibit abilities that surpass the average noble. This is one of the motives behind noble marriages, to infuse their bloodlines with superior traits. As one ventures north through the Vale, the majestic Aerie comes into view, majestically perched amidst 4 towering cliffs, the culmination of generations of labor by House Arryn. Beneath the central keep lies an abyss, home to the infamous Moon Door, suspended hundreds of feet above the ground. A leap through this portal guarantees certain death. Aerie is a natural fortress, exceedingly difficult to besiege. To mount an assault on the Aerie, one must first overcome several strongholds. The initial bastion is Moon Door Castle, located at the mountain's base. From there, one must navigate a treacherous path to breach the perilous Rock Castle, Snowy Mountain Castle, and Long Sky Castle. Notably, Snowy Mountain and Long Sky Castles guard the sole route leading to Aerie, at either end of the Moon Bridge, rendering them easy to defend yet hard to conquer. Meanwhile, the armies of various lords from the Vale have gathered outside Snowy Mountain Castle, escorting their respective lords to witness the swearing-in ceremony of Jon Arryn, the heir of the Vale. Following the oath, the lords will profess fealty to the heir in public. However, distant nobles will take several days to reach Aerie, including Count Alan, who arrives with a contingent of 500 men. Nobles cannot risk bringing their heirs into the field, as it poses significant dangers. In truth, Only Jon's trusted confidants are likely to bring their own heirs to the ceremony. Should an heir meet with misfortune alongside the lords, it could ignite internal strife within their lands. Such disputes for titles are entirely lawful in the realm of Westeros, inviting external interference that could lead to chaos, resulting in heavy costs for the heirs and potential decline of their family lines. Concurrently, Seagull Town rejoices in the season of harvest. Today, Seagull Manor is abuzz with activity as nobles of all ranks have been summoned to the Lord's Grand Council Chamber for the final meeting of May. Currently, Seagull Town is characterized by two distinct factions: the original noble faction comprised of local lesser nobles and the emerging noble faction championed by the ambitious Su Qing. After all, possessing the actual dominion of Seagull Barony, the legitimate title of Baron of Seagull, and the strong claims to the territory, one can win the hearts of the people, establish and control the greatest military force. Thus, Su Qing has largely secured control over the Seagull Town within the barony. The old noble faction is represented by two leaders, the Minister of Intelligence, Karen, and the Minister of Finance, Trank. Karen symbolizes the interests of local merchants, while Trank represents the local landed gentry. The new noble faction is led by Su Qing, along with his captain of the guard, Ella, the craftsman official, Grey, and Downton and his subordinates, who are vital components of this emerging aristocracy. A new official must tread carefully, for undermining the old nobility too swiftly and aggressively installing one's own power can lead to self-destruction. Su Qing's decision to exempt taxes for a year is not merely a gesture towards the smallholders, middle farmers, and wealthy landowners on his fief, but also extends to merchants and, most importantly, port revenues. This strategy aims to win the people's favor. However, as the number of refugees within the territory increases, their faith has shifted to the Qilin sect, the Vine Dragon sect, thereby balancing the scales of power between Su Qing's foreign group and the local forces, with the latter beginning to gain the upper hand. The Seagull Barony encompasses 3 additional territories: Augustus Castle, Ite Fortress, and Kiel Castle. Though these are merely small villages, the noble titles in the area lack legal protection and the economy is quite poor. Nevertheless, Su Qing has been contemplating how to reclaim direct jurisdiction over these 3 territories. Within the medium-sized library on the 2nd floor of the Seagull Manor, after conducting a census that does not pertain to the noble serfs, the addresses and demographic information of commoners have been meticulously recorded and stored, with the household registration box occupying a significant portion of the bookshelf, essentially a rudimentary census. This registry is quite rudimentary and lacks any official seal of validation. It is certain that some nobles are concealing unregistered residents, a challenge that has historically thwarted many capable individuals. It would be impractical to indiscriminately purge all nobles. This approach can indeed be effective, albeit fraught with risk. Ultimately, within the 4 territories, the census revealed 3,000 households not belonging to the minor nobility. However, Su Qing holds the right to tax only the 700 indigenous households and 500 refugee households in Seagull Town, totaling 1,200 households. Recruiting 300 personal guards is already a considerable challenge. The remaining uncounted small farmers and hunters are, in fact, those who covertly cultivate Su Qing's lands and hunt deer within his precious redwood forests. The grand conference room on the 1st floor of Seagull Manor is now crowded with people, with 2 rows of benches lining the north and south sides as the assembly fervently discusses the bountiful harvest. Today marks an important summer work meeting. It has been nearly 3 months since Su Qing assumed the role of Lord in March, and the time of harvest has arrived. Currently, it is the year 275 AC. And Su Qing is acutely aware that there are still approximately 20 years until the narrative formally commences. However, the momentum for the usurper wars has already begun, and the free trade city-states have fragmented into several factions. Seagull Town is particularly vulnerable to pirate attacks and must prepare for the impending conflict. In truth, there are only 6 years remaining until the usurper wars, during which many dramatic events will unfold. It seems as though some unseen force is guiding the eruption of internal conflicts within the kingdom. In the conference room, Su Qing surveyed the array of both old and new nobility seated around him. The old nobles, though reluctant, dared not defy Su Qing, as the authority he wielded was sufficient to compel their acquiescence. Su Qing gently rapped his fingers upon the table, and the murmuring nobles fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement. He commenced the meeting. Esteemed ministers and distinguished minor nobility, Su Qing began, the final assembly of the summer season is now officially convened. I wish to summarize our endeavors over the summer and outline our agenda for the autumn. The 4 ministers at the conference table busied themselves with a tabletop game, attentively listening as Su Qing spoke. He glanced at the earnest minor nobles on either side, and declared, "Let us commence with a commendation ceremony. A potent means of garnering loyalty. Throughout the summer, we accomplished several critical tasks. The foremost achievement was the successful census of ordinary citizens and refugees within our territory. With over 200 households now settled in Seagull Town. The invaluable contributions of Tran, along with his team of several interior officials and aides, cannot be overstated. As a token of appreciation, I hereby award them a total of 30 gold coins, hoping they will continue to fulfill their obligations in the upcoming quarter." Such a sum is substantial, enough to sustain 100 individuals for an entire year. Tran rose to accept the small pouch of gold coins. Furthermore, any official who avoids major blunders this quarter will receive an additional month as salary as a bonus for their diligent service. Work well, and rewards shall follow. Neglect your duties, and there will be no compensation. It is a simple yet effective system. Tran lifted his gaze to meet that of the observing nobles, who responded with enthusiastic applause. A sense of profound satisfaction enveloped him, something he had never experienced under the previous lord's reign, respect and a sense of honor. Even the mistress of the Red Alley no longer mocked him. He was merely a village head now. The lady had tacitly accepted the presence of her lover. And the mercenary group, led by her eldest son, was thriving. Everything was coming together harmoniously. The minor nobles rallied around him, with salaries now quintupled compared to previous times. How could one choose otherwise? It was evident that even greater rewards awaited in the future. In this meeting, it was imperative to assert both one's own position and that of the local nobility. Thus, Tran Augustus solemnly declared, "As the Minister of Finance, I, Tran, shall uphold my oath and remain loyal to Baron Seagull." Currently, the loyalty of the old nobility stands at over 85%. Though it does not match that of confidants like Luke and Greer, it is still serviceable. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Tran's clear declaration effectively communicated to the surrounding minor nobility that Su Qing held ultimate authority within the territory. This is power. Once Carrie completed her record keeping, Su Qing continued, "Now, we turn to the personal guard. Commander Aira." Aira promptly stood, eager to hear what rewards Su Qing had in store for their guard unit. Under Aira's leadership, 300 militia members, earning 5 silver a month, had successfully trained into a formidable force, while 20 personal guards, earning 1 gold a month, had displayed flawless performance without any defensive errors within the castle. This is 170 gold coins, representing the monthly salary and bonuses. I take pride in their loyalty. Ella received the pouch of coins, observing the admiration and envy in the gazes of those around her, relishing in the applause and cheers directed at her. The royal guard and soldiers pledged to defend Seagull Town and Seagull Manor with their lives. Su Qing nodded. Surveying the satisfied crowd and the minor and major nobles who would benefit from the meeting, they whispered among themselves, their expressions quite favorable. Su Qing nodded again, intending to convey that their new lord is not a miser. If everyone performs well each quarter, an additional month as salary will be awarded as a bonus. However, if performance falters, the bonus will be rescinded. The crowd looked towards Su Qing, nodding in agreement, silently vowing to diligently complete their tasks. He then reminded the nobles of a second matter, to ensure a bountiful harvest, and discussed various other topics. Ultimately, he informed the nobles that the lord intends to purchase any surplus grain from the farmers, prompting the nobles to temper their ambitions before Su Qing departed with his entourage. Now, the question arises, where did all this money come from? The situation unfolded as follows. Su Qing retained only 2 antibiotics for himself, entrusting the remaining 3 to Delia to find buyers and sell. He exchanged them in advance for a sum of money, thus returning with a substantial amount, 3,000 gold coins. Who could have anticipated that information would spread so swiftly in this world? The great nobles had already obtained intelligence regarding the medicines. Coupled with the previous surplus of 350 gold coins, this amassed a staggering total of 3,350 gold coins. 2 large blacksmith shops, staffed by 40 workers, incurred a total expenditure of 660 gold coins for salaries and production costs. The intelligence agency employed 100 personnel, receiving 100 gold coins. The financial staff's bonuses and salaries amounted to 60 gold coins, while military personnel received bonuses and salaries totaling 340 gold coins. Altogether, this required an expenditure of 1160 gold coins. The treasury now held a remainder of 2,200 gold coins. Speaking of the medicines, in secret, the price of antibiotics had escalated to an astronomical 2,500 gold coins per unit. Capable of curing chronic ailments that had plagued individuals for decades, this medicine had gained notoriety. The great nobles, valuing their lives, recognized the rarity of the drugs, and thus the prices soared. However, the source of the medicine remained a mystery, known only to 3 merchants. Unfortunately for them, their fate was tragic. Many coveted the gold coins from the auction, seeking to uncover the source of the medicine. Regrettably, on the very night following the auction in Pentos, these merchants were assassinated in a brothel by unknown assailants. Consequently, the origins of the medicine remain undisclosed. Such auctions cannot be conducted transparently, especially at such exorbitant prices and invitation to peril. Ultimately, Su Qing entrusted Delia with 3 new units of the medicine, which were covertly purchased by a senior official from the Iron Vault for 7,000 gold coins, from which Su Qing received 3,000. This was indeed quite favorable. The Fusher family exerted considerable effort, ensuring Su Qing could securely obtain this substantial sum of 3,000 gold coins. While alliances may be formed, should the Fusher family serve as agents for selling goods, a fair distribution of profits must be negotiated. That is a separate matter altogether. Upon returning from Pentos with nearly 10,000 gold coins, few noble fleets with actual power dared to traverse the narrow sea. In truth, the Royce family ultimately secured 2,000 gold coins from a total of 7,500. Su Qing acquired 3,000 gold coins. The nobleman who assisted in the transport of the gold received 2,000 gold coins. The remainder was bestowed upon the sailors. Everyone reaped benefits and was filled with joy. The only ones left discontented were 3 unfortunate merchants, who, before they could even warm the coins, saw them vanish. Such is the fate of those with wealth but lacking power, destined to encounter grave misfortune. The merchant's thousands of gold coins found their way into the private treasury of one individual Delia Royce. She assured herself that the 3 merchants had long been assassinated by the Gold Tailor organization. Maintaining the intelligence network across the 7 kingdoms is indeed costly. In this ebb and flow, the Royce family amassed a staggering 7,000 gold coins, unjustly acquiring 7,000 gold coins. Ecstasy ensued. Chapter 2. Agricultural irrigation. A raven flew into the castle of Fusher, where the scholar Dan One was responsible for its care. He opened the wooden tube tied to the raven's leg, retrieved the scroll, and upon inspecting the wax seal, a keen-headed messenger promptly ascended to the second-floor tailor's room and knocked on the door. "Miss, a message has arrived from the seagull." Deep in thought and gazing out the window, Delia found herself perplexed. Within just a few days, Su Qing had dispatched a message via raven. What news could be of such urgency? Delia promptly replied, "Come in, scholar." After handing the letter to Delia, the scholar exited. Seated at a small table, Delia examined the integrity of the wax seal, then cautiously unfolded the letter. The contents unfolded before her eyes. "To my dearest fiancée, Delia Royce, the town of Seagull is in dire need of a substantial influx of refugees. It has come to my attention that the Brotherhood of the Feathered Banner has wreaked havoc, leaving many displaced. Spread the word in the Feathered Forest. Seagull Town welcomes refugees of all ages. Signed, Su Qing, High Grace Family Seal." High Grace Family. After carefully tucking away the note, Delia pondered deeply for a moment. She retrieved 2 small sheets of stationery and began to write, "To my loyal Chief Tailor of Riverbend Kingdom, I hereby command all idle gold and silver tailors of Riverbend Kingdom to bring their scissors and proceed to the Feathered Forest. Assist Chief Tailor Lily in disseminating the message that Seagull Town is in need." Signed, the Matriarch Seal, Gold Tailor, Butterfly Shape. "To my loyal Chief Tailor of the Feathered Forest region, I hereby command the Feathered Forest." Signed, the Matriarch Seal. Having completed her letters, Delia gently set down her pen, secured the wax seal, and summoned a woman adorned with a golden mask, entrusting her with the 2 missives. Meanwhile, in the new expensive blacksmith shop of Seagull Town, Su Qing observed a group of craftsmen deliberating over the layout of a level 2 farm. "I believe we should commence construction on both banks of the Seagull River," proposed one craftsman. "That is unwise. The Seagull River has a high flood frequency. Should it overflow, the harvest could be lost for 6 months or even a year, leading to starvation among the farmers." "I am opposed." A chorus of craftsmen nodded in agreement. "Moreover, the 3 miles on either bank are vital grazing land. We cannot disturb the river banks." "Then what do you propose to solve the irrigation issue?" "We cannot rely on the whims of the weather as before. Seagull Town receives ample rainfall from the Seagull Mountains. Irrigation is paramount. Occasional crop failures can be tolerated, but a continual shortage due to irrigation issues would severely hinder the population growth of Seagull. If we build on the banks, how will we sustain cattle, sheep, and horses in the future. The riverbanks are limited, making it difficult to protect them effectively. The craftsmen nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was merit in these concerns. The situation was quite complicated. There was a divergence of opinions regarding the location of the new agricultural town. The Seagull River was not so docile, and keeping a distance from it might not be a bad idea after all. Su Qin stepped outside, gazing at the luminous moon, contemplating how the ancient inhabitants of his homeland addressed the challenges of irrigation beyond river systems. Suddenly, he recalled the construction of a waterway by the state of Qin during the Warring States period, which spanned an impressive 300 li from the Sea River to the Luo River, effectively resolving irrigation issues in many regions of Guangdong and transforming it into a granary. After a moment of reflection, Su Qin devised a plan and slowly re-entered the room. A group of individuals was lost in thought, grappling with the complexities of addressing the era's food scarcity. With reliance on nature, the harvest from a single mu of land, approximately 1,000 square meters, yielded merely 200 jin of rye or buckwheat, an unfortunate reality given the fertile plains. Upon his return, Su Qin's voice broke the silence. Do you possess the skills to construct small-scale canals, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters deep? His inquiry sparked a realization among them, as the very essence of their craftsmanship had been subtly influenced by the techniques of the Westerosi, yet their memories remained unchanged. The prevailing culture here had not evolved to conquer nature. The agrarian philosophy serving humanity had not considered such advancements. A chorus of responses emerged. My lord, we indeed possess the craftsmanship to build trapezoidal canals, but this endeavor will demand considerable time, labor, and financial resources. Moreover, how do we address the issue of stagnant water? Constructing a dead water channel would be a grave insult to our craft. Su Qin nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of their concerns. After further contemplation, he articulated his vision. Let us commence our project 12 li upstream from the town of Haoyao, on the eastern bank of the Haoyao River, establishing a hexagonal area measuring 6 li in length and width. We shall designate 3 li adjacent to the river as grazing land. Given that the topography of Haoyao slopes northwestward, allowing water to flow from the upper canal to the lower, converging into the Haoyao River. This approach would not only avert stagnant water, but also address irrigation needs. Subsequently, we can construct reservoirs in the agricultural heartland, facilitating the continuation of small canals while mitigating flood risks. A multifaceted solution, indeed. What say you, craftsmen? The artisans began to ponder his proposition. Su Qin continued, moreover, with your newfound lime mortar production techniques, I shall instruct the blacksmith to forge iron nails, each measuring 1 meter in length, to be driven into the trapezoidal earth, forming a network of nails. Large stone slabs will be laid across the grid, leaving half of the area vacant. We will then pour lime mortar into the intentionally left spaces, allowing the stone slabs and mortar to interlock securely, reinforced by wooden stakes. This method will ensure no leakage or displacement occurs. What do you think of this plan? Though a solution had been proposed, Su Qin urged the craftsmen to meticulously consider any potential oversights. As for the primary material for the lime mortar, limestone abundant in the Storm Kingdom's Storm Mountains, the construction materials in this world were remarkably advanced. Leaving the room, Su Qin ventured into the courtyard, observing the water well to the east. The underground water resources in Haoyao were plentiful, allowing for easy access to domestic water. However, the issue of irrigation remained the fundamental constraint on population growth in this era. Once resolved, there would be no need to establish villages along the riverside. Instead, one could cultivate bountiful farms in the heart of the plains. In the blacksmith's workshop, the artisans engaged in fervent discussion. After a while, having refined Su Qin's proposal with their professional insights, they unanimously agreed that the revised plan was foolproof. The spacious blacksmith's shop spanned an impressive 600 square feet, and the courtyard was paved with flagstones, ensuring cleanliness even in the rain. The flooring, crafted from durable slate, was an excellent choice, as this material was abundant in the Storm Kingdom. Gregory, accompanied by Dunton, emerged from the workshop and immediately spotted Su Qin, who stood deep in contemplation, clad in a silver gold uniform, hands clasped behind his back. Approaching Su Qin, they expressed, My lord, after modifying the proposal, we believe it will impeccably resolve the irrigation challenges faced by Seagull Town. Furthermore, once the territory expands, it could even address the irrigation issues of Runestone City, thanks to an additional river that flows through it. Su Qin slowly turned his head, a sense of relief washing over him, though his brow furrowed in doubt. Foolproof? He questioned. Gregory and Downton exchanged glances and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my lord, it is foolproof. Very well. Begin by drafting a detailed blueprint of the land traversed by the return channel, meticulous down to the meter. Conduct thorough site surveys, ensuring that the main roads of the grazing area and agricultural town are designed to be 40 meters wide, secondary roads 20 meters wide, and alleys 10 meters wide. For the sake of cleanliness, the roads require a unique design, separating the pathways for pedestrians and carriages. The main road will be unpaved, while adjacent walkways will be elevated and paved with bricks, allowing pedestrians to traverse without concern for sanitation issues related to the dirt path. Rainwater management will also be simplified in this manner. Yes, my lord. The craftsmen were elated, thrilled to have work at hand. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. Summoning his devoted maid, Ira, as he slowly made his way back to the castle. With one significant burden lifted from his heart, Su Qin felt a surge of joy. As for the acquisition of gold coins to purchase construction materials for the farms, that was hardly a concern. With his vast knowledge and the support of a robust system, the prospect of impoverishment seemed negligible. If it were to come to that, he would simply resign himself to fate. Chapter 3. Planning the village and town. In the year 275 AC, at the beginning of June, the farmers experienced their most joyous season. Some even took to engraving simplified symbols of the dragon god on their walls, initiating a humble form of worship as an expression of gratitude. Over the past few months, many farmers transitioned from the faith of the seven gods to that of the dragon god. However, should Su Qin impose heavy taxes one day, such faith would swiftly wane. At this point, the dragon god faith had yet to be formally established, lacking even a church. The Seagull Manor's court was serving that purpose instead. For the free farmers, this year marked an abundant harvest, with the most significant aspect being that the Lord imposed no taxes. Moreover, to their delight, the once arrogant noblemen refrained from purchasing grain at exploitative prices, sparing the common folk from their usual oppression. They recognized that the Lord, a believer in the dragon god, wielded power over the nobles. What brought even more joy to the 400 local farming households was the Lord's decision to buy grain at an impressive rate of 5 copper coins per pound, a considerable sum. As copper coins held substantial value, a significant portion of farmers and others relied on copper for their farming tools. Of course, the Lord would not purchase all the farmers' grain. He ensured they retained enough sustenance for an extended period. With 400 households scattered throughout the region, surveys indicated that each family cultivated approximately 10 acres of land. How much grain does a household require for survival over a year? For a family of 4, around 500 pounds would suffice. What is the yield per acre? The average is about 200 pounds. On a plot of land measuring 1,000 square meters, producing 200 pounds seems rather disconcerting. Each household typically yields around 2,000 pounds. Even for buckwheat, which yields 200 pounds per acre, this raises eyebrows. Potatoes, according to reports, yield the same 200 pounds. Something is amiss. The grain yield situation is too perplexing. So much so that Su Qin dares not delve deeper into his thoughts. Returning to the matter of taxation, while Count Fusher has mandated a 40 tax, local nobles often secretly impose a 60 tax, resulting in each household surrendering 200 pounds and keeping only 800 pounds for themselves. How far does that leave them from satiation? A considerable distance. Thus, Su Qin is intervening, purchasing only 400 pounds of grain from each household, allowing farmers some breathing room. Other nobles are compelled to offer a minimum price of over 3 copper coins and must wait until after Su Qin's purchasing to consider their own acquisitions. As for those daring enough to coerce farmers into selling at low prices, 5 minor nobles have already met their end heads displayed upon the walls of Seagull Square. Do you think the intelligence minister is idly sitting by? While he represents the interests of merchants, Callan is acutely aware of where his loyalties lie. Deterrence is essential. Consequently, Su Qin stands to acquire approximately 160,000 pounds of grain, which, at 30 pounds per unit, amounts to around 5,000 units. Sufficient to sustain 800 individuals for half a year. Next, we consider the production at Seagull Manor. Why is it called a manor? It undoubtedly possesses its own industries. With 600 acres of farmland, typically used for raising cattle and sheep, as well as nurturing some young war horses, this constitutes the manor's essence. The manor's large fields produced 4,000 units of grain, supplemented by the remaining 7,000 units from this quarter's consumption. In total, can it sustain nearly 600 refugee households? Absolutely. 600 households of refugees. 200 households have enlisted in the military, while the remaining 400 men are engaged in the construction of houses and a large blacksmith shop. Some women are busy crafting leather armor, cutting, perforating, and stitching it together, or performing lighter physical tasks. The younger Su Qin has yet to establish educational facilities, as the territory is still under development, and, most importantly, the army is tasked with safeguarding Seagull Manor. However, the most significant advantage lies in the unity and morale of the people. Their spirits remain high, which is essential for any endeavor. Is it feasible to sustain nearly 200 households in Seagull Town, which lacks farmland, amidst a local populace of 200-300? Indeed, in Seagull Town, 200 fishermen toil in Crab Bay, yielding sufficient catches to sustain themselves. In this era, one cannot compare the prices of protein and starch. It is utterly absurd. Fishermen are wealthier than farmers. Moreover, with tax exemptions, most commoners can finally catch their breath. A year without taxes allows everyone to regain their footing for several years. Returning to the crafting of leather armor, one may wonder why iron armor is not being produced. Where would one procure such an abundance of iron ingots to squander? The price of iron ingots, transported from various regions, has surged to 20 copper per pound, doubling from its previous rate. However, it seems that the prices will not rise further, as many merchants have arrived to compete. By the end of May, 2 additional blacksmith shops were constructed, bringing the total to 4, designated as blacksmith shops 1, 2, 3, and 4, with the naming convention to change once the count exceeds 10. Each blacksmith shop employs 20 craftsmen, and 80 positions have been filled, though it has cost a fair amount, leaving only 100 gold in the treasury. The head of each blacksmith shop is referred to as the master craftsman, while others are designated as craftsmen. The masters possess intelligence ratings above 5 and have been bestowed with blue miracles. They emerged from the ranks of ordinary people, transforming overnight into craftsmen earning 1 or 10 gold coins per month, and they are among the most loyal individuals. Just like in the pursuit of knowledge, one's attributes are not fixed. Through learning and practice, significant experience can be gained. The blacksmith officer, Gri, has already reached an intelligence level of 8, surpassing the majority of individuals in this era, achieving a status akin to that of a minor noble. Once all preparations were finalized, Blacksmith Shop 1 commenced the production of redwood spears as the standard weapon for ordinary soldiers. Blacksmith Shop 2 began crafting scale armor for Su Qin, with 10 individuals. Only 1 piece of armor can be produced per week, blue, and this is with the assistance of 20 apprentices. The master craftsman directs the artisans in forging the scales, while the apprentices weave armor using sinew cords. By the end of June, Su Qin, Ella, and the team leader of the personal guard have acquired knightly scale armor. Although it may not rival plate armor in certain aspects, it offers adequate protection against arrows and some close-range weapons. Blacksmith Shop 3 is tasked with creating agricultural tools for the upcoming level 2 farm. These tools are relatively easy to fabricate, requiring only 10 iterations rather than hundreds. Blacksmith Shop 4 instructs women and children to cut cowhide and deer hide, while also producing redwood longbows. In this world, longbows are far more prevalent. However, in Westeros, the art of mounted archery is not widely practiced, as it proves rather cumbersome. This endeavor commenced in mid-May, following the cessation of the rainy season. By early June, Su Qin had procured 300 redwood long spears, ordinary white, 3 sets of scaled armor, exquisite blue, 400 sets of finely crafted agricultural tools, including hoes, triangular plows, sickles, shovels, pickaxes, axes, and hammers, 10 redwood longbows, and 30 sets of leather armor. It is well acknowledged that leather armor offers only minimal protection, yet it remains useful. Light cavalry would undoubtedly find it advantageous. Moreover, in early June, while the financial personnel busied themselves with grain procurement, the agricultural village of Huizichu under separate jurisdiction officially began its construction plans. Within the Seagull Manor, Su Qin sat in his study, deep in contemplation as Ella observed him intently studying the parchment. The Huizichu area was delineated at 36 square kilometers, with 18 square kilometers near the riverside designated for future pastures or industrial towns, leaving half the space suitable for pioneering agricultural endeavors. A secondary farm could accommodate 20 individuals within 5 stone houses. However, if divided among households, that equates to 5 families per farm. How much land can one household manage? Once productivity increases, 5 acres would be the utmost limit, establishing a fundamental ratio between residence and farmland. The ideal residential ratio is 1 acre of farmland to 5 households. But reality seldom mirrors such ideals. Constructing arrow towers and wooden walls for modest defense against bandits and wild beasts is imperative, as is ensuring proper roadways and aesthetic enhancements. Thus, under extreme conditions, a residential area to agricultural area ratio of 2 to 4 is proposed. This results in 12 square kilometers of farmland and 6 square kilometers of residential space, divided into 3 small villages, with each village comprising 2 square kilometers of residential area and 4 square kilometers of agricultural land. This would yield approximately 5,000 households. How much land would each family receive? As Su Qing computed, his expression grew increasingly grave, and beads of sweat began to form. Ella gently took a handkerchief and dabbed the perspiration from his brow. Su Qing offered her a faint smile before resuming his calculations. With 5,000 households, the practical outcome would suggest that each household would be allotted approximately 4 acres. However, Su Qing shook his head in dismay. This cannot be merely a small village. It resembles a medium-sized town. The number of households is excessive. In this era, a few hundred households suffice to constitute a small town, while mere dozens can define a village. A reduction in household numbers is essential. A town should comprise 4,000 households. The surplus area from the residential zone should be allocated to the town center to construct an inner city. Soon enough, the agricultural town's blueprint was solidified by Su Qing, envisioning a settlement of 4,000 households and 800 farms. 3 agricultural towns would accommodate the farmers effectively. In June, the system refreshed with new items, among which were seeds. Only 2 options were available: corn, 1,000 gold coins per set of seeds, capable of planting 1,000 acres. Currently, it can only be planted within the system's protected territory Seagull town, directly governed. Once outside this range, the seeds will, due to special reasons, fail to germinate. The system refers to the seeds as guardian seeds. The chili seeds cost 5,000 gold for a set, capable of cultivating 1,000 acres. However, I find myself yearning for wheat and rice. Ultimately, I gritted my teeth and purchased the corn seeds. To label these seeds as guardian seeds carries profound implications. For now, I can only proceed cautiously, for aiming too high may lead to disillusionment. Afterward, with some scattered coins added, Su Qing was left with merely 200 gold. It remains uncertain how many 5-household farms can be established, as each farm accommodates 5 households, hence its designation as a 5-household farm. Chapter 5. The formal construction. The garden square of Seagull Manor features a modestly priced slate floor, encompassed by an array of ordinary winter hollies, pines, and redwoods, creating a quaint area of 1,000 square meters. Presently, it is permissible for the manor's residents to stroll through this space during the evenings, where they may occasionally encounter wild mandarin ducks and similar creatures in the small woods nearby. In this era, both men and women exhibit a wild nature. Noble lovers abound. Regardless of the epoch, humanity remains fundamentally unchanged. After all, procreation is an inherent instinct. Those who can truly restrain their desires in this regard are indeed remarkable individuals. Su Qing did not impose strict regulations on the populace or the nobility. His sole decree was that the maids within the main castle were prohibited from consorting with outsiders. Upon reaching the age of 25, they could be released. This was primarily to ensure the safety of Su Qing and his associates. The most substantial structure within the square is a platform measuring 1,600 square meters, designed for various performances by circus troops, military assemblies, and declarations of lordly policies. Beneath the platform, several boards are erected for the purpose of policy dissemination, allowing the residents of the manor to stay informed of governmental affairs. This initiative was established recently. The manor itself is quite expansive, covering an area of 4 square kilometers, and is fortified with walls standing 4 meters high. It currently accommodates 600 refugee families, over 200 orphans, 350 soldiers, and 150 servants, totaling approximately 700 individuals. In truth, there remains ample open space. 4 square kilometers is quite vast. The farmers first dry the grains, after which Su Qing arranges for collection. Gold coins are initially recorded in accounts and will be distributed later. In terms of food harvest, after a series of operations, a total of units of grain were collected, sufficient to sustain 700 individuals for 6 months. Presently, considering the continuous influx of people to Seagull Town, the distribution to refugees is inadequate. Survival must take precedence. Once the corn harvest of 1,000 acres arrives in the second quarter, matters will ease considerably. In early June, during the night in the study on the second floor, Su Qing summoned the carpenter official, Gri, to discuss the construction costs of a 5-household farm. After deliberating on potential future issues such as drainage and road maintenance, Su Qing resolved to establish the first village, named Lower Seagull Agricultural Town, on the eastern side of the main road at the intersection of the return canal. As for the farm costs, the final determination was set at a cost of 5 gold coins for a level 2 farm. Copper coins hold substantial value, and gold coins are even more precious. 1 gold equals 10 silver and 1,000 copper. Each farm can accommodate 5 households. This cost pertains solely to materials. Labor costs can be mitigated. Presently, Su Qing possesses only 200 gold coins, yet military and administrative wages amount to 360 gold coins per month, far from sufficient. Consequently, the plan must initially focus on constructing 50 quintuple farms as a stopgap measure. It is noteworthy that 50 farms can house 250 families, whereas there are currently 600 new refugee households, a number that will only continue to grow. Thus, temporary accommodation must be provided, as long-term residence within Seagull Manor is impractical. It serves as the private domicile of the lord and his military. Clearly, funds are insufficient. What is to be done? Borrow from his wife's family. Swiftly, a raven soared northeastward, securing a loan of 2,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins represent the annual income of an ordinary baron. After the conclusion of the second harvest at the year's end, the anticipation for the subsequent months of refreshing items became a source of envy. The lady of the house was exceptionally supportive, dispatching Chancellor Boris along with a contingent of 300 soldiers to escort the 2,000 gold coins to Su Qing. As for the repayment date, it was specifically stated that it could be within 2 years. Angel investors. In early July of 275 AC, at Seagull Garden Square, the Chancellor arrived early, accompanied by administrative personnel, to post a large administrative notice inscribed in the High Valyrian tongue, as Chinese characters circulated only among the artisans. The diversity of dimensions, vast information, and efficiency were remarkable. The notice quickly attracted a throng of refugees from the manor. They produced a literate elder, whose white hair and cane signified his age. He began to read slowly. Announcement No. 1 from the Lord of Autumn, after discussions among the Lord and his ministers. Considering the plight of the refugees and the subjects who have lost their homes, it has been decided that they cannot reside permanently within the Lord's manor. Therefore, the Lord will fund the establishment of new villages. Each village will consist of 5 households operating a single farm, with stables and cattle sheds designated as the Lord as private structures, to be utilized by residents only after future policies are announced. Other storage facilities, granaries, and the like will be accessible to each household. For the initial 3 years, residents of the farms will work for the Lord without compensation, with each household permitted to retain the necessary food supply, while the remainder must be surrendered. Furthermore, considering the need for everyday items, the Lord will provide each household with an annual subsidy of 1 gold coin at the year's end. All residents interested in participating in this initiative may sign up at the entrance of Seagull Castle with the administrative personnel. Signed, Baron Su Qing of Seagull. Hercules. Seal, Qilin Seal, Yellow Dragon. Upon completion of his reading, the elder discarded his cane and dashed towards the center of the manor to register. He was no mere old man. His vitality was evident as he sprinted with remarkable agility. The crowd that had been clamoring suddenly vanished from sight. The Lord was indeed offering housing. After merely 3 years, the properties would belong to them. What further delay could there be? Residing in the Lord's wooden lodge within the manor ultimately lacked a sense of belonging. In reality, each town would encompass 4,000 households, 1,000 fewer than the previously estimated 5,000. This reduction meant 200 fewer farms, resulting in an additional 720,000 square meters of vacant space. This area, approximately 720 acres, would serve as the town center of Lower Seagull, necessitating walls and structured planning for construction. In the event of an attack, the farmers outside could seek refuge in the town center, ensuring a sense of security and functionality. Of course, Su Qing was also attentive to the registration of new refugee residents, as it pertained to the most fundamental issues of livelihood. Standing atop the highest platform of the castle, Su Qing gazed down at the lines of registrants that extended for dozens of meters. He nodded, recognizing that he could truly harness the labor force of these thousands. Simultaneously, merchant ships at the port lined up information, as news of the Lord of Seagull Town's frenzied acquisition of building resources had spread to multiple locations. Iron ingots were being purchased from Dorn. Purchased deer glue, flooring, and large blue bricks as building materials from the Storm Kingdom. It appears there are also efforts to recruit from the Feather Forest, albeit it is currently in disarray, leaving little room for concern about refugees. According to intelligence, within the Feather Forest, both barons have been slain by the Imperial Guard Brotherhood, their bodies displayed on sharpened stakes as a manifestation of public discontent. The taxes in the Feather Forest are exorbitant, with a minimum rate of 70. The dragon family maintains a direct military force of tens of thousands, which is a costly endeavor. Returning to infrastructure, the seeds of the sheltered variety corn have been stored in the large stone warehouse within the estate, a core area that also houses dozens of rat-catching cats and dogs. 100 individuals have been allocated for daily maintenance and for drying grains when time permits. Many are unaware that dogs can be quite adept at catching rats, while cats sometimes lack diligence in their duties. All provisions are stored in wooden containers, and the granary boasts a height of 10 meters. Additionally, there are 50 soldiers on guard duty, operating on a rotation training system, with only 100 in training at any given time. The remaining personnel are tasked with defending the estate's walls and screening incoming individuals. A professional military trainer would be ideal, though none have been found thus far. However, the captain of the personal guard is somewhat sufficient. Now, the pressing question arises, from the end of the rainy season until the end of June, how many individuals have arrived from various regions? Nearly 60 individuals arrive daily, comprising both the young and the old, men and women. In a month, this amounts to 2,000 new immigrants. As a royal territory, what is the total population of the Feather Forest? Several million, undoubtedly. It is a historically affluent area. However, the current exodus is significant, with tax rates in other regions being lower than those in the Feather Forest. Refugees are fleeing rapidly. Can Julian stem the tide? It cannot be done. It is utterly impossible. If Seagull Town can attract and retain 100,000 laborers, its return to former glory would be imminent. Thus, by early July, with the addition of both the original refugees and the new arrivals from June, the estate has seen an increase of 1,000 individuals compared to previous population statistics, resulting in approximately 200 households following matchmaking. Currently, Su Qin's unit of grain, if corn is planted in August, will mature in about 3.5 months, meaning it will be ready in roughly 5 months. During this period, how many refugees can be sustained with the available grain? If not adequately distributed, the surplus can support 1,600 households. Overall, the new residents have reached over 700 households, and at this pace, Su Qin will accommodate however many refugees arrive. From the 2,000 gold borrowed from his wife's family, an additional 500 gold will be allocated to build farms. This will enable the construction of approximately 100 farms. By the end of July, the total number of refugees should reach 900 households, with 500 being able to settle officially. The remaining 400 households will continue residing in the estate. Of course, this leaves 1,700 gold remaining. However, loans must eventually be repaid. What about income? One cannot simply live off past wealth. The solution is straightforward: sell arms. Smelting iron ingots is relatively easy, yet skilled blacksmiths are rare in this era, making talent quite precious. However, Su Qin is not lacking in this regard. What is the price of a top-tier Dornish iron spearhead crafted from Dornish wood? The market price is 5 silver. Then, how much would a seagull wood spear, forged with 100 layers of iron craftsmanship and possessing such sharpness, be priced at? 1 gold is certainly acceptable. As the kingdom descends into chaos, the demand for weaponry from local lords, great lords, and rangers has surged. Furthermore, the free trade city-states are experiencing turmoil as well, with weapons and armor in high demand. Everyone is waiting for the old dragon on the Iron Throne to breathe his last. The free trade city-states are the largest buyers. Presently, the contested lands, once ruled by House Blackfire, the Kingdom of Rashis, known for its slave trade, the Kingdom of Tyrosh, a haven for mercenaries, and the Stony Steppes, the site of the War of 9 Penny Kings where pirates roam freely, are all sharpening their blades. Who dares claim that the remnants of House Blackfire have been completely eradicated? Noble bastards serve as a means for the nobility to prevent the extinction of their lineages. Several merchants from Pentos have discerned that Su Qin spears are of a suitable weight and length. Most importantly, the spearheads are 3-edged, providing formidable piercing power. They outclass Dornish wooden spears in terms of lethality. Sharp, durable, and lethal. Pentos, a city predominantly covered in deserts, boasts resources such as gemstones and spices. Although Pentos has managed to avoid war by offering gold to other nations' armies, as a city reliant on trade, its city defense forces, noble retainers, and mercenary teams require an abundance of weapons. Pentos is in dire need of iron. What to do? Purchase. They have already noticed that Su Qing's wooden standard weapons surpass those of Dornish craftsmanship. They are offering 1 gold, 1,000 copper, for each spear. Thus, industry remains the backbone of the economy. Considering all factors, Su Qing has established the 5th blacksmith shop. The cost of talent and construction for a blacksmith shop has reached 450 gold. From the southern gate of the manor to the eastern city wall, a distance of 1 kilometer, I plan to construct blacksmith shops. A single row can accommodate 16. Of course, with the addition of a material yard. The total number will not be excessive. In a single row, from the 1st to the 9th, the locations are perfectly situated. The surplus land will host a grand tavern for the blacksmiths. The stone-paved road and reserved space have been meticulously designed. Thus, in early July, once the construction materials were prepared, the 80 craftsmen within the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th large blacksmith shops, alongside 2,400 unemployed men, women, and children, commenced a formal large-scale construction project. The workforce had already been trained in wall-building techniques since June. The first blacksmith shop then focused entirely on crafting wooden spears. Pausing armor production. Throughout July, in Seagull Town, a continuous stream of grain-laden carts made their way to the construction site, first digging wells in the planned areas. 1 well per farm. Seagull Town is rich in underground water resources, with shallow depths no deeper than 15 meters. With water, grain, tools, building materials, labor, experts, and logistics all in place, what more could be lacking? Nothing at all. Let us get to work. First, we build houses. Once constructed, we will create furniture, a bed, a table, several stools. In this manner, within a month, 2,400 individuals successfully established 100 farms. By the end of July, the first phase of the grand infrastructure project concluded. In the realm of trade, Su Qing, after delivering 1,000 long spears, garnered a net income of 900 gold, raising his funds to a total of 2,100 gold. After deducting the 700 gold for 2 months of military and administrative salaries, he was left with 1,400 gold by the end of July. Naturally, weapon trade must be approached with caution, as it risks empowering the enemy, particularly in the case of armor trade. Su Qing had no choice but to engage in the arms trade, for who would not retain some spare weapons for the militia? When the call to arms arises, the farmers will invariably become the militia. Su Qing has faith that the farmers are willing to fight for him, to safeguard the substantial benefits he provides, and to uphold his authority. They will become the very foundation of Su Qing's power. Looking ahead, he aims to solidify his influence, capable of disrupting the entire kingdom. There are certain individuals whom Su Qing is reluctant to see descend into ruin. This world is remarkably strange, filled with peculiarities that are best left unexamined. Chapter 6, Security Issues. For an entire week, Su Qing pondered the construction of the principal edifices in Xiaoyu Town, which is destined to house 4 Ling households in the future. Beyond the essentials of life and leisure, the paramount considerations are safety and administrative efficacy. How much space can be liberated in the heart of Xiaoyu Town? A staggering 720,000 square meters. Excluding the roads and city walls, at least 640 Ling square meters remain. The city walls, measuring 800 meters per side, necessitate the establishment of an administrative court, along with numerous other structures. A considerable quantity of bricks will be required. However, acquiring such a vast amount is currently beyond reach. If one were to inquire whether the craftsmen possess the skills to produce bricks, the answer is affirmative. The technology for creating hollow bricks and elongated bricks emerged during the Western Zhou period. While these artisans may lack the intellect or expertise to construct high-level buildings such as the Divine Court, they are certainly capable of brickmaking. It is merely a matter of clay, a mold, and a fire. Su Qing spent an entire month contemplating an appropriate location for a brick kiln. Although the clay resources in Xiaoyu Town are abundant, suitable sites are scarce. Such an industrial structure, which would emit smoke and dust, cannot be situated within the inner city. After much deliberation, he settled on a site by the river bank, ensuring that the foundation would be raised with large stones to a height of at least 3 meters to prevent flooding during the Xiaoyu River's periodic inundations, which occur once every decade on average. Adjacent to the proposed kiln site lies a well-established main road of 40 meters, facilitating transportation. As for the clay resources, they are plentiful in Xiaoyu. A 1 square kilometer area of clay, when excavated to a depth of 5 meters, yields a total of 5 million cubic meters. If one person can excavate 2 cubic meters per day, this equates to 2 million days of labor. With a workforce of 200, they could excavate over a lifetime. Calculating the requirements for a city wall of 30 meters in height, 5 meters in width, and 800 meters in length, the total quantity of bricks needed is merely 150 cubic meters. How long would it take for 100 individuals to excavate this amount? Approximately 2 years would suffice. However, in this world, such towering walls are unnecessary. A height of 10 meters would be quite commendable. Nonetheless, even constructing a 10-meter wall would require a considerable amount of time. Fortifications are not erected overnight but rather over the course of a year. Those who claim to have raised lofty walls in mere months must either employ thousands of workers simultaneously or possess extraordinary abilities. After much contemplation, it was determined that the interim reserved area could be encircled with a wooden palisade standing 2 meters high, awaiting the completion of the bricks before proceeding to construct the castle estate. Throughout August, the newly settled residents sowed corn in the 1,000 acres of land that had been prepared in advance, located to the east of Xiaoyu town. Many laborers remained unoccupied, and in the past 2 months, Su Qing had also engaged in a few profitable transactions involving weaponry, thus accumulating ample gold coins, even repaying debts to his wife's family. It was evident that merchants were quite fond of Su Qing's long spears. As August transitioned into September, life continued at a leisurely pace, and time drifted into October. Undoubtedly, the 1,000 acres of corn had flourished. Yet, one troubling matter weighed heavily on Su Qing's mind: the system had malfunctioned. The intelligent voice has not responded to its summons for the past 2 months. In the first week of October, many nobles arrived in Seagull town, intrigued by the tall corn growing in the fields. When they were informed that the seeds were provided by the Lord, they briefly engaged in conversation with Su Qing about this peculiar plant, unaware of its yield, regardless of whether they belonged to the Dragon Party or the Eagle Party. Su Qing graciously welcomed them, as they were there to participate in the tournament for Prince Rhaegar's betrothal ceremony. Meanwhile, the Duke of Storms and Stephen Baratheon and his wife, who had ventured out last year to seek a bride for Rhaegar, had long since vanished amidst the tempest of the sea. Robert Baratheon remained under Jon's guardianship, while the Vale was temporarily managed by the regent. Su Qing did not align himself with any faction. He understood he had matters that transcended party disputes. With such a system in place, was the sole ambition truly to vie for supremacy? Had they not noticed that the system had been dormant for 2 months? The enemy was unfathomable. Jon Arryn's people extended an olive branch, which Su Qing firmly declined, as he was aligned with the Earl of Runes and thus appeared to support the Dragon Party. However, in his heart, he remained independent, ideologically aligned with a reformist noble class that upheld order for the welfare of the common folk, leaning towards a lawful stance. Su Qing's beliefs bore a striking resemblance to those of Daenerys Targaryen, yet he was more attuned to grassroots issues. He believed that in the future, Daenerys would appreciate this territory. Su Qing sought to alter the narrative of liberation that had emerged in the Middle Ages, reflecting on Daenerys' tumultuous childhood, where she endured hardship and obscured her appearance, even selling her identity as the Targaryen crown. Early experiences can profoundly shape an individual. Yet the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Would the enigmatic enemy permit such a drastic shift in the fate of key figures? Who could say? But if one aspired to achieve, one must act. The first step was to amass sufficient military might, economic strength, and cultural influence. Currently, the tensions between nobles and commoners in Seagull town appeared significantly diminished. It could be said that as long as Su Qing was present, the underlying rules would become much clearer. The noble knights passing through Seagull town marveled at its well-planned layout. 2 farms were constructed directly opposite each other, with a 10-meter-wide auxiliary road leading directly to the 20-meter-wide main road of the town. This 20-meter-wide earthen road connected seamlessly to the 40-meter-wide central thoroughfare on the left, all arranged with meticulous precision. Moreover, the pathways for cars and pedestrians had been distinctly separated, with the farm featuring dry toilets, spacious bathing facilities, granaries, storage buildings, stables, wells, and cow barns, all meticulously constructed from stone and mahogany. Everything was orderly and uniform, as if crafted from the same mold. In the distant Crab Bay, the town of Seagull was first immortalized by the verses of wandering bards. Here resided a peculiar lord who, upon assuming his title, refrained from seizing the possessions of the common folk, levied no taxes for an entire year, and was devoid of any scandal. The inhabitants faithfully adhered to his faith, known as the Tyrian religion. The people flourished under his rule, living in sturdy stone houses, and even the long-extinct corn re-emerged in their fields. Nobles from the Valley Kingdom were compelled to embark on ships bound for King S Landing to partake in Prince Rhaegar's betrothal ceremony and the much-anticipated tournament. Yet, did ill intentions lurk among them? Indeed, while the nobility generally exhibited mutual respect in public, their private thoughts remained inscrutable. However, Su Qing, with his extensive network of informants, swiftly penalized transgressors. Dealing with these noble interlopers proved to be a complex affair. One could not simply strike them down, for they were interconnected through marriage alliances. Those foreign nobles who dared to encroach upon the cornfields faced Su Qing's wrath, justified by the fact that they sought to infringe upon his private property. Attempts at infiltration were made, yet all were thwarted. The primary aim was to abduct skilled artisans, coercing them into divulging their secrets. These artisans were engaged in constructing the farms, yet they were zealously guarded by loyal citizens who vigilantly watched over them, even during the night. The nobles, often accompanied by only a handful of attendants, dared not provoke this seemingly fervent populace. Moreover, the 500 refugee families were granted the unimaginable luxury of stone houses, fostering an unwavering loyalty that soared above an average of 85. They steadfastly embraced the dragon god faith, though publicly they referred to it as the curing religion. As the Lord distributed relief supplies under the auspices of the dragon god, prior to the second quarter as harvest, the Lord generously dispensed funds and provisions to ensure the survival of the commoners. How could outsiders sow seeds of distrust against such a benevolent ruler? Su Qing's populist policies deterred even the minor nobility from oppressing the people. Those found guilty of such transgressions faced severe penalties. As Su Qing's power solidified, he mandated that all officials adhere to the curing religion. Any acts of oppression, forced servitude, or land expropriation would invoke the Lord's wrath. With the support of the populace and a formidable military, Su Qing was prepared to take decisive action. Did you not observe that the 3 noble houses, the Kiel, Augustus, and 8 families had all embraced the curing faith? They simply lacked the authority to enforce discipline. Should any noble dare to contravene regulations, intelligence would reach Su Qing's desk that very night. Regardless of identity, severe punishment awaited those who transgressed. Yet, it was essential to reward the officials and soldiers handsomely. Ministers began receiving salaries of 10 gold coins per month, equivalent to a staggering 10,000 copper coins, far more than the modern value of 100,000 in cash. The lesser nobles had never encountered such wealth. The true extent of Su Qing's fortune was beyond their wildest imaginations, offering them a glimpse into the lavish rewards of high office. As long as those in leadership are managed effectively, they will naturally impose restraint on their subordinates. As for their expenditures, in this era, weapons are not mere trifles from a workshop. Even steeds are costly. Coupled with the usual fare of poultry and fish, indulging in affairs is indeed quite feasible. In due time, they shall be compelled to account for their expenditures. Money is merely a medium of material exchange. As a ruler, one must not fixate on wealth but rather on productivity. Moreover, there exists a distinct boundary for both nobility and commoners. Private land transactions are strictly prohibited. The extent of one's land holdings is meticulously monitored. This is the daily duty of the Minister of Intelligence, who oversees potential land consolidation issues. Should such matters arise, offending noble farmers face immediate execution, for in this age, human life holds little value. This is the severity of the law. As for the Minister of Intelligence colluding with the nobility, Su Qing possesses his own network of informants, who are well aware of their loyalty. They serve the Lord, not the Minister of Intelligence. Subordinates know for whom they work, and whether or not they collude with Karen is of little concern to him. Should any misconduct occur, subordinates will promptly report to the estate guards. Su Qing does not tolerate negligence. Rewards are given for merit, and penalties are enforced for transgressions. Those who dare to abuse their power have long since faced execution. This has instilled both fear and admiration in the nobility towards Su Qing. The simultaneous emotions of trepidation and gratitude foster authority and power. Consequently, the overall security in Seagull Town has vastly improved compared to before. Petty thieves are swiftly conscripted for construction work. As for bandits, execution is the only recourse. Banditry has transcended acceptable limits. After thorough investigation, all are to be executed. This is not a benevolent rule, but rather a tyrannical one. Such severity is essential in its early stages. Thus, Seagull Town, along with Castle Kyle, Castle 8, and Castle Augustus, has garnered immense support for Su Qing's governance. This is the fruit of half a year's labor, undoubtedly aided by the system and the support of his wife's family. Chapter 7. New weapons Crab Bay lies beneath Seagull Town, where the influx of large cargo ships has significantly increased over the past few months, all due to the Lord's ambitious infrastructure projects. Moreover, he is exceedingly wealthy. In the second week of October in the year AC 275, a meeting convened in the first floor conference hall. Su Qing, his expression inscrutable, sat at the eastern end of an enormous 10-meter-long table, which had been newly replaced. The table's former baubles had been exchanged for exquisite glass orbs. 10 ministers occupied the seats on either side without issue. Shortly thereafter, officials began to arrive in succession. With 3 seated on the left and 3 on the right, Commander Ella of the Qilin Guard, the official title of the Royal Guard, Minister of Intelligence Turin, Minister of Craftsmanship Jelly, White Minister of Finance Trang, Minister of Patrol Luke, and Minister of Logistics NAK. The highest officials of the departments are referred to as the primary officers, while those on the left and right are the deputy officers. The youngest among them, Curry, donned a specially designed secretary's attire and occupied his designated position, poised to record the minutes of the meeting. At merely 9 years of age, he was already well versed in the intricate discussions surrounding various policies, his thoughts gradually shaped by Su Qing. Surveying his ministers, Su Qing announced, "The meeting for the second week of October is now in session, with the primary focus on the issues of food supply and the reception of refugees." Tran nodded, holding a list in his hands. "This month, we anticipate receiving 2,000 refugees, the majority of whom are adults, with a small contingent of children. Approximately 400 new households in total. We require 80 new farms each month, and from July to mid-October, we have constructed 260 farms, implementing a policy of simultaneous construction and settlement. Thus far, 300 refugees have found new homes. Additionally, with the arrival of new individuals lacking shelter, another 800 residents will require food assistance from the Qilin Church." Su Qing nodded, realizing the enormity of the situation. He pondered the funds necessary for housing. Internally, he mused that approximately 300 gold had already been expended. After repaying his wife's family 2,000 gold from the profits of alms trading, and deducting the salaries of administrative personnel until the year's end, he was left with a mere 300 gold. Su Qing acknowledged that by November, construction of the farms would come to a halt due to the lack of available funds. By the end of October, approximately 300 farms could be completed. But some refugees would undoubtedly have to temporarily reside in the already established farms. However, it was imperative to consider when the construction speed could become sufficient. Thus, Su Qing inquired, if we were to augment our workforce, how long would it take for the construction pace to surpass the rate of incoming refugees? Jelly contemplated for a moment and replied, "Currently, we have 100 craftsmen. If we allocate 60 to lead to 500 male laborers, we could achieve the construction of 100 farms each month. Considering the current rate of refugee influx in Seagull Town, constructing 100 new farms at a cost of 500 gold monthly is essential to ensure housing for the 2,000 refugees arriving each month. However, we must address the significant number of refugees left without shelter from previous months, which creates a backlog, in order to ensure that every household has a dwelling. According to Greer's estimations, it is necessary to employ 3,000 male laborers each month to construct 120 farms, which would enable the accommodation of an additional 100 families monthly. At this pace, it would take an entire year to comprehensively resolve the issue of housing for every household. Furthermore, a monthly allocation of 500 gold coins is required for the procurement of materials. My lord, purchasing materials is quite a burden," Greer cautioned. Su Qing nodded, acknowledging the necessity of addressing the material issue, as he was already contemplating the establishment of a brick kiln. However, the challenge lies in the revenue from gold coins. One cannot perpetually rely on the sale of weapons, especially considering the potential of supplying arms to adversaries. A stable source of financial support must be sought. "What about the consumption of food? How much do we have left?" Su Qing inquired of the logistics minister, NAK. After some reflection, NAK replied, "My lord, the number of dependents is excessively high. In July, we expended 2,000 units, in August, 4,000 units, and in September, 6,000 units. By this calculation, our food supplies will be entirely depleted by the end of October, with still a month and a half until the harvest, resulting in a deficit of at least 4,000 units. Given the current price of food at 7 copper coins per pound, We will require 800 gold coins to purchase enough food to sustain the newly arrived refugees until the end of the year. These are indeed the most critical months, as the corn has yet to mature, and the number of dependents remains alarmingly high. At present, Su Qing only has 300 gold coins readily available, necessitating a loan of 1,000 gold coins from Delia. The previous loan of 2,000 gold coins has already been repaid with the proceeds from weapon sales. It seems he must once again seek assistance from his wife's family. Thus, he resolved to procure all necessary supplies, for at year's end, the harvest would alleviate the need for such provisions. He sighed inwardly, perpetually in debt, occasionally borrowing from his wife's family to avoid destitution. The group continued to deliberate the specifics of room allocation while Su Qing pondered other matters. This contemplation extended well into the night. The pressing concern revolves around how long it will take to acquire a workforce with available time. If refugees continue to arrive, 3,000 able-bodied men will be required to meet construction demands, while women and children can initially assist in managing the farmland. With a monthly increase of 400 able-bodied men, the current total of 1,800 will reach the necessary 3,000 by the following year. However, this coincides with the time when new fields will need to be cultivated. At that juncture, the focus will have to be on planting the extensive fields for the 1,500 households that have already been settled. The construction of new farms will have to be halted by the end of October, precisely at 300 farms. After the corn planting, Su Qing will also arrange for a second phase of infrastructure development. By year's end, there should be 1,500 households with homes, while another 1,500 remain without. Fortunately, the winter here is quite unique, as summer still lingers. During routine inspections, a talent was unexpectedly discovered. Lake, having been caught poaching by Troll, was not met with disapproval from Su Qing. Such behavior is rather commonplace. However, once it becomes public knowledge, a slight punishment is warranted. After 3 months of imprisonment, Lake was appointed as the military minister by Su Qing. As for the reasoning behind this decision, Rake, Commander, 8, Valor, 7, Special Skill, Eagle Eye, Archery Experience 50. Mastery in Archery. This is an opportunity to acquire an archery instructor without cost. Su Qing found this indispensable. Thus, he resolutely supported Rake, officially appointing him as the Minister of Military Affairs, with a monthly salary of 10 gold. He proved to be quite effective, with loyalty reaching 92 within a month. And several soldiers mastered the art of drawing the bow with remarkable finesse. By the end of October, Su Qing, accompanied by Minister Rake, ventured into the armory to inspect the crafted mahogany longbows. The artisans at the large blacksmith's workshop had been engaged in creating long spears in September and had dedicated October to the production of mahogany longbows. These bows, measuring in 5 meters in length, required meticulous crafting from multiple mahogany boards, with the bowstring made from several strands of bull tendons. Their range extended to 200 meters, capable of hitting targets at 400 meters, and could penetrate certain thinner iron armors within 50 meters. They were indeed formidable weapons. The caveat was that only warriors with a valor of 5 could draw the bowstring. Not just any strong man could be deemed a warrior or a sharpshooter. Over the past few months, Su Qing had provided excellent sustenance and rigorous training to 300 infantrymen, finally achieving an average valor of 3 in his ranks. One such warrior could match the strength of 3 ordinary men. To reach a valor of 4, however, would likely take another 6 months. Furthermore, the threshold of valor 5 is a common bottleneck for ordinary individuals. Without noble bloodlines to enhance their capabilities, it is exceedingly difficult to surpass this limit. Training a proficient army requires not only ample provisions and competitive salaries, but also diligent workouts. These are fundamental necessities. Each soldier under Su Qing's command was of utmost importance. Handing long spears to mere farmers does not constitute an army, but rather a militia. However, should Su Qing choose to rally a militia, their morale would be high. And in the face of battle, with a fearless leader to guide them, they could potentially overcome numerous armies. Thus, Su Qing's forces were never merely 300. But rather thousands of farmers rallying to support him. This indeed forms the foundation of his rule. As Su Qing and Rake entered the storage room, they found it nearly barren. Just last month it had been brimming with long spears. Only 20 mahogany longbows remained at the back. It took a master craftsman an entire month to forge a single strong bow. Su Qing hefted one, estimating it to weigh around 6 pounds, quite hefty. He handed the longbow to Rake, saying, "Rake, give it a try and see if it suits your taste." Rake grasped the longbow and lifted it slightly, exclaiming, "My lord. This is quite heavy, and the bowstring tension is substantial. Ordinary individuals cannot possibly draw this specially crafted longbow." Su Qin chuckled, "It does weigh 6 pounds. Only soldiers with sufficient strength and skill can consistently shoot arrows from it." 6 pounds. My bow weighs merely in 5 pounds. What is the effective lethal range of this powerful bow? 100 meters. 150 meters. Su Qin smiled. It has an effective lethal range of 200 meters. Capable of penetrating standard iron armor within 50 meters, and can shoot up to 400 meters. From a fortress standing 40 meters high. It can effectively strike targets at 400 meters. Rake, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. 300 meters direct shot. My lord, in the hands of a sharpshooter. This could allow one individual to combat 50 under protective conditions. My hunting bow's effective range barely reaches 50 meters at best. This bow is a divine instrument. Su Qin patted the astonished Rake on the back. This longbow is intended for individuals of your caliber, yet we possess another type of bow, more suited for those with commendable physical prowess. Su Qin led him to a weapons cabinet, retrieving a bow from its platform, a redwood horn bow, crafted from fine mahogany. Measuring 80 centimeters in length and weighing 3 jin, strung with multiple strands of cow tendon, boasting an effective killing range of 100 meters. Suitable for individuals with a valor rating of 3 or higher. Rider weighed it in his hands. My lord, the balance of this bow feels exceptional, at 3 jin. It is indeed manageable for an average person. What is its range? It has an effective range of 100 meters and a maximum range of 300 meters. This bow is simply flawless. My lord, how many do you possess? Su Qin pondered for a moment. Noting that a single craftsman could produce such a perfect bow in half a month. Thus, with 20 craftsmen, they could create 40 bows in a month. Approximately 30 bows per month. Rider nodded, observing Su Qin's satisfaction with the freshly crafted strong bow. He stated, "This first horn bow is yours. You will need to procure your own arrows for now, as our local artisans are quite busy. I acquire my feathered arrows from weapon merchants." Rider nodded gratefully. "Thank you. My lord, such a powerful bow would cost no less than 10 gold coins elsewhere, and even then, they are scarce." Su Qin smiled. "While guns may be sold, bows cannot be. Additionally, the forging technique is unique and cannot be replicated. The mechanism that links the bowstring to the bow's ends, known as the 100-forged internal lock, is inimitable. Even if a large blacksmith shop operated at full capacity to produce horn bows, they could earn at least 400 gold coins monthly. If one were to continuously summon and maintain a large blacksmith shop for arms manufacturing, profits would accumulate swiftly, creating a snowball effect. However, every situation has its duality. Mass-selling exquisite weaponry would undoubtedly alter the military balance across the continent, potentially attracting covetous eyes. Lacking sufficient strength, Su Qin was not inclined to distribute such potent weapons as the redwood hornbow in bulk. With the hornbow, he would be able to train cavalry archers. The longbow is far too cumbersome for mounted archery. Once trained, the cavalry could employ kite tactics effectively. This is his trump card. Chapter 8, Seagull Environment. How many residents exist outside the entire Simblestone Castle? There should be around 10,000 households, considering the military consists of nearly 5,000 personnel, including 1,500 armored soldiers. The castle estate should also host several thousand citizens. When viewed from directly above on the map, the Simblestone Peninsula resembles a large thumb, extending straight from west to east into the narrow sea. The narrowest section of the peninsula spans approximately 10 miles from north to south. To the west of the Seagull mountain range, a further 10 miles leads to the territory of Seagull Town. Due to historical circumstances, a portion of land to the east of Seagull Town has been compelled to fall under the jurisdiction of Simblestone City, leaving 3,000 square kilometers for Seagull Town. Traveling approximately 20 kilometers northeast from Seagull Town leads to the crossroads. This location is aptly named due to the routes branching out from it. The stubborn stone road to the east permits entry into Simblestone territory, while the strong stone road to the southwest leads into the vast redwood forest and the domain of the Strongstone family at Strongstone Beach. Heading northwest will take one to Iron Oak City. The crossroads holds significant military importance. Currently, the Earl of Simblestone has only constructed a fortress at this site, serving to defend against potential incursions from medium-sized barbarian tribes, which may number in the thousands, that inhabit the Seagull mountain range, while simultaneously providing protection for trade routes and the passing nobility. At the far west of Seagull domain lies Kilbert, a modest village of around 1,000 inhabitants, positioned at the convergence of 4 baronial territories, and is, of course, under the jurisdiction of Su Qing. The local vassal family is the Kill family, led by the head of the household, Hall Kill, who possesses adequate administrative abilities, albeit only marginally competent. Su Qing has granted him 100 gold coins and a monthly salary of 5 gold coins to acquire ownership of the territory surrounding Gilbert. The area within the castle remains unsold. Simultaneously, Hall has been reassigned to the Seagull estate to assist the Minister of Finance with various matters, which he is quite pleased to do. The lands of the two other minor noble families, those of Aberg and Osgoburg, have also been reclaimed by Su Qing. Apart from the castle estates, with their leaders serving as the Minister of Finance and his two deputies. This reclamation was negotiated under Su Qing's firm control of the military, as he promised future financial support to compensate the three families. After discussions with Su Qing, they expressed interest in establishing new family estates in Seagull Town, for which Su Qing has already allocated land. The location is just 1 mile east of Seagull River, near Crab Bay. Each of the three families has been granted a plot of 40,000 square meters, a modest area, merely a square with sides measuring 200 meters. But certainly sufficient. Currently, the blacksmiths from the field smithy are engaged daily with 100 workers to construct their estates. The funds for reclaiming the territory have returned to Su Qing's coffers, amounting to 300 gold coins, essentially allowing him to recover the land through the monthly salary of 5 gold coins. However, territories belonging to nobles of baron rank and above cannot be arbitrarily reclaimed according to kingdom law, with their records meticulously documented in both King's Landing and Scholar City. The eastern bank of Seagull River is intended to be developed into a noble district, as it would be impractical to allow these new and old nobles to reside solely within the Seagull estate each day. The Seagull Manor, spanning 4 square kilometers, is designated for the families of the royal guards, along with essential structures such as the blacksmith's forge, handicraft workshops, archery ranges, and the administrative hall. Su Qing's ability to reclaim the fiefdoms of 3 noble families is primarily attributed to the substantial financial incentives offered. Once the territories flourish, it is imperative to enhance the of these ancient aristocrats. These 3 families form the foundation of Su Qing's current Minister of Finance, Trung. Trung Osgood serves as the right Minister of Finance, while Hall Kill acts as his deputy minister, left aide, and Paul 8 serves as the right aide. Their loyalty is commendable, hovering around 85. However, the loyalty of the nobility is notoriously difficult to cultivate initially. Their loyalty was merely around 50, rendering them rather unreliable. Returning to the main topic, the territories of Augustus and H are aptly divided, each encompassing 1,500 square kilometers of the Seagull mountain range. At present, most of the mountain range has already become direct territory of Su Qing, except for the residents of Kiel Fortress in the far west, who have yet to be relocated. The remaining inhabitants of the territories have been moved by Su Qing to Xiaoyu Town for agricultural endeavors. Traveling westward from Strongstone Road for 30 kilometers leads one first to 8 Fortress, and an additional 40 kilometers further brings one to Kiel Fortress. Under normal circumstances, horses can travel approximately 20 to 60 kilometers within the span of an hourglass. The distances of 30 and 40 kilometers align closely with the gaps between the smallest fiefdoms. However, should one not be concerned about the horses' endurance, they could cover several hundred kilometers in a single day. Thus, if Su Qing were to journey to Kiel Fortress, the quickest route would take just over 2 hours, while a slower pace might require half a day. In future narrations, time will be denoted in hours, while character dialogues will continue to adhere to the customs of Westeros. The distance to Fusher City is 140 li. A night's rest at the fork in the road allows for arrival within 2 days. The comfortable pace for horses is approximately 20 kilometers per hour. But as the distance increases, the need for rest becomes more critical, posing greater risks to the horse's health. As for the Seagull mountain range, surely not every location reaches the lofty heights of over 5,000 meters like the main peak. Indeed, beneath the main summit lies a plethora of undulating mountains and several valleys, which are inhabited by clans or wildlings. Why do these wildlings speak the tongue of Westeros? They too are descendants of the Undos and the First Men, clans formed by those who fled from noble oppression. Initially, Westeros was the domain of the Children of the Forest, later seized by the First Men. Subsequently, the Undos arrived, commencing wars against the First Men from the Vale, gradually subjugating both the First Men and the Children of the Forest. Hence, the title of the Targaryen monarch encompasses ruler of the First Men, the Undos, and the Ruiner. The wildlings of the Vale have, over the ages, established tribes to evade the oppressive rule of the Undos and the First Men. The wildlings of the Seagull mountain range are relatively few. overshadowed by the immense mountain ranges that delineate the boundary between the Vale Kingdom and the Riverlands, as well as the north, where the majority of wildlings possess first-man lineage. This raises a pertinent question: why does the Count of Fushur, commanding thousands of troops, not eradicate the clans in the Seagull mountain range? The answer lies in the dilemma of a precarious stalemate. If a large contingent of troops traverses the redwood forest and reaches the valley, the wild men will retreat deeper into the mountains, forsaking even their ancestral lands. They understand that preserving their numbers is paramount. Every 3 years, the Lord of the Talismans leads approximately 1,000 men into battle against the clans, serving as a deterrent. Should they neglect this, the clans would undoubtedly become increasingly audacious. The most formidable clan resides in the Minwa Valley, which boasts an expansive lake covering several dozen square kilometers. This clan is known as the Minwa clan, comprising several thousand individuals, with over 1,500 warriors. Women are predominantly concentrated within the larger clans, leaving the smaller clans deprived of females, compelling them to raid for women, copper coins, food, livestock, weapons, and more. To the south of Minwa Valley lies the territory of Augustus Fortress, beyond the redwood forest. Generally, larger clans refrain from engaging in conflict with the local nobility due to the insurmountable technological disparity. Their axes are forged from wrought iron, while their shields are merely wooden. The arrowheads, whether of wrought iron or wood, are laughable. Even copper arrowheads surpass wrought iron ones in efficacy. The mountainous terrain presents a complex environment, thus conferring a slight advantage to the nobility, which dissuades the larger clans from invading the heartland. Their metallurgical skills are woefully inadequate. Forging iron is not merely a matter of incessant hammering. If that were the case, everyone would be a blacksmith. Who would tend to the fields? Factors such as the bellows, temperature, purity, and the materials used are critically important. The clans lack the knowledge and time to study these intricacies. They struggle to survive, let alone experiment with forging. From the perspective of impact, insufficient striking results in a soft product, rendering the weapons incapable of penetrating enemy armor, while excessive striking makes them brittle, shattering upon a single blow. Moreover, the crucial technique for removing impurities from wrought iron is exclusively possessed by the private smelters of the nobility. When Su Qin wishes to purchase iron ingots, he must present the Lord's seal to receive them in person. As for the armor of the clans, it is, at best, leather armor. Consequently, the clans that typically invade are the smaller clans residing in the redwood forest adjacent to Minwa Valley. The prevailing narrative of Seagull Town has long been one of confrontation with these smaller clans while maintaining maritime trade. Invasions occur regularly, with a maximum of 200 attackers targeting the border villages each year. Augustus Fortress and Ite Fortress were established specifically to guard against large-scale incursions by the barbarians into the heartland. However, the minor nobility often neglects the defense of remote regions, particularly the small villages on the periphery. Their castle walls, merely 3 meters high, resemble those of a small estate, making it challenging to withstand a regular army. Nevertheless, as a stronghold against barbarian incursions, it serves its purpose quite effectively. Chapter 9. Contemplating the road construction as October swiftly approached its end. After consolidating the expenses for the nobleman's new estates, Su Qin found himself with a mere 800 movable funds in his possession, predominantly consisting of deposits for the construction of estates from 3 minor nobles and a loan from his wife. At this juncture, the population of Seagull Town had officially reached 2,000 households, qualifying it as a level 3 town. The influx of families composed of refugees was incessant, and the situation in the Feather Forest was exceedingly chaotic. Moreover, the local nobility had little control over the residents fleeing their lands. The Brotherhood of the Flagless posed a grave threat to them, having successfully attacked 2 counts' castles, with the bodies of local nobles displayed on sharpened stakes, a gruesome punishment known as the stake punishment. King Ilis, Her of the Iron Throne, was currently uniting the nobility to address the rebellion among the populace. The lords were unable to manage the commoners' erratic movements, and amidst the decline of the dynasty, it was commonplace for refugees to roam freely. Although theoretically, the peasants of each territory belonged to their lords, it appeared that the lords prioritized their own safety over the escape of their subjects, as the number of those fleeing was relatively low. Not everyone believed in the favorable policies of Baron Seagull. Those who could survive would not venture into uncertainty. Furthermore, rumors had spread that the faith in Seagull Town was not in the 7 gods or the old gods, but rather in the Qilin sect. Some individuals rejected this foreign belief, resulting in a limited influx of newcomers. Generally, the populace tended to be conservative until they could witness or feel the genuine benefits of such a religion. Thus, the number of refugees arriving remained constrained. One evening at the end of the month, within the Seagull Castle, Su Qing was hosting the actual owners of the estates from It Castle, Augustus Castle, and Kiel Castle. Although the land outside the estates had been redeemed, the castles themselves had yet to be reclaimed, and the parties were engaged in discussions regarding this matter. The three heads of households Paul It, Tron Augustus, and Ho Kiel were present. Su Qing exchanged glances with them, awaiting their responses. Paul shared a look with Tron. While the imposing Ho, standing at 6 feet tall, sat comfortably on the sofa. Paul, after a moment of contemplation, met Su Qing's gaze and discerned the answer forming in his mind. My lord, I am willing to relinquish It Castle to you. But I request that you sign a contract with me, appointing me as your financial deputy for at least 10 years. Furthermore, the promised compensation must be ensured. This way, we will possess sufficient gold to secure our peace of mind. Su Qing then turned his attention to Tron and Ho, who nodded in agreement, seemingly apprehensive about the potential consequences of being dismissed outright. It appeared they had likely conferred on their conditions in advance. Originally, they were merely nobles of villager status. Su Qing indeed had the capacity to seize their authority by force, but such an action would result in severe repercussions. Hence, he had been engaging in negotiations with them. After hearing Ho's words, Su Qing fell into contemplative silence, recognizing their limited capabilities and contemplating their eventual replacement in the future. At least 10 political attributes will be utilized in the future, yet necessary compromises are not out of the question. Thus, Su Qing made a decisive choice. Very well. I shall enter into a contract with you. Once signed, it will be delivered to the Earl's Scholar, who will ensure its registration with the Chancellor of King's Landing. The three individuals nodded in agreement, retrieving 3 noble seals, all crafted from brass. The Augustus family bore a black eagle on a white background. The Kiel family displayed a white dog against a black field, and the 8th family featured a black ball on a white ground. The Augustus family specializes in falconry, the Kiel family in dog training, and the 8th family in archery manufacturing. These were all minor nobles, akin to village chiefs, granted land to contend with the clans near the Minyo Valley. Su Qing also produced the yellow dragon seal, inscribing 3 contracts on sheepskin with ink. The 4 lords affixed their seals. In due course, Su Qing would notify the Earl's Scholar, Dan Wen, to send someone to collect the contracts. The scholar's income would thus materialize through contract management fees. In King's Landing or the Old Town, the one-time contract preservation fee amounts to 10 gold coins, applicable for storage in either location. Given that the contracts may need to be preserved for decades, a renewal fee is required every 5 years. Each contract seeking official recognition from the scholars must bear the family seal and include the quinquennial preservation fee. This serves as a significant source of revenue for the scholarly organization. The 3 were satisfied as they received the contracts. My lords, Kiel Castle, Augustus Castle, and 8 Castle now belong to you. Su Qing nodded, instructing his guards to escort them to their new estates. He had effectively reclaimed direct jurisdiction over the 4 small territories, Seagull Town, Augustus Castle, Kiel Castle, and 8 Castle. Presently, he possessed 800 gold coins, and by late November, the corn harvest would be abundant. He looked forward to the yield, considering the land here spans 1,000 square meters per moon, and the corn yield remains substantial even during droughts, let alone in the fertile fields of Xiaoyu Town. This crop exhibits remarkable adaptability. Having secured direct control over the 4 towns, it was time to address the next issue, road construction. Seagull Town would henceforth be referred to as Seagull City. Located west of the Seagull River, a bridge named Seagull Bridge lies 1 kilometer to the north. Crossing the bridge and heading east, one traverses the Seagull River, which spans several meters, arriving at the eastern bank approximately 5 kilometers from Xiaoyu Town. The distance from Seagull City, the estate, to Xiaoyu Town is roughly 6 kilometers, requiring about half an hour by carriage, although there are currently few drivers available. By the end of October, Xiaoyu Town had developed only about half of the planned farmland, housing approximately 2,000 farming households. Those who missed the planting season had engaged in house construction, benefiting from the opportunity. The common folk were eager to assist the lords and future residents in building new homes, ensuring an ample workforce for construction. As October waned, November 1st marked the commencement of a bustling month in King's Landing, coinciding with the refresh of Su Qing's system store. King's Landing was celebrating the betrothal of Prince Rhaegar with a grand tournament. As dawn broke, Su Qing awaited the system, eager to experiment with intelligent communication. As the system had been dormant for several months, anxiety gnawed at him, yet fortune smiled upon him, for the core functionalities of the system remained operational. The exorbitant prices of items from previous months had rendered them unattainable for him, and thus he prepared to explore the offerings set to refresh in November. Reclining on his bed, he fiddled with the system screen, visible only to him, which displayed the upcoming items: November refresh, pharmaceuticals, weapons, books. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "System, I choose pharmaceuticals." A warning promptly ensued: "Caution, pharmaceuticals are exclusive to the host. Indiscriminate distribution to significant individuals could precipitate a global catastrophe." Taken aback, Su Qing nodded slowly, assuring himself he would not part with them lightly. The system's dormancy seemed intrinsically linked to the pharmaceuticals he had sold. He then focused his gaze on the screen, which read, "Pharmaceuticals, 10 antibiotics, blue, exchangeable for 10 gold coins. Efficacy, anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, effective against internal inflammation, bacterial or fungal infections." The system indeed appeared concerned for his survival in this unsanitary world. After the exchange, Su Qing tucked the pharmaceuticals close and drifted into slumber. The following morning, he savored breakfast under the attentive care of Yila before adhering to his daily routine of rigorous training in the downstairs shooting range or practicing mounted archery outdoors. 2 hours later, around 9 o'clock, he bathed and settled into the study on the second floor, a place designated for his policy research, where he occasionally summoned ministers for discussions. The library on the second floor was entrusted to Kelly, whose daily responsibility involved managing the meeting minutes, while he typically devoted the remainder of his time to studying with his father. Seated, Su Qing unfurled a sheepskin map not of the Valley Kingdom's entirety, but rather the comprehensive map of the Seagull territory. He had commissioned the falconry and the Augustus family to create this map within 3 months. Referencing previous maps and utilizing ink that resisted fading on sheepskin, the primary city of the Seagull territory was Seagull Manor. To the north lay Augustus Fortress, home to 2 strongholds, Augustus Keep and the Crossroad Fortress, both under Su Qing's sovereignty. However, due to insufficient military strength, the Crossroad was temporarily garrisoned by Count Alan. East of Augustus was the remnants of the original Seagull port, now largely in ruins, while to the northwest stood Eight Fortress, and further west, Teal Fortress. At this juncture, Su Qing shifted his focus to the vicinity of Seagull Town. The port there was subpar, lacking the advantageous geographical position of the original eastern port, which had been a natural harbor, now devastated by the Dragon Flame, akin to the earlier destruction of Horan Fortress. The cost of reconstruction was staggering. Consulting the map, he envisioned a primary road, 40 meters wide, stretching from Seagull City to Lower Seagull Town. He calculated its length, estimating it would require approximately 6 kilometers. Considering the area, he mentally computed the necessary paving, estimating a total of 240,000 square meters. How many bricks are needed? Each brick measures 40 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width, totaling a surface area of 0.08 square meters. A staggering 3 million bricks are required. Shaking his head, he realized this was an overwhelming quantity. Seagull Town likely could not afford such an expense. Su Qing began calculating the gold coins. 1 copper coin could purchase 10 long-lasting bricks. Other regions possess brick kilns. Bricks are less expensive than grain. Approximately 3,000 gold coins would be necessary. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which in turn equals 1,000 copper coins. He was somewhat taken aback. It was exceedingly expensive. A road costing 3,000 gold coins could hire a team of 500 elite soldiers for an entire year. Where would he find additional gold coins? He still owed his wife's family 1,000 gold coins, having borrowed yet another sum. He needed to devise a way to produce bricks. In this era, the yield of grain is quite low, and grain is akin to silver coins. People are not in short supply, which results in certain industrial products being relatively inexpensive. Over the past few months, Su Qing had gathered intelligence on several brick kilns in Westeros. In the Storelands, a single kiln could produce tens of thousands of bricks at once. Naturally, the process is lengthy. A kiln requires a month to fire bricks. However, a single team can manage several kilns, so typically, a brick kiln owner can produce around 80,000 bricks in a month without difficulty. Yet, ordinary citizens seldom have the opportunity to construct brick or stone houses. Bricks, being essential for fortifying walls, are considered strategic materials, albeit with lax oversight. However, due to excessive taxation by the nobility, common folk struggle to make ends meet, leaving little room for constructing stone dwellings. By the end of December, factoring in the debt owed to his wife's family, Su Qing currently found himself in the red by 200 gold coins, -200 gold coins. Or as they are termed here, gold dragons. How impoverished! He dared not construct roads. He could only make do with a dirt path for now. While the available labor force would first work on widening the 40-meter earthen road leading to the three directly governed territories. Chapter 10. The Splendor of King's Landing in November. King's Landing was a sight to behold. The engagement ceremony of Prince Rhaegar drew a multitude of witnesses, as it was the betrothal of the crown prince. The towering red keep loomed over the land, its crimson hue casting an imposing presence upon both commoners and nobles alike. Prince Rhaegar was engaged to Princess Elia Martell of Dorne, a barely of age maiden. In this era, women faced tremendous hardships. They were often wed before reaching their prime reproductive years. Indeed, the optimal age for childbirth is typically between 18 and 24. A time when a woman's physical strength is at its peak, minimizing the chances of complications during labor. Thus, it is crucial to avoid both late marriages and early motherhood. Everything must be perfectly timed. When the waters break and blood loss becomes excessive, it can lead to dire consequences. Even in modern society, the act of giving birth is akin to dancing before the king of death. Within the Red Keep, upon the lofty iron throne sat the aged King Daenerys Targaryen, infamously known as the Mad King. At this moment, the Mad King appeared comparatively composed. Observing as his son led Elia Martell into the great hall, a fanfare of royal music resonated, with long trumpets sounding in harmonious succession, beneath banners of black and red. Emblazoned with the three dragon heads the sigil of House Targaryen. In the hall of the Iron Throne were many notable figures: Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, who would later earn the esteemed title of the Sword of the Dawn; Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, a master swordsman of unparalleled skill; and Lord Hoster Tully, the current regent of Storm's End, now in his 60s. A year prior, his nephew, the esteemed Duke of Storm's End, Lord Stephen Baratheon, perished at sea while on a journey to the eastern continent in search of a bride for Rhaegar. Yet, young Robert Baratheon, only 13, now held the nominal title of king, while the true governance lay in the hands of the elder Hoster. Furthermore, there was the formidable Tywin Lannister, the architect of the reign of Castamere, who had once diverted a river to annihilate thousands of enemies concealed within a mountain cave, including countless innocent lives. His actions were bloodstained and ruthless, instilling fear among many houses in the Westlands, ensuring they dared not rebel. After usurping his father's power, Tywin had successfully claimed the mantle of House Lannister. He was also a comrade of King Aerys II from the War of the Nine-Penny Kings, a staunch supporter of the crown. At that moment, he served as the king at hand, despite the fact that Aerys had previously humiliated Tywin's cousin and wife, Joanna Lannister. Although Tywin had once retreated to the Westlands, he had now returned. What infuriated Tywin was Aerys II's audacious rejection of a marriage alliance, forsaking the proposal for Cersei Lannister to wed Rhaegar. In the Lannister tradition, debts must be repaid. At this moment, what thoughts occupied Tywin's mind, who could say? Little did Elia know that Tywin's son, Jaime, would one day become her nemesis, earning the infamous title of Kingslayer. Tywin's arrival successfully captivated Elias' attention. The other lords had merely sent their heirs to witness this occasion. From House Stark came Brandon Stark, the eldest wolf, who would later meet his fate at the hands of the Mad King, while his renowned brother, Ned Stark, stood by. Brandon's sister was Lyanna, and his younger brother was Benjen. The Tully family was represented by Lord Hosting Tully, accompanied by his brother, the illustrious Blackfish, Brynden Tully, who had fought valiantly in the War of the Nine-Penny Kings, earning his noble moniker. The esteemed Duke of the Riverlands, Hosting Tully's daughter, was none other than Catelyn Tully, alongside her sister Lisa Tully and their youngest brother, Edmure Tully, who gained fame when two arrows secured his legacy upon their father's demise. From Highgarden arrived Mace Tyrell, the heir of House Tyrell, accompanied by his daughter, the youthful Rose, Marjorie. The Arryn family was represented by the newly appointed Duke Jon Arryn's nephew, Dany Arryn, who was the current heir to the Vale. Mere days after declaring Jon as his heir, old Gendry passed away. The Martell family sent their recently appointed Prince of Dorne, Doran Martell, along with his brother, Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper, who had met his end due to his own hubris at the hands of the Mountain. Now in his youth, he was to be wed to his sister, Elia Martell. Leading a gathering of the realm's most esteemed individuals, Prince Rhaegar entered the hall, adorned in formal attire. Alongside the enchanting Princess Elia, King Aerys II surveyed the attending nobles and proclaimed, "Welcome to the betrothal ceremony of Crown Prince Rhaegar. I now invite the Maester to officiate the proceedings." The Maester, Pycelle, clad in a crimson robe, ascended the steps before the king's guard and signaled to the musicians to commence their performance. As Rhaegar and Elia began to dance the dance of dragons, the surrounding nobles, accompanied by their partners, joined in the revelry. This dance, an elegant yet fervent imitation of dragons in flight, was a unique tradition of House Targaryen. After a quarter of an hour of jubilant dancing, the nobles departed the royal hall to partake in the true feast within the banquet hall. The betrothal ceremony progressed seamlessly. Yet Tywin pondered the thoughts of the betrothed couple at the center of the festivities, glancing at Aerys, who had spurned the union of the realm's most beautiful woman, Cersei, with Prince Rhaegar, thus bringing shame upon House Lannister. Following the banquet, a tournament would unfold over the ensuing weeks, with thousands of knights from various noble and lesser houses competing in contests categorized into gold, silver, and bronze tiers. The bronze tournament featured the Knights of Bronze. The silver tournament showcased the Knights of Silver, and the gold tournament highlighted the Knights of Gold. Each category encompassed 3 major competitions: jousting, melee combat, and archery. In the realm of personal combat, team battles, and chaotic skirmishes, the ultimate showdown ensued, culminating in a grand duel among the top 3 contenders from the bronze, silver, and gold tiers. Over several weeks, the competition unfolded across 3 distinct arenas, each a magnificent spectacle of athletic architecture, with the true epitome being the illustrious capital's Grand Colosseum. The results were astonishing. The champion emerged as Rhaegar Targaryen, followed closely by Arthur Dayne in second place and Barristan Selmy securing third. Many had anticipated the dawn. The famed sword would claim victory. The following 6 positions were dominated by the noble houses of the highest rank, exemplifying the tyranny of bloodline. For the common folk, lacking the enhancements of noble lineage, achieving attributes exceeding 5 was a near miracle. Thus, to preserve the purity of their blood, the Targaryens often wed within their own kin, with the conqueror Aegon himself having 2 primary wives, both of whom were his blood relatives. This month-long tournament saw the nobles reveling in extravagance, distributing vast sums of gold. Yet who among them cared for the plight of the commoners in the outskirts of King's Landing? The grim reality of the destitute in Red Street, teeming with refugee hovels, was of no concern to the aristocracy. Following the calamity of the Blood Dragon's dance, any misfortune befalling the Targaryen family seemed justly deserved in the eyes of Su Qing. A staggering amount of gold could procure a bounty of sustenance 5 million units capable of sustaining 500,000 souls for a year. However, with agricultural yields plummeting, grain prices in the region soared to 8 copper per pound. The High Garden Lords seized this opportunity to hoard grain, anticipating even greater prices in the coming year. While their granaries brimmed, the common folk resorted to gnawing on tree bark and sleeping on barren land. It was a lamentable truth that the nobility's allegiance lay solely with their own kind, where gold and power reigned supreme, indifferent to the sufferings of the populace. In the heart of the Vale, the brotherhood without banners was steadily gaining momentum, as many peasants either fled or joined their ranks. The taxation imposed by the crown was exorbitant, reaching as high as 70%. And the local lords were required to surrender 30% of their collected taxes to the royal family, a true exploitation of the masses. Thus, in such a vast domain, directly governed by the king, a peasant rebellion sparked, a remarkable irony. Among the commoners, whispers circulated regarding the tax exemption in Gotown, a once thriving port town. Some, clinging to hope, embarked on a journey northward with their families, departing from the docks and merchant ships. In stark contrast to the opulence of King's Landing, Su Qing found himself in a disheveled state, inspecting the cornfields. He diligently surveyed the farmlands, meticulously divided into clear and distinct plots. Su Qing strictly forbade private transactions of land, enforcing a harsh penalty of execution for violators. This was the ironclad law of Gotham. As he slowly harvested the now ripening corn, he marveled at a stalk bearing 2 ears, an astonishing yield. Beside him stood his logistics minister, Nak, the son of a tavern owner, who appeared notably thinner. He has much to learn. He is one of Su Qing's trusted aides. Every day, he is either working or studying. This is a rigorous task assigned to him and Luke by Su Qing. Su Qing even enlisted a scholar to teach Luke the language of Westeros. On the fields, Nak observed Su Qing, clad in a golden-threaded seagull robe, carefully weighing the corn cobs. Surrounding them were guards, farmers, and women, all diligently contributing. Indeed, the majority of the agricultural work was undertaken by women and children. Watching Su Qing, who was drenched in sweat, Nak inquired, "My lord, how long until the corn is ready for harvest?" Su Qing surveyed the crowd, all eagerly anticipating the answer, their faces weary from toil. It seemed that his oversight had exhausted them. After a moment's contemplation, he estimated that the corn would mature in about 110 days, having been planted in early August, making the harvest due in late November. Just a few more days. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk began to relay the news excitedly. The Lord Baron says the grain will be ready in just a few days. They proclaimed, spreading the word. Within a 5-meter radius of Suqing, commoners were instructed to keep their distance. As the populace continued to communicate the news, Suqing gazed at the endless cornfields flanking the 10-meter-wide main road and sighed. It appeared he would need to appoint an agricultural minister to assist the farmers. He would need to find someone to instruct them on proper farming techniques, yet currently there was no suitable candidate available. Suqing handed the corn to Nak, saying, "Make sure everyone patrols the fields diligently this month. We cannot allow wild boars or deer to ruin the crops." The crowd acknowledged his command. After completing a thorough inspection of the fields, Suqing returned to Seagull City, also known as Seagull Manor. There were many pressing matters requiring his attention. He needed to manage the procurement of military supplies, such as iron ingots and stone bricks. He was called upon to mediate disputes among the nobles and address the grievances of the common folk. He had to negotiate with merchants from various regions, cultivate relationships with the minor noble knights arriving in Seagull, arrange for proper education for orphans, and clarify to visiting clergy that the Qilin sect was not a cult. All these responsibilities fell upon Suqing's shoulders. He was overwhelmed, with scarcely any time to ride to Fusha City to visit his wife. However, there was no alternative. It was early November, and within the territory of Seagull City, there were already 3,000 households, amounting to a population of over 10,000 souls, all looking to Suqing for a means of survival. The food supplies were dwindling rapidly. Suqing felt the weight of responsibility upon him. Chapter 11, The Unfortunate Assassination. In early November, Suqing exchanged items for a system refresh. Among them was a blueprint for a mill. Additionally, there was a hint. Watermill, blue, can be established beside a flowing river, utilizing the current to turn the water wheel. The energy is transmitted to the mill through a shaft, with the grinding speed adjusting according to the water flow. Internal wooden and iron components need to be replaced every 5 years. Exchange price, 100 gold. Hint, December will be the last month the system provides the host with a shop before the cultural transition, after which the host must complete the cultural transformation of Seagull Town. The belief system will officially commence, and the system will continue to refresh the shop. Suqing sighed but expressed his gratitude to the system inwardly, uncertain if it could comprehend his sentiments. The items provided by the system were always impeccably timed. It surely possessed some inherent intelligence, yet Suqing could not discern its ultimate purpose at this moment. After redeeming the mill blueprint, Suqing proceeded to prepare the design for the brick kiln in Seagull territory, as purchasing bricks was quite costly. One morning, Suqing summoned the master craftsman, Gri. He hurried from the large blacksmith shop to the castle study, where he was studying the Arrow Tower Fortress. This was a fortress blueprint that Suqing had been developing over the past few months. The Arrow Tower alone occupied an area of 400 square meters, a modest fortress indeed. It would prove useful in the future. Gri knocked on the door, and Suqing immediately replied, "The door is open, come in." Upon entering, Gri found Suqing sipping tea, with Ira attending to him. Turning to look at him, Suqing glanced at him and said, "Gri, please take a seat. I have some questions for you." Gri promptly sat across from Suqing at the large table. Suqing slowly set down his teacup. The tea was brewed from a plant native to Westeros, far inferior to real tea leaves. Suqing strongly advocated for the populace to drink boiled water instead, as using wine for quenching thirst was far too extravagant. Looking at Gri, Suqing began to inquire, "Do you possess the techniques necessary for brick firing? Purchasing bricks has become excessively expensive." Gri observed Suqing, noting the heavy dark circles under the Baron's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "My lord, we possess the skills for firing bricks in a kiln." Suqing felt a surge of happiness within and nodded, asking, "What is the production capacity?" This was a critical question for Gri. "Approximately 30,000 bricks per kiln, my lord," he responded. "And how long does it take to fire them?" "My lord, about a month," Gri answered. Suqing nodded thoughtfully. "You may return now and draft a blueprint for the brick kiln. I need to see its design." Gri immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Suqing then inquired about when the Arrow Tower Fortress could be thoroughly understood. Gri provided a timeline, stating that by the end of December, the wall structure could be properly researched. After concluding their discussion, Suqing allowed him to return to his studies. Seated in his chair, Suqing felt a tinge of melancholy. The output from the kiln was too low. To increase production, a significantly larger labor force would be required. Consequently, more brick kilns would need to be constructed. To repair a 6-kilometer stretch of stone-paved road, a sum of 3,000 gold coins is required, yet only 700 coins remain. After accounting for a loan of 1,000 coins from my wife's family, the finances, aside from essential funds such as salaries, are inextricably tied. I am also indebted by 300 coins. To cover the 6 kilometers, 300,000 stone bricks, amounting to 0.016 cubic meters, are necessary. With by brick kilns, the production could be completed in just a month. However, the entire industrial chain, from clay excavation to final firing, demands a workforce of at least several thousand. This burden is simply unattainable. Surely, we cannot abandon agriculture. Thus, it must be postponed. I need to design a new brick kiln. Once Gree presents the kiln blueprints to me, I shall deliberate further. After some contemplation, Su Qing took Ira and a few maids for a stroll in the manor's garden. In the afternoon, they went hunting and were fortunate enough to capture a wild boar. There were numerous wild boars feasting on corn. Meanwhile, outside the distant runestone castle, a woman adorned with a silver mask entered through the castle's back door. Delia was penning a letter to the Iron Oak Marchioness, urging her to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the 9-star city, which is situated within the Eiling Valley. The local Tampa family supports the Eiling family, and the majority of the residents are of Ondo bloodline. Although the likelihood may be slim at present, one must remain wary of sudden political attacks from adversaries. 9-star city lies adjacent to Iron Oak City. On the second floor of Runestone Castle, the silver seamstress ascended the stairs, preparing to report to the elderly matron about certain matters. She soon arrived at the matron's sewing chamber door. The silver seamstress knocked gently, and Delia immediately stowed away the letter intended for Itcher, calling out, "Come in." The silver seamstress glanced at the 2 guards at the door and relinquished her dagger to them. As she began to relay a piece of news to Delia, she reported that John had dispatched a Count to Bravos, who was even waiting at the entrance of the House of Black and White for someone. The chief seamstress stationed in Bravos wished for Delia to inform the noble dragons of the valley to refrain from venturing outside in the near future. Just as she was speaking, a piercing scream echoed from outside the door. Delia sensed a sudden warmth in her chest. Su Qing had mentioned that the golden dragon necklace bore a warning of impending danger, a magical artifact bestowed upon Delia for her protection. Delia immediately realized the presence of an assassin and glared sharply at the silver seamstress. Although the likelihood of betrayal from a seamstress nurtured within the family since childhood was minimal, it was not entirely impossible. Delia swiftly rose and ran towards the window to call for help. Having reached the window, she shouted, "There's an assassin! There's an assassin!" Upon hearing her cries, the gardener in the castle's lower garden rushed to inform the guards. Inside the chamber, upon hearing the screams from outside, the silver seamstress glanced at Delia and promptly seized a sturdy stool. Entering the room, she prepared to disarm the intruder. Instantly, she turned and engaged in a struggle with the assassin, who was clad in a maid's uniform, having infiltrated the room without notice. Cursed be it! The assassin's face unmistakably resembled that of Delia's personal maid. How could someone who had lived alongside Delia since childhood possibly betray her? The assassin, devoid of any expression, engaged in combat with the silver tailor. The wooden bench proved somewhat effective, as the two exchanged blows for several rounds, revealing the impressive training of the silver tailor. However, it was not long before the assassin delivered a powerful strike, shattering the bench, and plunged a short dagger into the silver tailor's chest, withdrawing it slowly. A pool of blood began to spread upon the ground. After dispatching the silver tailor, the assassin aimed to rush towards Delia for the kill. Meanwhile, the silver tailor, blood spilling from his mouth, summoned his last ounce of strength to grasp the assassin's leg with his right hand. The assassin remained impassive and swiftly severed the silver tailor's wrist, eliciting only a muffled grunt before he succumbed to unconsciousness. His wrist was cleanly severed, and the major artery in his right hand gushed forth blood, a horrifying sight. The assassin approached Delia with deliberate slowness. Upon turning around, Delia found herself face to face with the expressionless assassin, feeling as though she was perilously close to the clutches of death. The assassin swiftly maneuvered around the bed, lunging towards Delia, uttering, "I am nothing to no one," a mantra of some divine follower. At that moment, Delia finally comprehended the assassin's origin, the Academy of Black and White, the god of 1,000 faces. To eliminate a figure of her stature within the principality would typically require an advance payment of 100,000 gold coins, with an additional half to be paid upon successful completion. John Eiling, You truly are extravagant. Such a sum amounts to 200,000 gold coins. Despair began to seep into Delia's heart. The followers of the God of 1,000 Faces never fail. Yet, she also harbored a growing resentment towards Jon. This was the income of Eiling Valley for several years. How many soldiers could be hired on the front lines with such wealth? Upon hearing the assassin's words, Delia closed her eyes in despair. Memories of her father, mother, deceased aunt, elder brother, younger brother, fiancé, and all her dreams flooded her mind. At that moment, Delia felt an intense heat at her chest, yet for one with Targaryen blood coursing through her veins, such temperature posed no threat. As the assassin lunged forward, a golden radiance erupted from the dragon eye gemstone of her golden dragon necklace, cascading forth like a waterfall. A protective yellow barrier enveloped her within a 1-meter radius, shielding her completely. The golden dragon necklace floated upwards from around her neck, and Delia gazed dreamily at the gift from her fiancé, believing his words to be mere flattery. She thought magical defensive artifacts had long since become extinct. Mesmerized, she watched the necklace, the protective barrier, and the battle unfolding outside. The assassin, undeterred, aimed directly at the defensive barrier, only to be thrown to the ground by the recoil of his own strike. He quickly regained his footing and engaged in combat with the approaching guards. Delia, entranced, observed the dragon-shaped necklace hovering before her, its gemstones radiating a yellow glow. The valiant guards, after sacrificing numerous armored lives, ultimately succeeded in slaying the assassin, non-retreating. Their vow to protect their master at all costs was unwavering. Delia soon found herself safe. Subsequently, she beheld the dragon-shaped necklace that floated before her, its principal form a golden dragon, which began to shatter into numerous fragments from its horns to its tail. The yellow dragon eye gemstone vanished without a trace, leaving only the solitary golden chain to dangle around her neck. Overcome with shock, Delia collapsed onto the ground, her spirit still in disarray. The onlookers dared not approach, for they had witnessed the golden aura, surely a manifestation of some protective magic. Delia sat dazed on the ground when, shortly thereafter, the Count and Countess hurriedly entered the scene. Upon seeing their daughter unscathed, the Countess rushed to embrace her, bursting into tears. The reasons for her weeping were a complex medley of emotions. They had narrowly escaped a fate that could have been devastating. For many parents, the loss of a child is one of the cruelest realities of existence. And considering that their eldest son had just passed away a few months prior, the thought of losing another was almost unbearable. The assassination attempt swiftly reached Su Qin, who, upon receiving the news, mounted his finest steed and galloped towards the City of Talismans. That very evening, 2 ravens, bearing letters sealed with the insignia of the Royce family, took flight towards King S Landing and the north. The Eiling family has gone too far. Chapter 12. The Call to Arms. Winterfell, the capital of House Stark. The paramount house of the north does not reflect the grandeur depicted in the tales. The reality is rather starkly different. The walls of Winterfell rise to an impressive height of 15 meters, matching those of King's Landing. Perched upon a lofty hill, Winterfell appears somber and profound from a distance. The north's climate is far from temperate, resulting in vast expanses of grasslands and pine forests. This region is renowned for its robust war horses, fine furs, and exceptional swords. Adorning the formidable walls of Winterfell, every 10 meters, flags bearing the image of a grey direwolf on a white field flutter both inside and outside the battlements. This majestic creature, the direwolf, can grow to an impressive size of 2 to 3 meters, serving as a remarkable steed. Outside Winterfell, the landscape is desolate. The north encompasses an area surpassing the combined territories of the other 6 kingdoms, reaching an astonishing 4.5 million square kilometers, akin to half the expanse of China. Due to climatic and geographical factors, the settlements and villages here are widely dispersed. Nevertheless, the total population of the north still amounts to several million, making it one of the mightiest vassal states. It is also one of the regions where the bloodlines of the ancients remain pure, untainted by the influence of the Andals. The northerners harbor a disdain for those from the south, as their ancestors resented the Andal invasion that seized their lands, thus derogatorily referring to southerners as southern folk. At this moment, the Maester of Winterfell, Maester Luwin, in his prime, had been summoned from Old Town by Lord Rickard Stark. Luwin holds a fondness for the people of the north, who, with the exception of the Bolton family, are generally resilient, loyal, and capable of enduring the bitter cold. A raven flew into the Maester's tower, which stands 40 meters tall, crowned by an observation platform. An apprentice brought back a raven from the tower. Upon receiving a letter, Maester Luwin examined the beeswax seal, which bore a simplified emblem of the Royce family, 7 pebbles arranged upon the shield. Not daring to delay, he promptly set off with the letter in hand, heading towards the Godswood to seek out Lord Rickard Stark near the weirwood tree. Beneath the weirwood, by a pool of water, the old Lord Rickard was meticulously polishing his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice. This magnificent blade measures 2 meters in length and 10 centimeters in width. Although it appears to be a heavy sword, the unique properties of Valyrian steel render Ice surprisingly light. Legends speak of Valyrian steel being forged with dragonfire and magic, with the methods of its creation long lost to time. As Rickard carefully tended to his heirloom, he pondered where to send his second son, Ned, the formal name being Eddard Stark, with Ned being a term of endearment, and his third son, Benjen Stark. As they could not all be dispatched to the Night's Watch, due to the inheritance laws favoring the eldest son, the other male heirs hold no claim to the title. At this moment, his second son Ned remains in the care of Jon Arryn. Suddenly, he noticed Maester Luwin approaching, clad in a black robe and adorned with a maester's chain. Rickard slowly lifted his gaze as Luwin drew near and presented him with a letter. Then, he sat down with Rickard, for they were good friends. Rickard took the letter, examined the wax seal, and glanced at the bachelor, the Royce family. Luwin nodded. Rickard slowly opened the correspondence. To my esteemed and illustrious guardian of the North. My beloved Uncle Rickard, since the recent attack by the Bloodlight family that resulted in the death of my eldest son, my astute daughter has also fallen victim to the hired assassins of the Faceless Man. Blood has stained the entire butterfly chamber. Fortunately, my valiant vassal, Sakim, has gifted me a magical protective amulet from the distant east, otherwise, the next letter you would receive might bear news of my demise. The Gold Tailor has discovered that Count Jon has lingered in Braavos for months. I am preparing to incite a war of vengeance against the Bloodlight family. And I hope, dear uncle, that you can reign in the Arry family. Signed, All-Around Royce, seal, Pebble seal, House Royce. Upon finishing the letter, Rickard rose slowly, standing motionless beneath the fish. Luwin pondered for a moment, then remarked, regardless of whether the Arry family is meddling, Jon has gone too far. Does he not know that the Royce family is kin to the High Duke of the North? The current Lady Royce is the legitimate daughter of your loyal Mormont family from Bear Island. Rickard, Jon has overstepped. The old bear is likely to bring the ancestral sword, Longclaw, to support his granddaughter. Old Duke Rickard nodded slowly, then shook his head. Jon is not so foolish. He would not dare to act against my cousin. I suspect that someone is instigating conflict between the North and the Vale. Luwin nodded. King's Landing. Rickard did not respond, lost in thought for a moment. Regardless of where the rat in the gutter originates, the Stark and Royce families must make a statement. This war of vengeance is justifiable. Luwin, fetch me paper and ink. I must write to the Mormont and Arry families. Luwin nodded and departed slowly. In King's Landing, a raven flew into the hands of the bachelor's apprentice, who delivered it to Grand Maester Pycelle. Upon examining the family seal, Grand Maester Pycelle hesitated for a moment before making his way to Prince Rhaegar's palace. Prince Rhaegar was in the palace, playing the tragedy of Summerhall, a figure of legendary stature. Upon the bachelor's entry, he placed the letter down. But Prince Rhaegar paid him no mind, merely glancing at the wax seal before continuing his melody. He had long been troubled by the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, pondering the identity of the prince mentioned therein. After finishing the piece, he gently set down the harp and opened the letter. After reading, he remained deep in thought, taking the letter with him toward the palace of the king. At this moment, that event had yet to unfold. The king appeared to extend his trust. The following day, the king issued a proclamation, and the citizens of King's Landing were the first to receive the news. To the ancestors, the king of the Undos and the first man, King Aegon, our Targaryen proclaims, the House Royce of the Vale, from the City of Stone, has requested to declare war upon the House Candlehold of Candelaria. The reason for this declaration of war is the assassination of Solly Candlehold, the eldest son of the Candlehold family, in March of the year 275 AC, by Aelin, the Earl of Black Castle, while he was hunting crystal sharks to maintain the magical wall. Earl Royce's eldest son and heir, Andor Royce, perished in defense of his father. The scholars have completed their investigation, and the evidence has reached the hands of Scholar Pichel. The demands of the declaration of war, to seize all lands belonging to the Candlehold family. The House Royce asserts a tenuous claim over Candleblood and all baronies beneath the Strongstone. The kingdom as laws deem this declaration of war to be legitimate. After discussions among the king, the prince, and various ministers, it was agreed to sanction the House Royce as reasons for war against the House Candlehold and to grant permission for the declaration. However, the demand for territorial acquisition must receive the consent of the Eastern Guardian, Jon Arryn. or the Candlehold family must willingly cede their lands to the House Royce in the presence of the king in King's Landing. Signed, Hand of the King, Tywin Lannister Seal. 3 dragons, House Targaryen. At this moment, Tywin Lannister remains the Hand of the King. A single message ignited a tempest. Countless ravens departed from King's Landing in the following days, carrying news to various kingdoms. Meanwhile, the forces of Stone had already established their encampment. The House Royce is not a minor house. Once the rulers of the Vale, they have historically intermarried with the Targaryen family and possess a profound lineage. Furthermore, as descendants of the ancient House of Bronze, the blood of House Stark also flows through their veins. The two houses have maintained a bond of alliance for generations. Currently, allied with the House Royce are the Mormont family of Bear Island and the Stark family. Likewise, the House Candlehold is not to be underestimated. They have intermarried with the Arryn family twice in the past century and govern the lands of Candlehold and Strongstone, backed by the royal family of the Vale. This is not merely a declaration of war between two noble houses. It signifies a significant conflict involving the powerful House Royce of the Vale, seizing upon a reason for war to challenge the strength of the Arryn family and to test the influence of the usurper. Do you think the king is oblivious to the alliance between the wolves, the deer, and the eagles? The king is no fool. The bald head is now a favored ally of the king. In truth, following the tragedies of Summerhall and the War of the Nine Penny Kings, the fate of the kingdom has been sealed. The Targaryen family is in a state of decline, their main line nearly extinguished. The power of the Targaryens has severely waned. Without dragons for a long time, they cannot effectively suppress the lords. For the House of Dragons, retreating from this declaration of war is not an option. Returning to the participants, one would be foolish to assume that only the soldiers of two families would take part. The gaze of all the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms is directed towards the Valley Kingdom. This is a battle of probing between the Dragon Party and the separatist forces. The king's oppressive taxes have left the common folk in despair, and the Dragon family is without a dragon. This is a long-contemplated test of strength. The true intentions of the hidden puppet master remain shrouded in mystery. On the day of Delia's attack, Su Qing rode swiftly to Fusha City, covering the 140 kilometers in half a day. Upon arrival that very night, the strongest horse at Seagull Manor, Su Qing's war steed, collapsed. Frothing at the mouth, Su Qing glanced at the fallen white horse and instructed the guards at the castle gate to take good care of it before promptly entering the castle. Upon entering the grand hall, he found a group of knights gathered around the fireplace, cursing at the flames. Among them was a fierce knight. Gulping down a mouthful of wine, he was Tor, the military minister of Aelin, whose family lands lay in the Sheik region to the far right of Fusha City. If we swallow this indignation, how will the other nobles regard the Royce family? How will they perceive us knights who have sworn allegiance to Aelin? Our vows include the protection of the Royce family. A wave of righteous anger surged among the knights, some recounting the tragic loss of their king in the March attack, while others mentioned connections to various knights. As Su Qing entered, the atmosphere quieted, and all eyes turned to his solemn visage as he ascended the staircase, heading directly to Delia's chamber on the 3rd floor. Delia lay upon her bed, covered with a silk comforter, while Countess Beatrice Mormont sat by her side, gently holding her left hand, both gazing at the golden dragon fragments upon the bedding. They both recognized it as a dragon, yet it differed from the known dragons, possessing 4 claws and antlers. Upon closer inspection, it was not only majestic but also somewhat endearing. Previously, they had only heard tales of magic. Today, they witnessed it with their own eyes. Delia delicately examined the broken pieces of the dragon-shaped necklace, already counting that its main body had fractured into 7 parts. She meticulously began to piece them together. She understood who cherished her like a treasure, and her thoughts began to wander. Perhaps I could begrudgingly allow you to take a few more wives, you scoundrel. But I must be the principal wife. If I were the only one in the future, I would still be at a disadvantage. The enemy is so formidable. Her mind was a whirl of thoughts when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Just as the Countess stood to rise, she saw the figure had already pushed the door open. The Countess watched as Su Qing swiftly approached Delia's bedside, and Delia stared in astonishment as he neared. As soon as he sat down, Delia threw herself into his embrace, bursting into tears. The Countess quietly departed with her maid, for the Royce family permitted only one assassination. 2 of the strongest gold tailors from the 7 kingdoms had been dispatched and were hastily returning from the western territories. What they were unaware of was that on the day of Delia's assassination and the shattering of the golden dragon necklace, a meteorite struck the head of the faceless god statue at the distant Academy of Black and White, rendering the deity headless. This calamity rendered the magical pool within the academy ineffective, prompting it to immediately close its gates and suspend all assassination operations. Meanwhile, on a resplendent bed, Delia lay weeping in Su Qing's embrace. I thought I would never see you again, she sobbed. Su Qing, feeling the relentless stream of tears seeping through his golden robe and woolen cloak, tightened his hold on her. After a lengthy moment, Delia turned her head slightly, and Su Qing gradually released her. She wiped her tears, her violet eyes reddened, and offered a faint smile while pointing to the fragments of the necklace that had separated once more on the quilt. She saved me. Su Qing smiled faintly, but his expression soon darkened again. Delia cupped his face with her hands, wishing to comfort him. Su Qing, holding her waist, spoke softly, "We shall not suffer this loss." Delia gasped, "What are you planning, Sir Su Qing?" He looked at her with fury. "Do you intend to let that old serpent bite you again? If we do not strike him, he will forever seek to poison you. We will not endure this loss. I shall declare war on the Candlewick family, using the pretext of assassinating a loyal count within my territory to uphold the dignity of Alan Royce and fulfill my oath." Su Qing shouted fiercely. Delia was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, slowly capturing his lips with her own. "Fool, there may be other players in the shadows," she thought. Yet she knew war must indeed be waged to reclaim the weakened claims of the Royce family. However, she pondered, who said the culprit was solely from the Eileen family? The Targaryens and certain merchant groups from the Five Fingers Peninsula, or the Iron Vault, could also be implicated. That evening, the Count, Su Qing, Delia, and several ministers concluded their discussions, and 2 ravens set off for King's Landing and Winterfell. The evidence had long been delivered to King's Landing. Yet the enemy persisted with underhanded tactics. This could not be tolerated. Days later, news of the Royce family's formal declaration of war against the Candlewick family reached the desks of the great nobles. The Stark family hastily summoned Ned Stark, who had been raised under the wing of John Eiling. The Starks found themselves in a precarious position. Both the Stark and Royce families were ancestral royal families of the same era, bound by generations of intermarriage. Surprisingly, no territories publicly supported the Candlewick family, while knights openly pledged their allegiance to the Royce family. That night, 500 armored pikemen, 500 archers, 300 light cavalry, and 10 silver-feathered knights raced to the front lines of Castle Kiel to establish a garrison, having arrived after a grueling 12-hour march. Following them, 000 armored hammer-wielding infantry from Stonehaven, tasked with escorting supplies, arrived 3 days later. Thus commenced the formal mobilization and preparation for war. Due to the hastily arranged preparations for this conflict, the formal offensive plan has been scheduled for 3 months hence. Warfare is by no means a simple affair that can be concluded with a single engagement. It entails probing, reconnaissance, ambushes, supply line disruptions, harassment, flanking maneuvers, guerrilla tactics, and frontal assaults. A battle that concludes within mere days reflects either a significant disparity in strength or the utter ineptitude of one side. Consequently, all the nobles under the Count of Runes have been duly notified to assemble their militias following the harvest and remain vigilant against any enemies within their territories. Once adequately prepared, they shall commence the formal offensive, slated for March of the coming year. Meanwhile, reconnaissance vessels have begun their daily excursions into the sea. As for maritime ambushes, with such vast distances to traverse and the slow pace of ships, by the time they arrive, the enemy will have already mobilized their troops and fortified their defenses. Moreover, there are nobles discreetly assisting the Lois family in keeping watch over Crab Bay. Thus, the focus of this campaign will be on land engagements. Chapter 13, Special Restrictions in the rear garden of the Castle of Fushur. Delia sat gracefully on a swing, adorned in a purple dress with her long black hair elegantly styled. Su Qing stood behind, gently pushing the swing. Delia gazed ahead at the beautiful scenery, her heart brimming with joy. "Su Qing, push me higher, higher." With a playful eye roll, Su Qing exerted a slight bit of strength, his power considerable. As he continued to push his fiancée, he inquired, "The army has already reached Key Fortress. Don't you wish to take a look, Delia?" In truth, Delia possessed an exceptional intellect, boasting a commanding ability of 10, akin to a brilliant strategist. Was it truly wise for her to remain in the main camp? Although her commanding skills may not rival those of Zhuge Liang or Guo Jia, her intelligence and political acumen were undeniably high. She was, at the very least, a fusion of a young Zhang Yang and a young Xiao He. Delia smiled, her cheek slightly flushed. "Aren't you staying here as well? I wish to be with you." After all, Su Qing had performed admirably the previous night. Su Qing glanced at the banner in the garden, emblazoned with 2 layers of runes interspersed with pebbles. Resting against a vibrant orange shield, the family motto of the Royce clan proclaimed, "We remember." Did not father instruct you to prepare for the triennial task of purging the barbarians next year? Why concern yourself with the front lines? Father is far more skilled in warfare than I am. As he continued to push the swing, Su Qing noticed the strawberry pendant on Delia's neck, finding her allure rather captivating. I worry about potential failures on the front. Su Qing, do you doubt my father's military prowess? Delia retorted. Let me clarify, for nearly 15 years, my father has not lost a single noble war, at worst achieving a stalemate. In the war against the Minhua Lake clan every 3 years, he has emerged victorious. You need not fret over the Royce family's ability to command. We currently have 300 soldiers stationed at T Fortress, with 1,000 ironclad hammer soldiers arriving in 3 days. We have not even mobilized the militia. And our opposition lacks a regular force of 6,000 armored troops. Do not entertain notions of attacking T Fortress. Moreover, the entire Candle Hollow territory has only 2 subordinate regions, totaling 500 ironclad spearmen and 300 light cavalry, in addition to 500 leather-clad spearmen and 200 longbowmen. Do they truly believe they are fit to initiate an offensive? Even if John Arryn covertly supports the Candle Hollow family, he cannot openly deploy troops. Should he dare to do so, the consequence will be a schism between the Valley Kingdom and the North, culminating in a decisive battle with the Dragon Party and the regional factions. He has only just assumed power. The Eagle-Wolf-Deer alliance has yet to solidify, and he is far from prepared. At most, he might send a few knights to offer some support. Our knights are no less formidable. Feeling the weight of her lover's insights, Delia pondered whether to assign a skilled tailor to lead a team for intelligence work. As Su Qing remained blissfully unaware of the impending conflict, completely oblivious, yet he dares to initiate war. Such a naive fool. John commands an army of 50,000. Unrestrained by the North, the Royce family would never go to war. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully and then contemplated. So how shall we effectively strike against the Candle Hollow family? Delia chuckled and remarked, who told you that the Zhu Shui clan is an unbreakable entity? Humph, just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Once March arrives, we shall witness the true capabilities of their family. Gazing at the garden, Delia slowly deliberated with Su Qing on what necessities to bring for their visit to Seagull Manor the following morning, as the newcomer Yan air was rather clingy. The next day, under the escort of 100 spear-wielding iron-armored guards, Delia traveled alongside a golden tailor, 2 silver tailors, and 20 Caesars, gradually making their way toward the Seagull territory with Su Qing. Their first stop was the 4-way fortress, where a full complement of 100 soldiers was stationed, and many civilians were resting within, surrounded by supplies such as grain and arrows. After a brief inspection, they passed by the Osgo fortress, home to the Osgo family. Renowned for their hawk training across generations, this family thrived on the resources of the East Seagull mountain range, including deer, wild boars, and red rice forests. Placing little emphasis on agriculture, some of the redwood forests had been allocated to this family, although considerably less than what Su Qing possessed. They still managed to earn around 20 gold coins annually, coupled with Su Qing's total yearly salary of 160 gold coins for the Turan family. Maintaining their family members was assured. However, this territory was now directly governed by Su Qing, as the transaction had been completed at the cost of appointing 3 families as administrative officials for a decade, with subsequent compensations to ensure their satisfaction. Continuing southward, Delia, seated in the carriage, beheld the main road of the Huizi Canal, already planned and initiated, stretching a remarkable 40 meters wide. Observing the spacious road, she inquired of Su Qing, who was affectionately holding her from behind, is such a wide road truly necessary? Su Qing tenderly stroked Delia's long hair and smiled. It will indeed prove useful in the future. This will become the main thoroughfare for the upper, middle, and lower Seagull town households, along with the industrial zone potentially being placed here. It is prudent to plan ahead. Width is not a concern. At least it looks pleasing. And there shall be no traffic jams when we venture out. A vast land requires wide roads to avoid congestion. Delia pouted. Just as wide as the King's Avenue. It won't suffocate you. Before long, the convoy arrived at the far right avenue of the agricultural area in Lower Seagull town, where Delia glimpsed the ripe cornfields and felt a strong desire to explore. Su Qing guided her to the edge of the fields for a closer look. In truth, it was already nearing late November, and the corn stalks had dried under the sun, with harvesting expected to commence around November 20th. At that moment, Farmers guarded their crops with wooden spears, as wild boars and deer posed a significant threat, causing considerable damage. Military Minister Late, armed daily with a redwood longbow, could easily hunt several wild boars and deer, which was quite absurd. With Su Qing's assistance, Delia alighted from the carriage, only to be immediately surrounded by farmers, while the guards ensured a 5-meter distance from the couple. Necessary precautions were in place for their safety. Su Qing remained silent, as it was customary for nobles to limit interactions with commoners. Only he could perceive loyalty levels and detect any anomalies, acting swiftly to address potential issues. Thus, Su Qing's greatest pleasure lay in conducting inspections. Upon encountering loyalty levels of 10, 20, or even negative figures, he would apprehend the individuals without hesitation. This practice became his source of entertainment, and he was remarkably accurate in his judgments. For nearly a month, he had not encountered a spy with a loyalty rating below 85, which rendered the situation somewhat tedious. Delia, standing by the edge of a field, plucked an ear of corn from a stalk, slowly peeled it open, and tasted a kernel, finding it quite delightful. She turned to Su Qing and inquired, "Su Qing, what is the yield of this corn?" Delia was aware that this crop had long vanished in some bygone era, with references to it existing solely in ancient texts of the Yosha civilization. Su Qing had a general estimate of the yield. For an acre of land, corn being drought-resistant could produce 2 varieties, yielding approximately 1,500 jin per 1,000 square meters without issue. With proper irrigation and fertilization, the yield could certainly reach 2,000 jin. 500 jin per acre. Delia exclaimed in astonishment. "How much did you say? Please repeat that, I did not catch it." 500 jin. Pure grain. Pure grain. The surrounding guards were equally astonished. This yield was 7 times greater than the 200 jin of rye per acre. Delia's guards suppressed their curiosity to examine the corn and maintained their vigilance. At the current market price of 8 copper coins per jin, that amounted to a significant sum of copper, translating to 16 gold coins. After a moment of contemplation, Delia asked, "How many acres have been planted in total?" Su Qing smiled and replied, 1,000 acres. 1,000 acres. Are you jesting, Su Qing? This is a fortune. It is nearly equivalent to 2 seasons' earnings from Ailing Valley. You must tell me, if it is merely left unguarded without proper soldiers, what if it is burned or stolen? What if someone takes the corn and plants it elsewhere? Once food becomes abundantly available, it loses its rarity, leading to a natural decline in price. This income estimate is merely a unique representation of the resilience of corn, which will serve as Su Qing's foundation in the future. Delia exclaimed, "I must write to my father immediately and request that some militia be dispatched." Su Qing shook his head, saying, "There is no need." Delia was puzzled as to why this was unnecessary. After all, the value was enough to employ thousands of soldiers for an entire year. Su Qing chuckled and gestured towards the farmers who had gathered around his guards. Each farmer, regardless of age or gender, wielded a redwood spear, which was sufficiently sturdy to serve as a weapon. Delia, there are a total of 400 farming households here, with about 5,000 people, men, women, and children circling the cornfield every half-day. Even at night, they light torches atop wooden poles. Additionally, every 25 acres is equipped with small stone ditches serving as both isolation barriers and future irrigation channels. Rest assured, these farmers are reliable. We need not fear fire. The ridges and barriers between the fields have been well maintained by the farmers. Delia gazed at the sea of farmers behind her, their eager expressions directed at Su Qing, some appearing incredulous. How could common folk display such fervor, akin to the solemnity of loyal knights swearing an oath? Nevertheless, she slowly nodded and posed another question. As for the other matter, can this corn be cultivated elsewhere? Su Qing resolutely declared that it was impossible. These corn seeds had been processed by the system and could currently only be cultivated within the designated area specified by Su Qing. The exact rules remained unclear, yet they proved to be remarkably effective. By delineating a certain range on the system's map, Su Qing could lift specific restrictions, which would only take effect within the jurisdiction of Seagull territory. Furthermore, he had to personally activate the mechanism. In recent days, some individuals had stealthily absconded with the corn, but Su Qing, through the system's restrictions, had designated that it could only be planted in Xiaoyu town. Although the common folk managed to flee with the corn, it posed no issue. While escaping was effortless, returning proved to be a daunting challenge. This newly remerged crop stirred the latent greed within people's hearts. However, After Su Qing convened a meeting to inform all farmers that corn could only be cultivated in Xiaoyu town, incidents of theft ceased. Some merchants and nobles attempted to test the waters, and indeed, a peculiar rule was evident. The scholars were quite intrigued. Su Qing welcomed the scholars and bestowed corn upon them, who confirmed that it could solely be cultivated within the confines of Seagull town. Much like how rosewood could only thrive in the realm of the talisman stones. Moreover, the freshly harvested corn seeds in Su Qing's possession were capable of sprouting. Delia sat silently in the carriage. That evening, Scholar Dan 1 released all the crows, sending one to the northern territories, another to the River Bay Kingdom, one to the River Interval Kingdom, one to the Doran Kingdom, 2 to King S Landing, 1 to Old Town, and 3 flying overseas. Royce summoned all idle gold tailors, cancelling any planned recruitment, seductions, espionage, infiltration, vigilance, or assassination tasks. The utmost priority was to ensure that no hostile forces lurked near Seagull town. Delia understood. In the coming year, the gaze of all 7 kingdoms would be directed toward Seagull town. Countless merchants, spies, religious figures, and scholars would flock to Seagull town from across the land and beyond. Even the imminent war would take on a different flavor. An influx of refugees would pour in. The divine Kirin, along with its associated teachings, would be laid bare before all nobles, religious groups, and commoners. A monumental transformation was on the horizon. At that juncture, once the nobility validated the uniqueness of corn cultivation, Su Qing's identity and status would experience exponential growth. Countless avaricious and covetous eyes would be fixed upon Su Qing. Many conspiracies would be directly linked to him. The Royce family and the gold tailors would have to safeguard Su Qing. Yet, their strength remained insufficient. It barely sufficed for the initial stages. Delia felt a sense of helplessness. She longed to find allies. Su Qing must marry into noble families, compromising with some aristocrats for his protection. However, she found it impossible to trust the women of other noble houses. Delia turned her gaze toward the northern territories. Cousin Liana, how might I entice you into my fiancé's bed, compelling you to willingly assume the role of a concubine? Chapter 14. Preparations for war in the castle of Fushur. Countess Beatrice meticulously folded a blood-stained sheet and placed it into a silver box, shaking her head. These two, entangled before marriage. Yet, as someone who has experienced such matters, she understood the overwhelming allure of passion. Could one truly withstand it? It was indeed a challenging question. As a mother, her role was merely to safeguard her daughter's virtue, acknowledging that her daughter possessed her own aspirations. Today marked the arrival of the future mistress of Seagull Manor. The maids, having received prior notice, endeavored to ensure that every corner of the manor was spotless. However, for Ilya, this news was less than favorable. With the mistress's arrival, the authority over the household affairs was expected to revert to her. Yet, accustomed to her role as headmaid, a twinge of trepidation surged within her at the prospect of the mistress's presence. The Delia entourage halted outside Seagull Manor. After Su Qing instructed his men to assist Delia down, he guided her to inspect her chambers. On their way, they encountered Ilya. Delia cast a brief glance at Ilya but uttered not a word. She noted Ilya's graceful voice and figure, upon learning of her position as headmaid. She exchanged a glance with Su Qing, remaining silent. With her arrival, his desires could finally be unrestrained. Delia's gaze was peculiar, was it mockery? Su Qing sensed Ilya's unease around Delia and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to send Ilya to the kitchen to oversee the evening banquet preparations. Delia first visited Su Qing's bedroom, finding it immaculately clean and devoid of dust. She felt a genuine fondness for the headmaid. She then perused the wardrobe, discovering the inner and outer garments neatly arranged, with even a few winter cloaks prepared. It was remarkable for the headmaid to think ahead regarding warm clothing. Seeing Su Qing well taken care of eased Delia's mind. Subsequently, Delia, accompanied by Scholar Dan and the tailor Jin, set about seeking a suitable location within the manor to establish a temporary stronghold. The manor itself was quite secure, however. A woman adorned with a golden mask constantly accompanied Delia, exhibiting formidable prowess capable of single-handedly confronting dozens of adults, proficient with daggers and short blades. It was said that her abilities were not even at their peak. The two most skilled tailors were currently en route from Cayenne City, hastening back. The term tailor referred not only to their craft but also to a core position within an intelligence network. In this hierarchy, the lowest rank was the Caesars, followed by the silver tailor, then the gold tailor, and culminating in the chief tailor ultimately, Delia, known as the Old Matron. The structure was meticulously organized. After assigning Delia 15 loyal guards, Su Qing proceeded to address the expansion of the blacksmith's workshop's capacity. The inhabitants of the manor had all been thoroughly vetted for loyalty. Ensuring a secure environment, war was impending. First and foremost, weapons and armor must be adequately prepared. Although this conflict was not directly related to him, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. As the new year approached, the time available for preparation was dwindling. Currently, 300 soldiers had been trained effectively. Moreover, it has been incorporated into the Imperial Guard, now renamed the Chilean Guard. The full complement consists of 500 personnel, commanded by a captain, a right commander, and a left commander. Naturally, the captain is Ayla, while the right and left commanders are his former subordinates. Currently, the full complement of 500 has not yet been recruited, as they require individuals with a valor rating of at least 3. It is not that there is a lack of candidates, rather, the existing structure is sufficient for maintaining daily security and simple defense of the estate. Achieving full staffing would be quite costly, as the base salary for a soldier is 5 silver coins per month, amounting to 250 gold coins for 500 men. Does Su Qing have a stable income at present? No. It is only after the collection of commercial taxes begins in March of the following year that Su Qing can anticipate a more substantial revenue stream. The majority of the original income was derived from the commercial taxes of Seagull port. Currently, after accounting for essential expenditures, Su Qing is left with a mere 700 gold coins in liquid assets, and on paper, he still owes his wife's family 1,000 gold coins. Altogether, this results in a deficit of 300 gold coins, hardly a situation conducive to full staffing. From April to November, during these 7 months, the 300 recruits have trained under the guidance of the 20 Imperial Guards, achieving a valor rating of 3, enabling them to stand their ground against 3 adversaries. Hence, they are considered elite. The Imperial Guards possess this same level of prowess, but the original guards were all skilled horsemen, each one invaluable. Nevertheless, among the current Sanbai, a selection of individuals has been designated for specialized equestrian training, with 50 now equipped with horses. Acquiring these steeds has proven challenging, as they have been supported by his wife's family, with each horse starting at a minimum of 10 gold coins, and they are scarce in the market. All are war horses, significantly better than before. Astonishingly, just a few days ago, following an intimate encounter, Delia's loyalty rating reached its maximum of 99. Not merely in terms of loyalty, but fidelity. This signifies that she will not behave like some other noblewomen who delight in betraying their husbands. Upon returning that same evening, Su Qing, accompanied by 4 Imperial Guards, entered the first blacksmith shop, as he harbored intentions of redistributing the functions of the blacksmithing facilities. Presently, there are 5 blacksmith shops, each fully staffed with 20 artisans. Among the 20 craftsmen, each group includes a master artisan of blue proficiency, who leads the artisans in their daily tasks. The first and second groups, consisting of 40 individuals, are under the guidance of the esteemed Gregor, focusing on research and weapon fabrication. The third group is an engineering contracting team, led by the local noble skill, Augustus, and 8, who are overseeing the development of their new estate. The fourth and fifth groups are dedicated to the crafting of agricultural tools and the production of leather armor, where women assist in stitching leather pieces. This endeavor is coordinated by the former head maid, Reese, who currently manages over 100 women, remunerating them monthly. Reese has also found renewed joy in life, having married the proprietor of the largest fabric shop in the area. As Su Qing entered the first blacksmith shop, he observed Gregor directing the workers to operate a large mechanism on the ground. This apparatus was connected to a 20-meter-high stone platform via a series of iron pulleys and gears, and it linked to an iron cage filled with numerous stones through a parallel pulley system. Gregor urged the workers to continue, but tragically, the iron cage fell when the chain broke. Turning around, Gregor spotted Su Qing and hastily approached him, while the others began to tidy up. They were experimenting with a human-powered lift similar to that of the Black Castle. Seeing Gregor's melancholy demeanor, Su Qing remarked, "Gregor, it seems our blacksmithing skills may be lacking." Gregor shook his head and replied, "Let us set this matter aside for now. It is not imperative to fully comprehend this mechanism for the Arrow Tower Fortress. Stairs can serve as a viable alternative. While using stairs may reduce the internal space significantly, this design's true value lies in the lifting apparatus. It is a method I devised from my readings over the past few months. After thorough examination, my design for the 400 square meter Arrow Tower Fortress has reached blue proficiency. The internal rooms are well equipped. However, mastering the lift mechanism remains challenging. Su Qing patted Gregor's shoulder and said, "Let us put this on hold, Gregor. You have a new task." Gregor set aside his despondency and inquired, "What task, my lord?" Su Qing led Gregor to the blacksmithing area, settling in the shade. He observed the young blacksmith minister, whose sister was studying at the Seagull Academy, a school established for orphans. In a decade or so, these orphans would become his loyal subordinates. Shaking his head, Su Qing asked, "Gregor, what is the production cost of the redwood horn bow and forged arrowheads? I require a batch of horn bows and a batch of feathered arrows." Gregor nodded thoughtfully and responded, "My lord, how many horn bows do you need? The arrowheads are no problem. We can produce them all. The common folk can learn to craft arrow shafts with a bit of practice." Su Qing sipped a glass of cool water. A habit of drinking clean water and maintaining hygiene that he had instilled, resulting in a significant decrease in illness. He stated, "I need 300 redwood horn bows. And by the end of the year, I require 9,000 arrows." Upon hearing this, Gui pondered for a moment before turning to Lord Su Qing. The cost of a redwood horn bow is relatively modest, approximately 1 silver coin. However, it necessitates a 2-week time investment for both crafting and testing, primarily due to the strength apparatus at both ends being forged from wrought iron, while the bow's body requires time for the dear glue to set. If we were to gather 100 artisans, the monthly output would yield about 200 horn bows, nearly sufficient by year-end. As for the wrought iron arrowheads, this is a meticulous task. After being shaped with molds, they require additional polishing. A single master craftsman, focusing solely on arrowheads, could produce about 50 in a day. With the assistance of some apprentices for polishing during the evenings, the target could be achieved in about a month and a half. Su Qing nodded, pondering the dilemma of whether to prioritize the crafting of horn bows or feathered arrows. After a moment of thought, he inquired, "Can you produce 50 redwood longbows with a team of 40 in half a month? Additionally, if I provide you with 100 polishers, excluding apprentices, can you manufacture 3,000 wrought iron feathered arrows within a month?" Gui observed the industrious craftsmen in the blacksmith shop, their forging skills already honed to proficiency, and replied, "My lord, if we expedite the process, we can complete this task by year-end." Su Qing nodded thoughtfully and asked, "What will the material costs amount to?" Gui sketched a few calculations on the ground and responded, "My lord, the iron ingots required are not substantial. Each wrought iron arrowhead consumes 20 grams of iron, totaling 60 kilograms for 3,000 units. Currently, a 1-pound iron ingot costs 20 copper coins. Including the cost of the bows, we will need approximately 50 gold coins." Su Qing nodded in agreement and handed Gui 100 gold coins, allowing him the discretion to allocate the surplus as he deemed fit. Chapter 15. The bountiful harvest of late autumn. As time gradually passed, it soon approached late November, marking the conclusion of Prince Riga's engagement ceremony. Bustling with activity in King's Landing. Meanwhile, a sensational announcement emerged from Lower Seagull Town. An acre of farmland yielded an astonishing harvest of 2,000 jin of corn, surpassing the anticipated 1,500 jin by a remarkable 500 jin. The excitement was palpable. It was sheer madness. With such a yield of 2,000 jin per acre, the implications for 1,000 acres were staggering. Merchants began inquiring whether farmers would sell their seeds at a premium. Though they were met with a cold reality, corn blessed by the dragon god could only be cultivated in Lower Seagull Town. Nevertheless, many were eager to experiment elsewhere. Some passing nobles frantically disseminated the news to distant lands, creating ripples of intrigue. In this era, grain and weaponry constituted the bedrock of currency. Su Qing was not lacking in either. Gold coins, merely a medium of exchange. Rulers were not preoccupied with the monetary value of goods. Their focus lay in productivity and the intrinsic value of commodities. Thus, Su Qing commanded 400 households of farmers to devote themselves entirely to the harvest, while the agricultural lands of Lower Seagull Town were steadfastly guarded by 300 clearing guards, preventing any outsiders from encroaching within a mile of the town. 50 horses, provided by the wives, were employed to transport the grain. With no rain in sight, they hurried to move the harvest back to the 305 household farms. Each farm, comprising 5 families, boasted a granary, the most expensive structure on the property. Each granary occupied 400 square meters, constructed entirely of stone bricks, standing 4 meters tall, well ventilated, and illuminated by torch columns. Inside, circular wooden troughs, 2 meters high, were crafted from planks, encircled at the base with stone bricks to form a protective shell. The redwood bottoms of the troughs were elevated on multiple stone pillars, 30 centimeters high, to prevent rodents from spoiling the grain. Each trough featured a sloped mechanism. When the switch was activated, the grain would cascade down. With a diameter of 2 meters, each granary contained 10 such troughs, arranged with 5 on either side of the walkway. However, the grain could not be stored directly. Corn needed to be sun-dried. Although it could sprout the following year even after drying, the storage environment required to be dry and well ventilated, necessitating periodic exposure to sunlight. Now, a pressing question arose: how much grain could a 5-household farm accommodate? Each trough, roughly 6 cubic meters, could hold approximately 500 jin of corn. With 10 troughs per household, that amounted to 45,000 jin. Given that each farm contained 5 households, the total storage capacity reached 225,000 jin. With Sanbai farms, the cumulative storage could harbor an impressive 67 million jin of grain. At 30 jin per unit, this equated to a staggering 2.5 million units of grain. If the yield per acre stood at 2,000 jin, roughly 60 units per acre, across 1,000 acres, it would produce 60,000 units of grain. Yet, only 250 households were genuinely engaged in cultivating this vast expanse of land. To understand, there are approximately 1,000 households that, despite the planting season, did not cultivate corn. Instead, they planted buckwheat, yielding 200 jin per mu, which is now ripe. How many mu? Each household has cleared about 4 mu, totaling 4,000 mu. Thus, 4,000 mu of buckwheat, producing 200 jin per mu, has matured. Many individuals labored yet missed the planting season. Consequently, the additional grain harvest amounts to 800,000 jin of buckwheat, equating to 25,000 units of food. In total, just in the past 6 months, Shuo Town has garnered 85,000 units of grain. How many individuals can this sustain? An adult requires 30 jin of food per month, which is equivalent to 1 unit, totaling 12 units annually. A child requires approximately 2/3 of that, amounting to about 8 units. Currently, Shuo Town comprises around 400 households, roughly 9,000 individuals, with about 6,000 adults and 3,000 children. If we consider the half-year period, how many units of food are necessary? Since, after 6 months, the crops will mature again, yielding 2 harvests per year. This amounts to 60,000 units of food, a total of 60,000 units of grain. This is undoubtedly sufficient. What is the current amount? 85,000. Finally, it can achieve self-sufficiency. In this world, very few regions can ensure that ordinary people are well-fed due to excessive taxes and the nobility's oppression of the common folk, resulting in a population decline similar to that of Brazil's 7 nations. This world is indeed in dire need of grain. The oppression by the nobility has displaced the common people, compounded by disease, preventing population growth. Most of the population loss originates from the refugees of Yulin district. In the past 6 months, the entire Yulin area has witnessed a significant population decline. Who knows how many inhabitants there are in Yulin? The city of Fusher and its territories, referring to the total land area of 7,000 square kilometers, also constitute a vital grain-producing region. Yet there are only a limited number of households. To reach the status of a duke, a population of at least 100,000 households and a regular standing army of 10,000 is essential. Therefore, the Royce family, in terms of status and lineage, indeed holds superiority over an average duke. However, in terms of actual power, they rank as a weak first-tier duke. Returning to the main topic, sufficient seeds must be reserved for the next planting season. With approximately 10 jin of seeds required per mu, the question arises, how many seeds are needed? Over the past 7 months, individuals without land, with assistance from those who have already cleared 9,000 mu of land. Some land remains unplanted, while some has not been adequately cultivated. For the coming year, 90,000 jin of seeds will be necessary, which translates to 3,000 units of food. Currently, a semi-collective system is in operation, and the initial capital accumulation must proceed in this manner. Thus, in the first half of next year, based on these calculations, how much grain can be harvested? A total of 600,000 units. At current prices, this would amount to a substantial sum, the income of Ailing Valley over 2 years. However, it is worth noting that the agricultural area of Ailing Valley is exponentially larger than that of Shuo Town. A snowball effect. This truly represents a snowball effect. The revenue from one town in gold coins rivals that of 2 valleys. What a jest! Of course, that is impossible. As the grain supply increases, the prices will subsequently decrease. What will the prices ultimately transform into? Certainly, the decline will be significant. However, the duration of this transition is protracted. Yet, will Su Qing liquidate all assets in exchange for gold coins? Of course not. A prolonged winter looms ahead. Though this harsh season may not reach Seagull Town, precaution is paramount. It is essential to stockpile provisions. We cannot allow the common folk to suffer as they did in previous harsh winters, left to fend for themselves. Gold coins serve merely as a medium of exchange. The true value of food is known only to those who have endured hunger. Even gold would not suffice in barter. Apart from nations with vast lands, sparse populations, and high productivity, where trade can flourish, in all other countries, as long as there are alternative industries for external trade, food is not readily sold. Nevertheless, the current world faces a scarcity of grain, and prices should not plummet too drastically. When the time comes, financial concerns will be alleviated. Delia is particularly invested in matters of harvest. She has begun to maintain order in Lower Seagull Town, now home to 400 households, accompanied by her escort of 100 elite guards. In truth, Su Qing has long lacked personnel to oversee this aspect, delegating it instead to the patrols managed by Luke. The patrols are a self-organized team of 300 individuals, formed under Luke's auspices as a Bronze Knight and Lord, tasked with mediating local disputes and conducting patrols. When conflicts arise that cannot be resolved, they are brought to Su Qing for resolution. Among the patrol, there are some valiant individuals serving. However, Su Qing currently cannot afford to maintain a larger standing army. The 300 armored Kirin guards are the limit for now. Plans to expand will be considered when the time comes to confront the barbarian tribes next year. On a late November night, after soothing Delia to sleep, Su Qing opened a system panel visible only to himself. First, he examined the territory information. Upon activating the system, a burst of colorful light illuminated the screen, revealing the details of the Seagull territory. Seagull territory, comprising the directly governed areas of Seagull Town, Augustus, Keel, and At. Affiliated family, Hagridis family, emblem, Qilin, Yellow Dragon. Family members, 2, population, 3,000 households, total across the 4 regions, administrative center, Seagull Town. A level 3 town, Lord's private property, 5 large smithies, 20-person seating, at level 2, 20 small redwood lumber mills, 10-person seating, at level 1, grain production, 85,000 units per half year, gold income, 20 gold coins per month, from the Lord's private property. With the outside smithy run by the Reed brothers now endowed with miraculous craftsmanship, military, Qilin guards, 320 men, elite, blue. Militia patrol, 320 men, regular, white, public order, 83, good, system item exclusive warehouse, basic divine court blueprint, blue, divine court dragon staff, blue, case of hundreds of solutions, blue. Antibiotics, the units, labor force, 6,500 adults, with 6,000 currently employed, 4,000 英寸 agriculture, 1,000英寸 industry, crafting, forestry, handicrafts, transportation, logistics, etc. 600英寸 the military. And 400英寸 estate logistics and livestock management, approximately 500 remaining unutilized, minors, under 4 years, 2,500, engaged in handicrafts, intelligence, auxiliary transportation, apprenticeships, etc. After his exploration, Su Qing sighed. The construction of the formal academy had to be postponed. It would have to wait until next July when he could afford to establish a true educational institution, the Seagull Academy, dedicated solely to the service of education. The surplus of 25,000 units of grain was reserved for the distribution to the incoming refugees and military forces after December and into the following year. It must not be touched. Chapter 16, Power Struggles at the end of November, when news of Seagull Town's grain yield of 2,000 jin per mu reached King's Landing. Disbelief swept through all, including the king. If such a crop existed, it would have been showcased long ago. Nevertheless, some, driven by curiosity, dispatched envoys to investigate. Ultimately, the reports confirmed the astounding yield of 2,000 jin per mu. When this revelation was substantiated, the king and his ministers fell into a profound silence. During the council meeting, King Aegon regarded Tywin Lannister, who, in turn, maintained a calm demeanor as he faced the king and the assembled ministers. Peter Baelish, contemplating the billiard balls on the table, remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe we ought to reassess the ownership of Seagull Town. the crown prince, the master of whisperers, the hand of the king, the minister of finance, and the minister of war all turned their gazes towards the king. Aegon, Carew glanced at Prince Rhaegar and said, Seagull Town is a vessel of Stonehelm, which in turn is a vessel of the Vale. Peter, are you aware of the consequences of such a decision? Peter pondered for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, neglecting Seagull Town could give rise to a lord who might instill fear across the 7 kingdoms, which would be detrimental for all. Your reputation would suffer as well. At present, the only knowledge the inhabitants of Seagull territory possess is that their lord is Su Qin Hegalis, unaware that Aegon is the king's name. Furthermore, I have heard that the denizens there have crossed over from your lands clandestinely. You possess the authority to adjudicate their sovereignty. Littlefinger Peter stoked the flames of ambition. Swift and ruthless, the existence of Su Qin disrupted his and Jon's plans. Such a person cannot be allowed to exist in the Vale. He harbors no desire for his presence. Yet, the assassination attempts have continually failed, rendering access to the manor impossible. Even now, the underhanded schemes must cease, for Su Qin Hegalis is not without protection. Recently, even approaching the vicinity of Seagull Manor has proven perilous, with a band of brigands capturing travelers along the way. Aegon cast a glance at the intelligence minister he had recently appointed, remaining silent. After a moment, a voice broke the stillness. If we proceed in this manner, I believe our adversaries would relish the prospect of a lord of knightly virtue joining our ranks. Tywin Lannister produced a letter and placed it upon the table. Prince Rhaegar caught the letter, glanced at its contents, and his expression shifted before he passed it to the king. The Stark family proclaimed that any who trespassed upon the lands of the Royce family's legitimate heir, a descendant of the first man, would incur the wrath of House Stark and the entirety of the North. Furthermore, it has been disclosed that corn may only be cultivated on lands blessed by Su Qin as lord. It can only be grown on the territory of the Kirin Church. Tywin sipped a glass of wine, his golden eyes fixed upon King Aegon. Aegon had previously rejected his proposal for a marriage alliance between Cersei and Rhaegar. Yet Tywin was determined to persist with this notion. An engagement can be annulled, after all. The Targaryen bloodline may harbor magical properties. Old Town is beginning to reveal its secrets. With the advent of magic, the secrets of immortality beckon irresistibly. Turning to face Lord Tywin, the military advisor displayed remarkable strategic acumen. He cast a glance at the contemplative king and remarked, If we harbored a hostile disposition towards this lord, who currently appears to be loyal to his majesty, I fear our adversaries will be abundantly supplied with resources. Even Jon Arryn has ceased his covert military support for House Tully due to the Stark family stance. The relationship between House Royce and House Stark is far more formidable than that between House Arryn and House Stark. Indeed, it is not a trivial matter. It is said that should the Starks become extinct, they could seek a male heir from House Royce to directly inherit the title of the Warden of the North. These two houses intermarry every 3 generations. After Tywin's remarks, silence enveloped the room. The king remained silent. The prince was silent. The ministers were silent. What calculations were they engaged in? None could discern. Rhaegar pondered briefly, producing another letter which he handed to Elia. Upon inspecting the family seal, a dragon's head, the emblem of House Hightower, Elia shot a glare at Rhaegar, feeling slighted by being left out of the news. However, the matter had not yet transpired, and their father-son relationship remained intact. Elia slowly unfolded the letter, the handwriting resembling that of a woman, inscribed with the words, To my esteemed protector of the realm. His Imperial Majesty Elia House Hightower shall generously provide Arba Ling units of grain annually to the king. Su Qin Hightower, as lord, also vows, in the presence of the 7, the old gods, and the dragon god, to forever pledge loyalty to House Targaryen and never to rebel against them. Signed, Su Qin Hightower. Seal, dragon seal. After reading, Elia cast a glance at Prince Rhaegar, then shifted her attention to the ministers. If this were the case, she would not mind having another vessel of ducal rank. Oaths hold significant weight. Historically, families that violated their oaths faced divine retribution. Moreover, Arba 000 units of grain is no trifling sum, capable of sustaining an army of 15,000 men. Su Qin alone could outweigh the taxes of many noble families. House Hightower had demonstrated ample sincerity, and she had no qualms about the Hightowers and Arryns engaging in their own disputes, knowing well that the latter was scheming. Furthermore, the Targaryens had not assassinated that distant cousin of theirs with Targaryen blood, as she had no inclination for such matters. Nevertheless, the Royces, Starks, and Aerys would undoubtedly suspect the Targaryens' involvement. She realized she must make a statement. Thus, Elia surveyed the surrounding ministers, particularly Peter, and declared, King's Landing shall not adopt a hostile stance towards Seagull Town. Rigor, take some time to visit Seagull Town and discern the nature of this so-called Kyrian religion. Very well. Father. King Aerys too did not explicitly state that miracles had long ceased to occur. However, according to the ancient texts of Ashad, magic indeed exists. He yearned to comprehend the true nature of the Kyrian deity. After the king concluded his address, he departed from the council chamber, leaving a multitude gazing at Rigor, their curiosity piqued by the contents of the letter. Once the king had exited, Rigor too vacated the hall, consumed by the desire to uncover the identity of the prophesied prince. He had no time to journey to Seagull Town. Instead, he intended to seek clues in the Hall of High Summer, hoping to encounter witches or similar figures who might provide some insight. This prophecy had troubled the Targaryen family for centuries, and its oral transmission by the king suggested its authenticity. Meanwhile, in the position of prime minister, Tywin was preoccupied with the billiard table, lost in thought. This matter bore little relevance to Su Qing. It was entirely orchestrated by Delia. In any case, Su Qing was utterly ignorant of intelligence and political alliances, yet he had affixed his own seal. Delia's political acumen was rated at 20. Akin to his initial prowess in martial strength, thus, it was prudent to leave such matters in her capable hands. Additionally, there was the need to investigate the deities of this world, as they seemed markedly distinct from those within the Chinese pantheon. The three-eyed raven and Bran Stark's uncanny ability to peer into the past heightened his vigilance. He could indeed traverse the river of time and glimpse the past. Now, the question loomed, was the future immutable? This was of paramount significance to Su Qing, compelling him to pursue clues in the direction of the divine. In truth, Su Qing's greatest wealth lay in his understanding that every life holds intrinsic value. He harbored a profound respect for each individual's existence. This foundation allowed him to reap numerous unforeseen rewards. Arrogance was the sole barrier to survival. Yet, at present, Su Qing was preoccupied with the question of what he might acquire in December. In the first month, he had amassed 10 items, while subsequent months yielded a maximum of 3 items each. The system had been idle for several months due to his foray into potion sales. On the final day of November, in the early hours, Su Qing lay in bed on the third floor, cradling Delia as they awaited the final moments. Delia was engrossed in perusing texts detailing miraculous magic. She was now aware that magic was indeed real, not merely a facet of mysticism. Meanwhile, Su Qing was perusing a system panel visible only to him, his gaze drifting over the territory map icons. He realized he had acquired the maps for all of Seagull's holdings, eliminating the need for planning on the wall map. While contemplating future road construction locations, he awaited the refresh time. Suddenly, Delia set her book aside and glanced at Su Qing's profile. Su Qing, I offer you a chance. You may take another wife as a secondary spouse. Would you choose Lyanna Stark or Elia Martell? Su Qing, startled, responded. Elia is engaged. What are you thinking, Delia? He rolled his eyes at Delia, who was nestled against his chest. You are enough for me. After a brief moment of exasperation, he returned his focus to the system screen. Seeing Su Qing's indifference, Delia felt a surge of joy mingled with melancholy. Pondering how the Royce family could possibly protect him, Delia turned over and lay atop Su Qing, their bodies pressed closely together. She faced him directly, her violet eyes locking onto his. If you were compelled to marry again, whom would you choose? Elia or Lyanna? She inquired. Or perhaps, Catelyn Tully? Are you perhaps intrigued by the light of the West, Cersei? Su Qing observed Delia's head emerging through the translucent screen, repeatedly questioning himself with a hint of exasperation. How could he possibly seek a rival in a wife? Moreover, he was utterly clueless about whom to marry. Elia, Lyanna, or the current Cersei. All were mysteries to him. Elia Martell was already betrothed. Surely, she was jesting at his expense. Additionally, as merely a baron, what weight did he hold? The noble families would never consent to their daughters marrying him, even as secondary wives. The Chilean sect permitted concubines and upheld a system of primogeniture, unless the firstborn voluntarily renounced their claim to inheritance. Upon further reflection, each of these individuals held significant importance. The last encounter had rendered the system inoperative for 3 months due to a few potions. Su Qing had no desire to provoke them. Who knew if marrying any of them would lead to the system's collapse? Thus, he responded, I cannot marry any of them. Delia immediately seized upon this pivotal point, narrow in her eyes. Su Qing, you are teasing me. Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want any of them. Now it has transformed into a matter of inability. Delia pressed her face close to Su Qing's, a subtle smile bracing her lips as she endeavored to entice him. Su Qing, at a loss for words, retorted, then let it be known. I refuse. Is that satisfactory? For the time being. He felt that having Delia was more than enough. Delia continued, just moments ago, you claimed you couldn't, now you state you won't. Su Qing. You are nothing but a deceitful rogue. Su Qing remained speechless, pondering how capricious women could be. Without further ado, he embraced Delia and rolled over, imparting a vigorous lesson that persisted until the midnight hour. Chapter 17, Predestined Outcomes in the Ancient City of Candlehold, home to the oldest library on the continent. Throngs of individuals arrive daily in pursuit of knowledge. Books constitute the city's greatest treasure. The architecture of Candlehold is characterized by towering stone walls and spires, housing numerous chambers and corridors, abundant in tomes and enveloped in tranquility. The city is overseen by a group known as the Keepers, composed of monks and scholars dedicated to safeguarding and maintaining the vast repository of knowledge. At the helm of this stewardship is the Candlehold family, also recognized as the Wickle family, whose lineage is steeped in antiquity. Candlehold boasts an extensive collection of works spanning various domains, including history, magic, and medicine, rendering it a sanctuary for seekers of wisdom and scholars alike. Access to this venerable city is governed by stringent regulations, typically requiring the donation of a book or alternative forms of knowledge in exchange for entry. However, a perplexing question arises. Why has the Lord of Candlehold targeted the Royce family? Is it merely an act of allegiance to the elusive John Arryn, aimed at eliminating political adversaries, or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? Evidently, the latter seems implausible. It would be illogical for certain monks and scholars to act against a particular family solely due to political strife. As the heartland of the Andals, the majority of nobility in the Vale professes devotion to the seven gods. Even the subjects within the bronze-blooded Royce territory exhibit peculiar beliefs. Beatrice Mormont venerates the old gods, while Alan also follows their ancient ways. Delia, who once worshipped the crone among the seven, has now turned her faith to the dragon god. In the territory of Seagull Town, where the populace once drew sustenance from the sea, many have worshipped deities of the ocean, including the drowned god. Yet, the nature of these sea gods varies, with the local veneration diverging from that of the Iron Islands. Despite Seagull Town and the neighboring Runestone now embracing the dragon god, the nobility, having encountered the allure of defensive magic, has begun to aspire towards the dragon god, as legends suggest it bestows immortality upon the Valyrians, a quintessential human desire. Thus, it seems quite unwise for Candlehold, a city comprised of scholars and monks, to display hostility towards Runestone. They publicly proclaim their ancient lineage on par with the venerable family of the Old Town and the High Tower. What, then, could be the underlying reason? Candlehold, and its monastery, serves as the grand cathedral of the seven gods' faith within the Kingdom of the Vale, where the bishops, adorned in crimson robes, fulfill their sacred duties. Their responsibilities extend beyond serving the divine. They are charged with the vital task of eradicating heresy. This may involve witchcraft, malevolent sorcerers who worship dark gods, or other figures deemed unorthodox. The bishop's mandate encompasses the judgment of these heretics, including the resolution of matrimonial disputes among the nobility. The faith of the seven permits only one lawful wife, with the exception of a certain family distinguished by their white hair. In a secluded chamber of a monastery, three men clad in white monk robes emerged, their laughter resonating as if the impending war outside held no relevance to them. Beyond the tranquility of the retreat room, two sisters in black robes awaited their turn to tend to the younger novices after the clergy had completed their rituals. Upon entering the room, the older sisters beheld a disarray of beds where two pallid novices lay. The young women, stripped of all possessions, exhibited expressions of shock and despair. Some were listless, while others wept quietly. These novices, fresh and innocent, had just arrived at the monastery, their families having been decimated by famine and directed to seek refuge in the convent by rural clergy. The villagers had claimed that the monastery primarily served to care for the ill, the clergy, or travelers in need. In their quest for survival, they had come to this haven, fully aware that their families had forsaken them. It was then that they comprehended the grim significance of the gold coin given to their parents by the rural priests they had been sold to these beasts. Initially, there was resistance, yet despair soon engulfed them as their defiance merely incited the depraved revelry of their captors. Ultimately, they learned to suppress their natural instincts. adopting a wooden demeanor to endure the violence. The Seagull Duchy possessed a similar nobility, yet it was strictly forbidden for these wretched women to be violated. The first nobles to transgress this decree faced execution. Those with prior records of abuse towards these women were swiftly beheaded. Were there noble families among them? Indeed. But what could they say? With his newfound power and the support of the populace, Su Qing wielded the authority to deal with the nobles within his domain as he pleased. That was the essence of power. Executions were merely executions. Any dissent could lead to the annihilation of entire clans under the pretext of rebellion. Lesser nobles had the option to ally themselves or face more ruthless measures. For leaving a lineage behind was not an option they could afford. The harsh reality remains that throughout history, wise rulers have opted for the eradication of entire families, an approach that simplifies governance. Those who are merciful often find themselves buried beneath mounds of earth. After all, gratitude is a virtue that contradicts the self-serving nature of humanity, a trait that strikes at the heart of divinity. Divinity, in this context, refers to the pursuit of order, while the demonic inclines towards chaos. Who is right and who is wrong? There is no absolute right or wrong, only differing perspectives. Thus, one should not pursue a rigid materialism, which may lead to madness in the face of greed and desire, nor an absolute idealism, which may plunge one into nihilism. Balance is paramount. The equilibrium of yin and yang represents the optimal path. Survival and desire encapsulate the essence of the game of power. Shifting the focus to the Candle Cave Monastery, the older sisters mechanically tended to the bodies of the young novices. Once cleansed, if a new patron or scholar took an interest in their forms, they might be afforded a meal of flesh that night. The older sisters, devoid of any emotion, meticulously gathered the remnants of their labor. For the young novices would inevitably become reflections of themselves, an endless cycle. They neither envy nor despise nor pity. Such is their vocation, and nothing more. Unfortunately, such occurrences are prevalent within the 7 divine churches across the nation. This is merely commerce. The church does not harbor idlers. This is a true reflection of the feudal medieval churches. Benevolent demons. The unattractive fare somewhat better, spared from the dual pressures of spirit and body. The most tragic are those who are beautiful and well-formed. Who knows who comforts them at night? How many entities, neither human nor ghostly, offer solace? Those who yield may be adorned with the title of a certain saint, while those who resist might be branded as heretics and perish in flames. Are there good monks? Indeed. And there are many. Yet, most meet a grim fate. Those with desires often occupy high positions. This is the nature of feudal propriety. In Candle Hollow City, within the 7 divine monastery, Cardinal Mel stands in prayer beneath the statue of the 7 gods, eyes closed. A cleric enters, whispering something in his ear before kneeling behind him. After a half-sand glass, Cardinal Mel rises slowly, his voice shadowed. Prepare for our departure. We return to King's Landing tomorrow. Internally, he curses the accursed Hightower family, who, after receiving a shipload of corn for their studies, have begun to favor that seagull baron. Where has your faith in the divine gone? It should have flourished amidst the dance of blood dragons. Filth! In Candle Hollow Castle, the head of the Candle Hollow family, Andrew Whiteley, angrily tears apart a letter. John, Allen, you truly are a deceitful wretch. Andrew seethes with rage. Having anticipated that the Stark family, known for their long-standing friendship with the Royce family, would intervene, yet he had hoped John would provide support. The Whiteley family has tasks to fulfill. Yet, to his dismay, John has succumbed. The Stark family continues to protect the Royces. After all these years, still so obstinate. Where is your nobility, Stark? Where is your glory, Stark? Where, indeed, is your stance? Was it not agreed that we would rebel against House Targaryen together? John, covertly offering him military support, dares not confront the Royces head-on alongside House Strongstone. After all, they are an ancient noble lineage. The military minister must first resist. He must gather his belongings. At worst, he might cede the lands of the Earl of Strongstone, previously claimed by the Royces. Ironically, a war has yet to commence, and yet, it has already been predetermined by the esteemed nobles above. The game of power, indeed, is one you play well. Chapter by the final refresh. On the morning of December 1st, 275 AC, Su Qing helplessly glanced at the octopus-like figure of his beloved Delia. Cautiously and slowly extricating himself from her grasp, the woman was truly terrifying. He got out of bed and dressed leisurely, while Delia, lying on the bed, opened her eyes slightly to glance at Su Qing, then turned her head to look out the window, noting that the sun had yet to rise. before rolling over to resume her slumber. The pleasures of the previous night had caused Su Qing to completely forget to check the refreshed items for December. Upon opening the system shop, he was greeted with a mix of excitement, confusion, and frustration at several intriguing items. With a resigned sigh, Su Qing sat on the bed in the study on the second floor, scratching his head, realizing he would need to borrow money again. December refresh items, choose one of 3. Upon selection, the other 2 will be reclaimed by the system. This refresh offers no directional choices, presenting 3 epic level items, purple. The system will not refresh again for a long time. Host, we have other significantly important matters to attend to. After carefully noting this statement, Su Qing continued to peruse. Item 1, Candle Dragon Heart Pendant, purple, a couple's magical defense earring, containing 2 spells, blood recognition for ownership. Capable of contracting dual masters, can be 1 male and 1 female, or 2 females, or 2 males. Spell 1, Candle Dragon Shield, purple, active passive use. Generates a magical shield with a radius of 3 meters, can be charged with magical crystals, and is reusable. Spell 2, Candle Dragon Eye, purple, active use. Allows the signing of a master-servant contract with an animal, sharing vision. 1 can contract 1 animal, and upon the animal's death, a new one can be contracted again using magical crystals. Exchange price, 1,000 gold coins. Item 2, Dragon Wing, purple, a flying magical item. Can be charged with magical crystals, blood recognition for ownership. Purple magical crystal, 1 charge allows for flight over 1,000 kilometers. When energy is depleted, a reserve hidden energy is available for the user to land safely. Exchange price, 1,000 gold coins. Item 3, Scaly Dragon Jade, purple, contains 2 healing spells. Can be reused through charging, blood recognition for ownership. Spell 1, Floral Essence, purple, gathers the life essence from flowers, and after being guided by magical energy, can heal internal and external injuries and cure toxins. Driven by magic crystals, magical stones. Spell 2, Exorcism Spell, purple, utilizes the pure energy from magical crystals to dispel any dark magic that disrupts the soul, with the amount of magical crystals increasing based on the enemy's magical power. Exchange price, 1,000 gold coins. Only 1 can be chosen. Host, please choose carefully. This is the greatest concession the system can offer before a complete transformation of the cultural landscape in the territory. It is clear that gold coins are far from sufficient to exchange for magical items. Su Qing was astonished. He fell into silence. He desired them all. With the ability to fly, he could traverse all of Westeros. The earrings held great versatility. With the Dragon Jade, he need not fear illness or death. However, he could only choose 1. Su Qing hesitated for a prolonged period, finally settling on a particular item. After making his selection, he proceeded to make the payment. That evening, on the double bed, Delia found Su Qing to be rather awkward. Although he was engrossed in a book, he occasionally cast glances at her. Eventually, Delia, growing frustrated, snatched the book from Su Qing's hands and positioned herself atop him, relishing the moment. What is it that you wish to convey? Spit it out already. I can see you picking at me. It's rather bothersome. Su Qing, feeling helpless, sensed a significant loss of authority due to his lack of financial autonomy. Rubbing his head, he said, Delia, I need to borrow some money. Borrow money? For what purpose? Delia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Looking into Delia's violet eyes, Su Qing extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace. I wish to exchange for something. Exchange for something? Delia fell silent. After a moment of shared gaze, she perceived something amiss and quietly asked, should I step aside? Su Qing met her gaze and replied, no need, this is a miracle. Upon hearing this, Delia chuckled, feeling fortunate to witness such a miracle. How much do you need? 1,000 gold. Delia disentangled herself from Su Qing's embrace, donned her shoes, and rummaged through a silver box beneath the bed. After a brief search, she retrieved a fabric pouch and tossed it onto the bed. She had a penchant for hiding her belongings under the bed, despite the presence of a secret door in the room. I brought 3,000 gold, count it yourself. I'm curious to see this miracle of the divine dragon. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she observed Su Qing. Su Qing nodded, waving his right hand, causing a portion of the gold coins to vanish. Delia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Su Qing, pointing at the disappearing coins. Her eyes widened in disbelief. With another gesture, a violet glow materialized in the air. Violet epic! A pair of amethyst black earrings gracefully descended before Delia. She slowly caught the exquisite piece, inspecting it with care. The dragon's eye on the earring was violet, in contrast to the golden eye of the previous dragon necklace she had seen. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "What is this?" Xu Qing smiled. "These are the candle dragon couple earrings, intended for couples." "For couples?" Delia meticulously caressed the earring, certain that there was a matching piece for her. Raising her head, she declared, "I like it." Just as she was about to adorn herself with it, Xu Qing intervened. "Delia, we each get one. I want one too. They can protect both ourselves and each other. Their utility is immense. Each earring can invoke 2 spells. The first is the Violet Magic Candle Dragon Shield, which provides both active and passive protection for us. The second spell is the Candle Dragon Eye, allowing us to bond with an animal and see through its perspective. Moreover, it can be reused. However, it requires a magic crystal to activate and must be bound by blood. Private Binding. Delia stared blankly at the earrings, realizing that even the most esteemed individuals in the world might not possess such treasures. She cast a deep glance at Xu Qing, who could have kept it for himself and sold it at a high price, for he was in dire need of money, having borrowed 3 times already. He even confided in her about his desire to exchange it, having witnessed the so-called miracle. She understood his intent and had also beheld the miracle. To be honest, she was profoundly astonished. Although she was uncertain about the nature of the miracle, it mattered little at this moment to her. Xu Qing was far more significant than any phenomenon. Delia smiled and thought, "What are we waiting for?" She swiftly retrieved a sewing needle from beside the bed, climbed onto the bed, and sat on Xu Qing's abdomen. She gently took his left hand and pierced a small hole in his finger, aligning it with the earring. As their blood mingled, a flash of purple light surged forth. Then tranquility returned. Xu Qing smiled, carefully took Delia's right hand, and cautiously pricked her ring finger, merging the purple earring with her blood. Another flash of purple light illuminated the room. Xu Qing slowly sat up, supporting Delia. As they hung the earrings on each other as earlobes once adorned, Delia closed her eyes, and Xu Qing tenderly kissed her. The two seized the moment to nurture new life. It was yet another exhausting night. The key was that Delia was vast in spirit, her soil fertile, and her rivers flowing. Xu Qing could hardly keep up. By morning, he emerged supporting himself against the wall after exchanging for December's goods. It was time to attend to business. The grains had already been packed into burlap sacks. The corn was sun-dried, with 5,000 units of seeds set aside for preservation. A truly precious resource. Next came the archers. Currently, 50 redwood bows had been crafted, and arrangements were underway for the arrows' production. Training was about to commence. The effective range of the horn bows was an impressive 150 meters, indeed formidable. The light cavalry training was also set to begin in earnest. Light cavalry was of paramount importance. Xu Qing needed to carefully select which dynasty and which army's cavalry template to summon for these 50 individuals. However, patience was required. He had the funds. Light cavalry could be utilized for terrain reconnaissance, hit-and-run tactics, rapid support, hunting down fleeing enemies, and guerrilla infantry, with well-crafted weapons and highly skilled soldiers. If the enemy was not particularly formidable, a single mounted archer could take on dozens of infantry, as history has recorded. Of course, light cavalry, including heavy cavalry, should not recklessly charge into a solid infantry formation. A light cavalry assault on a fortified infantry phalanx would be tantamount to seeking death. Historically, except for a few battles, most engagements were infantry versus infantry, determining the outcome of the conflict. Cavalry was intended for guerrilla warfare. In fact, the rivalry between two nations often revolved around the repeated contention for a crucial region. The first order of business in warfare: seek advantageous terrain for encampment. The second, contest water sources and distribute troops to secure supply routes. The third, deploy scouts to defend against ambushes. The fourth, seek intelligence on the enemy's vulnerabilities, striving to achieve maximum results with minimal effort. The fifth matter: the commander and the general must each take their respective positions, enforcing orders with unwavering resolve. Only then shall they engage in deliberations upon the map regarding the strategy for the impending battle, contemplating how and where to commence the conflict. Furthermore, a nation rich in cultural heritage often requires the waging of numerous battles before it can be utterly vanquished. To determine a nation's rise or fall based on a single battle is conceivable, yet the likelihood remains slim. Ultimately, it shall be a comprehensive confrontation encompassing economics, agriculture, technology, military prowess, culture, and the will of the people. Chapter 19. Preparations before the war. In the realm of Breckland lies the Strongstone Beach, a fief of the Strongstone family. This family holds dominion over 4 territories within Strongstone Beach, boasting greater strength than the 3 territories of the Candlehold family. Yet, why do they submit to the Candlehold family and serve as their vassals? This is due to the Candlehold family's status as the most significant cultural and ecclesiastical center in the Vale Kingdom and indeed throughout the eastern lands of Westeros, with the Candlehold Library rivaling the Grand Library of Old Town. Most southern territories, at the very least baronial lands, typically possess a church. However, the Stone-Faced territory does not, as its lord still adheres to the old gods, guided by the bloodline of the first men. Nevertheless, the faith of the Seven lacks an overt religious military force, thus rendering it incapable of coercing faith, except for one individual, the Little Sparrow, who aims to reorganize the ecclesiastical army, though he remains suppressed by the High Septon. The church wields considerable influence over the nobility. In the south, marriages require the witness and blessing of a bishop or cleric to be deemed legitimate. Records of noble marriages are preserved collaboratively by the church, the king, and scholars to prevent impostors from masquerading as nobility. Furthermore, the faith of the 7 mandates that each adherent may only have one lawful wife, with the church also overseeing matters concerning concubines and adultery. This implies that the church possesses considerable authority. But who bestows such power upon the church? It is the nobility, the deities, and the naive populace. Through a confluence of these forces, the church has amassed its power. Ostensibly a sanctuary devoted to the divine, it clandestinely colludes with the nobility, acting as an accomplice to their exploitation. Brackland also houses a church known as the Brackland Church. A multitude of soldiers are stationed here, though the reason remains unclear. Perhaps the nuns within know why the army is encamped near the church. Contrasting the turmoil within, outside Brackland Fortress lies the army of the Stone-Faced territory, comprising a total of 300 men. They surround yet do not assault, observing whether reinforcements will arrive from elsewhere. The walls of Brackland Fortress rise 4 meters high, with a single wall extending approximately 1 kilometer far from insignificant. However, how many soldiers are stationed within? According to intelligence, there are 500 armored spearmen, 200 archers, and 400 militia with spears, totaling 1,000 defenders for this castle estate. The question arises, can they withstand the siege? An assault by sun. 300 men may incur substantial casualties, yet it is assured they could breach the defenses. Why? With only 250 defenders per wall on average, the strategy aims to minimize losses. A capable commander must seek to achieve the greatest damage to casualty ratio with the least sacrifice. The walls stand merely 4 meters tall, an inviting target for a small siege tower. One cannot trust that the defenders will remain vigilant through the night. The siege tower is a formidable contraption, capable of rising 20 meters. It is large, equipped with wheels, and constructed of timber. Its exterior is fortified with wooden walls to defend against arrows, while the interior is fitted with numerous wooden ladders. During the siege, the vanguard soldiers, brandishing their shields, would ascend from the siege towers to the highest battlement, fiercely engaging the defenders on the city walls in a struggle for dominance. The formidable apparatus facilitating this assault was the large siege transport tower, to secure a segment of the wall for the subsequent light infantry to establish a safe landing. It was typically the elite vanguard troops, handsomely compensated for their valor, who led the charge. These vanguard soldiers, clad in full armor, bore the brunt of enemy arrows, clearing out the opposing infantry surrounding the landing zone. They would then allow the shield bearers to advance, erecting a makeshift shield wall on the battlements to guard against the archers within the city. Following this, light infantry would swiftly infiltrate from behind the shield bearers, fighting tenaciously to claim more of the wall, with the ultimate objective of controlling the city gates. Once the gates were breached, cavalry would rapidly enter, followed by the infantry in an orderly fashion, engaging in urban warfare until the defending soldiers were vanquished, thereby declaring victory in the siege. As for breaching the fortress of Blackland, it is not particularly challenging, yet minimizing casualties is paramount, provided that informants within the city relay timely intelligence. A covert assault under the cover of night could succeed in a matter of moments. The crux of the matter lies in outsmarting the heavily armored spear wielders. At this juncture, in the central camp, Alan Royce, clad in knightly armor, surveyed the city walls, awaiting the completion of the siege weaponry assembly. Among these were battering rams capable of breaching the gates, effective tools for siege warfare. A 4-meter-high wall obstructing 300 regular troops is quite absurd, despite the fact that Seagull Manor also boasts a wall of similar height. Returning to the matter at hand, the duration for which Alan must besiege Blackland remains uncertain. Historically, sieges have lasted years or months. The initial goal is to demoralize the enemy, seeking opportune moments to strike with overwhelming force and breach the walls. Should 3 attempts to penetrate the fortifications fail, a retreat to reassess strategies is necessary, as the morale of one's own troops would likely plummet, necessitating rest and reward to invigorate their spirits. After contemplating effective siege tactics, Aelin sat in the command tent, savoring a bowl of fresh corn porridge that was quite delectable. Yet he sighed, lamenting that it could only be cultivated on that young lad's territory. Furthermore, with the dragon god's blessing in the mix, he pondered how he might safeguard such a situation. Thus, he resolved to seek assistance from his elder brother, House Stark, who was known for his loyalty and staunch support of the Royce family as son-in-law. With a moment to spare, Aelin picked up a novel on Valyrian magic. The entire Royce family had recently developed an interest in magic, with even the youngest, Weimer, spending his days immersed in the library. Witnessing the existence of magic firsthand was truly transformative. Fortunately, the Royce family had a surplus of amethyst crystals to allow Delia and that young fellow to experiment. Just yesterday, Delia had requested 2 crystals, though Aelin was unaware of her intentions. He felt a pang of frustration. His daughter was turning away from home, and each amethyst crystal was worth its weight in gold. They not only provided illumination but also served as the source of magical energy for the Wall of Despair. Yolan silently finished his bowl of corn porridge, continuing to peruse his books as he awaited the completion of preparations. At the Seagull Manor training grounds, Su Qin was practicing archery with a new horn bow, its body flushed with a vibrant hue, measuring a suitable length and weighing 3 jin. Only the section where the bowstring connected was forged from high-quality iron. With unwavering concentration, Su Qin straightened his chest and lowered his head to aim, slightly contracting his abdomen. Suddenly, he released his hands, and the 50-centimeter-long arrow, adorned with feathers, shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the air towards the wooden target 100 meters away. Accompanied by a thrilling whoosh, a silver flash appeared, striking the bull's-eye, eliciting cheers from Minister Like and his entourage of guards. Su Qin retracted his redwood hornbow and addressed the centurions and sergeants nearby. Did everyone see that? This is how the stance should be. You fire your arrows like wooden stakes, with your eyes not on the target, your abdomen unsteady, and your hips not pushed back slightly. How do you expect to hit the mark? Hurry back and shoot at least 500 arrows daily. The first one to hit the bullseye 10 times in a row will receive a reward of 50 gold. The officers returned to their respective units, while Like personally instructed within the Chilling Guard. Shooting 500 arrows each day was of utmost necessity. Much like firearms, can a sharpshooter truly be shaped by mere posture training? Not necessarily. The essence lies in the muscle memory cultivated through hundreds, even thousands of shots. Much like wielding a sword, if one engages in combat daily, trust me, with relentless practice over the years, one becomes formidable. This is the power of experiential learning. Hence, the initial 50 individuals possessing horn bows must practice at least 500 times daily. Their physical condition is already commendable. Once they adopt the bowman template of a certain dynasty, they may achieve elite, blue tier, status. This encapsulates Su Qin's plan for December. Beyond economic development, he aimed to stockpile bows and arrows, train elite troops, and prepare leather armor. Admittedly, a month is far from sufficient for the entire process. When the time comes, he intends to seal off the roads leading out from the Minwa Lake clan to prevent any potential threats. The Arrow Tower Fortress, designed by Su Qin himself, blue tier, is specifically prepared to block the routes of the barbarian tribes. While Su Qin may not be needed on the front lines, he has been dispatched by Yolan to prepare for the task of eradicating the Minwa Lake clan in July of the following year. His wife, Delia, is entrusted with managing state affairs and cultivating arable land. Her political acumen of 20 is not to be squandered. In December, economically, the corn will be dried and stored. With all 800 households of farmers set to sow seeds in January, aiming to cultivate corn across all acres, the yield is expected to be staggering 2,000 jin per acre, totaling 750,000 units of grain for the coming year. Even after paying the Talbai, Ling units of grain as tribute to Iris R, there will still be 550,000 units remaining, sufficient to sustain tens of thousands of households. Chapter 20. Year-end conference throughout the entire month of December. Each individual was engrossed in their own endeavors. Su Qin was tasked with assisting in the training of archers, as the Chilling Guards would undoubtedly require elite warriors skilled in both mounted archery and infantry combat. In his leisure time, Su Qin secluded himself in the library, poring over tomes on craftsmanship. After all, to achieve prosperity, one must first construct the roads. The design of the brick kilns necessitated his diligent contemplation. When inspiration struck, he would meticulously sketch his ideas on paper, occasionally seeking specific guidance from Delia and the artisans. Meanwhile, Delia continued overseeing the construction of 5 farming households. And Su Qing ultimately decided to sell a portion of the grain. He successfully sold a total of units of corn, a commodity highly coveted by the merchants of Pentos. Even though Su Qing informed them that this crop could only be cultivated on his own land, the merchants were eager to acquire it, thinking, "We must try. And if it fails, we shall address that later." They even offered a lofty price of 10 copper per pound, given corn's drought-resistant nature. A total of 10,000 units of corn, amounting to 300,000 pounds, was sold at this remarkable price. The merchants believed that every farmer in Pentos would be intrigued by this crop, even knowing it would not sprout elsewhere. Thus, Su Qing earned 3,000 gold coins. The first order of business was to repay the 1,000 gold coins borrowed from his wife's family. A loan is a loan, it must be repaid. While his wife might indulge him out of love, borrowed money, regardless of familial ties, demands repayment. The matter of parental obligations is their own concern. This is a fundamental principle. However, it was evident that Delia had not pressed for repayment. Su Qing's intention to repay was already a source of satisfaction for her, as it signified the successful investment of the royal's family. More importantly, Su Qing pledged that in the future, he would bestow the blessing of the dragon god upon the city of Fushur. Of course, by that time, the lordship might have changed hands, a not uncommon occurrence in this world. One moment, a knight of a certain family, the next, a holder of a grand domain's inheritance, transforming from subordinate to peer. With the remaining funds, Su Qing found himself with 600 gold coins. The lord's private wealth was not factored into this total, as the Seagull blacksmith shop, run by the brothers Reed and Kent, had already established itself as one of the larger smithies in the region. The lumber camp had long been appropriated by Su Qing for public use. There was, however, another dilemma. Su Qing had previously promised that each household would receive 1 gold coin annually for their living expenses, in addition to settling past debts for grain. Yet, the number of households had surged to 800, making it impossible to fulfill this promise. Currently, Su Qing operated under a semi-collective labor system. When he approached the populace with a sense of guilt to disclose this predicament, surprisingly, some took the lead in asserting that the distributed farming tools were already of considerable value. Furthermore, Su Qing's system of collecting grain and redistributing it equitably ensured that each household possessed a similar surplus. They expressed that merely surviving was a significant improvement. More importantly, there was hope for the future. They resided in stone brick homes, enjoying a quality of life far superior to that in other regions. Certainly, once the town of Seagull was established, the preliminary accumulation of capital was nearly complete, leaving future arrivals to toil in the industrial zone in exchange for gold coins. They would construct homes to sell to the newcomers, supplemented by a 4-acre land deed for each household. The price of these homes would be modest, as the population of this world necessitated substantial development. Farmers, citing this rationale, resolutely rejected the wages for this year. A leader emerged to voice this sentiment, which brought great relief to Su Qing. However, obligations must be fulfilled. The debts owed to the farmers would need to be repaid in the coming year. This was a promise. The pressing question arose: how to allocate the 3,600 gold coins. Thus, Su Qing convened a year-end meeting. By the end of December, the Seagull Castle was abuzz with activity, as the minor nobles brought their families, wives, and children to partake in the festivities. The event was hosted by Delia, fostering connections among the attendees. This year had treated the nobles well, thanks to the ample salaries provided by Su Qing. Yet, envy and regret lingered among some. For Su Qing had centralized control over all the land, resulting in an abundant corn yield. However, when they learned that corn could only flourish on land blessed by the dragon god, their jealousy subsided. If only the lord reaped the benefits, that would be acceptable. But should some noble estates yield corn, it would surely spark a shadowy conflict behind closed doors. Su Qing was now gathering all the nobles and prominent merchants within his territory for a formal lord's meeting in the large conference room on the first floor. Their families were outside enjoying the year-end banquet, while the nobles themselves were required to engage in this official assembly. The large conference room was filled with minor nobles seated along both sides, while at the table's edge sat the powerful figures of Seagull Town, commander of the Kirin Guard. Ella, minister of logistics, Nak, right minister of finance, Trunk, minister of patrol, Luke, minister of craftsmanship, Bree, minister of military affairs, Lake, and minister of intelligence, Cram. Unbeknownst to them, the table was nearing full capacity. Su Qin surveyed the ministers and nobles before him and declared, "All right, everyone, please be silent. The meeting is about to commence." Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room. Cran's young son, Clee, was diligently recording the minutes of the meeting, already quite adept. And his political acumen had astonishingly increased by 3 points truly remarkable. Su Qin raised a glass from the table, caressing its surface, and began, "First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all of you for your diligence in my inaugural year, during which no significant errors have occurred. I trust you have come to understand my regulations." The ministers nodded, as did the surrounding merchant minor nobles. The regulations were clear: no oppression of the common folk, no challenges to the Lord's authority, and no clandestine transactions involving farmland. Observing the expressions of the ministers, Su Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. Loyalty levels exceeded 85%. However, those among the old nobility, led by Trunk, had diminished to 80%. As Su Qin's confiscation of their land and the soaring corn yield led them to perceive his actions as a trap. Nevertheless, Su Qin's military strength and authority among the populace were formidable, compelling them to trust in the promised compensations from Baron Seagull. Once the atmosphere settled, Su Qin continued, sweeping his gaze across the assembly of nobles, exerting psychological pressure. Noticing the right minister of finance, Trunk, Su Qin sensed a hint of fear in him. Fear was appropriate. A lack of it would be concerning. After surveying the assembly of nobles around him, Su Qin continued, "This year, we have accomplished the remarkable feat of reorganizing our subjects and transitioning all inhabitants of the territory towards agriculture. From an initial count of 700 households, we have now expanded to 2,800. I am quite pleased with this outcome, but more importantly, these commoners are now living better lives than ever before." The meeting hall fell into a profound silence, as everyone strained to absorb the crucial information regarding how to generate revenue in the coming year, and whether the Lord would introduce any new policies. These were their true concerns. Su Qin understood that the nobles, deep down, held little regard for the common people. Yet he felt compelled to utter these words first. This is the nature of the game. It is essential to convey the attitude of power. Looking around, he continued, "The second matter to address is that the trading area in the center of Xiaoyu town is now open for bidding. Within the 640,000 square meters I have meticulously planned, I intend to establish a grand trading square in the southeastern corner of the inner city of Xiaoyu town, while reserving some surrounding areas for the construction of shops. The official commencement of this commercial zone is expected in the year AC 277. By that time, I shall undoubtedly possess a solid industrial foundation, with bricks already fired and ready for use." As Su Qin observed the merchants around him, who were now engaged in hushed discussions, he noted their keen interest. "The goods you sell to the populace will require my review prior to sale. Furthermore, the commercial tax I will impose is set at 20%. I believe this is of significant concern to you. Please discuss this tax rate among yourselves. And should you have any opinions, present them now. I shall return once you have concluded your deliberations." In truth, Su Qin planned to impose a similar tax rate of around 20% on all forms of taxation in the future. Although theoretically, all property belonging to the common folk within the territory belonged to him, these individuals were not mere NPCs. They possessed their own thoughts and aspirations, necessitating a movement towards economic and cultural renaissance. In the future, he would undoubtedly expand citizens' rights, positioning Xiaoyu town at the forefront of institutional advancement globally. With that, Su Qin raised a glass of wine and exited the conference room. Inside, the atmosphere began to buzz with conversation, as the nobles, aware of his presence, dared not speak loudly. Meanwhile, just outside the conference room in the banquet hall, the families of nobles and merchants were engaged in conversations with Delia and others, primarily consisting of the wives of Su Qin's ministers, as socializing was an essential skill for noblewomen. During the banquet, some nobles noticed the Lord of Xiaoyu leaning against the doorway, observing the festivities. Delia also spotted Su Qin and raised her glass in salute, to which he reciprocated. After a brief interlude of about 15 minutes, Su Qin gradually returned to the meeting room. As he settled into his seat, the merchant's representative, Minister of Intelligence Karen, spoke up. "My lord, we are quite satisfied with this tax rate. However, we wish to inquire if the harbor tax will also be set at 20%. The reduced harbor tax would be half of the previous rate, which would attract many external merchants to Xiaoyu town. Xu Qing smiled, indeed. The harbor tax for incoming maritime merchants will also be set at 20%. As for the local merchants' vessels docking here to sell their goods, I shall not impose any harbor tax on you. The small nobles and merchants on both sides nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied. Su Qing gestured for Karen to rise and inquire among the merchants, who were eager for an opportunity to voice their opinions but hesitant to speak directly to him. After Karen stood and circled the group to pose the questions, he returned to his seat and reported, "My lord. The merchants are quite pleased with the tax rate and express a keen interest in purchasing corn or cornmeal at a high price. They believe that this long-lost grain can fetch a good price." Curiosity piqued, Su Qing asked, "Did corn exist on the continent before?" Karen chuckled. "There is a town in the western region known as Corn Town, and scholars recently transported a shipload of it. It is not difficult to deduce that this grain is indeed recorded in history, although I cannot directly state this matter." After some contemplation, Karen added, "My lord. The ancient texts of Yashogu mention that corn existed 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago." Su Qing silently noted this. The formal sale of corn would be discussed again at the end of April this year. It was crucial to determine the buyers carefully. Once everything concluded, Su Qing surveyed the room and turned his gaze towards Trent. "The final significant matter at hand is the substantial compensation I will provide for the actions taken against the noble houses of Augustus, Tyr, and Ide regarding your fiefdoms." Trent immediately lifted his head, and the two other lords looked at Su Qing with curiosity about the nature of this compensation. Observing their reactions, Su Qing retrieved 3 contracts from his pocket and handed them to Ella to pass along. Trent received them, examined the documents, and exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, is this genuine?" With a smile, Su Qing replied, "This is your compensation. You are to personally deliver the contracts I have drafted to Scholar Dan for safekeeping in the academic city. Of course, I also have rewards for my newly appointed ministers." Su Qing then produced several more contracts. The ministers looked at them with expressions of astonishment and satisfaction. All ministers' loyalty ratings exceeded 90, having fully secured their territories, allowing for comprehensive planning concerning the land and the protection of other directly governed regions. The system provided this notification, which was precisely Su Qing's aim. After the agreements were finalized, Su Qing departed the meeting room. The 7 ministers exchanged glances, tucking the contracts bearing the yellow dragon seal securely into their garments. Su Qing pledged to grant each of the 3 former noble families 500 gold coins annually as land redemption fees for a duration of 10 years. Beginning next year, the ministers' salaries would be elevated to 500 gold coins per annum, to be paid in a lump sum. Naturally, the salaries of the lower-ranking officials would also see an increase. Following a bountiful harvest next year, Su Qing intended to deeply intertwine his interests with theirs, solidifying his control over the seagull territory, encompassing both nobles and commoners alike. The most effective method to achieve this was through profit sharing. However, this would not happen immediately. It would be contingent upon his genuine wealth, which he anticipated would materialize next year. At that time, the financial support provided would be sustainable. The system acknowledged the territorial rights of the 4 domains under his control, which was of paramount importance. This meant Su Qing could freely manipulate other regions and the areas suitable for corn cultivation. This was, at present, his greatest leverage in maintaining power. Chapter 21, The Brothel Scheme. After the meeting, Su Qing entered the study. With a treasury of 600 gold coins, he faced the pressing dilemma of how to allocate these funds wisely. Naturally, the ministers' salaries would only be disbursed at the end of April, following the harvest of the new corn, thus amplifying the utility of this sum. It was imperative to assess how many more residential units could be expanded from the remaining balance. Currently, Seagull Town housed approximately 800 families, and it was anticipated that the number would swell in the coming year. However, there were only 305 house farms available, leaving 300 families cramped in the homes of others. Tensions had begun to rise between those with and without housing, necessitating prompt development. Therefore, a half-year financial plan was essential. Seated at the desk, Su Qing retrieved a quill and a sheet of paper, noting the fine quality of the parchment. He commenced his meticulous planning. In the year 276 AC, first half financial planning, principal, 600 gold income, negligible grain stock, 65,000 units, after distribution and sales, 15,000 units remain military salary advance, January-May, 300 Qilin guard soldiers, 500 gold, 5 gold person, 10 mid-level chilling guard captains, 100 gold, 10 gold person, total, 1. 600 gold political officials salary advance, January-May, 30 domestic officials, 300 gold, 10 gold person, patrol salary advance, January-May, 250 patrolmen, 375 gold, 3 silver months. 50 patrol squad leaders, 125 gold, 5 silver person. Total, 500 gold castle manor ordinary craftsman advance, 500 gold, 1 gold person, weapons and armor materials advance, 300 gold total, 3. 200 gold remaining liquid funds, 400 gold. With only 400 gold at his disposal, the prospect of constructing 85 house farms in 5 months seemed ludicrous. The budget was woefully insufficient. 500 gold would be required monthly to build 105 house farms. Where could such funds be procured? A solution must be sought to recoup the distributed funds. Currently, both residents and nobles were financially secure, with ample grain, rendering hunger a non-issue. Thus, the notion of establishing a central complex in Seagull Town began to take shape. Let us build a brothel, an official brothel. This would gather all the unfortunate women engaged in this profession who are free of sexually transmitted diseases, or simply the indolent, protecting them from noble exploitation. Wealthy soldiers and officers would also find a venue for entertainment here. Let us not speak of chastity in this era. It is but a jest in the eyes of the nobility. Of course, there exist families that cherish virtue, embodying a spirit of order. Moreover, as long as the offspring are of one's own bloodline, it is not uncommon for couples to indulge in separate affairs. Once the brothel is established, mutual consent will render it harmless. In this age, there is a dearth of nighttime entertainment. One cannot expect everyone to emulate Su Qing, who tirelessly pores over texts in search of divine clues in this world. Once he had made up his mind, Su Qing swiftly began to explore the architectural styles of this era. Over the past few months, he had acquired numerous books from merchants to supplement his knowledge. Consequently, the leisure moments of January were spent in his study, where he envisioned architectural designs, only requiring a general concept to be rendered into detailed blueprints by the craftsmen. Certain structures could be researched independently by the artisans, thus the large blacksmith shop would eventually serve a dual purpose as a research institute, albeit needing to be separated for enhanced efficiency in the future. On January 3rd, at Seagull Manor, Delia, accompanied by 2 skilled tailors who had returned from Cayenne City, commenced an inspection of the farmers' planting progress for the first season of the year. The results were promising, with 800 households. They were on track to cultivate the designated large plots of land, one large plot being approximately 1,000 square meters, within 2 weeks. Each evening, upon her return, Delia inquired about Su Qing, who seemed to retreat into his study every morning after training his guards and exercising. At night, he was incessantly engrossed in books on architectural structures, leaving her perplexed about his pursuits. One day, upon learning that Su Qing was in his study on the 2nd floor, Delia resolved to pay him a visit. Arriving at the door, she knocked gently. Su Qing was absorbed in his reading, having already outlined the plans for the brothel, which would feature a 3-story main building soaring approximately 25 meters high. However, the specifics required further contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of knocking interrupted him. "Come in. The door is open," he called out. As Delia gazed at the characters on the blueprint reading Red Gold Pavilion, a multitude of questions flooded her mind. What kind of structure was this? She settled beside Su Qing. "What is this building?" she inquired. Su Qing glanced at her and affectionately kissed her cheek, causing her face to flush slightly. His boldness was undeniable. "It is a brothel," he replied, returning to his sketches. As a civil engineer, he found little difficulty in designing several stories of a building. Creating structures and delegating their construction had become a delightful pastime for him. Delia felt bewildered. If her memory served her correctly, a brothel was merely an establishment for courtesans. Why would he construct such a thing? Was he in need of money? Su Qing chuckled softly. "I am devising a means to recoup the funds I have disbursed." "Why must you recover it?" she questioned, puzzled. "Because the expenses in Seagull territory are minimal. The nobility no longer requires the maintenance of substantial private armies. There are no thieves left. Moreover, the commoners can privately sell the grain I allocate to them to certain merchants, which is unavoidable. This results in a surplus of idle funds. Money resting in their pockets is utterly worthless to me." Delia was taken aback, struggling to comprehend this perspective. Why not save the money instead of spending it? Why insist on having them expend their funds? Su Qing raised his gaze, remarking on Delia's splendid appearance that day. Her allure at 20 was undeniable. Her beauty is as refreshing as the dawn, particularly her enchanting violet eyes, reminiscent of shimmering gems in the starry sky, profound and enigmatic. If wealth remains confined to the pockets of the aristocracy and the peasantry, the economy will gradually stagnate into a still pond, a scenario I wish to avoid. I do not desire for the nobles to disperse my wealth to merchants from other regions. My role as the central figure in this distribution is to ensure that the common folk have sustenance and employment. Their loyalty towards me will remain steadfast. Thus, I am deeply concerned with their sense of belonging and recognition. Delia nodded, yet she remarked, the common people are presently loyal to you. As long as you can provide for them, will their loyalty not persist? From the perspective of the world as commoners, this seems valid. Su Qing chuckled, rising to embrace Delia, seating her in his lap. The desires of the populace are ever-changing, which poses a challenge for governance. I must find a way to counterbalance these desires. By employing entertainment or other activities, I can redirect their surplus funds back into my coffers, ensuring their continued service to me. Does this not conflict with your ideals? Delia inhaled Su Qing's scent, feeling a sense of calm. There is no conflict. What I seek is loyalty and stability. They desire survival and satisfaction. As long as they perceive their living standards as adequate, societal unrest will be averted. This is the paramount value of commerce and entertainment to me. Delia turned to sit atop Su Qing's lap, facing him, her legs entwined around his waist. Raising her gaze to tempt him, Su Qing gazed into her violet eyes, truly embodying femininity. Delia was exceptionally astute, grasping his thoughts intuitively. I believe I understand. Yet do you not feel that as a lord, designing a brothel personally diminishes your stature? Su Qing smiled and leaned in for a kiss. What diminishment is there? Procreation is inherent to human nature. As long as it is regulated, it is entirely reasonable. I care not for the opinions of other nobles. Then I can assist you in recruiting women from the brothel. I have many Caesars here and am quite troubled about where to place them, as some are quite skilled in this regard. Su Qing nodded. During this time, he would have to send back some of the gold tailors he had recently recalled. For Delia's safety was assured. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qing suggested, let the Caesars guild first seek out the fallen women in the hidden corners of the 4 towns of Seagull. I intend to formalize their status. Lingering in the shadows is uncomfortable. Delia smiled. All right. Su Qing placed Delia upon his desk. That day, the two unlocked new postures. Ira stood guard outside, preventing any Kirin guards from approaching. Chapter 22. Classic battles in a noble domain. Is it true that all subjects reside within the castle estate? Clearly, that is not the case. The castle estate merely serves as a refuge for civilians during times of war. A competent lord would certainly ensure this. But who occupies the structures outside the castle keep? Primarily, they are inhabited by families loyal to the lord, providing regular military support. To speak harshly, the so-called provisions within the noble castles, which are said to sustain the inhabitants for years, refer chiefly to these individuals. The common folk outside harbor hatred and even disdain for the nobility. This animosity is a significant reason why, even when the population swells, the nobility can scarcely muster a sizable force. The hearts of the people are fragmented. To sustain this cadre of meritocratic elites requires funds. How are these funds procured? By exploiting the commoners. This represents the irreconcilable conflict between the nobility and the populace, a conflict destined to erupt sooner or later. Moreover, the manner in which this power is established signifies that when calamity befalls the populace outside the castle, their suffering is most profound. In times of peace, they toil in agriculture, burdened by heavy taxes. In times of war, their survival largely hinges upon the local lord's disposition. Is there a solution? Indeed, resistance. However, the regular soldiers are predominantly drawn from the noble houses within the castle, who naturally regard the villagers as outsiders. They possess no compassion for your plight. Resistance equates to death. Perhaps acquiescing may afford one survival, but rebellion typically leads to demise. Even during poor harvests, the lord himself may lead a contingent to forcibly collect taxes, exacerbating their woes. Consequently, a notorious position emerges, the tax collector. Class antagonism is that simple. At this moment, the stronghold of Blake Castle is garrisoned by 3 military contingents, 500 armored infantry, 200 archers, and 400 spear-wielding militia. Meanwhile, an event unfolds within the town. Outside Blake Castle, a group of soldiers is rummaging through a refugee area within the estate, seemingly in search of something. Several soldiers bind the hands of nearby refugees, interrogating them one by one, swiftly identifying the person they seek. Upon discovery, a man emerges, a red-haired figure with a dark complexion and sunken eyelids, resembling a skeleton. The red-haired man addresses the bound individual. What did you bring back last night? Who permitted you to scale the walls without authorization? The captive remains silent. What is there to say? The task has been completed. It turns out someone had utilized the cover of night to escape while the military was changing shifts. A wall 4 meters high is hardly daunting. With a swift motion, the red-haired man raises his fist, striking the kneeling man, rendering him unconscious. He snarls, "Humph, a traitor. Take him out and hang him. Let those outside witness." Before long, the man finds himself dangling from a hemp rope upon the castle wall, his face turning ashen. His death excruciatingly horrific. The corpse hangs there, the abdomen slashed open, and a flock of black crows descends, beginning to peck at his entrails. However, within the confines of the city, none were privy to his actions or the motivations behind them. All that was known was that he had departed and subsequently returned. As mid-January approached, one fateful night, under a moonless sky and howling winds, the sentinels at the gates of Blakeland Fort stood vigilant as always. Above, approximately a dozen guards were stationed, while below, over 30 were stationed to defend the gates, all clad in iron armor, equipped with spears, displaying a commendable level of armament. The gates were fortified with 2 layers, the first being an iron door, and the second a vertical iron grille, one positioned externally and the other internally. A dark-haired man, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, was on his routine patrol, swiftly making his way towards the gates. He was the lord of the Strongstone Beach, the head of the Marlborough estate, Hal Marlborough, bearing the title of Baron Marlborough. Hal commanded a force of 400 militia armed with spears, responding to the call of the Blood Candle family for the defense of the realm, thus wielding considerable power within the castle's domain. Hal, accompanied by a retinue of 20 men, surveyed the surroundings, the soldiers behind him brandishing their spears while clad in leather armor, with Hal himself adorned in knightly scale armor. Under the cloak of night, this section of the wall was defended by 500 men, half of whom were the leather-armored militia Hal had brought along. As the siege tower was conspicuously erected just beyond the northern gate, as per routine, the squad leader stationed at the gate paid little heed to Hal's approach. Upon reaching the gate, Hal ordered his 20 men to halt at a distance, casting a glance at the militia supporting the armored soldiers on the wall. He approached alone, a dagger hanging from his left hip. The squad leader, noticing Hal's solitary advance, assumed that the Baron merely sought to inquire about some matters. Hal approached, took a swig from his wineskin, and tossed it to the squad leader. The leader grasped the wineskin, inhaling its rich aroma, high-whole red wine. He promptly took a drink, for the night was indeed chilly. Hal swept his gaze over the 20 armored soldiers below. They were clad in iron helmets and breastplates, with iron skirts below. Yet their arms and shoulders were protected only by leather armor. After a brief appraisal, Hal addressed the squad leader, "Rob, how long do you think the Lord of the Runestone can besiege us?" Upon hearing Hal's inquiry, the squad leader Rob chuckled. "Who knows how long that ragtag group will hold us on the siege? Right now, I just want to finish my watch, catch a few winks in the morning, and enjoy a leisurely afternoon at the Abbey." Hal smirked, remarking, "I hear the new girl has garnered quite a bit of admiration. Do you think you stand a chance?" The squad leader, taking another sip from the wineskin, tilted his head back, but before he had consumed much, he felt something trickling down his neck. Panic surged through him as he clutched his throat, pointing at Hal. You desperately trying to stem the flow. He realized his airway had been severed, and the searing pain rendered him mute. Slowly, Rob collapsed to the ground, while Hal, with his extraordinary martial prowess, coldly brandished a dagger measuring 30 centimeters, swiftly sheathing it before drawing a long sword with both hands. A loud cry echoed to the militia above. The siege of Shushi City is underway. Among you are my trusted allies. Seize your weapons. Approximately 400 soldiers adorned the city walls, a mix of armored troops and conscripted militia, who began to brandish their iron spears, establishing a tense standoff. A chain of suspicion formed. The militia and regular army eyed each other warily, their usual camaraderie overshadowed by mistrust. Even those who had previously shared close quarters exchanged silent glances, unwilling to speak. Soon, the tension erupted when a figure clad in leather armor lunged at an armored spear wielder. The chain of suspicion was irrevocably shattered. In truth, Hal's sole trusted confidant was his brother, who ignited the flames of rebellion. The fewer who were aware of the treachery, the better. Hal understood that among the 400 militia he commanded, some genuinely responded to the Count's call, yet he had means to compel them towards betrayal. When faced with the threat of violence, even kin must take up arms to protect themselves. The remaining oblivious militia quickly joined the fray against the armored spear wielders. Betrayal. Hell! Witnessing the tide turn, raised his great sword and shouted, "Ignite!" These armored spear wielders were no match for him. He bore noble blood and possessed commendable valor. Following his lead, 20 militia armed with long spears took it upon themselves to set alight the nearby wooden structures, where the armored spear wielders slumbered. Chaos ensued. Before long, the sentinels atop the castle began to shout, "Enemy attack!" and hastily rushed to inform the military minister. A thunderous knocking echoed from the third-floor bedroom. "My lord, awaken! We are under attack." The incessant knocking roused a red-haired man, who had been peacefully slumbering with a fair companion. Upon rising, he grasped his great sword and, after a brief inquiry, commanded his recently arrived confidants to head to the southern gate, taking half of the forces stationed there. With the northern front occupied by Elan's main camp, where 3 siege towers loomed over the walls, the bulk of the troops gathered at the northern gate. He had contemplated fleeing days prior, but this was the administrative center of his stronghold. There was no escape. He could not bear to abandon his lovers and his fief. Yet, to his astonishment, upon reaching the northern gate, he was met with rampant flames and siege towers already positioned against the walls. However, the armored spear wielders atop the towers merely held their shields, refraining from scaling the walls. Peering over the battlements, he was struck by the sight of countless torches affixed to the heads of sheep below, their bleating creating an unsettling chorus. Suddenly, a knight appeared atop one of the siege towers, calling out to the red-haired man, "Ha ha ha, you have been deceived, Brandon Changsher. Behold the inferno to yourself." A glance revealed the houses ablaze in the southern quarter. The morale of his soldiers had already begun to falter upon witnessing the multitude of torches. However, Hell had long utilized this opportunity to ascend the city walls. After gathering the militia, he instructed his brother to lead the troops through the alleyway to the south. Hell remained concealed in the shadows near the northern gate, observing intently. As soon as the red-haired Brandon turned around, he was greeted by the sight of raging flames erupting in the south. Taking advantage of the unguarded southern gate, Yalan stealthily advanced with the vanguard troops, effortlessly seizing control of the entrance. Meanwhile, the loyal confidants of Brandon, stationed along the 4 segments of the city walls, hastened their arrival with their forces. With the city gate breached, his remaining 500 soldiers stood no chance against the 3,000 strong enemy. Outside the northern gate, Thor had already departed with a dozen of the vanguard troops, resolute in his decision to break through. Yet, as the main force emerged, a man dashed towards the iron-barred inner gate mechanism and lowered the iron chain. Hell seized this moment, bringing his plan to its final stage. He could not afford to give the enemy a chance to return. Once accomplished, Hell retrieved a discarded bow and arrow from the ground and ascended the city wall. "Brandon, you violated my 13-year-old niece, who was not yet of age. Do not think I am unaware that the leader in black that day in the valley was you. In this realm, one is considered an adult at the age of 14. Any relations with females before this age are strictly forbidden. The evidence has been laid bare by the Golden Tailor, and the 5 accomplices have already met their demise at my hands. The tragic fate of my niece is what you deserve." Fueled by rage, Hell raised the horn and sounded the call to arms. He then readied his longbow, knocking an arrow and shooting it into the throng attempting to break through. As the red-haired Brandon stepped out, he heard what seemed to be the sound of a horn behind him. Turning back, he saw a figure atop the city tower, shooting arrows. He glanced again to witness rows of torches igniting. Clad in knightly armor, Thor, upon seeing the enemy's main force enter the ambush zone, immediately commanded, "Shield bearers, maintain your wall of shields." Longbowmen commenced the hunt. 1,000 heavily armored spearmen stood behind the towering shields, gripping their wooden spears, slightly inclined in a battle stance. Further back, 300 longbowmen began to unleash their arrows, firing in volleys of 150, retreating to allow those behind to ready their shots for the next round. Continuing this cycle throughout the night, 5,000 arrows were loosed, with the longbowmen positioned a mere 100 meters from the enemy. Despite the latter's armored attire, gaps remained exposed on their faces. 100 meters was within effective range for longbows. As dawn broke, the red-haired Brandon ultimately fell beneath Thor's greatsword. Thus concluded a classic siege, characterized by a blend of deception and strategy, aiming for minimal casualties. For even a defending force of 1,000 could incur significant losses in a direct assault. In this battle, Yulon successfully captured Blake Land Fortress, completely annihilating 500 formidable ironclad spearmen and 200 candlelit longbowmen. The cost, however, was over 100 spear-wielding militia and several ironclad spearmen lost. The casualty ratio for his forces stood at 1:10. However, this signifies that the elite of the Strongstone family was shattered overnight, allowing Aegon to effortlessly reclaim the remaining defenseless Strongstone strongholds. Yet, the reclamation of Strongstone Beach will be a prolonged endeavor, entangled not only in military concerns but also in political, religious, and livelihood issues. This situation is bound to persist for some time. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, King Aelys lies in slumber, engulfed in dreams. In his dream, numerous nobles gather within the Seven Gods Church to partake in a trial, with Aelys still standing in the very center of the church hall. He observes many unfamiliar faces, as well as several familiar ones. Among them, he spots Rhaega. In a frenzy, he calls out to Prince Rhaega amidst the crowd, "Rhaega, Rhaega, I am your father, can you see me?" Yet, Rhaega offers no response. Aelys approaches, astonished to catch sight of Rhaega's eyelashes. Terror grips Aelys as he wonders why Rhaega's visage appears so vividly. Desperately, he implores, "Rhaega, please answer me. Respond to your father. Who are you judging?" Alas, Rhaega remains unmoved. At the center of the hall, a singularly handsome figure stands trial, oblivious to the presence of Aelys' tail. Aelys descends into madness, convinced he is trapped within a dream. Indeed, it is so. Yet, Aelys realizes that he can discern the eyelashes of every individual, which is terrifying. The figures in dreams are typically nebulous. Aelys begins to shout frantically within the dream, "Alice, Alice awaken. This is but a dream. Alice, Alice. You have yet to revive the Targaryens. We have not yet discovered a method to hatch the dragon eggs we possess. Wake up, wake up." In his bed, Alice, still lost in the dream, suddenly sits up. The dream has startled him awake. His face drenched in cold sweat. Barefoot, Aelys strides to the window, gazing intently at the distant Seven Stars Church. After a considerable time, his mind remains disoriented, and he murmurs to himself, "This dream felt too real. So real it terrifies me. I remember every face within. Perhaps I will forget by tomorrow, but for now, I am acutely aware that this dream is unlike the ordinary. The figures are too vivid. Too vivid. Astoundingly vivid. Each expression is so lifelike, so genuine. It is nothing short of a nightmare." Alice abruptly sinks onto the balcony, wordless, lost in thought until the break of dawn. Chapter 23, The Strange Atlas. In late January, the farmers had methodically completed the sowing of over 10,000 acres of land. Once the sowing was finished, they enjoyed a period of leisure each day, during which they could engage in friendly conversations at the entrance of the town's narrow alley, merely 10 meters wide, or mill corn flour at the local mill. Albeit the current milling facilities were insufficient, they felt content with their lives. For them, the essence of happiness lay in having sufficient food and warmth, as well as witnessing their children grow. Among the common folk, ambition was a rarity. This was a world governed by bloodlines, a realm imbued with faint magic and dragons, where the commoners inherently knew the trajectory of their futures. Their aspirations were modest, rising only slowly. Thus, Su Qin had perhaps overestimated the desires of the common people. Inequality was an inherent aspect of this world, with deities favoring certain individuals, a stark contrast to the operational logic of the world of Blue Star. Here, bloodlines and heritage held genuine significance. The majority of farmers now displayed loyalty exceeding 85%. Merely months prior, they had teetered on the brink of starvation. Yet after arriving in this territory, they were assured that 3 years of diligent farming would grant them their own homes and land impervious to noble confiscation. Although tensions had begun to emerge, Su Qin, as patrolling minister, accompanied by 300 militia, had established a presence in the northeastern part of the inner city, commencing daily patrols to mediate disputes. The Seagull territory strictly forbade clandestine trading of land. Violators, whether noble or commoner, faced death. On a certain evening in late January, within Seagull Castle, Su Qin perused an intriguing tome of mythology, a narrative of the ancients entitled The Old God's Whisper. The book was thin, comprising merely a dozen pages, recounting tales inscribed upon stone walls by the ancestors upon their arrival in Westeros. One particular tale captivated his attention, chronicled on a stone wall, detailing an ancient epic when the ancestors beheld the stars pulsating in the night sky. The mural depicted stick figures representing the ancestors, gazing upward in reverent prayer. They observed 2 types of stars in the heavens. One was a black sphere etched with a bronze knife, while the other, also a black sphere, was adorned with slender lines of light along its edges, signifying that it was aglow. In stark contrast, the left sphere, devoid of light, was surrounded by chaotic patterns representing clouds, within which myriad particles were concealed. Upon closer inspection, the mural revealed red dots formed from red pigment, the significance of which remained elusive. The ancestors knelt at the base of the mural, gazing heavenward in prayer. Simple arrows indicated the movement of the leading stars, approaching each other from opposite directions. This mural was titled The Stars in Motion. The narration ceased abruptly. In the narration, the author articulates the location of the mural, which was discovered in a high mountain cave within a small territory of the Dorne kingdom. The ancestors first traversed from the Arm of Dorne to reach the realm of Westeros. At that time, the passage connecting Westeros to the eastern continent was none other than the Arm of Dorne. However, it has long since been shattered by magic, transforming into the stony steppes. Su Qin cautiously closed the book and, seated at his desk, gazed out at the starry sky. Were those not merely the faint glimmers of ordinary stars? They did not move at all. How could there be any rhythm? Su Qin was perplexed. What message did the ancestors wish to convey? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Su Qin promptly called out. Gri pushed the door open and observed the Lord seated in contemplation, gazing upwards. He approached and noted that the Lord's attention was fixed on the stars. It seemed that Lord Su Qin was lost in thought. In reality, Su Qin was intently observing the night sky. "My lord, many farmers have expressed concerns that the meal is insufficient. I had intended to construct a simple mill in Lower Osprey for the villagers' use." Su Qin did not respond. Oddly, why was that star moving? Did this world possess satellites? Yet, satellites did not spin and sway. Su Qin discerned a peculiar point in the sky. Indeed, only he could perceive that star in motion. Suddenly, as Su Qin turned around, it appeared that someone had entered. Upon closer inspection, it was the Minister of Construction, Gri. He began, "Gri, what brings you here?" Gri, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked that the Lord seemed indeed to be lost in thought. Hence, he repeated his message. After listening, Su Qin nodded and opened the second drawer. Retrieving a pre-prepared blueprint. Watermill, blueprint, can be established beside a flowing river, utilizing the current to turn the water wheel. The rotational energy is transferred via an axle to the mill, with production yield varying according to water flow speed. Internal wooden and iron components require replacement every 5 years. Exchange price, 100 gold. In November, the store refreshed its inventory. Gri picked up the mill blueprint, scrutinizing it closely. Su Qin smiled, setting aside his curiosity about the stars. "Can you comprehend it?" Gri lowered his gaze, examining the blueprint in detail. Each component was ingeniously arranged. "My lord, this blueprint is simply more impressive than the windmill mills in the Bay of Westeros. One water wheel can power 4 grinding stones, allowing for continuous operation. Is this your design?" The circular water wheel design is remarkably clever. The axle gear can indeed be utilized in such a manner. Su Qin chuckled softly. "It is not my work." Once Gri had organized the documents, Su Qin inquired slowly, "Are we able to commence construction soon?" Gri considered for a moment, then replied, "My lord, we can. This mill is simple yet practical. However, if we build it, there is a risk of others from different regions stealing our design, especially from the Bay and the Vale, where the rivers are more abundant." Su Qin shook his head. He was unperturbed by the potential dissemination of this technology. It was an inevitable occurrence. He then asked, "Will you require additional funds from me?" The estimated funds have already been allocated, with the artisans receiving their wages of 500 gold and 300 gold for materials, which were handed over to Gri at the beginning of the month. Gri remarked, "My lord, there is no need. We still have plenty of money. 300 gold is substantial. How could we exhaust it so quickly?" Su Qin nodded and instructed, "First, construct a watermill on the eastern bank of Seagull River. Assess the costs. The foundation should be elevated and deepened, at least 3 meters high and 5 meters deep. Once completed, remember to report the expenses to me." Gri nodded, acknowledging the meticulousness of his lord, and responded, "Yes, my lord." Su Qin then waved his hand, signaling for Gri to leave. Gri, clutching the blueprints, exited and nodded in acknowledgement to Ilya, who stood at the castle entrance. Within the castle, the head maid still wielded considerable authority. Su Qin glanced at Ilya and suggested, "You may take a rest now. You have been standing for 3 cent timers." "My lord, I am weary. I shall sit on the chair in the corridor." It is now the 20-second send timer. Shouldn't you take a rest? Ilyo retorted. She occasionally cast glances at the table, recalling the chaotic mess she had cleaned up that day, with water everywhere on the floor. She had hesitated to allow her subordinate maids to assist her. Quickly shaking her head, she refocused on Su Qin, thinking it presumptuous of her to speak so. She continued to await Su Qin's response regarding whether he would rest. After pondering, Su Qin replied, "No, Delia has gone to the front lines to consolidate Candle Hollow and Strongstone. I can afford to delay for a few days." Ilyo wore a peculiar expression. "Delay for a few days? My lord, you truly have a way with words, not even avoiding my presence. Are you not aware of how envious I am of the lady's beauty that captivates you?" After saying this, Su Qin resumed gazing at the starry sky, oblivious to Ilya's expression. The news of victory in war had altered Su Qin's perception of the strength of the Royce family. He had anticipated a battle lasting 6 to 7 months, yet it concluded in merely 2. The Lord of Candle Hollow had fled. Was it not known that the Candle Hollow family possessed a considerable military presence? How could they hastily escape with their belongings and troops by ship? The Royce family had directly taken control of an ancient city. What a jest! The truth was that the Candle Hollow family understood the Royce family could not seize Candle Hollow due to their lack of the ducal title. Here, titles hold immense significance. Indeed, the Weekly family may bear the title of duke, yet they were intimidated into fleeing by the Count family of Royce. How absurd! It seemed that the Strongstone family had inadvertently facilitated your escape and the transfer of assets, becoming scapegoats in the process. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, what was Delia up to? She was fervently executing the drags among some nobles, surrendering soldiers, clergy, and scholars. Her current faith was in the Dragon God sect. She directed the nuns and the maidens of the Grand Library to identify one by one. A circle of executions ensued, with hundreds of pests harboring delusions of escape destined to be hanged. This was already quite merciful, unlike Su Qin, who would behead anyone who crossed his bottom line without hesitation. The act of beheading is, in fact, quite difficult for the people of Westeros to accept. The inhabitants believe that such an act precludes one from entering paradise, hence the executioner must personally carry out the beheading. However, this reasoning holds no sway over Su Qin. A beheading is a beheading. Whether it instills fear in commoners or nobles is of little consequence. Instilling fear and intimidation among subordinates is deemed necessary. Meanwhile, Count Alan has traveled to King's Landing to engage in negotiations concerning the spoils of war following the conflict's conclusion. The land has been seized, yet sovereignty must be acknowledged by the adversary personally. Should the opposing party face extinction, the territory will be claimed by the marquises and dukes above. This is where the complexities of the West arise. The nobles' fervent claim over a territory is paramount. However, this does not pose a challenge to House Royce, for they possess a tenuous claim over all lands of the Vale, at least capable of incorporating the 4 territories subordinate to Strongstone. Moreover, this war is legitimate. Indeed, the manner in which nobles engage in combat for territorial gain is incomprehensible to the Easterners. Their method involves the fabrication of claims. By marrying a lady from the opposing side and establishing a union, one can produce offspring, and upon the expiration of the marriage contract after several years, the child may lay claim to the territory and titles of the adversary. Imperial law permits such actions. When a man and woman wed, their parents sign a marriage alliance contract. Once both parties have passed, their offspring may inherit claims to 2 territories as stipulated by law. Thus, on this continent, one may encounter a scenario where one as lord and the opposing lord maintain amicable relations, even forming a family alliance. Yet, animosity or territorial claims may exist between vassals, leading to conflicts among the subordinates that spiral out of control. The Brackens and the Blythewoods of the Riverlands have been feuding for millennia, an absurdity indeed, resulting in a bitter enmity. Notably, their lands do not even border one another. It is merely another form of legitimate warfare, a war of vengeance. Conversely, conflicts over titles are termed title wars. It is essential to understand that once a territory is granted to a lord above the rank of baron, it cannot be stripped away by the sovereign. Once bestowed, it belongs to that family eternally, with the potential risk of falling into another's hands. Incredulous, indeed. Therefore, ordinary noblewomen do not marry outside their ranks. They must remain within their own households. Only the ducal houses consider forming marriage alliances, as major nobles typically refrain from direct conflict. When the lower classes engage in battle, the highborn often support it, as weakening vassals serves their interests. However, failing to pay vassal taxes may lead to dire consequences. This is a struggle between central authority and local power. giving rise to numerous conflicts and intrigues in this chaotic world. Chapter 24. Strange footprints. In early February, the Seagull Manor was bustling with activity. Soldiers, equipped with their bows, had diligently practiced archery for nearly 2 months, completing 500 shots each day, and were finally beginning to see results in their prowess. Most had achieved a skill level of 3 to 4, enabling them to contend with multiple adversaries. Their physical strength had also markedly improved. Drawing a bow is indeed a laborious task. Initially, the soldiers' frequency of shooting was quite low. However, one individual, named Lake, had emerged as a remarkable exception, managing to train 800 times in a single day. This young man is dedicated. Upon his arrival, he inquired about marriage, and perhaps he has since wed and fathered a child, nurturing a desire to advance through military service. Currently, the esteemed Curing Guard is led by Commander Ella, with Deputy Commander Ao, Ella's cousin, and Right Commander Benny. Lake serves as the captain of a small squad of 30 men within the elite Curing Guard. 50 soldiers now boast impressive accuracy with their arrows, capable of hitting targets within a range of 50 meters. Speaking of valor, Su Qing has also made significant strides this year. His valor index has reached 22, an increase of 2 points over the year. This improvement is quite substantial. Moreover, Su Qing's horsemanship and spear skills have advanced considerably, achieving mastery levels. The development within the territory is progressing steadily, with soldiers undergoing systematic training in discipline and combat capabilities, creating a sense of stability. Su Qing is confident that if this trajectory continues, the population of Seagull Town will reach 30,000 households in 5 years, and his own strength will ascend to the pinnacle of a count. Such advancements may provide him the opportunity to elevate his title to that of Count of Seagull. In the future, he will undoubtedly possess the means to partake in the struggle for power, allowing Daenerys to boldly confront the unease and trepidation surrounding the Iron Throne. However, one day, the patrol minister of Seagull City, Luke, brought forth news that filled Su Qing with unease. Were their actions about to commence? By mid-February, new corn had sprouted, alleviating much of the farmer's toil, and many began to find leisure in storytelling. Yet Su Qing could not afford to be idle. The development of the territory required his vigilant oversight. On a day in mid-February, Su Qing was in his study, penning various documents, as the local laws had yet to be established, demanding much of his time for contemplation. Suddenly, an urgent knocking echoed on the door. Hearing the frantic rhythm, Su Qing anticipated a significant matter and called out, "What is it?" "Come in, the door is open." Upon entering, he was met with the sight of his patrol minister, drenched in sweat, having no time to disarm himself of his great sword on the first floor. A sense of foreboding settled in Su Qing's heart. Something was amiss. Luke immediately addressed him, "My lord, the fishing boats of the unwilling old fishermen in our territory have encountered trouble all along the eastern side of Crab Bay." Su Qing's heart tightened. Could it be the pirate nobility of the Stone Steps archipelago? He swiftly inquired, "Luke, have the pirates kidnapped our fishermen or directly harmed them?" Luke shook his head, "My lord, what need do pirates have to kidnap small fishing boats? Forget it, you should go and see for yourself. The merchant's large gallon ship has dragged our fishing boats back." Su Qing, not daring to delay, took out the silver vermilion box from the upper left corner, used for sealing, and pressed it onto the paper. "Let us go and take a look." Su Qing immediately grabbed the large sword from the study and hung it on the hook at his right side. At that moment, Su Qing was clad in a black robe, adorned with silver threads, though the fabric was no longer the woolen cloth of yore, but silk. This was indeed Su Qing's official noble attire. In truth, it was somewhat illegal for Su Qing to wear garments embellished with gold threads. After nodding to the guards standing inside the palace gate, Yila stepped out. Yila's expression was tinged with anxiety. What could have happened? At Seagull Harbor, the 3 large docks were designated for merchant ships transporting materials and resources for Su Qing, while the smaller docks around were meant for fishermen setting sail. Su Qing rode his warhorse alongside Luke, racing towards Seagull Harbor, located 3 kilometers from the Seagull Manor. With many fishermen having turned to agriculture, the harbor had grown rather desolate. However, at that moment, a large crowd had gathered by the harbor, accompanied by wails of lamentation. Su Qing hurried over, and as he approached, the sounds of crying became clearer. It appeared to be the voice of a teenage girl. Those on the outskirts of the crowd, upon seeing Su Qing clad in the lord's attire with his long black hair cascading down, immediately parted to make way for him. As he drew closer, the anguished voice became unmistakable. "Grandfather. Grandfather, I told you to come to down Seagull Town to farm with my father, but you would not listen. You would not listen. You simply cannot let go of your tattered fishing net. As Su Qing neared, he spotted a girl hunched over a fishing boat along the stone edge of the harbor. The small fishing vessel, akin to those used in Huaxia, featured a sleeping cabin but was modest in size, 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, with a wooden canopy about a meter high to shield from the rain. Nearby, he noticed a dozen fishing boats were present. The elderly fishermen, reluctant to leave, would venture out to sea together each day to fish. 13 boats had set out today. Providing mutual support, for fishing at sea remained perilous. However, it was impossible to remain in the harbor. It would take at least a night to haul in the nets, waiting for the fish to swim in. Yet at that moment, all the small docking spots seemed to be occupied. A sense of unease washed over Su Qing. Could it be that at least 13 of the old fishermen had perished? Observing the weeping girl, he quickly inquired of Luke behind him. Luke, have these old fishermen encountered misfortune? Luke, also equipped with a large sword at his side, now exuded an air of leadership, his previously disheveled hairstyle now more refined. Furrowing his brow, Luke promptly replied, "My lord, they are all gone. Initially, I suspected pirates, but they are not so foolish. At such proximity, we could easily notify the nearby patrols of the Royal Navy, and they would not escape. What perplexes me is that there are indeed traces of blood on all the fishing boats, even signs of dragged bodies left behind. Upon examining the footprints, I suspect it might be some kind of sea monster, but you may not believe me, which is why I called you here." Su Qing nodded and swiftly boarded the fishing boat. The girl, upon seeing him, said nothing. She merely knelt on the ground, clutching a harpoon, her sole thought. Su Qing first glanced at her loyalty, which astonishingly registered at 87. He immediately crouched down and gently stroked her head. "Child, you should go up first. I need to investigate," he urged. The girl slowly nodded, ceasing her lamentations, striving not to disturb Baron Seagull. She harbored hope of uncovering the murderer and seizing an opportunity for vengeance. Her grandfather had lived for decades, sustaining their family solely through the fishing boats he owned. A bond deeply cherished. Su Qing gradually approached the rain-sheltering awning of the boat. Luke leaped aboard after him. Upon entering, Su Qing was met with the acrid stench of congealed blood. A sleeping mat lay on the floor, but it bore a gruesome bloodstain, approximately 40 centimeters wide. Trailing ominously outside, scattered around were fishing nets and various supplies, while beneath the wooden planks, a small compartment held fish. Suddenly, Su Qing noticed peculiar footprints curiously flat and fin-like. His mind began to speculate. Something lurked beneath the waves. He promptly turned to Luke. "Do you know what might leave such prints?" Luke bent down, responding, "Sir, I have already examined these footprints. No one knows what could have made them. That is precisely why I summoned you." Su Qing nodded, recognizing the complexity of the situation. He stepped out of the awning and proceeded to inspect all 13 fishing boats. Each one bore the same prints, and the blood led directly to the water's edge, indicating a descent into the sea. After his examination, Su Qing began to contemplate a course of action. He approached the shoreline, observing the crowd that had gathered. Notably a bolder individual who inquired, "Sir, have you determined what creature left those prints?" Su Qing shook his head, surveying the anxious faces around him. The port of Seagull was now closed. Fishermen were permitted entry but barred from leaving. He promptly convened an impromptu lords' meeting with Luke that evening, primarily to discuss how to address this matter. Yet, it proved to be quite a challenge. In the north, White Harbor stood as the largest port in the region and one of the 4 major ports of Westeros. The former Seagull Harbor had been decommissioned and lay in ruins. White Harbor facilitated the export of furs, minerals, timber, stone, and weapons from the north. When navigational routes were controlled, maritime transport was significantly more cost-effective than overland shipping. At that moment, a deranged fisherman emerged at the harbor. In the square of White Harbor, he shouted, "I have seen it. I have seen the walking fish. It has limbs, it is enormous, it towers." He looked at passers-by, seeking their validation. Yet, the onlookers regarded him as a fool. He had been proclaiming his tale in the square for days. In 10,000 years of recorded history in Westeros, there had never been mention of a fish with limbs. Soon, the Lord of White Harbor, Duke Wyman Manderley, imprisoned him for disturbing the peace and unsettling the populace. Whether a monster existed was an entirely different matter. Chapter 25. The dispatch of news in late February. Following the conclusion of the Third Lords' Conference on the evening of February 21st, Su Qing summoned the Minister of Craftsmen, Gri, for a private discussion. The primary focus of the conference, aside from matters pertaining to the populace, was the strategic relocation of 200 out of the 300 patrol guards to the port, in order to prevent monsters from landing. Among the patrol guards, there were indeed formidable individuals, selected for their valor, with combat prowess rated above 1. However, Su Qin chose not to include the more capable among them in his personal guard, primarily due to concerns regarding loyalty and financial constraints. Only after the harvest of the first season's corn could there be sufficient funds to expand the military, and the adequacy of manpower remained uncertain. In the study, Su Qin regarded Gri, who sat opposite him, and smiled. The young man's intellect had increased by a point, reaching level 8, suggesting a potential noble lineage. Perhaps it was the training over the past year that had imbued him with a certain charisma. His sister was currently studying at the temporary school within Seagull Manor. Su Qin had summoned him to deliberate on the matter of the brick kiln. The newly designed blueprints for the brick kiln had been completed. Gri looked at Su Qin and inquired, "My lord, did you call me here for a specific purpose?" "Surely. It must be to encourage me to produce more longbows in light of the monster threat." However, the topic of discussion left Gri astonished. Su Qin chuckled, retrieved a sheet of blueprints from his drawer, and handed it to Gri. As Gri scrutinized the plans, he marveled at the internal ventilation of the kiln and the brick-burning chamber, along with the annotations beside them. The more he examined it, the more he realized that his lord possessed extraordinary insights. This brick kiln was unlike the traditional ones with a single opening. Su Qin's design featured a circular stone brick kiln with 8 openings. By continuously feeding fuel into 4 openings and appropriately sealing the kiln, production could be maximized by alternating openings every 2 weeks. This design multiplied productivity several times over. This was the Bagua rotating kiln. While a single kiln could produce 30,000 bricks in a month, Su Qin's innovative kiln could yield 240,000 bricks in the same period with a similar workforce managing the fire. Constructing 5 rotating kilns would enable the preparation of 3 million stone bricks necessary for paving the road from Seagull Town to Lower Seagull Town within 3 months. Su Qin took a sip of wine and remarked, "I plan to establish the brick kiln 1 kilometer east of the Seagull River. I envision creating a new industrial town." "Gri, what do you think is an appropriate capacity for the population?" Gri pondered for a moment and replied, "My lord, it depends on the functions of the industrial town. If its sole purpose is brick production, a few thousand people should suffice. However, considering that this area overlaps with our grazing lands, the population might need to be slightly larger. Public facilities such as restrooms and inns must also be adequately provided." Su Qin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Therefore, we will first construct a Bagua rotating kiln. I have already identified a location for clay extraction situated in the heart of the farmland in Lower Seagull Town. Originally, Lower Seagull Town was planned for a full capacity of 5,000 households, with precisely allocated land. However, since 1,000 households were later removed, approximately 4,000 acres of land have become available. That is a vast area 2 square kilometers. Digging down just 1 meter reveals a layer of clay. If one were to excavate 5 meters deep, that would amount to 16 million cubic meters. It is likely that a single individual could spend a lifetime without exhausting such a task. What purpose would the excavated space serve? To construct a central reservoir, specifically designated for agricultural use. Furthermore, through a network of small stone brick aqueducts and a series of water wheels, the reservoir's water could be distributed far and wide. Surrounding the large reservoir, one could plant trees and erect structures, transforming it into a delightful agricultural retreat. Moreover, a plaza could be constructed nearby, allowing for the establishment of outdoor barbecue stalls or facilities for hunting, effectively safeguarding against wild boars and other creatures truly practical. Upon hearing that the unplowed land in the middle of the farmland would be excavated for clay, Gri contemplated the idea. Indeed, it is feasible. Su Qin smiled and suggested, first, construct a wheel kiln. Assess the necessary personnel ratios for an octagonal wheel kiln, considering the tasks of clay excavation, forming mud bodies, wood consumption, transportation, reserve, and management personnel. Gri nodded, observing Su Qin, whose hair had grown long. "Yes, my lord." Su Qin waved his hand, and Gri exited with the blueprints in hand. Su Qin was aware that outsiders might acquire the technology for constructing the wheel kiln. However, the concealment of such knowledge was of little consequence. The cost of transporting bricks after they have been fired in the storm kiln is substantial. Whether or not one could evade the storm's scrutiny to learn the craft was irrelevant. Population and talent were the true keys. Just as Bree stepped outside, Luke entered, his face alight with joy. Noticing Luke's expression, Su Qing smiled and inquired, "What brings you such happiness? Has your wife conceived again?" Luke's eldest son had already been born, a fact Su Qing had confirmed during his visit. "No," Luke shook his head, taking a seat opposite Su Qing and sipping a glass of wine. "My lord, one of our patrolling guards killed a creature that had come ashore with a long spear. The body has already been transported to the square in Seagull Manor. My lord, it truly exists. Their weapon is a harpoon crafted from the skeletal remains of some sea beast remarkably sturdy." Su Qing's excitement surged. "Excellent. At last, we have captured one." He promptly followed Luke to witness the so-called monster for himself. Soon, they arrived at the square of Seagull Manor, where several family members of the chilling guards had already gathered, eager to learn of the news. Aira, Air, and Benny were among those inspecting the creature. As Su Qing approached, the soldiers and their families parted to make way, and from a distance, he beheld the creature's skin, as dark as ink. As he drew nearer, an acrid fishy odor, tinged with a hint of foulness, wafted toward him. Aira was crouched on the ground, using a large sword to probe the lower half of the fishman, seemingly searching for something between its legs. How intriguing, thought Su Qing, as he moved closer to discern the true appearance of this creature. It was indeed unsettling. Standing at a height of 1.50 meters, its skin bore the hue of the deep sea as darkness, glistening with a chilling blue-green sheen, while its coloration was a deep green that appeared black from afar. It possessed 4 limbs. His eyes were large and hollow, protruding beyond the eye sockets, giving him an unsettling appearance. Upon locking gazes with the fishman's eyes, Su Qing was instantly overcome with nausea. He crouched beside Ella, unsheathing his long sword to inspect the monster's exposed gums, which were alarmingly lengthy, each tooth measuring 3 centimeters. Within the expansive maw lay a plethora of sharp teeth, with viscous liquid oozing from the corners, exuding a pungent, fishy odor. Observing the creature's elongated limbs, with claws poised to rend its prey, he flipped it over. The dorsal fins glimmered in the dim light, seemingly hinting at their ferocity and savagery. A shiver ran through the crowd as they beheld the fishman's back, as if a nightmare had crawled forth from the abyss of the deep sea. Su Qing took a deep breath and turned to Ella, inquiring about the creature's combat prowess. Ella, already aware, believed that a single warrior could easily pierce this abomination. Its exoskeleton served as armor, yet the interior was soft. The 3-bladed iron tip of a seagull spear would penetrate with ease, especially targeting the monster's shoulders and neck. "My lord," she remarked, "it should be somewhat weaker than an untrained militia, but its weapon is formidable." Su Qing glanced at the fishman's harpoon, questioning if that was indeed its weapon. Ella and Luke nodded in affirmation. "My lord, it's truly robust. If you don't believe us, give it a try. We cannot cleave it." Surprised that their fine sword could not cut through, Su Qing immediately stood and instructed his men to don gloves and set the creature ablaze. Eyeing the harpoon once more, he declared, "Allow me to strike it." The left guard captain, Ao, who stood at 6 feet tall and was Ella's cousin, promptly grasped the harpoon and placed it down. He was clad in the intricately crafted scale armor forged by Su Qing, reserved for select military personnel due to its complex production. Luke, observing the scene, quickly instructed the family standing 3 meters away to keep their distance. Su Qing then brandished his fine sword, swinging it forcefully downwards. The harpoon consisted of 2 parts, the rear shaft and the front trident tip. The trident tip measured 30 centimeters in length and was quite sharp, while the shaft extended approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Upon striking, Su Qing felt a slight pain in his right arm, followed by a sharp crack as the long end of the harpoon shattered into 2 pieces. Yet, Su Qing remained fixated on the harpoon, examining the blade of his sword, only to find it dulled. With a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Truly formidable." He then turned to Luke, instructing, "Dispatch your 30 scouts, mounted on horseback, to patrol the coastal area around the port for 5 kilometers, in groups of 3, day and night. This creature's ability to come ashore is already terrifying. Moreover, we do not know how many lurk beneath the waves or why they have ventured onto land. We must maintain vigilant surveillance." Luke and Ella exchanged glances with Ao, affirming, "Understood, my lord." After ensuring the soldiers incinerated the corpse, Su Qing immediately sent word to Delia, cautioning her to be wary of the shoreline and to avoid venturing out to sea. Unbeknownst to him, Delia was already consolidating the Strongstone Beach territory, where reports of fishermen casualties had emerged that afternoon, and the station troops had slain 15 of the creatures. Other regions gradually began to witness the emergence of monstrous creatures. However, their combat prowess fell short of that of the militia, allowing the nobility to breathe a collective sigh of relief. A single night could vanquish dozens, even hundreds, of these entities, leaving little cause for concern. Consequently, the lives of the nobles returned to their former opulence and exploitation. By mid-March of the year 276 AC, a sensational piece of news ignited the kingdom, the birth of Daenerys Targaryen, the child of King Aegon. This event was the most exhilarating for the realm since the untimely demise of Prince Daenerys, another child of Aegon, in 1274 AC. The anticipation surrounding this birth had troubled Aegon for several years, and the arrival of a healthy prince revitalized the waning Targaryen lineage with a new male heir. It was indeed splendid news, offering a temporary reprieve from the haunting nightmares that had plagued him in recent days. Not to mention the reports of feeble monsters attacking the coast from various locales. Chapter 26. The Round Table Conference. The tragedy of the Summer Hall has long been a burden on the hearts of Aegon, Prince Rhaegar, and Queen Rhaella. The timeline rewinds several decades, gracefully returning to the long summer of AC 259, at the Summer Hall, an estate located in the Stormlands, within the domain of House Durrandon. Aptly named after its vibrant summer ambience, housing a royal palace of the empire. At that time, the reigning emperor was Aegon V, who had two living sons, Prince Duncan and Prince Jaehaerys. By now, dragons had long ceased to exist, and House Targaryen was in a state of decline, desperately needing to dispel the rumors of its impending extinction. In this urgent moment, the Targaryens sought to hatch dragons once more. The royal family dispatched a sorceress from Ashai to gather various methods for dragon hatching. During this period, Aegon V's grandson, Aegon II's son, had news of an heir. Aegon R's wife, Rhaella Targaryen, was with child. Guided by the sorceress and spurred by a prophecy from the seer Jenny of Old Stones, the realm buzzed with excitement over the impending birth of the Prince of Ice and Fire, particularly King Aegon V. The entire family gathered, including his two male heirs, Duncan Targaryen and Jaehaerys Targaryen, alongside the younger Aegon Targaryen. Jenny of Old Stones brought with her a forest witch, while Aegon V presented 7 dragon eggs, hoping to hatch them at this momentous occasion, as the forest witch claimed to possess wondrous flame black fire. Tragically, this event was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. The black fire spiraled out of control, resulting in the horrific deaths of Aegon V and Prince Duncan, leaving no trace of their remains. Meanwhile, the 7 dragon eggs were surreptitiously claimed by certain individuals in the chaos. Yet, the Targaryens were oblivious to the fate of the dragon eggs. For only Jaehaerys II and Aegon II survived this catastrophe, plunging House Targaryen into a dire moment of dwindling bloodlines, exacerbating their already fragile lineage. Fortunately, Prince Rhaegar emerged unscathed, ensuring the survival of the main branch of the family. Given the Targaryens' history of intermarriage, the probability of offspring perishing was notably high. Thus, Rhaegar was widely speculated to be the prophesied prince. Decades later, Aegon ascended to the throne. In AC 274, Queen Rhaella bore him another son, named Jaehaerys, a name that echoed through the family. This brought Aegon immense joy, as it promised to enrich their bloodline. However, tragedy struck once more when Prince Jaehaerys met an untimely demise. Whispers in the palace suggested that Aegon, as mistress, in collusion with a handmaiden, conspired to murder the young prince. In his profound grief, Aegon executed his mistress and several handmaids on the spot. Subsequently, he resolved to fast, declaring his vow of fidelity to his legitimate wife, Queen Rhaella, while praying alongside the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven, pledging to remain chaste. At this juncture, Aegon was not mad. Rather, he had long harbored the desire to reduce taxation and enhance the welfare of his people. He dispatched Hand of the King Tywin to invest funds in constructing granaries, reforming the military, and eliminating banditry. However, the entrenched power of the noble class, intertwined with the influence of the King's Guard, rendered the benefits to the common folk minimal. Furthermore, under the machinations of certain individuals, the situation in King's Landing deteriorated significantly, giving rise to 2 insurrectionist factions, the Brotherhood without banners and the King's Guard Brotherhood. The royal authority has been in conflict with them ever since. Aegon yearned for the birth of a son, and years later, that wish was fulfilled with the arrival of the new prince, igniting fervor across the kingdom. This beggar king, Viserys Targaryen, brother to Daenerys Targaryen, ushered the realm into a state of immense jubilation. Consequently, due to his elation, Aegon significantly reduced taxes that year. Although the local nobility's revenue remained unchanged, Tywin seized upon Aegon II's joy to propose a marriage alliance between Cersei Lannister and Prince Rhaegar. For reasons unknown, Aegon found himself harboring a sudden aversion to Tywin, possibly linked to Tywin's wife, Joanna, and promptly rejected the proposal. Tywin departed quietly, marking a second rejection. Despite rigorous engagement, he remained undeterred. 4 contracts had been torn asunder before. In the depths of the sea, monsters emerged, causing Tywin concern as he sought to forge alliances with the highest nobility. Yet, both Cersei and Jaime faced rejection. No noble family wished to ally with such a lineage. Known for its cold-bloodedness and ruthless tactics, the notorious reign of Castamere had rendered Tywin's family infamous. Who among the nobility would risk their children in such a union? It would invite treachery and unrest. Presently, Cersei and Jaime were merely 10 years old. Any misconduct between them would likely occur after their mother's death, during the years of neglect when they reached the tender age of 12 or 13. At this point, Cersei had yet to encounter the Forest Witch, and her dear friend Meera had not perished in a well. Unexpectedly, Tywin Lannister announced a grand tournament in Casterly Rock to celebrate the birth of Prince Viserys, scheduled for November of AC 276. This news delighted the nobility across the realm, as the prize pool astonishingly reached 20,000 gold pieces, surpassing even the king's tournament rewards, totaling a staggering 200,000 gold pieces. Such extravagance was unprecedented. Many nobles were eager to attend, driven by the soaring prices of goods. Returning to the present, Su Qin remained unaware of another event brewing rapidly. Old Town, the largest city of the empire, served as the academic and religious heart of Westeros, boasting numerous architectural marvels: the starry September of the Seven, the Citadel of Maesters, and the towering spire of House Hightower. The Citadel, nestled by the banks of the Honeywine River, featured towers and domes interconnected by stone arch bridges, flanked by 2 grand green sphinx statues, one with a male visage and the other with a female. Proof that this world is not as it is perceived by ordinary individuals. Monsters do exist. The gate is colossal, soaring dozens of meters in height and width. In this moment, the most knowledgeable assembly in this realm has unearthed the first hints concealed within ancient myths. The Council of Chief Scholars convenes. 7 esteemed scholars are embroiled in a heated debate. One, adorned with a golden chain around his neck, vehemently rebukes another who is clad in bronze chains. The iron chain necklace, approximately half a meter in diameter, is quite cumbersome, especially the golden one, which bears considerable weight. He pounds the table and bellows, "Melas! Do you comprehend the magnitude of the economic repercussions your proposal could unleash upon the entire empire?" Another scholar, his hair as white as snow, dons a grey hat and a black robe, cradling a large tome, interjects, "Gavin, the Asha ancient text distinctly records that during the Dawn era, the Naga race existed and was extraordinarily powerful. I believe it would be far safer to suspend maritime routes until we can establish a formidable escort navy and thoroughly research new hull designs before reopening the continental trade routes." Melas, draped in bronze chains, represents the fields of history, astrology, and astronomy as the chief scholar. The remaining 5 also wear their respective chain necklaces, with the most enigmatic among them being Meron, who adorns himself with a chain of black Valyrian steel. This illustrious chief scholar has delved deeply into the realms of mysticism and magic. He is tall and slender, wielding a staff topped with a purple gem that emanates a soft violet glow, a piece of amethyst. Meron occupies the seat of honor, quietly observing the spirited exchange between the leading figures of history and economics. After a moment of contemplation, Chief Scholar Gavin realizes the exorbitant cost of closing the trade routes is untenable for the continent. Recalling past quarrels, Gavin exclaims, "Melas! Cease clinging to that wretched Asha ancient text. Even if it were accurate, the events it chronicles are far removed from our present, and magic has long been obscured beneath the ruins of Valyria since the eruption of the 14 fire peaks. Have you not noticed that Meron remains silent?" Adorned in Valyrian steel, Meron, holding a white staff, patiently awaits the conclusion of the debate alongside the other 5 chief scholars. These 2 old adversaries have been bickering for decades. When their tempers flare, they can still engage in scholarly discussions post-argument. After all, history and economics are inextricably linked. The elegantly attired Gavin continues, "Closing the ports of Old Town will undoubtedly strike a blow to the grain trade of the High Court. Many regions, particularly the North and Dorne, lack sufficient grain production. How can you expect millions to survive, Melas?" In a moment of frustration, he randomly seizes a book from the table and hurls it across the room. Unfazed, Melas retaliates by tossing a book of his own. Yet, the others appear accustomed to such antics. "Gavin, we must cultivate and safeguard overland trade routes. The seas are fraught with peril. The Naga have resurfaced, and who knows if they still possess their long-lost water magic." Upon hearing this, Gavin immediately shakes his head, asserting, The overland trade routes are riddled with bandits and mercenary groups. The variables are far too numerous. Both individuals fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the silent chief scholar of magic and mysticism, Melron, tapped the floor with the amethyst tip of his staff. His long white beard resembled that of an aged wizard draped in a white robe. Melron gazed at Melrose and instructed, "Halt all merchant vessels below the large cargo ships. Reinforce the hulls with double-layered wooden interiors to prevent penetration by the aquatic abominations. We shall observe the situation for a few months before making further decisions." His words were delivered with deliberate slowness. After finishing, he lowered his gaze back to the tome of magic in his hands, sighing internally. While he possessed the capability to wield magic, as did his apprentices, such power came at a cost one that humanity could ill afford. Melrose felt a surge of indignation. The Yashogu Codex clearly documented the existence of the Naga. Why had they not established comprehensive defenses in advance? Must they wait until calamity struck to take precautionary measures? He even contemplated advocating for the construction of stone fortifications along the coastal cities. However, with the chief scholar Melron already having spoken, he had no choice but to relent. After the meeting concluded, Melrose reflected on the proceedings and, with the Yashogu Codex in hand, ventured to the territory of his dear friend, at Lance Harbor. The announcement following the chief scholars' meeting in mid-March was utterly unacceptable to Suqing. King Is, of the Empire, declared that maritime transport would be restricted solely to large galleons. Given the influx of refugees arriving from Crab Peninsula in small boats, most were using medium-sized vessels, leading to Suqing's temporary loss of immigrant population. This posed a significant setback for the development of his domain. Yet, Suqing could not dwell on this matter, for a dire piece of news had reached the valley. The entire empire was plunged into a frenzy, scrambling to procure a particular essential commodity. However, the cause of this unrest lay not within the realm of shipping. Chapter 27, The Era of Demon Hunting. On March 21, 276 AC, a day of profound significance emerged, later commemorated as the Day of Demon Hunting. The Kingdom of Dorne, a region that could rival the north, is characterized by its sweltering heat and inhospitable living conditions. To the north, the vast and treacherous Red Mountains serve as a formidable barrier, separating Dorne from the Stormlands and the Reach. These mountains are notorious for their perilous heights and the presence of savages and bandits, making them one of the most chaotic regions of the empire. Nestled to the south of the Red Mountains lies the unconquered Kingdom of Dorne. During his conquests of the other 6 kingdoms, Aegon the Conqueror secured the crown, a symbol of royal power, within the Crown Hall of Dragonstone, later relocating it to the Crown Hall of the Red Keep in King's Landing. Thus, the title of the emperor is not solely represented by the Iron Throne. The titles of the 6 kingdoms east, south, west, north, the Riverlands, and the Vale are all embodied in Aegon R. However, due to the considerable autonomy granted to the lords from the outset, the royal authority was forced to persist with a feudal system to govern the empire, particularly after Aegon met his demise at the hands of the Great Dragon in Sunspear. The Dornish people, primarily composed of the Rhoynar and the Andal, found themselves at odds with the Valyrian freehold, leading to extensive research and development of dragon hunting weaponry by the Rhoynar. Ultimately, the Rhoynar civilization succumbed to the Valyrian Empire, and their descendants traversed oceans to arrive in Dorne. The noble House Martell of Sunspear welcomed the last remnants of the Rhoynar, formalizing their alliance through marriage with the Rhoynar queen of that time. Consequently, House Martell acquired the most effective weapon against dragons, the dragon hunting crossbow. This formidable crossbow is capable of launching massive iron bolts, which can pierce the scales of dragons, particularly targeting their vulnerable areas such as the neck and wings. Having never been conquered, the Kingdom of Dorne retained its crown and royal title, being referred to as the Prince of Dorne. It was only through further matrimonial alliances that Dorne was formally integrated into the empire. However, a peculiar phenomenon exists. 3/4 of the Kingdom of Dorne is desert. Logically, being surrounded by seas on 3 sides should ensure adequate rainfall. Even if monsoons do not reach Dorne, typhoons would typically bring substantial precipitation. This is not akin to the Sahara, which, despite being surrounded by sea on one side, still boasts extensive green coastal oases due to oceanic monsoons. Yet, paradoxically, Dorne, similarly situated with 3 sides facing the sea and near the equator, experiences a scarcity of rainfall, with typhoons bypassing the region. In stark contrast, the southernmost tip of the Indian Peninsula, which shares the same geographic advantages, is predominantly not desert. This anomaly results in a significantly low agricultural yield in Dorne. Aside from the agricultural outputs from the cities of Sunspear, Vance, and Toll, the rest of the region is unsuitable for crop cultivation, leading to exorbitantly high grain prices in Dawn. Originally, the lengthy southern coast could have served as a splendid salt-producing shoreline. However, it is lamentable that the southern coast is riddled with cliffs and reefs, leaving only one flat area suitable for salt production. The salt pans of the salt coast indeed thrive, serving as a vital resource that sustains the economy and the livelihoods of the people of Dawn. This region is also the greatest source of sea salt for the Empire, with the Iron Islands yielding considerably less. Additionally, it is one of the areas with the highest military presence. The Martell family of Dawn, under the leadership of Prince Doran, has embraced the rich culture of the Eastern continent, which boasts advanced technology and progressive thought. Here, both noble and common children, regardless of their legitimacy or gender, possess inheritance rights. A system of family elections is practiced, whereby the head of the family and the elders select the most outstanding child from each generation of the Martell lineage, regardless of birth status, to inherit the title of prince. Currently, this prince is Doran Martell, who ascended to his position following the passing of Princess Marcella a few years prior. Despite his physical ailment, Doran is supported by his siblings, particularly Oberyn, the Red Viper, whose martial prowess and influence greatly assist him in maintaining authority over Dawn. Owing to Doran's commendable character and political acumen, he is recognized as the rightful heir. After the early demise of their father, he has assumed a paternal role for his younger siblings, earning their admiration and respect, which has led to a harmonious acceptance of his claim to the title. Notably, Oberyn, despite his formidable strength, willingly relinquished his claim to serve as his brother's trusted military advisor, aiding in the governance of the realm. While legal equality exists between the genders in Dawn, the unspoken rules of succession typically favor males. A male heir is prioritized unless they are all fallen in battle, unworthy. Or if no male heirs exist, in such cases, a girl of reputable character and political standing may inherit the title. Doran's exemplary political skills and integrity have earned him widespread acclaim, and his brother Oberyn also holds him in high regard. Within a few years of Doran's rule, he has garnered the support of many nobles in Dawn, stabilizing the realm. Oberyn, stationed at the Prince's Pass, has been engaged in combating banditry, honing his skills with the lance. This enlightened governance has resulted in a tax rate of 40, the lowest in the Empire, earning the Martell family the affection of both nobility and common folk alike. To the north of Sunspear lies a town known as the Hill of Souls, where it is said that the spirits of the heroes from the Dawn Age rest. Thus, it is a sacred site for the Martell family. Located to the northwest of the Broken Arm, it sits on the southern shore of the Dornish Sea, abundant in fishing resources, and its dried fish constitutes one of the crucial food supplies for Sunspear. On March 21st, the fishermen of the Hill of Souls, under the protection of the Dorn Navy's large vessels, diligently toiled along the southern coast of Dawn. The Navy possesses only a handful of large galleons, 5 in total. These galleons are exceptionally well structured, with lengths reaching up to 100 meters, widths of 50 meters, and heights of 30 meters. They are powered by 3 enormous mainsails and oars, requiring a crew of around 300 skilled sailors, with exceptionally long oars for navigation. The colossal spear at the bow of the ship pierces the crimson sun, symbolizing the motto of House Martell, indomitable. Numerous fishermen are reaping the bounties from the coastal shallows, where the delectable black fish of Dawn abound in great quantities. The fishermen gradually pour their catch from the nets into the ship's fish hold. Twilight approaches, signifying the time to haul in the nets. In the golden hues of the sunset, 5 grand galleons stand majestically at the confluence of shallow and deep waters. Their beauty enhanced by the sun's reflection. Rays illuminate the ship's timbers and sails, while a flock of seagulls encircles the vessels, as if whispering ancient tales. The administrative center of Sohill, a fishing town with a population of 4,000 households, thrives as every fisherman, every 3 days, can catch approximately 300 pounds of fish. Curiously, the sea fish seem reluctant to venture into the deep waters, allowing the fishing communities of Westeros to flourish. Thus, in Sohill alone, if 3,000 households possess fishing boats, they could yield an astonishing 300,000 units of catch each month. With 10 months of fishing annually, that amounts to 3 million units. The sun-dried fish can sustain a staggering population of 250,000. A town with just over 10,000 inhabitants supports 25 times its number, rendering Sohill a vital source of protein for the ducal realms of Sunspear and Old Town, not to mention the other 3 towns in the region. On this day, the fishermen return to port, their holds brimming with black fish. The recent abundance has brought joy to the fishermen, yet Marquis Alice is troubled, for the catch has doubled compared to the norm, instilling within him a sense of unease. He confides this concern to Prince Daeron, who resolves to dispatch 2,000 armored soldiers, expected to arrive in Sophia in 2 days. Along with 5,000 local light infantry, this should ensure stability. Under ordinary circumstances, Alice would rejoice at the plentiful catch, but given the current peculiarities, he feels that an omen lurks beneath the surface. The fishermen successfully return home, each household equipped with drying racks for their fish, yet the afternoon brings an unexpected deluge. The sky darkens ominously, thick clouds obscuring the brilliance of the stars. The noble family station in Sophia is House Tolan, whose sigil features a green dragon devouring its own tail against a golden background. This emblem carries a tale from the era of the conqueror Aegon, which need not be elaborated upon here. The Tolan family's South Castle estate lies at the heart of Sophia, serving as a vital agricultural region for Dorne. Despite being mere earls of the three towns in Sophia, the Tolan family holds the title of Marquess. Their military might encompasses 5,000 elite light infantry, 100 bronze knights, 30 silver knights, and 5 golden knights. Due to the warm climate, Dorne's primary military forces are renowned for their light infantry, camel cavalry, light cavalry, and dragon hunting crossbowmen. In the haunted manor of Soul Hill Castle. At this moment, Marquis Alexis Torrens stood on the 5th floor of the main fortress, opening the glass window against the tempest. His countenance marked by concern as he gazed towards the Eastern Heroes' Cemetery, the resting place of the deceased members of House Martell. The Dornish people, faithful to the Seven. Particularly to the stranger, the deity governing death. The Marchioness, Emma Torren, approached slowly. Her complexion was a warm hue, clad in silken garments, with a physique that spoke volumes of her prowess in nurturing, and her beauty was undeniable. She, too, hailed from the same lineage as her husband. A commonality in this world. The Marchioness reached the grand window, closed her eyes to savor the storm, and remarked, "Alexis, this rain arrives too soon." Marquis Alexis fixed his gaze upon the coastal direction, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart, though its origin eluded him. Perhaps due to the obscuring clouds that veiled the stars. He turned to embrace his cousin and wife, kissing her enchanting nose, and instructed, "Emma, take the children into the bunker. Do not emerge, no matter what transpires." With that, Alexis donned his marquis armor and, upon stepping outside, commanded his personal guard. "Summon my military advisor at once. Organize the populace. Bring everyone into the manor. Dispatch scouts to investigate the surroundings of Fish Town and Crab Town. And remember to don your raincoats." "Yes, my lord." A quarter of an hour later, Alexis, accompanied by 3,000 Soul Hill spear wielders clad in waterproof black cloaks, wielded torches of black oil that would not be extinguished by the rain. They proceeded in squads to fortify the coastal areas of Soul Hill Castle, Fish Town, and Crab Town. Fortune favored the methodical and composed Marquis. His decision proved to be astute. Meanwhile, at the Heroes' Cemetery, the caretaker, Old Ross, was one of the guardians responsible for maintaining the tombstones of the Martell family from the previous era. He sat within his abode, watching the torrential rain through the wooden window. As a caretaker, he was well versed in the legends surrounding the cemetery. Tales spoke of a hero's grave from the Dawn Age over 10,000 years ago. However, over the years, no one cared to remember which hero lay buried there, only acknowledging it as the royal burial site of House Martell. Old Ross sat quietly by the window, raising a cup of barley wine to his lips. Just as he tilted his head back to drink, a sharp pain pierced his heart, as the ceramic bowl shattered upon the floor. He beheld a grotesque fish head with bulging eyes staring back at him from outside the window. Its teeth, 3 centimeters long, were bared in a menacing grin. Fixated on Old Ross, his gaze fell lower, where a trident pierced through his heart. He recognized it as a creature of the Naga. The Scarlet City had already alerted the Empire. With the spear swiftly withdrawn, Old Ross coughed up blood, collapsing onto the table as crimson began to seep into the wooden floor. As memories flickered through his mind like a lantern's glow, he recalled the girl he cherished in his youth, the beautiful maiden who had been cruelly ravaged by pirates of the Stone Steps Isles and taken back to their domain, leaving him aware of the slim chances of her survival. What he did not know was the fate that had befallen the girl he loved. At this moment, she was in Lee's, joyfully indulging under the embrace of a corpulent nobleman. Little did she recall the boy at the Soul Mount, who had silently awaited her from childhood to old age, from raven locks to silver strands, from a handsome visage to a face etched with wrinkles. He believed she would perish, thus he dedicated his life to guarding her grave, a vigil that spanned a lifetime. Old Ross leaned over the table, quietly counting the heads of fishermen that passed by the window, each wielding a spear as they ambled past 1, 2, 3. Time slipped away, and old Ross, with open eyes, succumbed to an abyss of darkness. On that day, all the gravekeepers and stationed soldiers found no escape from the hero's cemetery, while the Marquis' castle at Soulmount faced a fierce onslaught from a multitude of fishmen. Fortunately, the fortifications held, preventing the enemy from scaling the walls, otherwise their demise would have been inevitable. For, that night, the Naga fisherman slave legion that attacked Soulmount numbered at least tens of thousands. Moreover, a cacophony of explosions echoed from the east. How did they know? Because by the following day, apart from a multitude of fishermen slain at the foot of the city walls and in the other two towns, a staggering 10,000 spear-wielding fishermen lay dead in the hero's cemetery. The next morning, the sun rose once more, and Alex, weary from a night of battle in Drill Town, arrived at the hero's cemetery. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the great sword in his hand clattered to the ground, and he knelt before the 325 graves of the Martell family lineage. Viewed from above, the graves of the 325 deceased princes had all been unearthed, their skeletons arranged in a circular inner ring, while in the outer ring, 1,000 fishermen had pierced their own heads with their spears. They had committed suicide. Black blood congealed upon the earth, the ring failing to dilute its presence. In the very center of the burial ground, between the two circular rings, the nameless hero's grave, standing for an indeterminate time, had been blasted open, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 30 meters and a depth of 25 meters. Shortly thereafter, the Marquis, clad in leather armor, arrived at the scene, ordered the Marquis, who had collapsed at the cemetery's edge, to be taken back to Soulmount City, and commanded that the entire cemetery be surrounded with wooden barriers, prohibiting anyone from disturbing the remains within. The reason for Alex's collapse was that he had surmised the enemy's objective, which was likely this very grave. Had he been present, he would have thwarted their nefarious plot. Unbeknownst to him, last night, 30,000 fishermen had silently witnessed their comrades take their own lives. Had he been there, he too would have met a grim fate. Henceforth, a star in the southern expanse of the 7-star sector was forever deprived of its brilliance. That evening in Lance Harbor, the Empire's chief astrologer, Melas, cradled the ancient tome of the Ashat book, quietly gazing at the star in the 7th sector, aware that it glowed with a red light, recorded in the Ashat book for at least 10,000 years. After placing the Ashat book in the library on the 4th floor of Lannis Castle, he vanished, his absence becoming eternal. No one knew where Melas, who had debated with the chief economist Gavin for the better part of his life, had ultimately gone. Only the chief scholar Gavin, who was bereft of news regarding Melrose, drowned his sorrows in the tavern of the scholarly city, indulging in drink throughout the night. They engaged in weekly debates concerning the advancement of Westeros, the approach to dealing with foreign tribes, and the defense against the White Walkers. The scholars were well aware that the legends held truth, for magic indeed existed. It was merely shrouded to prevent panic among the nobility and the common folk. The bright star that had vanished from the 7th sector was known as the Star of the Seventh Voyage, a beacon to guide ships on their long journeys. At this moment, it had lost its brilliance, casting the night sky into darkness. Fortunately, the guiding stars of the remaining 6 sectors remained intact. Days later, the overseer of the scholarly city, Melron, upon receiving news of the Soul Mounts of Dorne, promptly journeyed to Dorne, where he remained until the occurrence of the next peculiar event. Chapter 28, the formation of a new army 4 days after the occurrence of the bizarre events. Both Old Town and King's Landing received tidings relayed by the Ravens. The Marquis of Soulhill, Alexis, earned the moniker Naga Destroyer among the populace, as the aristocracy and scholars endeavored to suppress the dissemination of such horrific news to the masses. The common folk, deemed foolish and easily swayed by the machinations of the unscrupulous, were instead informed that the Marquis of Soulhill had vanquished 15,000 Naga at the cost of merely 500 of his men. Originally stationed along the coast, Alexis, upon witnessing the staggering number of enemies emerging from the depths of the water, retreated to Soulhill Fortress, suffering approximately 500 casualties in the process. However, the repercussions of this incident were grave, as the Kingdom of Dorne declared a suspension of maritime trade. Sea salt would henceforth be entrusted to the 3 major mercenary companies and merchants of Dorne, to be transported from the Prince S Pass of the Crimson Mountains to various locales. The overland route proved far more cumbersome than the sea. It necessitated the preparation of not only goods but also provisions and prior arrangements with local nobility. Particularly, the journey from the Salt Coast to the Prince S Pass, spanning several hundred kilometers, traversed arid deserts and relied solely on camel transport. Consequently, the price of sea salt surged threefold, with a significant lag in its availability. The farther one ventured from dawn, the more exorbitant the cost became. The north was in peril. It was already a region characterized by economic hardship yet strong martial prowess, where wealth was scarce. The nobility of the north paled in comparison to their southern counterparts, both in fortune and in appearance. Few southern noblewomen were inclined to wed into the harsh and frigid north, leading to a dearth of suitable brides for the lesser nobility, resulting in offspring often lacking in beauty. Take for instance the heir of Bear Island, Great Bear Yora, who at the age of 30 found himself wed to a woman of little allure, largely due to his own poverty and lack of charm. His unfortunate appearance dissuaded his wife from sharing a bed with him, leading to a childless marriage, and ultimately, the untimely demise of his first spouse. The reality was far grimmer than the images we conjure. Only 5 prominent families in the north, House Stark, House Manderley, House Karstark, House Bolton, and House Reed had any semblance of opportunity to court the daughters of southern nobility. The territories of these 5 houses were all of ducal standing, constituting the mightiest families in the north. The towering spire of Old Town rises upon a large reef approximately 1 kilometer from the mouth of the Honeywine River. The elevation of this reef exceeds 30 meters above the sea level, its bedrock composed of obsidian. It is a mystery how the ancient Hightower family, whose history reaches back to the Dawn Age, managed to establish a foundation upon such resilient obsidian. The exterior of the Hightower is an octagonal prism, with each side measuring 400 meters, summing to a perimeter of 200 meters and a height reaching 20 meters. Behind the fortress walls lies the abode of the servants and soldiers, while at its very heart stands the Hightower itself. The outer walls of the tower also take the form of a regular octagon, tapering in 5 segments from base to summit, creating the illusion of a grand lighthouse from afar. The highest segment, the 5th, ascends to a height of 40 meters. Strangely, at the pinnacle above the 5th tier, there stands an everlasting colossal torch. The outer walls of each tier are adorned with obsidian, intricately designed to form the emblem of the Hightower family. A white tower resembling a tiered beacon, ablaze against a backdrop of ash. The family as language, rich in significance, illuminates the path ahead. In the subterranean vault beneath the towering edifice, a group of cloaked figures escorts a woman down the staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd underground chamber, she embraces her child and takes a seat on a stone bench, awaiting something in the dimly lit space, where only torches provide illumination and a peculiar aroma wafts from within the stone door. Shortly after, a handsome young man clad in black robes opens the stone door and approaches the woman, kneeling before her. To her astonishment, her eyes are violet. The man gently kisses the infant's face, gazes at the child for a moment, and then inquires, "Madam, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The child you seek is remarkably beautiful, possessing Targaryen blood. We do not compel you to act against your will. You may still leave the chamber with your child. My father will not hinder your departure." The woman regards the man silently, placing the infant on the stone bench before laboriously making her way toward the chamber's entrance. The man watches her retreating figure, a sense of sorrow welling within him, yet the research has reached a critical juncture. He tenderly gazes into the child's enchanting violet eyes, cradling the infant gently. Suddenly, the child smiles at him and begins to coo. The man finds himself fond of the child, kissing her cheek, remaining motionless as he stands with her until her cries break the silence. Only then does he, burdened with a heavy heart, carry the child back into the chamber. In youth, unmarked by memory, there is no awareness of suffering. But who claims that pain does not exist? Do not the living endure their own share of anguish? Days pass, and for Su Qing, the end of March approaches. At Seagull Manor, in the training grounds, Su Qing observes from the side of the shooting range as the Qilin Guards conduct their daily military drills. The entire contingent of 300 Qilin Guards wields a Qing crossbow, a product of 15 days of tireless work by 100 artisans, finally completed today. The troops are aligned in 3 rows, with 5 standard bearers positioned at the forefront of each line, dividing the 300 soldiers into left wing, central axis, and right wing formations. The foremost individuals crouch. The second row stands, while the last row prepares their bows, maintaining a 30-centimeter distance to allow those behind to step forward and shoot. The chief standard bearer remains vigilant to the signals of the commanding flag officer, easily identifiable by the circle of colored flags adorning his back. The 1-meter-long flags are unmistakable. Though the ancient flag officers originated in the later feudal period, Su Qing employs them now, a unique practice in the continent. The left wing commander, simulating the general, calls out loudly from 50 meters away, "The enemy is within range, crossbowmen, fire." Before the commander, 50 meters ahead, the crossbow flag bearer observed as the flag bearer beside the commander began issuing commands. Without delay, he drew forth the crimson flag adorned with a yellow dragon, pivoted, and shouted, "Crossbowmen, take your positions, aim, and fire." As he bellowed, he vigorously waved the red flag downwards. The remaining 4 crossbow flag bearers, upon witnessing this, echoed his call, "Crossbowmen, aim, fire." A tempest of arrows erupted from the center, a volley of crossbow bolts converging like a spearhead towards the wooden target 50 meters away. Once the first 2 ranks had discharged their arrows, the final rank promptly advanced to crouch in front, while the chief flag bearer turned back, ever vigilant for signals from the flag bearer beside the commander. Should the enemy breach the ranks before the crossbowmen, the commander would command a retreat from the firing zone or brandish his long knife to engage in close combat. Certainly, the crossbowmen shot from an elevated position. In the formation, the task of throwing projectiles fell to the archers and longbowmen. The effective range of crossbow bolts was limited, making them particularly suited for use on fortifications and city walls against foreign adversaries. Thus, they were hastily produced under Su Qin's direction. Light cavalry could also wield a light crossbow, facilitating guerrilla tactics, though the hornbow would prove a superior choice, with the redwood hornbow boasting a range of 150 meters, allowing for engagement from a safe distance, rendering the enemy's arrows ineffective or feeble. At the observation platform, Su Qin intently scrutinized the target, noting a commendable hit rate of approximately 50%. Beside him stood Ayla, and after taking a sip of wine, Su Qin remarked with a smile, "I did not expect the Qian Guard to adapt to the bow and crossbow so swiftly." Ayla nodded in agreement, "My lord. Each participant in the training has shot at least 500 arrows in a day. Half a day has already passed. At the very least, they are becoming familiar with ranged weaponry." Suddenly, Su Qin and Ayla noticed Gri approaching from a distance. Su Qin immediately advanced to meet him, sensing that an important matter had arisen. Gri, sweating profusely atop his horse, arrived at Su Qin's observation platform and announced, "My lord, the red bricks from the brick kiln have been produced 300,000 bricks in total, of a quality surpassing that of the Storm Kingdom." Su Qin exchanged a glance with Ayla. "Ayla, you oversee the training of the formation. I shall investigate this matter." Ayla promptly replied, "Yes, my lord." The formation was being prepared for large-scale battles, as chaos was the greatest fear of any army. The flag bearers were essential, positioned every 50 meters within the ranks. They would serve as the information hubs of the army, akin to tentacles, allowing Su Qin to maintain effective control over the formation. While there may be some latency, it could be disregarded with fewer personnel. Su Qin mounted his swift steed and promptly followed Gri to the 10 newly constructed round queues. The final blue bricks had all been produced in these queues. Upon entering, he beheld a vast materials yard piled high with red bricks. Young transport workers, roughly 12 years of age, were busily stacking the red bricks onto carts, a necessity due to the shortage of labor. Furthermore, Su Qin would provide wages, albeit only at the end of April. As he ventured further inside, Su Qin picked up a red brick, weighing it in his hand. Indeed, the density was quite impressive. He turned to Gri and inquired, "Given the substantial density of these red bricks, how high and thick do you believe they could support a wall?" Gri has cut his hair short, appearing much more spirited, with eyes as blue as the sky. "My lord, if the load-bearing pillars of the walls were to be made thicker, the foundation dug deeper, and the base expanded, I believe we could construct a city wall reaching 25 meters in height." Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How thick?" "My lord, a wall 10 meters wide could attain a height of 30 meters. With a width of 20 meters, it could reach 50 meters. Su Qin nodded, leading Gri to the pergola where they observed the workers at labor. Contemplating for a moment, he turned to Gri. "How thick must the walls be to build a 30-meter-high arrow tower fortress?" Gri understood immediately that his lord intended to construct such a structure, originally designed for the barbarians, though it remained uncertain whether they would be engaged this year. He had already conducted his research. "My lord, the lower section requires a load-bearing wall of 2 meters thick, while above that, a thickness of 1 meter will suffice. A heavier base with a lighter upper structure ensures stability. According to my calculations, to build a medium fortress 30 meters high and covering 600 square meters, with a first-floor residential height of 5 meters, we would need 1 million bricks." Su Qin sprayed the cool water from his flask in disbelief. He was cautious about consuming others' drinks and food. "Gri, how much? I didn't quite catch that." "You are demanding 4 months' worth of production just for 1 layer." Indeed, the residences at the farm were far more practical, requiring only a mixture of wood and bricks. While this full brick structure was undeniably costly, Bree realized that his lord lacked a comprehensive understanding of wall construction. Such a building would be considered a formidable fortress center. At a height of 30 meters, it could enhance the range of longbows by at least half. My lord, would you like me to explain the calculations? Su Qin waved his hand dismissively. After all, that represented 4 months' worth of bricks. It seemed imperative to relocate the residents of Delia's Brackland fortress. Currently, Lower Seagull Town had around 3,000 households, and it would be a monumental task to spare 1,000 individuals for brickmaking. The residents of Brackland fortress numbered over 3,000 households as well, combining to form a level 6 city. After further contemplation, he deemed that progress was still too slow. It appeared that initially, they would have to resort to constructing smaller arrow towers. The arrow tower fortress would serve as a defensive stronghold akin to a castle. He inquired, how many bricks and timber are required for a small arrow tower 10 meters high? Bree pondered for a moment. Such a conventional structure was relatively straightforward to estimate. After a brief reflection, he replied, My lord, a wall thickness of 0.4 meters will suffice for load bearing. And a tower with a base of 3 meters and a height of 10 meters can accommodate 5 individuals on each side. We will likely need some seagull red bricks. Precisely. We must indeed prioritize this construction. After a moment's thought, Su Qin gazed into the distance and declared, In March, we will utilize 300,000 bricks to establish 24 arrow towers within the wooden palisade surrounding Lower Seagull Town, placing 12 towers on the southern coast, 6 on each side, and none to the north for now. Remember to construct them with maximum spacing. We will add more towers in the gaps later. Bree nodded, Yes, my lord. Su Qin sighed inwardly, but then contemplated the question of the inner city, and cautiously asked, Bree, how many bricks and stones are required for the inner city walls of Lower Seagull Town? Su Qin could hardly fathom the enormity of the task at hand. Bree grinned widely and remarked, My lord, a city wall measuring 10 meters in height, 5 meters in width, and extending 200 meters in length requires a staggering 40 million bricks. Su Qin gulped down the water from his canteen in disbelief. With a workforce of 1,000 producing merely 300,000 bricks per month, the completion of this endeavor seemed a far-off dream indeed. It was evident that none among the builders were ordinary individuals. The initial step would be to erect a wooden palisade, followed by the establishment of stone arrow towers 10 meters tall behind it. Once an opportunity arose to mobilize a substantial labor force from among the immigrants, large-scale brick and stone production could commence. That evening, in the conference hall on the first floor, Su Qin sat quietly in the Lord's seat for the Lord's meeting of the 4th week of March. In light of the recent developments concerning the Soul Mound, Su Qin had received reliable information. His heart was heavy. He had gazed at the heavens and confirmed that the 7th Voyager star had indeed vanished. In recent days, he had been observing the 7 regions of the starry sky and had even discovered intriguing phenomena, yet he dared not dwell on such thoughts. Nonetheless, preparations against the Sea Tribe were essential. The ministers arrived as scheduled, and upon seeing Su Qin's calm demeanor as he scrutinized the letters on the table, they sensed that dire news was afoot, which only compounded the burden of the finance minister, who was already grappling with another unfortunate piece of information. Once everyone had taken their seats, Su Qin began, The Lord's meeting for the 4th week of March is now in session. With the central theme being military expansion and the welfare of the populace, he turned his gaze towards Minister Luke. Luke, how many able-bodied citizens, unaffected by production, can enlist? Luke, responsible for the security of Lower Gold Town, was indeed the right person to consult regarding this matter. He met Su Qin's gaze and replied, My lord, there are currently 3,000 households in Lower Gold Town and 1,000 in Red Brick Town. Red Brick Town is likely off limits for enlistment. In Lower Gold Town, there are approximately 4,000 adult males, 3,000 females, and over 2,000 children. I have not counted the newborns. Su Qin nodded. Originally intending to see a population surge in the latter half of the year, but alas, that would not come to pass. Among the males, around 1,500 were willing to heed Breely's call for assistance in construction. If stretched to the limit, it might be possible to recruit an additional 1,500 regular soldiers. Su Qin acknowledged the situation but recognized the dire state of his finances. The first season's corn sales remained uncertain. The costs of military expansion were exorbitant. Yet the necessity for reinforcements could not be ignored. The funds recorded in the accounts had been meticulously planned and could not be altered, a grave oversight. The pursuit of extreme development had led to complications. Nevertheless, the need for troop expansion was undeniable. Su Qing, with a solemn expression, declared, I plan to establish several new regiments, specifically 3 units of 500 soldiers each, archers, heavy infantry, and light infantry. What are your opinions on this matter? Ella, who had a voice in these affairs, regarded Su Qing and said, My lord, such an excessive recruitment may overwhelm the economic capabilities of Go Manor. Given your tendencies, the wages will undoubtedly be substantial. How can we sustain that? He continued. The combined forces of the Chilling Guards and the patrols amount to 600 resolute and well-trained soldiers, who should be able to adequately defend Go Manor. Su Qing shook his head, aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, and promptly handed the letters on the table to Ella. As Ella peered down at the documents, the more he read, the more cold sweat beaded upon his brow. To my dearest fiancé, Su Qing. I have received word from the chief tailor of Dorne, regarding a grave situation. The Soul Mount of Dorne is besieged by no fewer than 30,000 mermen. The local marquis, the Naga destroyer, Alex Torren, has claimed to have vanquished 15,000 of these creatures. However, the reality is far more dire, as 10,000 of them perished in a suicidal frenzy. Reports from the Academy reveal that the mermen conducted a nefarious ritual, unearthing the remains of the deceased lineage of House Martell. The bones disintegrate into dust upon contact, even those of the previous generation's Dornish princess. The coastal lords are mobilizing their forces and establishing fortifications, resulting in a significant surge in the prices of military supplies such as iron ingots and bricks. Strategic commodities, including salt, cotton, and wool, are also set to see a substantial rise in price. The goods produced in these locales will find no buyers, while those in need will be left wanting, delivering a severe blow to the empire's economy. Notably, in the north, there has already been widespread hoarding of salt, and the Iron Islands have shown signs of unrest. Remember to stockpile some salt. The excess salt from the salt flats by the seaside of Fusher City has been transported overland through Eiling Valley to the White Port, providing support for the 5 million inhabitants of the north. Beneath your bed, I have left 3,000 gold coins as reserve funds. Remember to bolster your military, whether by leasing or constructing large vessels. Considering your lack of personnel adept in harbor construction, I have recommended a scholar from the Hightower family, who excels in this area. Please extend him a warm welcome. He is the son of Leighton, Baron Hensley, and he has expressed considerable interest in you. Having proactively contacted the chief tailor of the Riverbend to visit. Do not heed any slander or rumors regarding the Hightower family. Safeguard Baron Hensley. The motto of the Hightower family is Illuminate the Future, and they are a venerable lineage. Remember to protect Hensley. He is expected to arrive at Seagull Town in approximately 2 weeks, escorted by various nobles. I am currently en route to Old Town, where I have certain matters to assist the Hightower family with. There have been new advancements in the Academy's research on the ethereal realm, and I shall have the Raven inform you of any progress. Seal, a circle of ancient runes encircling a pebble, House Royce, signed, your loving fiancée E. Delia. Upon finishing the letter, Ella immediately raised her head, reflecting, how could the Lord place such trust in me? Ella's loyalty has reached 95, with a negligible chance of betrayal. Su Qing retrieved the letter, gazing at Ella, and remarked, Do you understand now? Ella nodded gravely. Su Qing patted his shoulder, saying, After a year, I have finally won you over. Your loyalty has been slow to rise despite your high position and ample rewards. Even Gree's loyalty has reached 98. My lord, is the Kyrian Guard fully staffed? Su Qing nodded, observing the ministers, each engrossed in the letter. This matter cannot remain concealed for long. I have decided to expand the Kyrian Guard to a complement of 500. 3 new regiments shall be established, one designated the Huanglong Army, a regular heavy infantry unit of 500, another named the Coastal Defense, a regular light infantry unit of 500, and the third, the Heilong Army, a regular cavalry archer unit of 500. Each military unit is to recruit 250 individuals, promoting Commander AI Air, the left commander of the Chilling Guard, to the position of commander of the Huanglong Army, and elevating Commander Benny, the right commander of the Chilling Guard, to commander of the Coastal Defense. Additionally, the eldest son of the right Minister of Finance, John, is to be appointed as the commander of the Heilong Army. The appointments of the left and right aides will be deferred for the time being. The monthly salary for the commanders of the 3 armies is set at 50 gold pieces. If there are any objections, you may voice them now. Su Qing gazed at Tran, the patriarch of the Augustus family. Tran trembled, his heart brimming with joy as he thought, My lord, you have entrusted military power to the old nobility. This implies that as long as the old nobility adheres to the rules, their authority will remain unchallenged. Moreover, the remuneration is substantial. It is uncertain whether a knight's castle yields an annual income of 100 gold pieces. Loyalty of Tran has reached 90, faithfully serving. Su Qing disregarded the system and turned to the Right Minister of Finance, inquiring, "Do you have any objections, Tran?" Tran immediately responded, "My lord. My troublesome son commands a mercenary group of over 100 men. I can have them all enlist. I have managed them well this past year. And they have committed no significant misdeeds. I have expelled those who have misbehaved from the mercenary group under Zhang's authority." The ministers had long since discerned Su Qing's disposition and character. Understanding Su Qing's temperament has its advantages and disadvantages, however. As long as the army knows who their lord is, recognizes his wisdom, and understands who pays their wages and what they are protecting, any fluctuations in personnel appointments will generally not pose significant issues. Su Qing nodded, stating, "They may be accepted into the ranks. Those who refuse to adhere to discipline can be dismissed. My army shall not permit drinking during marches." Tran nodded in acknowledgement of this regulation. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "The monthly salary for ordinary soldiers across the 3 armies is set at 1 gold piece, with squad leaders of 30 men earning 2 gold pieces, centurions 5 gold pieces, and the left and right deputy commanders 20 gold pieces each." The ministers nodded in agreement. The salary for ordinary soldiers is 1/3 that of the personal guards, which is quite reasonable. With the expansion of each army by half, the remaining 500 male laborers will leave 750 available to construct arrow towers within the inner city of Ozen. Su Qing then turned to the logistics minister, NAK, and remarked, "NAK, I will find a solution for the salt, do not worry." Tran and NAK exchanged glances, both surprised that their lord was aware of the salt supply lasting only 2 weeks. In truth, Su Qing had instructed the logistics minister to monitor the inventory of salt and clothing each month. As for the audacity to directly employ dragons as military designations, Su Qing had discovered that many families on the continent bear dragons as their heraldic symbols, such as the Soul-Hill Tauran family, whose emblem features a green dragon consuming its own tail. Previously, there had been concerns about the dragon church being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. However, upon further investigation, it was revealed that the dragon church indeed exists in Asia, although the deity worshipped might not be a dragon god. Yet, who can truly ascertain this? Su Qing has never ventured to the eastern continent of Asia. Following the meeting, Su Qing swiftly ventured to the study with Gri, dedicating an entire night to examining the structure of the salt fields. The next day, the two awoke in the study, sharing a bed, only rising in the afternoon. "The first time I shared a bed with a man in this world, I felt a semblance to the ancient practice of confidants resting side by side. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, the 7 celestial regions and 6 twinkling guiding stars illuminate the vessels navigating the seas. Without these guiding stars, one is relegated to coastal transport, as venturing into the open waters is fraught with peril. Losing one's way becomes a commonplace occurrence." Chapter 29, Midnight Whispers. In early April, Alan Royce returned to the city of Runestones, bearing the fruits of the concluded War of Vengeance. This marked the official transfer of sovereignty and titles of the entire Strongstone Beach to the Royce family. Little did Alan anticipate that his visit to King's Landing would yield such a multitude of events. Upon his return, he extended an invitation to Su Qing to attend his lord's council before the end of April. One day, as Su Qing sat in his study, he received a letter from Delia. The correspondence did not pertain to the matters of soul research in the academic city, which Su Qing had hoped for. Instead, it demanded that he facilitate the relocation of over 3,000 residents from Blakeland Castle to Seagull Town within the first half of the year. "Delia, you are placing a substantial burden upon me." Su Qing mused silently. The message from Delia was clear. She intended to provide him with a populace. Yet the challenge lay in the fact that a larger populace necessitated an increased supply of resources. At present, the merchant vessels were reduced by half, and prices for goods had soared considerably. Some merchants dared only to traverse coastal regions, avoiding the treacherous deep seas. Sipping a glass of wine, Su Qing rested his head on his right hand, recalling the salt pans by the seaside. Indeed, every coastal noble, given the right circumstances, would endeavor to establish salt pans by the shore. However, the yield in the northern regions was significantly lower than that of the down-south coast. With the exception of one area, the Iron Islands, the rocks beneath the salt pans of the Iron Islands are granite, possessing poor water absorption, resulting in a more efficient evaporation process than in other regions. Coupled with the frequent winds, their output could rival that of the Salt Coast. Moreover, the Iron Islands boast a crown, known as the Salt Crown. The leader of the Iron Islands is still referred to as the King of the Iron Islands, with the crown of sea salt and bedrock, also known as the Driftwood Crown, symbolizing the sovereignty over the Iron Islands, its people, and its territories. Although the Iron Islands do not yield allegiance to King's Landing, their salt is still channeled through black market merchants to several kingdoms, particularly to Riverland. The former king of the Iron Islands once ruled over Riverland, thus establishing a tight-knit connection between the two regions. After pondering for quite some time, Su Qing could only envy the favorable conditions of the Iron Islands. Beneath Seagull City lies sandstone, which has excellent water absorption, resulting in a considerably lower salt yield. Nevertheless, he would still need to produce some salt to weather crises such as this. The populace of Seagull City numbers approximately 12,000. While Blakeland also boasts a similar count, bringing the total to 24,000. Each individual requires 5 grams of salt per day, which translates to a staggering 3.5 kilograms per month. Currently, the warehouse holds a mere 1,800 kilograms, far from sufficient. After deep contemplation, Su Qing mounted his horse and journeyed to the seaside salt fields. The foundation for the salt drying grounds was constructed of red bricks, which he suspected might prove inadequate, yet felt compelled to test nonetheless. Accompanied by Lake, the two rode swiftly towards the coast. At present, the war horses in Seagull Town had increased significantly, as the soldiers received substantial wages, enabling their families to afford inferior horses or water buffaloes to assist in agricultural endeavors. The soldiers, hailing from farming backgrounds, each possessed a portion of land. Those with ambition would purchase a horse for themselves. Although Su Qing had not mandated it, the Chilling Guards had already acquired horses. While a batch of war horses cost 30 gold coins, a mere inferior horse could be obtained for just 10. As long as soldiers received their salaries to buy and train horses for archery, the soldiers within the Chilling Guards would, driven by inter-soldier rivalry or a desire to demonstrate loyalty, procure their own weapons and steeds. Despite the generous pay for the Chilling Guards, Seagull Town offered little in terms of entertainment, rendering military families among the wealthiest of the common folk. The families of each soldier held a relatively high status among the populace, which benefited Su Qing, prompting him to maintain his focus elsewhere. Upon arriving at the expansive salt fields by the sea, Su Qing observed Gris seated before a small mound of white sea salt, lost in deep thought. Dismounting slowly, Su Qing circled the heap of white salt and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "System, assess the quality of the sea salt." In an instant, information flooded his mind. Rough sea salt contains mild toxins. Prolonged consumption may reduce lifespan by up to 30. Upon reading this, he exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he may have inadvertently unearthed a significant factor contributing to the town's low life expectancy. He had never considered the habit of testing such everyday items. Suddenly, Su Qing pondered, "System, can you detect whether food or fine wine is toxic?" This was crucial. The system responded succinctly with, Su Qing immediately exclaimed in delight, "Incredible. With this, I need not have Heal personally test my meals and water each day. A mere glance will suffice." Suppressing his inner jubilation, he gradually crouched down, grasping a handful of coarse salt, and addressed the still-dazed Minister Gris. "Is this mound of salt the yield from the experimental salt fields over the past few days?" Snapped back to reality upon seeing Su Qing, Gris quickly rose, his disheveled hair betraying the image of a baronial minister. "My lord, I beg your pardon. I was lost in thought." Su Qing shook his head, considering this a trivial matter. The true issue was that after 3 days, there was only this small mound, and it appeared somewhat yellowish and potentially toxic. He inquired about the yield of the salt fields. Regardless of toxicity, it was prudent to first assess the output. Gris nodded and replied, "Based on current production levels, this 1 acre can yield 100 kilograms of coarse salt per week." Su Qing began to calculate in his mind. With a monthly consumption of 600 kilograms, they would require 9 salt fields 9 acres, which was not an excessive amount. He then asked, "Gris, then shall we establish 9 acres?" Gris gazed at Su Qing, acknowledging the reality of the situation. However, when compared to the yield of Dorne, it was utterly uncompetitive. He inquired, "My lord, are you aware of how much coarse salt a large acre of salt flats in Dorne produces in a month?" Su Qing shook his head. Managing so many affairs left him only with a general awareness of the remaining salt supplies, rendering him incapable of considering such minutiae. Other matters required Su Qing's coordination, leaving him quite busy and devoid of any romantic desires. Gry, looking down at a small mound of sea salt on the ground, continued. "In the salt flats of Dorne's coastline, a 1,000 square meter salt flat can yield 2,000 kilograms in a month. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was taken aback by the disparity. He immediately inquired, how much does a large acre in the Iron Islands produce in a month? Gry grinned, realizing that eliciting a break from Su Qing's usual impassive demeanor brought him joy. My lord, a large acre in the Iron Islands yields 1,000 kilograms in a month. Su Qing, upon hearing this, glanced at the small pile of salt before them, which indeed seemed insufficient. Gry, contemplating something amusing, proposed, would you like to know how many large acres of salt flat Dorne possesses? Su Qing nodded, recognizing the significance of this information while sensing Gry's evident delight. Gry chuckled, stating, the salt coastline of the Kingdom of Dorne, where it meets the sea along the plains and sandy beaches, spans 120 square kilometers, comprising a total of 100,000 large acres of salt flats. In a month, these can produce 200 million tons of sea salt. An individual requires approximately 5 grams of salt daily, amounting to 150 grams per month, enabling Dorne's salt coastline to sustain 1 million inland residents. Su Qing pondered this, realizing that with the vast population of Westeros, such a supply would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, each coastal noble's salt flats were indeed crucial. Although their yield may be modest, their extensive area was significant. Despite Dorne's production being capable of supporting only 3 million people, there were additional salt flats to the west, north, and east, albeit not as expensive as those in the south. Furthermore, inland salt mines, with minimal processing, could also support a portion of the population better to have some than none at all. Su Qing glanced toward the sea, acknowledging its current lack of safety. He then led Gry back to the study of Seagull Manor to continue their discussion. In the study, Ilya, accompanied by 2 maids, poured red wine for Su Qing and Gry. After ensuring the wine was not poisoned, Su Qing gulped it down, quenching his thirst. He handed the cup back to Ilya, requesting another. Soon, 2 bowls of lamb stew and 3 large cornmeal pancakes were served at the study table, as neither Su Qing nor Gry had yet dined. The pancakes, cooked on a flat pan, were favored by the common folk and the army alike. Not only were they delicious and slightly sweet, but they also lent themselves well to being preserved as provisions for several days. Su Qing resumed his discussion with Gry, savoring a spoonful of stew, which proved delightful, especially when paired with the pancakes. A splendid meal indeed. Gry, seated opposite, also took a sip of the stew and a bite of the pancake, finding the flavor consistent with what was beloved in taverns. With a smile, Su Qing remarked, Gry, I've been considering if we could resolve the issue of seawater being absorbed by red bricks, given our climate. How much sea salt could we produce per large acre in a month? Gry set down his spoon, contemplating for a moment before his eyes sparkled with realization as he gazed at Su Qing. The master must have a plan. He immediately declared, we are on par with the Iron Islands. If we can resolve the issue of water absorption, producing 1,000 kilograms per acre in a month is certainly achievable. Su Qing nodded, taking a bite of the slightly sweet flatbread, which brought forth inspiration and delight. Gry chuckled softly, acknowledging that the master had a rather unrefined image. Yet he relished sharing meals with him, as the master often possessed innovative ideas that sparked creativity. After a brief moment of speculation, he inquired, Master, do you have a solution for the water absorption issue with the red bricks? Su Qing lifted a fresh goblet of wine, taking a sip before replying, Gry, have you forgotten the vital artisan skill bestowed upon you by the dragon god in your miracles? Gry tilted his head, pondering but finding no clarity, and curiously asked, Master, what skill are you referring to? With a smile, Su Qing posed a question. What is required in the final step of the second firing in the porcelain kiln to ensure that the ceramics are waterproof or non-absorbent? Gry began to rummage through his memories of the ceramic techniques from his miracles. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of joy as he exclaimed, Master, it's glazing. Glazing can effectively render our porcelain waterproof. Are you suggesting we glaze the bricks? Su Qing nodded slowly, recognizing that this was merely his perspective. Yet it might not be entirely rigorous, especially since safe glazing materials were not guaranteed. However, observing Gry lost in thought, he chose to remain silent and continued eating. After a while, as Gry began to comprehend, Su Qing asked, are there glazing materials available in Westeros? Gry smiled, responding, Master, Westeros undoubtedly has them. Feldspar constitutes 40. Pure quartz sent from ground quartz accounts for 20. Clay makes up 15. And colorants comprise the remaining 15. We can formulate bricks of any desired color. Alternatively, If you wish to produce porcelain for sale, the porcelain in Westeros is primarily sourced from the lands of the Empire and is quite expensive. Su Qing quickly grasped an imperial tidbit and inquired, where is this land? Greer, with a bemused expression, thought to himself, Master, your homeland lies in that very land. You seem utterly oblivious. Yet he refrained from revealing his thoughts and explained, the land is located east of the Bone Mountains, quite distant from us. The people there share your features, black hair, black eyes, and similar heights. Their technology and population far exceed ours. But it seems there is something to the north and east that is contending with them. After all, the followers of the Night Lion from that land harbor no intentions of invading westward. Su Qing nodded, contemplating the possibility of visiting that land someday. Perhaps to find an environment reminiscent of his own. However, recalling their discussion regarding glazing, he posed another question. I wish to produce black porcelain bricks. Is the current easy to obtain? Greer chuckled, Master, charcoal powder serves as an excellent colorant. It is non-toxic, and I just thought of it. Moreover, the brick molds should be 10 centimeters thick, making it difficult for the workers to damage them while using the salt scrapers. Su Qing pondered for a moment. Recognizing that the technology behind this endeavor needed to remain confidential, as Westeros lacked the expertise in porcelain production. This could indeed be a lucrative venture among the nobility. When the blue and white porcelain is finally fired, it will undoubtedly have a market. He turned to Gree and inquired, can we keep the glazing materials confidential? Gree chuckled heartily, my lord, aside from the genuine glazing materials, any other useless substances, such as river sand, deer glue, and cement, should be transported to the storage site. Those who wish to steal the formula will surely be unaware of the exact components. Moreover, every time the glaze is mixed, it is done collaboratively by 5 craftsmen who are devout followers of the dragon god faith. Furthermore, not just anyone can approach the blacksmith shop, can they, my lord? Gree spoke slowly. Su Qing nodded in agreement. The blacksmith shop is routinely patrolled by 100 chilling guards, and common folk are strictly prohibited from nearing it. With the added layer of deceptive actions, the secret can certainly be safeguarded for a long time. With this significant matter settled in his heart, he glanced at Ira and a loyal maid with a loyalty rating of 96, who served as Ira's assistant and deputy head maid, named Dallin. Dallin was quite attractive. With a head full of black hair, a charm rating of 14, and strength of 16, possessing remarkable skills, she was a former goldsmith in Cayenne City, appointed by Delia as Ira's assistant. With a smile, Su Qing addressed the two of them. Please take the spare wine cups from the plates. Let us raise a toast together. Today is truly a joyful day. Ira and the deputy head maid exchanged glances before slowly retrieving the spare wine cups from their trays. Placing the trays on the table, and the 4 of them raised their cups in unison. Subsequently, Su Qing and Gree began to drink together. Soon, after Gree had been escorted back, somewhat unsteady, by the guards, Su Qing leaned on the table. Ira observed him for a moment before hesitantly gesturing to Dallin. Dallin, do you remember the task given to you by the lady? The deputy head maid nodded slowly, to prevent the lord from being captivated by other women or deceived. All of his lovers must be of our own people. Ira spoke with a hint of melancholy. Ever since the lady departed a month ago, these days, the way he looks at me has changed. He keeps glancing at my chest. Dallin, you should attend to him tonight, to quell his desires. Remember to sleep in tomorrow, so he can have a good look at you. As she spoke, Ira began to gather her belongings. Dallin suddenly grasped Ira's sleeve, gazing at the slumped Su Qing, and whispered, Ira, isn't the lord inebriated? Tonight, he won't see you. Why not join me? A blush crept onto Ira's face, but after some contemplation, she resolutely declined. I do not wish for the lord to see me in a compromising position and come to despise me. Dallin chuckled softly. Ira, it seems you are still unaware of how easily the lord can be deceived. He has little resistance to those devoted to him. From my observations, he is fundamentally no different from those white-haired individuals. Trust me, this opportunity may not come again. Moreover, you have already noted how his gaze towards you has changed. Are you oblivious to the allure your bosom holds for men? The lord is merely suppressing his desires. Can't you see that? He feigns decorum. Yet the moment we lock eyes with him, he cannot look away. It is as though we cannot perceive his gaze. With the lady away from home, if we do not seize this moment, shall we wait until an individual more enchanting than you, with a voice more melodious, is discovered by the master? By then, it would be too late. A man's heart has but limited space. The first to arrive shall surely secure the finest position. Even as lovers, given the master's disposition, we would undoubtedly surpass those noble consorts. Moreover, as we are unacquainted with worldly matters, our status will certainly be elevated compared to those who come later. Trust me. Let us venture forth tonight. The master will not harbor disdain for you. Ira felt an internal struggle, yet recognized the truth in this assertion. Still somewhat reserved, she slowly replied, then, let us return to the bedroom first. Dylan, brushing her forehead, remarked, having reached this point, I cannot proceed alone without a companion. With a slight shift in her gaze, Dylan devised a plan. Very well, let us return. Thus, the two maidservants, one to the left and one to the right, carried Su Qing back. As they gently placed Su Qing upon the bed, Dylan instructed, first, help the master out of her garments. Ira nodded and leaned over the bed, beginning to remove Su Qing's clothing, while suppressing her desire to kiss her. At that moment, Dylan, from behind Ira, swiftly embraced her. Ira, lacking the strength to resist Dylan, was quickly stripped of her defenses. Feeling bashful, she hesitated to step outside, and upon glimpsing Su Qing's face, her heart surged with emotion. She settled beside Su Qing, lowering her head in silence, which was tantamount to acquiescence. When Su Qing inquired about her favorite scent, she slightly tilted her head to the right, inadvertently drawing closer to Ira. Finding the aroma comforting, Su Qing continued to nuzzle against Ira, who blushed and gently lifted Su Qing's head, cradling it in her arms while stroking her hair. Never had she imagined herself to be so wicked. After peeling an orange for herself, Dylan turned around and beheld this scene, a smile gracing her lips. Ah, Ira, I did not foresee you as such a woman. While you verbally refuse, your actions speak volumes. Dylan then attempted a similar posture, albeit with a slight variation. Just as Su Qing opened her eyes, she was met with the soft lips of the head maidservant and the uneven peaks before her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Upon realizing that Su Qing had awakened, the two maidservants' hearts raced. Had the master truly stirred, or had she merely feigned slumber? Su Qing gazed at the figures before her, and after a moment of contemplation, her heart ached as she said, Ira, there is no need to conceal your visage. To me, you are as beautiful as Dylan. You know well that I cherish your voice and your presence. Now, Su Qing could no longer see Ira's face, as it was hidden behind the mountains. Ira, filled with joy, peeped out from behind, exclaiming, Master, do you not resent our boldness? Su Qing smiled, raising her hand to feel Ira's warmth. If you all have conspired with Delia, then I must simply accept my fate. The moon, with a blush, concealed itself behind the clouds. Section break. I am on the verge of losing my sanity due to the relentless scrutiny. Section break. Chapter 30. The April Assembly. As time swiftly passes, we find ourselves in mid-April. The 10-centimeter thick industrial salt-filled tiles require a month for firing, and disturbing news has been disseminating from various corners of the empire. The trade routes have been besieged by bandits, rebellious knights, and chaotic mercenary factions, significantly impacting the noble class's sources of income. In the town of Xiaoyu, a significant event has finally transpired. The corn planted in early January has reached maturity. Approximately 800 households have cultivated corn, covering nearly an entire acre. Soon, the Lord's Assembly of the second week of April will convene. This gathering promises to be a festive occasion, with the meeting room meticulously cleaned in preparation. The first to enter is Su Qing, who holds a letter from Tor Sheik, the military minister of Aaron, stationed at the Breakland fortress. He has sent a missive inquiring when Su Qing would be able to accommodate the 3,000 residents of Breakland fortress. Quietly, Su Qing stows the letter away and takes his seat at the head of the assembly, gesturing for his companion, Isla, to pour him a glass of wine. Isla, gradually becoming accustomed to her role as the Lord's beloved, approaches and fills Su Qing's glass with red wine. He offers her a slight smile, and an unspoken understanding passes between them. Suddenly, the western door swings open, and a throng of ministers enters, their faces alight with joy. Isla discreetly tidies her belongings and exits the assembly room. Su Qing glances at his 7 ministers. Currently, Benny, L, and John are all military ministers and skilled archers under the command of Rat. Observing both sides, Su Qing promptly declares, the assembly of the second week of April is officially underway. The themes for today's discussion are harvest, military matters, salt fields, the integration of the populace, and finance. Succinctly stated, he emphasizes that there is no need for extensive deliberation on the details. He seeks only the outcomes. The ministers exchange glances and nod slightly in agreement. Su Qing first directs his attention to the right Minister of Finance, Trent Augustus. Minister of Finance, what is the total yield of corn, the number of resident farms, and the progress of the grain storage behind the Seagull Fortress? Financial matters remain paramount. Trent produces a sheet of paper, having meticulously compiled numerous livelihood issues. He begins to recite, "My lord, the cornfield's total acres, and calculating per acre, the yield is 2,000 jin. The estimated total yield is approximately 750,000 units. Due to the bricks produced in March being utilized for small arrow towers, the number of resident farms currently stands at 400, with around 1,000 households still residing in completed farms. Regarding the granary, each resident farm contains 5 small granaries, capable of storing 500 units of grain. Thus, the 400 farms can collectively hold 3 million units of grain. Furthermore, the large granary constructed behind the main fortress spans an area of 90,000 square meters and reaches a height of 10 meters. It houses 225 large grain troughs, each with a radius of 4 meters and a height of 7 meters. With a capacity of 336 cubic meters, accommodating 1.9 million units of grain. I commissioned the 2 brothers, the craftsmen Reed, to construct a granary and wine cellar, both standing at a height of 10 meters and covering an area of 90,000 square meters, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Upon finishing his statement, Trent lifted his gaze towards Lord Su Qing, declaring, "These are the 3 matters I have taken responsibility for." He spoke with great satisfaction, as not only had the power of his group been secured, but his eldest son had also garnered the Lord's favor. With the Baron receiving aid from the Dragon God, it was certain that the family's fortune would remain anchored in Su Qing's domain. At present, it had become known within the territory that Su Qing's faith was referred to as the Dragon God sect, with a family crest depicting a yellow dragon. This revelation, however, had been leaked by those with ulterior motives, yet the royal family remained indifferent, as it was not an uncommon occurrence. Nevertheless, Su Qing was required to pay a fee for the name change. The Dragon God sect shared its name with the most prominent religion in Asiaxia, rendering everything quite plausible. Many speculated that Su Qing hailed from Asiaxia, a land still rich in magic and witches. After listening, Su Qing nodded slowly, expressing his approval of the accomplishments. "Following this meeting, I shall compensate you with land redemption funds." Upon hearing his innermost thoughts articulated, Trent immediately responded, "My lord, your generosity fills us with warmth." After acknowledging Trent, Su Qing turned his gaze towards the military minister, Rat. This minister, whom he had discovered, had garnered unanimous acclaim within the Qilin Guard for his exceptional archery skills and valiant leadership. Minister of Military Affairs. How are the recruitment efforts for the Black Dragon Army and the Yellow Dragon Army progressing, as well as the coastal defense? Rat, a middle-aged man and the second son of a noble family, had sought his fortune in Seagull Town after his family's single knightly castle could not provide a promising future for him. Before encountering Su Qing, he had subsisted by hunting. Dressed in the attire of a military minister, adorned with a bronze knight brooch, Red replied, "My lord, we currently have 750 soldiers across the 3 armies. And the signalers and squad leaders have been successfully recruited and selected. They are now undergoing training with the leaders of the Qilin Guard." Su Qing nodded in approval. "Very well, this should be completed in 2 weeks. Remember to arrange for personnel in Seagull Town to hunt deer and boar. Those creatures, once accustomed, will only venture out at night to steal." Red nodded affirmatively, "Yes, my lord." Su Qing then shifted his attention to the Minister of Craftsmanship, Gri, inquiring, "Minister of Craftsmanship, how are the preparations for the glaze and firing of the tiles progressing?" The youngest, Gri, immediately placed his hand over the bronze knight seagull brooch on his chest and responded, "My lord, currently, craftsman Kenda is supervising the tile production, utilizing 5 kilns. By the end of the month, we expect to produce approximately 1.5 million tiles, sufficient to cover 120 acres of salt fields." Su Qing pondered the mildly toxic nature of the salt fields and retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to Gri. The purification of this toxicity could benefit the continent, and certainly, he would not confine himself to the Seagull territory in the future. This is the triple filtration method for salt drying. After the rainy season next month, we shall commence the formal drying of salt. I intend to establish the first phase of the salt fields along the southern coastline of Ait Fortress, which boasts a 70-kilometer stretch of flat coastline. My plan is to develop a large-scale salt field spanning approximately 150 square kilometers. To the north, there exists a coastline stretching 120 kilometers. However, the southern coast of Aberg does not necessitate traversing the Seagull mountain range, rendering it more manageable. Greer's eyes sparkled as Nak, seated beside Su Qing, presented a document to him. After perusing it, Greer inquired, "My lord, what is the purpose of this purification method?" The establishment of a 150 square kilometer salt field essentially involves constructing 50 square kilometers, with the remaining 100 square kilometers designated for purification processes. With a smile, Su Qing explained. Sea salt contains mild toxins, which can be repeatedly dissolved and crystallized using river water. By that time, the harmful substances in the sea salt will be significantly diminished. In chemistry, we understand that even adding half the volume of water to a solution will greatly reduce its concentration not merely by half, but exponentially. Filtering and crystallizing it 3 times should suffice. Upon hearing this, Greer nodded, yet Su Qing promptly added, "For now, we shall only develop the initial crystallization salt fields. The 2 filtering salt fields further from the coastline should not be constructed yet." "Yes, my lord. At the outset, it is imperative to enhance production." As a prominent merchant from Pentos has arrived, bringing a ship laden with salt, seeking to trade it for weapons and grain with Su Qing. Reflecting on this, Su Qing inquired of the military minister, Rat, how many weapons and armors are currently in the armory of the blacksmith shop. Given that each craftsman has apprentices, the output would be considerably higher. Rat calculated and responded, "My lord, we presently have approximately 400 spears, 300 light crossbows, 200 horn bows, 23 sets of scale armor, and 750 sets of leather armor, along with a stock of arrows for both bows and crossbows." Su Qing pondered briefly, realizing that they could not afford to sell anything. However, the supplies were sufficient. The price of iron ingots has surged to 40 copper per pound, having doubled. It is essential to seek opportunities for iron ore. After mulling this over, he moved on to the next matter, gathering information on the labor situation of the populace of Blakeland Fortress that would be incorporated. Thus, Su Qing turned to the patrol minister, Luke, and said, "The next issue, Luke, among the 3,000 households in Blakeland Fortress, how many able-bodied men, women, and children are there?" Luke, with his freshly cropped hair appearing more refined, looked at Su Qing and replied, "My lord, I personally led a team to conduct an inquiry. Among the 3,000 households, each has 1 to 2 children. There are approximately 300 able-bodied men, 600 women, and 200 children under the age of 10. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing acknowledged the reality the population of the baronial administrative center, untouched by trauma, is indeed substantial. He could not extend benevolence to provide them with housing. He then addressed Luke, "Luke, first send your left guard commander with 100 men to assist the unsanctioned noble private troops stationed at Aberg. Once I have planned the 8 territory, we shall recruit the patrol from Aberg. Also, ensure the patrol is fully staffed with 500 men." Luke nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, my lord." Recently, Su Qing has been contemplating the formal structure of grassroots management personnel. It is essential for the populace to govern themselves. He cast a glance at the logistics minister, Nak, who appeared noticeably leaner, and heard rumors of knights from the Runestone territory willing to marry their daughters to him. Fortune indeed smiled upon them as they turned their attention to the ministers, who listened intently as the most crucial matter unfolded. With a measured tone, Su Qing declared, "From this moment onward, the Lord's private treasury shall be distinct and independent from the finances of the territory. I shall securely store the territory's gold within the main fortress. Should you require any funds, you may inform my head mate or the deputy mate, who will relay your requests to me. After my review, you shall receive the necessary gold." He continued, "Commencing this year, taxes shall be formally imposed at a rate of 40. As our treasury expands, it is imperative that public and private funds remain separate. My brick kilns, salt pans, and smelting works are personal assets and cannot be conflated with tax revenues. It is worth noting that the empire's minimum tax rate stands at 40, and setting it lower would be detrimental. The taxation from Seagull port had previously been substantial, yielding approximately by gold monthly. With the addition of commercial and agricultural taxes, along with the Lord's private holdings, the total revenue could reach around 250 gold each month, sufficient to sustain a force of roughly 400 soldiers, although it is likely to be significantly higher now. Furthermore, Su Qing would commence the repayment of investments to the Royce family and would soon be subject to an asset audit by the finance minister, Island. Though Su Qing had previously proclaimed a tax exemption for the first year, he had constructed the farms himself and held a 3-year contract with the farmers, ensuring they had enough grain for sustenance while allowing them to allocate the surplus as they saw fit. Currently, the population of Seagull Town consumed approximately 80,000 units of grain over 6 months, with an additional 20,000 units reserved for the populace, leaving Su Qing with 650,000 units of grain. After paying a protection fee of 200,000 units to the Long family and 160,000 units in vessel taxes to Island, Su Qing would retain only 240,000 units for himself. The meeting concluded within an hour. According to established patterns, the rainy season would commence in mid-May, leaving a month for sun-drying the grain. After the meeting, Su Qing settled into his study and accessed the territorial map within the system. He held direct jurisdiction over the entire Seagull Town, allowing him to view the topography of each region on the map. Ira stood behind Su Qing, observing as he gestured in the air. She sensed that her master harbored secrets, yet she understood it was not her place to inquire. Her duty was solely to serve him well. As Su Qing felt a surge of mental energy, he began to magnify the image of 8 Fortress. System, please provide the topographical statistics for 8 Fortress in percentage form, he requested. Su Qing discovered that the system possessed remarkable capabilities, having tested numerous functions, but upon receiving a notification, he found it difficult to maintain his composure, due to the host's excessive exploitation of free benefits, resulting in a sense of unearned greed. The system will deduct 10 of the purple crystal magic energy within the Candle Dragon Pendant as a fee for this inquiry. Su Qing exclaimed, "What? Is this for real?" He was momentarily incredulous. "You didn't think the system could operate without energy, did you? I believe I've been quite generous by allowing you a year of free access. The concentration of magical energy in the air is currently quite low. Relying on ambient magic alone would surely lead to the system's demise." After careful contemplation, Su Qing acknowledged the necessity for detailed information, particularly regarding any subterranean mineral resources. With a glimmer of realization, he noted the considerable value of purple crystals. To ascertain the underground conditions of a territory in Seagull City, 100 purple crystals were required. While the system could detect mineral relics within a depth of 500 meters. Silently cataloging the term relics, Su Qing inquired about the duration of the process, to which the system promptly responded, 1 minute. Soon, the system's screen presented the gathered data. 8 Fortress is situated to the west of Seagull City, with a direct distance of 40 kilometers from the main fortress to the city itself. The entire territory spans an area of 1,500 square kilometers, comprising 50% mountainous regions, 20% hill terrain, and 30% coastal plains predominantly characterized as saline alkali land. This area represents the most expansive region within the Seagull territory. Yet it poses significant challenges for development, particularly due to the extensive Seagull mountain range stretching for dozens of kilometers, which includes towering pillars reaching heights of 10,000 meters, making traversal arduous. Typically, one must navigate winding paths to reach Iron Oak City. Although some regions are hilly, water resources remain abundant, allowing for the establishment of industrial towns in the lowlands and terraced fields on the elevated hills, albeit with diminished yields. As Su Qing perused the map, he contemplated the southern coastline of 8 Fortress. After some reflection, he discerned that the coastline extending 60 kilometers south of 8 Fortress could accommodate the construction of 50 square kilometers of coarse salt fields, equivalent to 50,000 acres. Equipped with moisture-resistant thick porcelain tiles, Su Qing envisioned competing with Morden and the Iron Isles for dominance in the salt market, potentially attracting covetous interests. Moreover, the infiltration of seawater would lead to salinization, a consequence Su Qing was determined to avoid, ensuring environmental preservation. The thick porcelain tiles could also be utilized in the construction of waterways. Initially, he intended to procure a substantial quantity of marble from the Storm Kingdom for the base and sides of the canals, given its high density and non-absorbent nature. By the end of April, with 1.5 million tiles completed, he could commence the construction of 120 acres of salt fields, yielding an impressive 12,000 kilograms of coarse salt monthly, equivalent to 120 million grams of salt, sufficient to sustain 800,000 individuals. The labor force required for a salt fields production line is considerable, yet it would not be feasible to assess the exact number until the end of June. During this interim, high-priced salt would still need to be procured. Thus, reflecting on the salt brought by the merchant from Pentos, Su Qing resolved to barter grain for salt. After all, in Pentos, the coastline is longer, allowing for the establishment of more salt fields, and salt remains a vital source of revenue for the free trade city-state, where, at present, grain is more valuable than salt. Chapter 31, The Game of Trade. That evening, Su Qing was engaged in a discussion with Ella, whose full name was El Marquo, the third son of the Count of Old Anchor. Lacking any inheritance rights, he had been knighted by Aaron. Although his abilities were somewhat lacking, his loyalty was commendable, for to a lord, the loyalty of a captain of the personal guard outweighed all other skills. As Su Qing gazed at Ella, he silently closed his attribute panel. El Marquo, effective attributes, politics 7, command 8, intelligence 6, charisma 8, valor 9. Loyalty 95, sworn to serve. Ella's countenance was resolute, his eyes filled with unwavering courage, a gaze honed by generations of familial education. He poured a cup of wine for Su Qing, and amidst laughter and banter, they discussed the number of unmarried young men among the 300 members of the Chilling Guard, who had undergone a year of training. Ella, I heard that one of your squad leaders has caught the eye of a knight from Honga City, who wishes to marry his daughter to him. Honga City was situated in the northwest of the valley, and the largest family there was the Weirwood family, a lineage of the forebears. Currently, the noble families in the valley comprise the Royce, Marquo, Belmo, and Weirwood lineages. However, as the former kings of the valley, the Royce family maintained amicable relations with the other three and had always been regarded as the elder brother among the forebears. In families where there are young scions without fiefs, retaining them could provoke title wars among enemies. Thus the four families would often exchange their children. At the very least, securing the position of a town mayor ensured a life of relative comfort. Nevertheless, second sons of nobles were typically taken in as attendants by other lords, serving as a form of protection. If the firstborn were to perish, the second would return to inherit the title. Upon hearing the baron's remarks, Ella chuckled, noting that even the squad leader of the 30-member Chilling Guard had seen his monthly salary rise from 3 gold coins to 6. My lord, after the recent announcement regarding the substantial enhancement of the Chilling Guard post-harvest, the guard has become quite sought after. Previously, within the territory, the Chilling Guard was the sole regular army, and the member's monthly salary was merely 1 gold coin, with shares of land and housing rented out to those without land. Now that the army has expanded, the elevated wages of the personal guards have become essential. They are poised to become the benchmark for the military. Intrigued by this notion of desirability, Su Qing inquired, what has made them so sought after? Ella stifled a laugh as he took a sip of wine, clearly amused by his lord's lack of understanding regarding the pay structure. My lord, have you forgotten? Soldiers have land back home, and in times of calamity, they can call upon key figures from their maternal families to take refuge, ensuring they do not starve. Moreover, the Chilling Guard's high salaries are something I would actually advise against. If aligned with ordinary armies, at 1 gold coin per month, the young man would still be eager to serve you. Su Qing shook his head, acknowledging that such an approach was indeed feasible. However, as personal guards, the absence of the highest salaries would diminish the morale of the troops. The personal guard must serve as a standard. Reflecting on the private acquisition of war horses for training by the guards, he then asked, Ella, how many war horses are there within the Chilling Guard? Ella gazed at Su Qing and said, My lord, among the over 300 personal guards, each possesses a nag, though not particularly useful. They are adequate for daily training in archery and horseback riding. Horses are categorized as nags, inferior horses, war horses, white, fine steeds, blue, and superior horses, purple, with their prices reflecting an upward trend in value. Su Qing smiled slightly, realizing that having a nag was indeed quite satisfactory for everyone. A single warhorse costs between 30 to 50 gold pieces. He had hoped to provide the Chilling Guards with war horses himself, but the personal guards had already purchased their own, leaving him to supply them with war horses in the future. Just as Su Qing was about to speak further, the head maid suddenly called from outside, My lord, a merchant from Pentos has arrived to pay his respects. He wishes to inquire about your considerations regarding the grain prices. Su Qing exchanged a glance with Ella. Ella, I shall go and see. Remember to instruct the captains of the Chilling Guards to have their 3 armies engage in friendly competitions. Ella stood up and replied, Yes. My lord. Lacking a dedicated training team, they could only send the captains of the Chilling Guards to train the Black Dragon Army, the Yellow Dragon Army, and the Coastal Defense Force. Having finished his drink, Su Qing departed with Ella to attend to their affairs. Upon entering the guest hall on the first floor, they observed a merchant seated on a sofa, deep in thought, with 2 disarmed guards behind him. Su Qing's unique regulation permitted outsiders to enter the manor unarmed. As soon as the man noticed the Baron in a black robe approaching, he stood up immediately and exclaimed, "Seeing you in person is indeed better than hearing 100 tales. Baron Seagull, you truly exude an impressive aura." He extended his hand, and after their handshake, Su Qing took a seat opposite the merchant. Daeong followed closely, calmly observing the two guards behind the merchant, who appeared somewhat unnerved under her gaze. "Cayenne City boasts the most formidable of warriors, you jest, do you not? Dai prowess is rated at 16. She could very well be the lost daughter of a noble or merely a bastard child, with fewer than 100 heads on her hands. How could she possibly occupy such a position? The plight of bastards is dire, yet the fate of illegitimate daughters is even more tragic. Possessing beauty without the means of protection, they inevitably descend into the depths of depravity." Su Qing scrutinized the merchant, who was clad in an opulent robe of exquisite fabric and vibrant colors, cinched at the waist with a golden embroidered belt. The merchant's pupils were red, hinting at undisclosed secrets. They had previously met, but negotiations remained unresolved. His name was Curing Ro, a trusted confidant of the governor of Pentos. Noticing Su Qing's silence, Curing began, "My lord, 10 pounds of grain can be exchanged for 1 pound of sea salt, or if you prefer, we can arrange for gold coins." Due to Pentos's grain shortage and Su Qing's need for salt, a direct exchange of goods was feasible, making grain potentially more valuable than gold at this juncture. Recalling a past incident where he had been deceived by a merchant upon his arrival, Su Qing glanced at Dawn, whose dark hair was elegantly coiffed atop her head, exuding grace and poise. "Dawn, what are the current prices of grain and salt in Pentos? With the gold tailor at my side, I shall no longer be a victim of deception." Dawn retracted her gaze from the merchant's guard, having already issued her intimidation. There was no need to linger. She turned her gentle eyes toward her beloved and slowly spoke, "My lord, the current grain price in Pentos is 100 copper for 10 jin of grain, while salt costs 50 copper per jin. Each jin of salt is even pricier than a jin of iron." Su Qing fixed his stare upon Curing, incredulous at the notion of exchanging a jin of sea salt for 10 jin of grain. Such a proposition was utterly preposterous. Although prices on the continent were soaring, the southern land trade routes, supported by the King's Road and other thoroughfares, would not escalate too rapidly or harshly. "Thus," Su Qing boldly countered, "I propose a trade of 3 jin of grain for 1 jin of salt. No negotiations. The current grain price on the continent stands at 8 copper per jin, making this exchange entirely feasible." Curing felt a swell of frustration. The nearest grain-producing region to Pentos was Seagull City, while other areas produced far too little, rendering the journey both unworthy and perilous. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes fixed on Su Qing, and declared, 4 jin of grain for 1 jin of salt. This is our bottom line. We require 0.000 units of grain and must set out in 10 days to avoid the impending rainy season." Su Qing smiled. This price was agreeable. "How much sea salt and gold have you brought with you?" Su Qing had the responsibility of managing essential supplies for over 20,000 individuals, necessitating a careful consideration of the trade ratio between gold and salt. The official establishment of salt fields would not occur until 2 months hence. Noticing Su Qing's concession, Curing felt a sense of relief. This price was within the governor's reach. Although Pentos had yet to encounter the Naga tribe, the populace was already in a state of panic, compelled to stockpile grain to prevent a potential military insurrection due to food shortages. 0.000 units would sustain an army of over 10,000 for a year and a half. Curing glanced at Dawn, instinctively retracting his neck, as he sensed that Su Qing's maid could swiftly sever his ample throat. "We have brought a shipload of salt, worth 100,000 gold." Suppressing his fervor, Su Qing inquired, "How many large galleon merchant ships have you brought?" Curing tilted his head, stating, 1 large salt ship and 10 large empty galleon ships, each capable of carrying 1,000 tons. The vessels here were all well-developed galleons, measuring approximately 50 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 20 meters in height, with around 800 cubic meters of cargo space available per ship. This was no small matter. A cubic meter could hold 750 jin of corn, meaning a single ship could transport 20,000 units of grain. After a brief reflection, Su Qing smiled, realizing they had already conducted their calculations. He promptly articulated his desired trade ratio. "I will exchange for 10 tons of salt, with the remainder to be compensated in gold." Upon hearing this, Curing's expression soured. 10 tons of salt equated to merely 5 cubic meters, while he had brought 50 cubic meters of salt, valued at several tens of thousands of gold. Considering the sparse population of Seagull City and its low demand for salt, he mused, a trip to King's Landing is still necessary. He then extended his hand, suggesting, let us settle on an integer 15,000 units of grain for 1 jin of salt. The remaining grain will be priced according to Pento's rates, at 10 copper per jin, which would amount to gold. I will deliver the gold to you once half of the cargo has been loaded. Su Qing and Daelan exchanged a glance, and thus they reached an agreement. The true bottom line is indeed the exchange of 6 pounds of grain for 1 pound of sea salt. In reality, Governor Pentos requires grain to stabilize his forces, while Su Qing needs gold to expand his army. Both parties benefit from this arrangement. No one is at a loss. In trade, as long as both parties perceive the value, it suffices. After concluding his discussion with Su Qing, Kurin exited the estate accompanied by his guards. Upon stepping out, he was immediately shielded by a throng of individuals. During their journey, Kurin inquired of his escort, that maid earlier gave me a rather perilous impression. Fake. Can you manage her? Fake, a towering figure, promptly responded, my lord, the treasurer. Her gaze felt akin to that of a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Kurin shook his head, realizing that even the maidservants of Baron Seagull seemed more formidable than the governor's chief bodyguard. Should he inform that individual about Su Qing's situation? Little did he know that even those in the employ of that person could not infiltrate Seagull City, let alone breach the main fortress. In truth, the maidservant factions within Seagull Fortress are divided into two, the Daelan faction arranged by Daelia, and Su Qing's own Ira faction. The martial prowess of the Daelan faction hovers around 8, making them particularly suitable as personal guards for Su Qing's future female relatives. Each faction comprises 50 individuals. This arrangement was devised in consultation between Su Qing and Daelia, and there are approximately several hundred individuals at the headquarters of the Golden Tailor in Erosion Fortress, from which 50 can be recruited to serve as maidservants without issue. Naturally, their loyalty is above 85. Although several who initially appeared promising but exhibited loyalty values in the teens have already been subjected to interrogation. Soon, the Golden Tailor will symbolize the organization. Unframed individuals denote positions. Since Su Qing has established a relationship with Daelia, the system recognizes her identity as a member of the Hijris family, granting Su Qing access to the attributes and loyalty of the Golden Tailors, albeit at the cost of purple crystalline magic. Those whom Su Qing has personally elevated from the grassroots level can view their attributes and loyalty directly. The moment Kurin stepped out, Su Qing immediately rose and lifted Daelan, exclaiming, we have struck gold, we have struck gold. Daelan, with a look of helplessness, thought, surely my lord is unaware of the vast assets amassed by the great nobility over centuries, if not millennia, to be so elated over a mere few thousand gold coins. Yet, there was little to be done. He was, after all, her lover. This was gold. After spinning Daelan around a few times, he set her down and returned to his study on the second floor. Su Qing needed to reassess the financial matters for the coming month of May to determine how much gold to allocate to the external treasury, the public gold of the territory. Soon, Su Qing returned to the study while Daelan ventured outside to arrange for the protection of merchants. 10 days later, at Seagull Harbor, Su Qing gazed at a dozen large ships sailing southward, destined to sell the remaining 40 tons of sea salt in King's Landing. A transaction worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The value of gold, combined with the remaining gold coins from the 3,000 provided by Daelia, had already been dispatched to the underground treasury. There are 2 keys to the treasury. One is held by Su Qing, and the other entrusted to Daelan for safekeeping. With a loyalty of 93 towards Daelia, Daelan is also regarded as trustworthy. At the end of the month, in the study, Su Qing sat upon a chair. Ira, who routinely attended to the study, approached gracefully with a glass of red wine. After pouring the wine, she silently positioned herself behind Su Qing, observing as he inscribed something upon the parchment. The gentleman had a penchant for meticulous record-keeping, having already accumulated 2 boxes for this purpose, filled with extensive accounts of resource utilization. With a quill in hand, Su Qing began to write, financial advance from May to October, principal, gold. Military expenditure, the Chilling Guard, fully staffed at 522 personnel, comprising 500 soldiers, 10 captains, 5 centurions, and 23 commanders, requires 6 gold, 15 gold, and 60 gold, along with bonuses for the past 3 quarters and anticipated bonuses for the forthcoming 2 seasons, estimated to total gold. The patrol corps, also at full capacity of 522 personnel, with similar composition, entails 1 gold, 3 gold, and 6 gold, with a total of 1,600 gold. as maintaining public order does not necessitate lavish salaries akin to those of regular armies. The Black Dragon Army, fully staffed at 522 personnel, incurs an expense of 5,000 gold. The Yellow Dragon Army, likewise, totals 5,000 gold. The Coastal Defense, also fully staffed at 522 personnel, sums to 5,000 gold. Total military expenditure, gold. Civil administration expenditure, the Right Minister of Finances Department, expended to 300 personnel, non-leadership roles, including household registration, judges, statisticians, warehouse managers, emergency responders, and tax collectors, each comprising 50 individuals, with the civilian population being limited, 300 suffices. Salaries, along with anticipated bonuses and recruitment needs, total 7,000 gold, aside from 50 special recruits. The remaining 250 will all be designated to summon figures from the Warring States period. Senior personnel, each department head and deputy comprising 5 individuals, totaling 30. With a monthly salary of 10 gold, amounts to 2,500 gold. Civil administration total expenditure, approximately gold. Craftsmen expenditure, 100 ordinary craftsmen, at 3 gold per month. With salaries and bonuses combined, totaling 2,500 gold. Master craftsmen, 10 gold per month, summing to 300 gold. Total, approximately 1,000 gold. Non-ministerial expenditure totals, gold. Land redemption fee, 1,500 gold annually. Salaries for the 3 military commanders, each receiving 50 gold per month, total 750 gold. Ministerial salaries, 7,500, totaling 3,500 gold annually. Overall expenditure, approximately gold, with a remaining balance of 7,000 gold. Upon completing his calculations, Su Qing exhaled deeply, contemplating the necessity of entrusting future fiscal oversight to the left Minister of Finance. However, at present, there were no suitable candidates for the role of supervising and accounting for the region's finances. Ira gazed at Su Qing and refilled his wine glass. Yet, Su Qing refrained from drinking, instead directing his gaze towards the starry sky. After a while, he sighed, reflecting on the fact that the salaries he provided were unparalleled across the continent. For instance, military pay exceeded that of ordinary forces, as high remuneration was sought to ensure loyalty. Currently, the loyalty of the military personnel maintaining Su Qing's authority within the territory is commendably high, hovering around 90%, which is quite satisfactory. Su Qing sits by the window, gazing out at the first star district, pondering the imminent arrival of Hongfui and Hater. He wonders what sort of individual could warrant the personal escort of various nobles. He begins to contemplate the means by which to integrate the populace of Blakeland into the Seagull territory. Suddenly, Ira interrupts his thoughts. My lord. 23 sand grains have passed. You must attend Lord Yolen's lordly meeting tomorrow. It would be wise to retire early. Su Qing turns, meeting Ira's gaze. She lowers her head slowly, her profile marred by blemishes that undermine her confidence. Su Qing gently raises his right hand, cradling her chin, adjusting her head to face him. Taking a moment to admire her figure, and appreciating the delightful fragrance that envelopes her. They share a lingering gaze, and Ira's eyes begin to shimmer with longing. Ira, you are truly beautiful. Your voice is simply enchanting. With that, he effortlessly lifts Ira onto his shoulder and carries her back to the field floor. Tonight, the flowers are in full bloom under the moonlight, a perfect moment for earthly indulgence. Chapter 32, Ancient Secrets. As the end of April approached, on a deep night just before Su Qing's departure to the city of runestones, only the head of Yaira protruded from the quilt on the bed. Her body curled as if cradling something. In her hazy slumber, Yaira discerned someone calling her name, and as she slowly opened her eyes, her senses returned to her as she heard a voice outside the door. It was Dylan. Yaira glanced out the window, where darkness still enveloped the night, pondering what could have prompted Dylan's urgency to disturb Su Qing's sleep. With a gradual withdrawal, she gently eased Su Qing's arm away from her and donned her clothes, making her way towards the door. The moonlight at the end of the month was ethereal and enchanting, as if whispering secrets. Under its glow, Yaira observed Dylan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and posed her inquiry. Dylan, what time is it? What if you wake the master? He is to depart for the city of runestones tomorrow. He barely slept a few hours after falling asleep last night. Dylan peered inside, confirming that Su Qing was indeed still asleep. However, considering the situation, she resolved to find a way to rouse him. Baron Humphrey Hightower from the Old Town had arrived in Seagull Town under the cover of night, accompanied by 2 women. He was aware that the master was scheduled to depart for the Rune territory the following day and wished to discuss certain matters with him that very night. Yaira felt a pang of irritation. Su Qing already struggled with sleep, often disturbed by the cawing of crows. Turning to look inside, she found Su Qing propped up against the bed, quietly observing her and Dylan. Look at what you've done. The master is awake. If you have something to say, go ahead and speak to him yourself. With that, Yaira ushered Dylan inside, where Dylan sat at the head of the bed to inform Su Qing of Humphrey's arrival. Yaira, already familiar with the master's routines, began to sift through the clean undergarments and black robes in the wardrobe. Once Dylan finished her report, Su Qing nodded slowly. Dylan, I understand. He then commenced dressing with the assistance of his devoted maid, Yaira, while requesting, Dylan, please fetch my sash. Humphrey is an honorary knight of the academic city. I must tie back my hair. Dylan proceeded to another wardrobe to select a hat, brooch, and sash for him. Here, men with long hair would tie it back in a ponytail for combat, or simply cut it short. As Su Qing donned his undergarments and attire, with a blush creeping across Yaira's cheeks, he stood upon the carpet, gently tousling Yaira's shy head. After all these years, you still blush so easily. Look at Dylan. She never shies away. Yaira, her face aflame, accepted the sash and proceeded to secure it around Su Qing. Please, no more teasing, my lord. Hurry and finish so you can rest. You must depart at the 9th hour tomorrow. Listening to Yaira's melodious voice, Su Qing felt a sense of joy. Yaira, when I return, let us take a stroll by the seaside, he said, affectionately patting her head. Dylan, overhearing this, wore a mischievous grin. Oh. So you two are secretly planning a rendezvous. My lord, I too am your beloved, I must join you. Su Qing smiled as she took the brooch from her hand and affixed it to her black cloak. Indeed, your presence is indispensable, Dai Long. Once you have dressed Yaira, please join me in the reception room. She slipped on her shoes and grasped the large sword hanging on the wall, as one must bear arms when venturing out. Yes, milady, Dai Long replied, beginning to fuss over Yaira with playful antics. Su Qing shook her head, noting that Dai Long still required more discipline. Adorned in a feathered hat, with a silver plume elegantly tucked to the left, Su Qing's hat bore intricate silver thread designs, perfectly complementing her noble attire. Upon entering the private reception area, spanning over 50 square meters, she noticed several candles flickering in the corner, their dim light casting gentle shadows across the room. At a sizable table sat a man, who was attentively polishing a basketball-sized crystal orb with a silk cloth. In front of him lay a modest assortment of coconut fruits and red berries. Intrigued, Su Qing approached to inspect the crystal orb more closely. The surface of the orb was adorned with delicate patterns resembling ancient runes, intertwining to create a complex design that enveloped the entire sphere. Some lines appeared like flowing waves, while others resembled twisting branches, evoking a sense of vitality. Each time Handful Li made contact with the orb, the patterns emitted a faint glow, seemingly responding to his thoughts. Encircling the orb were 6 facets, each set with a piece of amethyst, from which intricate lines radiated and intertwined. Handful Li sensed another's presence and looked up, his gaze landing on the seagull insignia on Su Qing's chest. It dawned on him that Baron Seagull had arrived. Feeling somewhat remorseful for having disturbed the Baron from his slumber, he said, Baron Seagull, I apologize for waking you from your dreams. Upon learning that you were bound for the City of Runes, I could hardly contain my excitement. I have traveled for a month from Old Town just to see you. I am Handful Li, and your lady has been in Old Town for 2 months now, her radiance still warming our forebears. Su Qing chuckled lightly, acknowledging that Delia had gone to Old Town to assist Heiter in researching souls. Though she felt a tinge of annoyance at being disturbed from her rest, she masked it well. Handful Li, esteemed scholar, welcome to Seagull Town. I am curious as to why you summoned me at such an hour. Had I known your late-night visit was merely to exchange pleasantries, I dare say my mates would have surely hung you by your bare bottom from a tree come morning. Su Qing teased. Handful Li chuckled awkwardly, recognizing the irritation his intrusion had caused. He, too, cherished his sleep, yet today he felt compelled to address pressing matters. He could not rest easy, uncertain of how many days Su Qing would be away in the City of Runes. Baron Seagull, have you seen the magical orb on the table? Handful Li's expression was one of pride, prompting Su Qing to feel a surge of irritation. Of course. I have no idea what this contraption is, she replied. Handful Li gently caressed the intricate patterns on the magical orb. A masterpiece of the Heiter family in the realm of souls. This was the Eye of the Soul, a magical artifact capable of probing into the essence of one's spirit. Clad in their attire, Yila and Dom entered the room, silently standing behind Su Qing. Yila gazed at the crystal ball, while Daeon scrutinized the two women behind Hanfilai, one of whom clearly exuded the aura of a practiced warrior, warranting close attention. Probing into the soul? Su Qing mused, puzzled by the concept of the soul, which he hardly grasped, let alone how one might investigate it. Might the grand scholar demonstrate? Hanfilai nodded slowly, recalling that he had yet to introduce the two women behind him to Su Qing. Baron, the two individuals behind me are my lovers. I possess no claim to inheritance, and my father is rather indifferent regarding such matters. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, Leighton had 4 wives and numerous children, making their private lives rather commonplace. By the way, I have yet to formally introduce myself, Su Qing said as he took a seat. I am Su Qing Hagelis, and the two behind me are my handmaid and beloved. I hold them in high regard. Hanfilai chuckled softly. The two women behind me are members of the guiding lighthouse, serving as my protectors and lovers. Exchanging knowing smiles, Su Qing and Hanfilai found a common ground. Without further ado, let us complete what I wish to accomplish. You may retire for the night, sir, Hanfilai said, summoning one of his maidens. This is Juliet. Juliet lifted her skirt slightly, a gesture of goodwill, prompting Dawn to narrow her eyes. Juliet was a noblewoman. Su Qing smiled at her. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After Juliet acknowledged him, she began to demonstrate the use of the eye of the soul. She took a few deliberate steps forward, swiftly drawing a dagger, and made a small incision on her hand before placing it upon the orb. As her blood seeped into the purple patterns adorning the surface of the eye of the soul, she gradually withdrew her hand. Hanfilai stepped forward, suspending his hands beside the magical sphere, eyes closed, murmuring incantations. Before long, the amethyst atop the orb began to fade, and the crystal itself transformed in hue. Sakin, along with Daeon and Yila, exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Eventually, the orb's surface began to form 2 curved beams of light. One deep blue and the other blood red, with the blue beam towering slightly over the red. Intrigued, Su Qing inquired of Hanfilai, Sir, what do these colors signify? Why do they differ in height? Hanfilai responded slowly, the blue represents the in-spirit, while the red signifies the young spirit. Su Qing and Yila exchanged confused glances. Pondering the concepts of yin and yang, he had only heard of lingering in-spirits, never of a young spirit. Craving further insight, Su Qing pressed. Could you elucidate the differences between yin and yang spirits? One of the women behind Hanfilai began to retrieve pre-prepared sterilized bandages, ready to tend to her wound. The yin spirit embodies calmness, restraint, and cold-bloodedness. The yang spirit represents desire, madness, and indulgence. Upon hearing this for the first time, Su Qing felt a twinge of curiosity. The notion that one could discern an individual's character through these so-called souls struck him as utterly ludicrous. It seemed akin to a magical comedic prop, after all. A person's inner self is influenced by myriad factors. The mere act of drawing a sample of blood could not possibly reveal the depths of one's inherent nature or soul. Was this truly the focus of scholarly pursuit? Hanfilai cast a sharp glance at Su Qing. Do you require evidence? He inquired. Su Qing nodded slowly. Hanfilai then draped a black cloth over the soul's eye and continued. From the era of heroes to the Targaryen era, a total of 407 individuals have participated in this soul assessment. Among them, 13,000 noble offspring have undergone soul experiments, revealing that the soul comprises 3 distinct components. Our findings indicate a significant correlation between soul attributes and personality. Yet despite our diligent efforts, we have never been able to ascertain the true location of the soul. Upon hearing that the soul consists of 3 parts, Su Qing recalled only 2 light beams having been emitted earlier, leaving him perplexed. Then why did Juliet only manifest 2 types? Hanfilai raised his gaze deliberately. This is precisely why we sought you. We wish to uncover some truths obscured by the gods. You possess the ability to channel magic, do you not, Baron Seagull? Su Qing absently touched his ear pendant, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Now, sir, it is your turn to be tested. I am eager to observe what the soul of an Eastern individual from Osha or the lands of the E, under the protection of the dragon god, reveals. Hanfilai intoned gravely. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing decided to proceed. He turned his head towards Daeon. Daelan, the dagger. Daeon cast a quick glance at Hanfilai before slowly retrieving the dagger and handing it to Su Qing, signaling for Ilar to fetch a bandage. Su Qing accepted the dagger and made a gentle incision in his palm, allowing crimson blood to flow. He then lifted his left hand, unveiling the cloth that covered the magic orb, and placed his hand upon the intricate patterns of the orb, withdrawing it after a moment. Hensleigh began to levitate his hands on either side of the magic orb, reciting incantations. Soon, the first purple crystal atop the soul's eye began to fade, followed by the second, third, fourth, and so on. Ultimately, a woman behind Hensleigh produced a pouch containing several purple crystals and pressed one into the now empty slot. Afterward, Hensleigh lowered his arms and fixed his gaze intently upon the crystal ball. Astonishingly, the assessment of Su Qing's soul had consumed 7 purple crystals, a sum amounting to 7. Ling Ling Liu gulped a considerable expense. Hensleigh's expression transitioned from calm to astonishment, and from astonishment to tears. Su Qing silently observed the 3 beams of light emanating from the crystal ball. Why was one of them yellow? Su Qing inquired, and as 3 beams of light ascended from bottom to top, before he could finish speaking, a crackling sound emanated from within the crystal sphere. Suddenly, the crystal shattered, and Hong Foley gazed at the fractured soul's eye, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into tears, murmuring, "My 7 gods, sir, you have ruined my cherished treasure. It is an invaluable possession to me, requiring no less than 3 years to forge." Su Qing chuckled, realizing he might have inadvertently damaged the object. He scratched his head and asked, "Sir Hong Foley, can this be repaired?" Hong Foley lifted his gaze to Su Qing, wiped away a tear, and replied, "It may take about a year to mend. But there is another matter of utmost importance concerning the ancestral teachings and vows of the Hightower family." He looked earnestly at Su Qing and cautioned, "Sir, do not be taken aback by what I am about to reveal." Su Qing accepted the wine poured for him by Ella, sipping thoughtfully while nodding in acknowledgement. Hong Foley glanced at his beloved Juliet and Emilia, then stood, slowly kneeling beside Su Qing, declaring, "Hong Foley Hightower, representing the Duke of Old Town, Leighton Hightower, do hereby pledge my allegiance to you, Su Qing Hagrid. I am willing to become your knight, and the Hightower family shall provide unwavering support in any endeavor you require." The wine glass held by Su Qing clattered to the ground, as he mused, "It seems I have just received a momentous revelation. Does this imply that the Hightower family intends to swear fealty to me?" Still in disbelief, Su Qing pressed further, "Sir Hong Foley, are you certain the Hightower family wishes to pledge allegiance to me?" Hong Foley slowly nodded. Su Qing could hardly contain himself, his mind racing with a singular thought, why? While he could accept the allegiance of the Duke's second son, the notion that the second son would represent the ducal family in a direct vow of fealty was utterly bewildering. Was this a surprise or a fright? Chapter 33. The Oath Ceremony at the break of dawn the following day. The lords within the territory received word of a momentous event at the Seagull Manor's Court of Judgment. To their astonishment, it was revealed that the 8th Bronze Knight, a title long anticipated to be bestowed upon either John, L, or Benny, would instead be conferred upon a scholar one who also held the rank of a baron. While such occurrences had transpired in the past, a knight appointed by Su Qing signified an entry into the power center of the Seagull domain, a privilege coveted by many within the realm. Within the Court of Judgment, 4 grand pillars stood 8 meters apart, encircling the space, while 2 flights of stairs led to elevated platforms at the forefront. Behind the presiding judge's position, a colossal mural of a divine dragon adorned the flat wall, a creature depicted with a white upper body and a black lower half, its dark eyes exuding an eerie allure that deterred onlookers from gazing directly into them. A curious secret emerged among those present. Prayers uttered within this hallowed hall imparted a comforting warmth, fostering a serene state of mind. Seated at the head of the assembly was Su Qing, flanked by his 7 ministers and their retinues, all attentively observing the figure of Hong Foley Hightower standing at the center. Their astonishment was palpable, for as a scholar, he was not traditionally required to pledge fealty to the Lord as knights did. However, upon learning that Hong Foley belonged to the esteemed Hightower family and was its second son, questions began to swirl in the minds of those gathered. Su Qing regarded Hong Foley, noting that the scholar's chain of office was forged from a blend of Valyrian steel and iron, symbolizing his scholarly pursuits in the realms of mysticism and military studies. The attributes he possessed left Su Qing astounded. Hong Foley Hightower, Command 3, Politics 15, Intelligence 25, Charisma 20, Valor 7, Spirit 10, Blue, Loyalty 96, sworn to follow until death. Such loyalty was beyond Su Qing's imagination. Upon his arrival, Trent's loyalty had been a mere 51. More significantly, Hong Foley possessed an attribute that Su Qing lacked: spirit. A number of individuals were engaged in conversation with Hong Foley, sharing tales of the peculiarities surrounding the old town. The Hightower family had remained enigmatic since the Blood Dragon's dance, with male members seldom venturing beyond their towering abode, leaving many to speculate about their clandestine activities. Suddenly, the chimes of the court bell rang out, heralding the dawn of a new day. As sunlight streamed through the windows into the assembly, Hengfui bid farewell to those with whom he had conversed, and a hush fell over the crowd. For the oath ceremony was about to commence. Su Qing rose slowly, retrieving his sword from the side, and made his way down to meet Hengfui's gaze. In a solemn gesture, Hengfui knelt upon one knee, and Su Qing drew forth his iron greatsword, resting it gently upon Hengfui's left shoulder. All eyes focused on the ground illuminated by sunlight, where Hengfui stood bathed in its radiant glow. With a measured voice, Su Qing began, I, Su Qing Hegalis, hereby appoint Hengfui Haitar as my knight. May you serve loyally on this land, defending our homeland and upholding justice. Please pledge your allegiance to me. And may you face the battles ahead with courage and valor. After speaking, Hengfui slowly placed his right hand upon his chest, gazing at Su Qing. I, Hengfui Haitar, in the presence of the 7 gods, the dragon god, and the witnesses assembled here, solemnly swear, I shall remain loyal to my lord, Su Qing Hegalis. Willing to fight for him unto death, I shall protect the innocent and uphold justice, refusing to tolerate any form of atrocity. I shall confront my enemies with unwavering courage until the very last moment. I shall adhere to the principles of chivalry, maintaining honesty and respect, safeguarding my honor and the reputation of my family. May the supreme dragon god and the 7 gods bear witness to my oath. Following the ceremony, Hengfui gradually rose, presenting the sword he held to himself. The ministers nearby began to applaud, heralding the emergence of the 8th bronze knight, the seagull. Su Qing regarded the assembly, contemplated briefly, and proclaimed, Today, I officially appoint Hengfui Haitar as my chancellor, responsible for matters of medicine, education, technology, and insights. With that, he departed for the city of runes, leaving the others to engage in conversation with Hengfui. Hengfui, however, was keen to leave, for he had just acquired a fascinating book, a compendium of cases, which contained remedies for various common ailments along with potion recipes, including free magical concoctions. He was eager to return and delve into his studies. Yet, he engaged in conversation for a while longer before returning to the scholar's tower prepared for him by Su Qing, which was situated opposite the moon viewing platform on the left side of the main fortress. The responsibility for the Raven Free, was also officially entrusted to Hengfui, marking him as a scholarly apprentice. As time passed, 5 months drifted by, and curiously, the sea folk had become as elusive as phantoms, their presence no longer heard. It seemed a fleeting glimpse, yet reality attested to its truth. Merchants on the continent resumed maritime trade, and as the first among them boldly ventured forth, the populace's vigilance gradually waned. In September, Su Qing found himself compelled to undertake a necessary endeavor, to participate in the martial tournament at Lannisport. Volume 2, Preparing for Rain Before the Drought. Chapter 1, The Light of the West. Su Qing silently closed the system. On the system panel appeared a task that had troubled him for quite some time, the awakening of his bloodline. To achieve this, the first step was to gain the recognition of his soul by this world. Su Qing understood that he was an outsider. The path to gaining such recognition was rather direct and unrefined. He needed to establish relationships with 3 women, each possessing a supreme Yin soul, Yang soul, and Huan soul, respectively, to acquire the seeds of these souls. This was the initial and most crucial step towards merging with this world. In pursuit of awakening his bloodline, Su Qing had to seek out women who could assist him in this endeavor. At that moment, the system clearly informed him that Ceci possessed a top-tier Yang soul. If he could win her heart, he would obtain the 2nd seed of the 3 souls. Previously, he had already acquired the Huang soul seed from the red butterfly of the valley. Despite his disdain for Ceci, who would become a foolish, jealous, and malicious woman in the years to come, one who would betray her husband, he could not deny her beauty, particularly during her youth, when she still dreamt of becoming a queen. The prince of her heart remained the talented and handsome Rhaegar Targaryen. The moment of their meeting occurred at the tournament in Lannisport in the year 276 AC. In Lannisport, atop an inn's roof on a moonlit night, Su Qing sat on the slanted tiles, sipping wine while reading a letter in his hand. To my dearest fiancé, when I learned that you were to participate in the tournament, an inexplicable sense of impending loss enveloped me. I began to dream of a golden-haired woman being intimately close to you, rather than myself. Awakening from that dream in the dead of night, a profound unease gripped me. I yearned to visit Lannisport to see you, lest you be entranced by the light of the West or the dawn of the West. Yours, Delio, Red Butterfly. After taking a few more sips of wine, Su Qing was overcome with guilt. If he could choose to marry Delio alone and lead a tranquil life in seclusion, he believed he would gladly do so. However, Reality would not permit such a choice. He was convinced that without awakening his bloodline, he would be crushed by those scheming against him. Suddenly, a figure sat beside him. With a quick glance, Su Qing noted the presence of an exceedingly unattractive individual. Yura, why are you here instead of pursuing your beloved Linus? The bear-like Yura chuckled in response. Just days prior, his bravery had caught the attention of a lady from House Hightower, who, despite his lack of looks, presented him with a garland. Observing Su Qing's current state of discontent brought an unexpected sense of relief to Daxiong. Over the past few days, Su Qing had persistently sought garlands from the lights of the west and the dawn of the west, only to be met with refusals. In stark contrast, Daxiong found himself feeling significantly uplifted. Each time Qiaolao participated in jousting, he received a garland from a beautiful noblewoman of the southern lineage. And although her generosity seemed somewhat extravagant, Daxiong was nonetheless enchanted by a woman who bore no disdain for his appearance. As he uncapped his water skin and indulged in wine, an unexpected event transpired during the evening. Linus kissed him of her own volition, prompting him to resolve to take Linus as his bride. Will you still seek garlands from the lights of the west and the dawn of the west tomorrow? Daxiong inquired, glancing at the reclining Su Qing while sipping his drink. Su Qing, gazing at the distant lighthouse's glow, smiled softly. I have my reasons for needing to procure garlands. At that moment, Qiaolao Mormon felt an urge to strike Su Qing, perceiving him as a cad, as asking for garlands generally implied a pursuit of affection. My cousin has already arrived from Old Town. I look forward to seeing how you will explain this to her, he remarked, referring to Daxiong's aunt, Beatrice Mormont, the mother of Delia. With a sigh, Su Qing pondered his predicament. What can be done? I shall have to sweet-talk her. After all, I still need to awaken my bloodline and attain the seed of the free souls. But how to explain this to Delia? Should I say I am not of this world? Only a fool would utter such words. This was the source of Su Qing's vexation that evening. He remained uncertain of Delia's thoughts and could only resolve to wait for her arrival to gauge the situation before elucidating. Undoubtedly, her rightful position was that of the primary spouse. The following day, at the Grand Tournament Arena of Lannisport, a circular complex housed the main arena at its center, flanked by grandstands that could accommodate thousands. Surrounding the central arena were 6 smaller rings, all currently hosting tournaments. Today marked the finals of the Silver Round, held in the main arena. Su Qing, bearing the title of Silver Knight, was obliged to participate in the Silver Knight tournament first. Only by securing a top 3 finish could he advance to the finals against the champions of the Gold and Bronze rounds. As the resounding fanfare of trumpet heralded the entrance of the 3 contenders for the Silver Round Championship, they rode in majestically on their steeds, halting beneath the main grandstand. A ceremonial officer clad in a red robe gestured to his subordinates, striking a gong. The reverberating sound cascaded through the arena, bringing a hush over the grandstands as the knights were formally introduced, a solemn ritual that commanded the attention of the noblemen and affluent merchants present. In the central grandstand, the High Duke of the West and Prince Rhaegar observed the proceedings below. Both were men of few words, yet those seated beside them, particularly Jaime Lannister, engaged in lively conversation with a man he had idolized since childhood, the Sword of the Dawn, Arthur Dayne. The Sword of the Dawn. Who do you think will emerge victorious among these 3? Who will have the chance to face you? Jaime inquired. Arthur Dayne, though appearing serious, possessed eyes that radiated warmth and determination. He gazed at his squire, Sir Jaime, and took a sip of red wine, proclaiming that the ultimate champion should be Sir Qnhigls. Although his horsemanship may be lacking, his prowess in close combat was formidable. Jaime nodded. But as he tilted his head, he caught sight of his cousin, Cersei Lannister, who was observing him with great interest. To avert any awkwardness, Jaime immediately turned his gaze to his sister, Cersei, who was fixated on Rhaegar. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to slay Rhaegar surged within him. At that moment, the herald announced the introduction of the knights. First, let us present the favored contender for the championship, the Lord of Seagull City, Baron Qnhigls. His family banner bore the emblem of the yellow dragon from the east. Qn dismounted promptly, bowing in knightly fashion to the crowd in the central pavilion, then handed the white and yellow dragon banner from his saddle to the herald. Rhaegar nodded at Qn, recognizing him as a member of House Targaryen. Afterward, Rhaegar exchanged a glance with Tywin. One bore a subtle smile while the other maintained a stoic expression. The herald continued introducing 2 more contenders, Jorah Mormont and Merrill Florent. Soon, Qn and Merrill, mounted upon steeds adorned with their family banners, stood before the main pavilion, ready for the first contest, where the victor would face the next challenger. Merrill, hailing from House Florent, rode forth and raised his lance towards a woman, soliciting a garland. The woman, none other than Osha Greyjoy, the Star of Dawn from Starfall, stood behind Prince Aegon, and Bolon Greyjoy cast a disdainful glance at Meryl. Incensed by his audacity to woo Osha, Bolon resolved that should Meryl emerge victorious, he would teach him a harsh lesson. Qun awaited with curiosity, pondering whether Osha would grant the garland. After a moment, Osha slowly produced a garland and placed it atop Meryl's lance. "May the old gods bless you, Knight Meryl," he exclaimed joyfully as he returned to his position, while the crowd eagerly turned their attention to Qun, who had previously sought garlands from both the Light of the West and the Morning Star, only to be rebuffed. They were eager to witness whether Qun would again attempt to solicit garlands from them during the finals. The tournament often attracted those with unclear identities and misplaced aspirations. Mounted upon his steed, Qun gradually raised his knightly lance towards Cersei. Though Cersei and her twin sister bore striking resemblances, Cersei appeared more dignified, while her sister seemed softer in demeanor. The Light of the West, Cersei, first regarded Qun's lance, then glanced at her father, Tywin Lannister. Tywin slowly nodded, and Cersei was taken aback by her father's implied approval. Just as she was about to rise and bestow a garland upon Qun, a chilling wave of revulsion swept over her, particularly upon noticing the yellow dragon with black eyes emblazoned on Qun's chest, inciting a deep-seated loathing within her. The graceful and stately Cersei stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Qun, and boldly declared, "From whence do you hail, you jester, unaware of your own insignificance? Do you presume that the daughter of the High Duke would grant you a garland? I desire my wreath. It's utterly impossible. Perhaps you might find the wreath you seek in a brothel." Upon uttering these words, Cersei immediately felt the chilling dread within her dissipate. As she became aware of her own audacity, she stood frozen in place, realizing the gravity of her folly. Yet, that voice had compelled her to speak thus. The assembly of nobles, taken aback by Cersei's crystalline tone, was enveloped in astonishment, followed by an extended silence as all eyes turned to Tywin Lannister. The nobility and merchants outside gradually learned of Cersei's remarks, and a profound stillness settled over the gathering. Rhaegar clenched his fists, glaring intently at Cersei, this foolish woman. The situation had escalated. The daughter of the High Duke of the West had displayed such a blatant disregard for decorum, publicly berating a Silver Knight who had come to participate in the tournament, a lord in his own right. The presence of a lord at such an event was inherently perilous, and his participation signified goodwill towards the organizers. For this was a formal tournament where lives could be lost. "Look at the top three. Who among them is a lord?" Tywin, his demeanor unwavering, glared fiercely at his daughter. With grain prices soaring, intelligence regarding the Seagull Lord, protected by the High Dragon God, had already reached the tables of various nobility, all keenly observing the resurgence of Seagull Town. Some nobles even contemplated marrying their daughters to Su Qing as a means of alliance. And Tywin too sought to forge ties with Su Qing, who knew how long the next bitter winter might endure. Hadn't the Hightower family already escalated their efforts? "Cersei, return to your quarters. Is this not what the etiquette officer instructed you?" Suddenly, two handmaidens appeared, escorting the dazed Cersei away. Tywin approached slowly, casting his gaze upon Su Qing, adorned in a dragon-headed frog-mouth helm, and spoke with measured calmness. "Sir Su Qing, the Lannister family shall make amends for their folly. What is it that you desire?" Oberyn, seated nearby, observed Tywin with keen interest. His disdain for Tywin was palpable, giving off an air of icy detachment. Indeed, Su Qing was taken aback. He was aware of Cersei's lack of sense, but never had he anticipated such a degree of foolishness. Though he felt a surge of indignation, he refrained from confronting the High Duke's daughter in that moment. Such an action would be ill-advised. To erupt in a fit of rage and threaten Cersei would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Therefore, Su Qing offered Tywin an avenue for retreat. "Duke Tywin, I believe Cersei may simply be struggling with her youthful emotions. I wish to request a wreath from the Dawn of the West, Cersei Lannister." His voice resonated, providing Tywin with an escape. Tywin nodded slowly, glancing at his brother's daughter, Cersei Lannister, whose expression seemed somewhat reluctant. Nevertheless, Tywin addressed his attendants. "Fetch the winter rose. Cersei shall personally present it to Su Qing, Her Grace." Seated to the side, Kevan Lannister regarded the assembly with keen insight. Tywin was indeed contemplating marrying the daughter of the Silver Hall Marquis, Dawn of the West, to Su Qing. However, it is evident to the discerning that Cersei harbors affection for Jaime. Shortly after, a maid presented a garland adorned with white rose petals, and all eyes turned to Cersei of the West, eager to witness her selection. As she slowly rose and grasped the garland, preparing to take a few steps, an overwhelming heat surged within her, threatening to cloud her consciousness. Just as she felt herself on the verge of delirium, a sudden chill enveloped her, suppressing the intense heat. Yet the warmth persisted. Cersei of the West gradually endured the searing discomfort and placed the winter rose upon Su Qing's lance. Fate played a cruel jest upon Su Qing. The one he desired reviled him, breeding contempt in his heart, while the one he did not need bestowed upon him a garland, evoking affection instead. The finals of the Silverfield competition swiftly concluded, with Su Qing emerging as the champion. That very night, Cersei was restrained by 4 female guards, her limbs held fast. Her eyes forced open, as she beheld the 4 chief etiquette maids who had personally instructed her in manners and knowledge, kneeling before her, only to meet their demise by beheading. Blood sprayed forth, saturating the ground before Cersei and splattering upon her golden-threaded gown. Yet what could she utter? The words had indeed escaped her lips. Could she possibly divulge the bone-chilling cold that gripped her heart, when her memories from that moment were but a haze? 4 headless corpses lay starkly before her, one of which belonged to a beloved mentor, casting a profound shadow upon the heart of the mere 10-year-old Cersei. An impact that would resonate for years to come. Days later, Cersei commanded the seamstresses to illustrate a set of yellow dragon designs based on the heraldry of the noble houses of the continent. However, when she attempted to gaze once more upon the yellow dragon with its dark eyes, the nauseating feelings had vanished, replaced instead by a sense of warmth. From that night on, during each full moon, Cersei would again be beset by that same piercing cold, when many physicians found themselves at a loss. The light of the West recalled the yellow dragon design she had placed in her wardrobe at the age of 10. Remembering the figure that had appeared when she ventured into the black pine forest of the Toad Witch. His crest, astonishingly, was the source of her tranquil slumber. The cruel twist of fate had erected an insurmountable chasm in the relationship between the two. Chapter 2. Encounter with the Black Robe within the inn. Su Qing was engaged in counting the prize money he and Da Xiong had acquired. Only the top 3 contestants in the gold, silver, and bronze competitions would receive substantial rewards. Sharing the same inn with Da Xiong, Su Qing merely cast a glance and realized he had amassed 5,000 gold coins. Combined with his previous savings of 8,000 gold coins, resulting in a considerable fortune. As Da Xiong meticulously counted the coins, he remarked, "These southerners are indeed extravagantly wealthy. It's making me contemplate raiding Lannisport. The second prize in the silver competition is an astonishing 3,000 gold coins." He glanced at Su Qing, who appeared lost in thought. After a moment, Da Xiong decided to offer a word of comfort. "The nobleman of the Undos is even less courteous than our ancestors from the north. Do you know what nickname everyone is currently using for Cersei? The duck-headed lion. They liken that foolish woman to a duck's head." Upon hearing this, Su Qing found himself indifferent to Cersei, his favor for her having plummeted to unprecedented lows. He carefully wrapped the 5,000 gold coins, as the two needed to visit the Iron Bank to deposit their earnings. Outside, Su Qing could not openly transfer the gold coins into the system. "What do you intend to do with this money, Da Xiong? Marry that extravagant woman?" Upon hearing Su Qing mention Lannis, Da Xiong's thoughts drifted back to the night he received the prize. She was still a maiden, albeit somewhat extravagant. However, she genuinely wished to be with him. Unlike his former wife, who shunned him due to his unattractive appearance, she is the daughter of Duke Leighton. If I bring her back to Bear Island, my father would also bask in some glory. You may see her as extravagant, but to me, she is quite acceptable, he said, carefully wrapping the coins and smiling at Su Qing. Su Qing rubbed his forehead, realizing that Da Xiong was ensnared by the allure of sweet words. Yet, at that moment, he could not speak ill of Lannis, for Da Xiong had already fallen deeply for her. After securing their coins, the two made their way to the Iron Bank to deposit their wealth. It must be noted that the Iron Bank excelled in this regard. Every count had a bank, and their deposits of gold had never gone awry, an organization of formidable reputation. As Su Qing and Da Xiong exited the pristine white brick Iron Bank, they spotted a figure seated sideways on a stone bench, clothed and accompanied by a silver-haired woman. Su Qing approached, and as the figure slowly turned, their eyes met in a shared smile before they embraced. At the Lannis Bay, Su Qing rowed a small boat, admiring the beauty of his fiancée, Delilah. Observing Su Qing's seemingly harmless demeanor, buried her grievances deep within and smiled, saying, "You wish to marry Cersei, do you not?" Su Qing first glanced at Delia, expressing his reluctance, stating that she was a foolish woman and that marrying her might diminish the intelligence of their family's offspring. Delia hesitated for a moment, her violet eyes gazing at Su Qing as she spoke of a dream in which he would wed 3 women, one of whom had black hair. But it was not her. Another was golden-haired and strikingly reminiscent of Cersei. Su Qing chuckled, dismissing it as a trivial dream, assuring her that she would always be the most significant woman in his heart, and that in her presence, all other women must take a back seat. Delia smiled, charmed by Su Qing's demeanor. The research on the souls of the old town had made significant progress, revealing new discoveries. What discoveries? Su Qing inquired. Is it the yin and yang souls? Delia nodded, then shook her head, explaining that they had managed to separate the 3 souls within the spirit, yet were alarmed to find that the yin and yang souls possessed temperature. Soul temperature? Su Qing pondered, speculating that it might merely be a slight discrepancy. Perhaps not truly a soul. The yin soul's temperature can shatter an arm, while the yang soul's temperature can melt a sword. Su Qing ceased rowing, turning his gaze to Delia, questioning the existence of such power within the human body. I suspect there must be some mistake. Delia looked at him, slowly leaning into his embrace as he set down the oars and held her tight. There is no mistake, such power exists. Yet, what astounds us is that noble offspring possess at most 2 souls, while commoners possess 3. Su Qing silently committed this revelation to memory and then inquired. Do you know which of your dual souls is the strongest? Delia smiled, the yellow soul. It seemed she had already tested it. Su Qing then probed further. The yin soul symbolizes restraint, the yang soul signifies desire. What does the yellow soul represent? As he felt warmth radiating from his chest, he lowered his hand slightly. Delia, sensing his playful touch, glanced around at the other couples rowing nearby, noting their distance and the unspoken connection amongst them. I don't know, but based on our findings, those with a strong yin soul tend to be calm and restrained, while those with a strong yellow soul are often kind and wise. And those with a strong yang soul are marked by great desires. Su Qing nodded, surveying the vicinity and noticing the absence of others. Before long, the small boat began to sway gently. Meanwhile, Cersei was in a state of irritation, even going so far as to strike Jaime. It was well known that females mature earlier. Cersei stood at 7 meters, while Jaime was only 1 meters tall. Due to the disparity in height, Cersei easily dominated her younger brother, delivering quite a thrashing. It's best to discipline one's brother early, for waiting too long could render it impossible. In the white rose garden of Casterly Rock, Jaime sat on a bench